Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Here's a high fly ball, left center field. He's done it again. Shohei gives the Angels a 5-2 lead.
Cracked in the air, center field. That is going to do it. And the game is over. Chris Taylor in to score. The Dodgers from down 4-0 to win 5-4. Freddie Freeman with a walk-off base hit.
There's a drive. The Rays take the lead on a Luke Raley homer, and it's 4-3 Rays in the eighth.
Hammer, left field, deep, down the line. Gone, a home run. David Fry with a 2-out, 3-run homer.
Line drive, base hit it to left center field. That'll bring the go-ahead run across the plate. RBI for Harper.
Torkelson with a drive, left center field. That'll get him home. Torkelson with a clutch 2-run double here in the ninth to extend the Tigers' lead. Fly ball right field.
Keibert Ruiz has put the Nats on top here in the ninth.
Line drive, base hit.
In to score is Hap Swanson gliding into third. Bellinger races for second, and that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for a Thursday night of baseball where the Giants did not participate in the action, but they're back tonight down in L.A. to take on the Dodgers. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with my guy, Overnight Dave, behind the glass, getting you ready not only for the Giants and Dodgers series this weekend, but Father's Day this weekend as well. So I'll take a quick moment to channel my inner OJ and say Happy Father's Day to everybody out there.
Happy Father's Day.
My guy Overnight Dave, I know you got kids, you got grandkids. My boys Murph and Matt got kids. And of course, my parents got kids. I'm the one talking on air right now. So shout out to my pops, Ken Boucher. I'll be going up to Rockland this weekend, take the lake out on the boat. And I hope everybody out there listening right now, if you're a father, if you're a son, if you're a brother, if you're a friend, make sure you wish somebody a happy Father's Day this weekend. And I hope everybody gets out to enjoy what should be some good weather here in the Bay Area and enjoy some Giants baseball. Even though there was a little bit of an absence in our life yesterday with the Giants taking an off day, I saw on social media guys like Jock Peterson and Logan Webb and some of the Giants were down at Disneyland yesterday on their off day. So I'm sure they had their little Father's Day festivities, taking their kids out to Disneyland, maybe park hopping, going over to California Adventure, getting on that new Guardians of the Galaxy ride, the old Tower of Terror, which I was a big fan of. But hell, I don't even know what rides are still up and running at Disneyland after they took down Splash Mountain. But hey, that's not a road I want to go down this morning. Instead, I'd rather talk about some actual MLB baseball and maybe talk about the team that the Giants will be facing tonight, getting an 11th inning walk-off from Freddie Freeman yesterday. Of course, that's the LA Dodgers, who had to kind of scratch and claw to win a series against the Chicago White Sox. A Chicago White Sox team that is 10 games under 500 right now. They have a 30-40 record this season. And if you want to be completely honest, the Dodgers are not playing great baseball right now. They are 9 games over 500, they're 39-30. But if you look at their last 10 games, they're 4-6. And if they would have lost again last night, they would have lost, I think, 2 or 3 series in a row. So maybe this is a good time for the Giants to be taking on the Dodgers. I know we had the injuries earlier this week to Mitch Haniger and J.D. Davis, so the Giants are not at full health, but neither are the Dodgers. Look at their pitching staff. Look at guys like Walker Buehler, who's out for the year. Look at Dustin May hurt. Look at Julio Urias. He's hurt right now. But here comes their prospects. Here comes their young kids. You'll get to see Bobby Miller this weekend, who I've mentioned a few times on this broadcast. Maybe you guys have seen him pitch. He was on Sunday Night Baseball a couple weeks ago against the New York Yankees. He's one of the top pitching prospects in baseball. I hate to say it, but I've been a fan of watching this kid since last year in the Futures game, out there pumping 100 miles per hour, and he's scheduled to pitch on Saturday against the Giants. And here's the thing, though. We don't actually know all the pitching matchups this weekend. We don't know who's going to be facing off against Bobby Miller on Saturday because the Giants have not announced it. The Giants, though, have announced that it will be the opener, John Brebbia, tonight. But meanwhile, here's the Dodgers not putting out who's pitching. So maybe it'll be a battle of the bullpens tonight, which could be in the favor of the Giants since they have had one of the best bullpens in the league since May 1st. And with the Dodgers going to extra innings last night, staying up late, I know they're going to stay home in L.A., don't got to travel, don't got to do any of that. But I think maybe if Logan Webb and Jock Peterson and the Giants weren't out all night partying at Disneyland, they should be the more well-rested team today. First pitch, 7:10, pregame starts 6:10 right here on the Sports Leader. So we'll spend plenty of time getting you ready for this weekend's Giants and Dodgers series. Farhan Zaidi came on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. Talked about some of the young prospects, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, all the guys that we're falling in love with, and also previewing this weekend against the Dodgers and how big of a series this is. Because if you want to play the look-ahead game and take a look at the Giants' schedule, they've got the Dodgers, then they got the Padres, then they got the D-backs. So this next streak is going to be against the NL West. And right now, when you're looking at the standings, the Giants are sitting there in third place with a 36-32 record. Dodgers are only 3 games ahead of them with a 39-30 record, and the D-backs now are 41-28 after losing last night. We will also give a shout-out to the San Diego Padres, who lost again last night to the Phillies, and I do want to give a shout-out to Bryce Harper, a man that was born and raised in Las Vegas. I remember being a 16-year-old in high school and seeing this kid on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and how he selected to go the JUCO route so that he could get drafted earlier instead of going to college. Well, yesterday he came out with some pretty good comments about how the city of Las Vegas and the locals do not want the Oakland A's. And this is great stuff from Bryce Harper, a guy that's obviously boots on the ground out there in Las Vegas, talking about Rob Manfred and some of the responses he gave yesterday to Oakland A's fans. I really don't want to play this sound on a Friday morning because it's kind of going to ruin the vibes, but I want to jump into this because yesterday Rob Manfred, that clown, was just extremely disrespectful to the city of Oakland, talking about, oh yeah, the reverse boycott. It was nice to see an average attendance out there. Yeah, maybe if John Fisher put out an average baseball team, people would actually show up to watch the A's. And again, it's a Friday morning. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole in the first segment and get all pissed off and start yelling into the radio. But Rob Manfred, that clown, the same man that called the World Series trophy a chunk of metal, was talking about the Oakland A's and their expected move to Las Vegas, so we can hop into that sound as well.
I say he's an idiot.
Thank you, Bruce. But I also want to give a shout-out to the guy that was calling out Bruce B yesterday. That's Bruce Brown, not Bruce Bochy. Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets. Yesterday was an absolute scene up in Denver as they hosted their first ever NBA Finals parade. Hell, it's the first time they've ever won an NBA title. These fans have been waiting 47 years, and yesterday they were out on the street celebrating. You had KCP acting like he was Stone Cold Steve Austin, chugging beers left and right, throwing beers out to the fans. Aaron Gordon, of course, San Jose's own, hopping into that Modelo time and getting turned up on the parade route. And even Nikola Jokic, the man that's been begging to go home, changed his tune yesterday and said, hey, man, I wasn't a fan of this parade, but now I want to be at this blanking parade. Kind of like that buddy back in college who never wanted to go out on a Friday night. Then you convince him to come out. Next thing you know, he's in the middle of bottle service, dancing on a table, having the time of his life. That was the Joker yesterday, and that was Mike Malone, who was encouraging the crowd yesterday to get high and celebrate. But hey, it's legal out there in Denver, and that's why he said after they beat the Lakers, they'll put it in your pipe and smoke it. Well, yesterday, I'm sure they were smoking a lot of things to celebrate the Denver Nuggets winning their first NBA title. So we'll get into that sound as well later on in the show. But one last shout out this morning, since I'm shouting out everybody. How about the Stanford Cardinal participating this weekend in the College World Series? The World Series actually kicks off today out in Omaha. You'll have a couple games between Oral Roberts and TCU, Virginia, and Florida. But tomorrow are the games that I'm going to be tuned in for. Wake Forest versus Stanford. and this is where I was kind of scratching my head, and I was talking with Paul Tonelli from 107.7 The Bone about the other day, is how Stanford got not the luck of the draw, but kind of the blank hand if you're playing a game of poker to have to face off against the number one team in the country, Wake Forest, who has the number one pitching staff, who, oh, by the way, launched like 9-10 home runs in their closeout round in the Super Regional against Alabama last week. You would think they would do some reseeding since Stanford is a top 10 team in the country instead of having Oral Roberts face off against TCU or whatever. But hey, you got to play the cards you're dealt, even if it is a blank hand. And this weekend, Stanford will be taking on Wake Forest. And if you want to get some back-to-back college baseball, check out this LSU team. Right now, I'm saying they probably have more talent on their roster than the Oakland A's because they are absolutely loaded with first and second rounders. Probably from a pure prospect perspective, they are the most talented team in the College World Series. I've heard some experts say they have more talent on their team than a lot of major league teams do in their farm system. So check out some LSU baseball this weekend going against Tennessee, some college baseball going on. Again, in case you missed it, I went out last weekend and on Monday night to go watch the Stanford Super Regional against Texas. Was an absolutely phenomenal series. Going back to Texas, coming back 5-2 on Saturday night. To our guy Quinn Matthews throwing 156 pitches, complete game, 16 strikeouts. To the Monday night wild walk-off of the Texas Longhorn outfielders, losing the ball in the twilight in the light. An absolutely chaotic scene, and Stanford will look to carry some of that momentum into this weekend against Wake Forest. So a lot going on this weekend, a lot of baseball, a lot of basketball news, and even some golf. Some U.S. Open going on. I'm sure Murph's going to talk about that a lot later on in the Murph and Mac show. But how about this on the other side? Let's get into those local baseball stories. Let's talk about the Giants and Dodgers this weekend. And let's let you hear from that clown, Rob Manfred, of what he had to say to Oakland A's fans in response to their reverse protest. It's Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning ahead of Father's Day weekend on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Searching. Looking. Finds Struce back to Lowry. There it is. Three-pointer. Won't go. Rebound. Caldwell Pope. They're not going to foul. The Heat will let it play out. It's over. At last, the long wait is over. After 47 years, the Denver Nuggets can finally call themselves NBA champions.
Yes, indeed. Checking in with the water boy, Marcus Boucher, on a Friday morning ahead of a Father's Day weekend, and the Giants against the Dodgers. Starting off tonight, 7:10. But overnight, Dave said, you know what, Marcus? I don't feel like playing a Dodger highlight coming in. The Dodgers won 2 out of 3 games against the Giants earlier this season, so why not give you that NBA final call of the Nuggets winning their first championship in 47 years? And Dave, I appreciate that. But we're going to keep that sound in the next segment before we get into the championship parade to end the Friday on some good vibes, because you all know on the leadoff spot on a Thursday, we start drinking at noon, and our guy Aaron Gordon was drinking at noon down at the Denver Nuggets parade. Some great sound from him, Nikola Jokic, and Michael Malone, all coming up in the next segment. But to start off this segment, we do got to pay some attention to the Giants and the Dodgers. And the Giants having an off day down in L.A., spending some time out in Disneyland, and now they'll be down in the stadium facing off against who knows from the Dodgers, because they have not put out their starting pitcher for tonight after going 11 innings last night against the Chicago White Sox. But we do know that it will be John Brebbia opening up the game for the San Francisco Giants this weekend, once again going with the opener. What we don't know is what's going to happen on Saturday. Giants have not announced a pitcher who's going to be opposing Bobby Miller. Now, if I want to put it on my investigative hat, I would say there's a good chance that Alex Wood could be back on the roster. He's been on his rehab assignment in Sacramento, I believe, and it sounds like he's getting closer and closer to making his return, so maybe it will be this Saturday against his former team, the LA Dodgers. Then we could look ahead to Sunday, where we will have the ace on the mound, Logan Webb, taking on Vacaville's own Tony Gonsolin. So there are some intriguing pitching matchups. And of course, anytime the Giants and the Dodgers face off, it's extremely intriguing because it's one of the best rivalries in baseball. But I was actually surprised to see that this is not on Sunday Night Baseball this week. And I don't think it's the national game on Saturday, despite it being a 6:10 start, because Yankees Red Sox is also going on this weekend. So it's a great weekend for baseball overall if you're looking to watch some rivalry, or as I mentioned in the first segment, if you're looking to check out some college baseball with Stanford taking on Wake Forest, LSU playing this weekend against Tennessee, and a bunch of great matchups out in Omaha. We got a lot of baseball to get into this weekend, but of course, we're going to start with our very own San Francisco Giants. And yesterday, Farhan Zaidi came on the Tolbert and Cope show and kind of previewed this weekend's series against the Dodgers, what it looks like, and how important this is for the Giants with their next 3 upcoming series all being against NL West teams. Here was Farhan Zaidi on what this series means this weekend down in LA.
It is a tough lineup to get through, and I think we're an uncomfortable matchup for other teams right now, which is, if you're a playoff team, you kind of want teams thinking, this is going to be a grind facing these guys. So obviously big series coming up starting tomorrow. It'll be a good litmus test for us, and we're feeling good about ourselves. And, the Dodgers have had a great year so far too. So it's a huge series, but definitely it's the team is giving off the vibes of a group that could do something special this year.
The team is giving off the vibes of a team that can do something special this year. 808 KNBR is the number. You let me know if you agree with that or not, because I think we're all feeling good about the Giants right now. Being 4 games above 500, that might be the best record they've had all season, sitting at 36-32, and coming off back-to-back sweeps in back-to-back weeks on the road. Going back to last week when they swept the Colorado Rockies, then taking a look at this week's past series against the St. Louis Cardinals, where they got the sweep also. You can also throw in the fact that they lost a series 2 games in a row on Friday and Saturday night and almost got no hit by Kyle Hendricks against the Chicago Cubs, another team that is under 500. And I don't want to urinate in anybody's Cheerios this morning. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I don't want to be the Debbie Downer. But again, look at the Rockies. They are the worst team in the NL West. They have a 29-42 record. Look at the St. Louis Cardinals. They are the worst team in the NL Central. So these are games that you are supposed to win. And that's why I am intrigued about this matchup against the Dodgers this weekend. Because as Farhan Zaidi just said, this is a test. This is going to be a playoff team. Even though they're sitting in second place right now, I'm sure if Murph brought up the wild card standings, the Dodgers would be right there in it, just like the Giants would be right there in it. And you're looking at a Dodgers team that is not playing their best baseball right now. I talked about it earlier. They're 4-6 in their last 10 games. They almost lost a series last night to the Chicago White Sox, who are 10 games under 500. And they're dealing with plenty of injuries also, which is why they don't have a projected starter for tonight's game, which is actually maybe the silver lining of this series against the Dodgers, because Clayton Kershaw threw on Wednesday night, so that means you're not going to get Clayton Kershaw, which means I won't have a chance to yell at him this weekend, so I might as well get it in on a Friday morning.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
And I'm also seeing reports that Max Muncy is dealing with a little bit of a hamstring injury also. So if we can get that Giants killer out of the lineup, that's great news for the San Francisco Giants, and it would be a big series to go out and win. And who knows? If things go crazy, if the Giants pull off another sweep on the road, they would be swapping spots with the Dodgers ahead of them and putting them in second place in the NL West. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because this is the Dodgers team that still has Mookie Betts, still has Freddie Freeman, who had a walk-off single last night, and still has a bunch of talent. Whether you're looking at James Outman, a guy that's in the conversation for Rookie of the Year, whether you're looking at Miguel Vargas, who somehow, some way has more all-star votes at second base than Thairo Estrada. But I guess that just shows the power of the Dodgers fan base and how they're kind of stuffing the ballot booth and all that stuff. Thairo Estrada is having an all-star season, and he should get that respect. And so should a lot of other Giants, whether it's Camilo Doval, whether it's the guy throwing on Sunday, Logan Webb, or maybe even Alex Cobb throw him into the conversation, but we'll have plenty of time to talk about the All-Star game and who will be participating. But this all goes back to last year's All-Star game when I like to watch the Futures game. And I feel like this game doesn't get enough attention, and I absolutely love it because it's the best prospects in baseball all facing off against each other. That's why it was awesome to watch Kyle Harrison pitch against Jason Dominguez last year from the Yankees, the Martian, who's this super prospect out on the East Coast. It was cool to watch Bobby Miller, who you're going to see this Saturday, going against some of the best hitters in baseball. And now you're going to see a lot of prospects this weekend, whether it's Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Ryan Walker. No more Keaton Winn. He got sent down to AAA. But the Giants are a team that have used 8 different rookies this season, including Blake Sabol on opening day. The only other team in the MLB who has used more prospects this year is the Cincinnati Reds with Ellie De La Cruz and the 9 other prospects that they're using right now. But as I mentioned, Dodgers have a few of their prospects, so there's going to be a lot of young talent on the field this weekend. And here was Farhan Zaidi talking about the young players for the Giants, how they've kind of re-energized this clubhouse in some of the post-game celebrations, not hazing, but celebrations that they've been getting into.
I think for these guys, just the novelty of having a guy come up, get his first hit his first homer, and then, the way these guys are dousing these poor kids with, every substance imaginable when they come through the clubhouse door after the game. They're getting their mileage out of that too. So you're right. There's just a whole culture of breaking these guys in, and it's not the hazing culture that existed 10, 20, 30 years ago. But it's kind of, it's still the little brother sort of dynamic and really feeling excited for these kids.
And it's cool when they make these debuts. Going back to Blake Sabol on opening day when they gave him the hot sauce and mouthwash shower and he forgot to close his mouth. Well, the same thing happened earlier this week to Keaton Winn. Not sure if they've given Luis Matos the celebration shower yet. Maybe it'll come this weekend if he gets a big hit against the Dodgers. But there will be plenty of young talent, like I said, plenty of veterans out there also. But as you know, on the leadoff spot.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
It's always blank the Dodgers. Hell, I'll give a shout out to Matty Mayoko.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie.
And I'll even give a shout out to my guy Copes.
No bottles, no cans, no Dodgers fans.
Yeah, I know my guy Walter Ecabelset, the producer from the Pop and Lunch Show, was talking about going down to Dodger Stadium this weekend for the series. If you're going out there, be safe and enjoy the game. And go Giants. And hey, Kershaw.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Blank the Dodgers, even though they got a win last night against the White Sox in extra innings. But if you want to take a look around the rest of the National League, you can take a look at the San Diego Padres, who lost against the Cleveland Guardians, and check out the D-backs, who are currently in first place, losing last night to the Philadelphia Phillies and Bryce Harper. A man that not only got the job done, you heard his RBI highlight in the show open package, but he also made some pretty big news yesterday as he came out publicly against the Oakland A's move to Las Vegas. Now, I set it up for you in the first segment in case you missed it. Bryce Harper is a kid that was born and raised in Las Vegas, went to a junior college out there so he could get drafted earlier, and I'd say he is a Las Vegas local. Well, yesterday he came out with the comments talking about how Las Vegas locals are not interested in the Oakland A's coming to Las Vegas. And I think you should listen to someone like Bryce Harper, because we've talked about the Las Vegas Golden Knights a lot, how they are built in Las Vegas, how that's a team you can actually rally around. We've talked about the Raiders and their move to Las Vegas and the difference between a NFL team hosting 8 games a season and attracting tourists to come to their games versus baseball, where you're going to have 81 home games. So do we really think that there's going to be Las Vegas locals excited and ready to sell out a ballpark that, oh, by the way, might be one of the smallest ballparks in all of baseball? Their proposal will have a 30,000-seat stadium on 9 acres of land on the Las Vegas Strip. And in case you missed the news yesterday, the Las Vegas governor did sign off on it, so now it's going to go to the MLB owners for the final vote. And we talked about this yesterday, how there have been sports franchises that we're talking about relocating, and those plans have kind of been changed in the last 24 hours. But if you're hearing some of the sound from the MLB owners yesterday, where, oh, by the way, John Fisher did not speak to the media, but Rob Manfred did. That idiot, as Bruce Bochy likes to say. And he just can't read a room to save his life. Like, this is the same guy that called the World Series trophy a chunk of metal. How the hell is this guy still our commissioner? This is the same guy that put the ghost runner on second base. Like he thought that was some great idea that's going to save baseball. This guy's a joke. And yesterday he added to his clown resume, put on the red rubber nose, and got up in front of the media and blasted the city of Oakland and the A's fans. Here was Rob Manfred yesterday when asked about the reverse boycott and if he was paying any attention to what happened in Oakland on Tuesday night.
Did you watch the A's game on Tuesday when the fans came out for the reverse boycott?
I was actually at a dinner with the owners.
Did you read the coverage?
I did.
I saw the impression of that.
It was great. It's great to see what is this year, almost an average Major League Baseball crowd in the facility for one night. That's a great thing.
Like, oh, come on. Read the damn room. It was nice to see an average baseball attendance. Yeah, there were 20,000 more fans there on Tuesday night than what the A's have been bringing in all season. And again, this is why I think there has been a lazy job by the national media of covering this story. There's a reason why the attendance records have been down in Oakland. It's because John Fisher and Dave Kaval don't give a damn about the team. It's because they're putting out a AAA product and still charging you big league prices. It's the fact that they had a $33 million payroll last year, lowest in the big leagues. You can check this year, it's somewhere in the 50s, but it's still lowest in the big leagues. Meanwhile, here they were bumping up the prices of season tickets. Here they are charging me $20 for a beer at a game. It's more like 16, 17, 18, but you get the point. I mean, I remember going out to a game last year, and I bought one of those cheap-ass tickets, and I said, why would I spend money on an expensive ticket, give money to John Fisher and Dave Kaval, when no one's shown up to these games anyways, and I, quote-unquote, snuck down to a better seat where I was literally the only person in an entire section. And one of the A's security guards comes up to me and asks to see my ticket. I was like, you want to see my ticket? What, am I sitting in somebody's seat? I'm the only person in this section. And he made me get up and leave. That's all because the A's are trying to create the worst possible baseball experience. That's why they're putting out not even a AAA roster. And again, no disrespect to these guys. They're in the big leagues, but come on. Let's be honest here. We all know what we're seeing. That's why I'd rather go out to a single-A game and watch the San Jose Giants. Watch guys like Reggie Crawford and Carson Whisenhunt go pitch instead of these no-names for the Oakland A's. And that gets back to what Bryce Harper was saying. Like, why would the Las Vegas locals want this team? Why would they want John Fisher? An owner who has shown time and time again that he's not willing to invest in his own product. He's not willing to go out and sign free agents. And now all of a sudden, because he's in Las Vegas, the A's are going to start to compete. I'm not buying it. And that's why we said yesterday, John Fisher most likely will get to Las Vegas, pump up the stock value of the A's as high as he can, and then he'll sell them. And then he'll get out of town, and he'll be counting all of his gap money. And just like that, the A's will have a new owner, which is something that the A's are doing. But yeah, Dave, like Modell and the Browns, exactly. Moving a team overnight, then selling a team and running the hell out of town. It's a joke. And that's why, like, if I'm a Las Vegas local, I don't want to support this team at all. And that's why I'm still mad that they're following the Raiders after signing that 10-year lease in 2014 when the Raiders wanted to take down the Coliseum and build 2 new ballparks for the A's and for the Raiders. But the A's were like, no, we're rooted in Oakland. We're committed to the city. And now Dave Kaval and John Fisher are uprooting the team and taking them to Las Vegas. And now I got to hear this clown, Rob Manfred, be disrespectful to the city of Oakland and the fans of Oakland. Here's one more piece of sound that's going to piss me off this morning of Rob Manfred essentially lying through his teeth and saying that Oakland never had a plan to keep the A's in the Bay Area.
And I hear from them. I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland. I do not like this outcome. I understand why they feel the way they do. I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer, okay? I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
And look, there's a couple things you can dive into here from these comments from Rob Manfred. And him just saying Oakland never had a plan, to me, seems like a lie. And that's why the Oakland mayor's office put out a response yesterday, like, what about this Howard terminal that we've been working on? And again, I don't want to dive into the deep divings of politics and who's lying to make themselves sound better, this or that. And I even said it on the show yesterday, Oakland does have to take some responsibility for this. No matter how you want to slice it, this city is going to lose 3 major sport franchises. The A's, the Raiders, and the Warriors. Now, I mentioned them maybe rebuilding on the Oakland Coliseum site. I mentioned the Howard Terminal bill that they wanted. But it's also interesting that the A's wanted above and beyond down at the Howard Terminal. They wanted 50 acres of land. They wanted all this room for real estate and housing and all that stuff. And now they're going to settle for a 9-acre, 30,000 capacity ballpark on the Strip of Las Vegas. Again, I don't know how those numbers are going to do. I don't know if this local team is going to support them. And I don't know if tourists are going to be flying in on a Tuesday night to watch the A's play the Tampa Bay Rays. Again, you can point your fingers at whoever you want. The bottom line is it doesn't sound like there's going to be baseball in Oakland, whether it's with the A's or whether it's with the expansion team. All the steps are almost complete. It's up to the MLB owners now, but I mentioned it yesterday as well. What do we think the Dodgers are going to think about giving the Giants the entire Northern California region? What do you think the Padres are going to say about that? What about the Angels? What about the Colorado Rockies? What about the Seattle Mariners? The Giants would just have a stranglehold on the entire West Coast, or for most of it, Northern California up through Oregon. I mean, hell, we're on 50,000 watts. I know people check in from Portland, Oregon all the time, down in Fresno, California. We are the Giants' flagship radio station, but there is still a small possibility that maybe the owners will come inside with the fans of the Oakland A's. We've seen it before with the Giants when they were talking about moving to Tampa. Hell, we've seen it with the Sacramento Kings when they were talking about moving back to Seattle. Maybe the owners will step in and save the franchise. It seems unlikely, but here was Buster Olney yesterday, or actually this morning on ESPN, talking about the next move for the A's and if there's any chance that we will still have baseball in Oakland.
The A's have to formally apply to Major League Baseball to move their franchise. That will be reviewed by the commissioner's office, by a special committee, and then other owners would have to approve a deal. And look, throughout baseball history, there are myriad examples of franchise moves that have blown up in the 24th hour. Is it still possible that Oakland steps in, the city of Oakland steps in and gives them a deal and keeps them there? Yes, it's still possible, but extremely unlikely at this point. This is the closest we've seen of the A's moving out of Oakland in almost 6 decades.
Yeah, we've been talking about this story for a while. Like I said, I've seen it. I've lived through it with the Raiders. We've seen it with the Warriors, even though they only moved from Oakland to San Francisco, and now we're seeing it in live time with the Oakland A's. Rob Manfred saying that there's not going to be baseball in Oakland. Buster Olney saying maybe there's a chance it gets blown up in the 24th hour, but it's looking more and more likely that the A's are headed to Las Vegas. Ugh, I hate even saying those words, but, shout out the state of Las Vegas. I know they'll be hosting a championship parade this weekend for the Golden Knights, but on the other side, let's get into some good vibes on a Friday and talk about the parade from the Denver Nuggets hosting their first NBA title parade in 47 years. Nikola Jokic, Mike Malone, and our guy Aaron Gordon turning up and having a good time. Let's get back to the Friday vibes on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Just an incredible victory for the Nuggets. This will be 5 consecutive road wins. They win both games 3 and 4 here in Miami. Now will take a commanding 3-1 lead here in these NBA Finals as they head back to a place that's one of the toughest places to win for a road team, back in the Mile High City in Denver. And Denver Nuggets are 1 win away from their first ever NBA title. A spectacular performance on the road here in Game 4.
The Denver Nuggets wrapping up Game 4 and then wrapping up Game 5 and winning their first ever NBA championship in 47 years. And folks, it's time to celebrate on a Friday morning. And I will remind you that this is the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher, taking you up to 6 a.m. with my guy Overnight Dave behind the glass. And there's one thing I love about the tradition of the leadoff spot. Even before I was on the show, when my boy Copes was hosting, was him and Overnight Dave on Thursday mornings, reminding everybody that on Thursdays, we start drinking at noon. And Dave, you want to hit the drop right here just to refresh the memory of all of our listeners?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Nobody gets to interrupt it, and I love it, man, because when our show ends on a Thursday, I know it's only 6 a.m. in the morning, but it is kind of like that checkpoint. We're midway through the week, and I love going out to a day game, go watch some Giants ball, and start drinking at noon. Well, you know who else likes to start drinking at noon? The Denver Nuggets, who celebrated their first ever NBA title yesterday by, in so fact, drinking at noon. Because if you checked out any of these celebrations yesterday, the Denver Nuggets were having one hell of a time. Whether it was our guy Aaron Gordon tapping into Modelo time, some sound we'll have for you in just a little bit. Whether it was KCP chugging beers with fans, catching beers on the top of the bus, smashing them together like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Whether it was Mike Malone out here wearing a shirt that literally said, "Put it in your pipe and smoke it." Of course, the drop that we love so much after Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets eliminated the Los Angeles Lakers. Mike Malone took the podium and told people to put it in your pipe and smoke it. Well, yesterday, Denver Nuggets fans were putting a lot of things in their pipe and smoking it to celebrate their first NBA title in 47 years.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Thank you, Dave. Love that soundbite.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
And that was literally on the shirt that Mike Malone was wearing yesterday. And we have some great sound from Mike Malone, who was out there on the streets on the parade route looking like Paul Wall with some stunner shades on and a big old necklace on. The only
enthusiastic fire emoji.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I would describe Mike Malone's outfit, an enthusiastic fire emoji in the entire parade.
Enthusiastic fire emoji.
Of turning up. And you know who was actually enthusiastic? Nikola Jokic, the man that was complaining about the parade after winning the title earlier this week. Remember we played the sound? Jokic saying, "Oh, when's this parade? Thursday? I got to go home. I got to get to my horses." Well, before he got to the horses, he got to enjoy the moment. And yesterday, it looked like Nikola Jokic was your buddy that you used to have to beg to come out with you to go to the bars. The guy that he was always saying, "Oh, I hate going out. I don't want to drink. Not tonight, man. I can't go out tonight." And then 5-10 minutes later, he's chugging beers, dancing on top of the VIP table in a section he's not even supposed to be in. And I was like, wait, I thought this guy didn't want to come out tonight. Now he's having one of the best nights of his life. That was the Joker yesterday. The clips of him dancing, the clips of him singing, the clips of him chugging a few beers as well. Well, here was Nikola Jokic yesterday at the parade, giving his speech about the parade and how it turned into one of the best days of his life.
You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I fucking want to stay on parade. This is the best.
Oh! Dump that one, Dave. I thought for sure we had that edited, but that was Nikola Jokic saying, yeah, you know, I don't want to go to this blanking parade. Now we're at the blanking parade. I don't know how that one slid through, but hey, maybe some of our guys were drinking at noon over here in the bullpen as well. But I'll tell you one guy who also started drinking at noon, started drinking right at the beginning of the parade, was Aaron Gordon, a guy that we've been kind of praising for being one of our own here in the Bay Area, a guy that's from San Jose, and you know here in San Jose we love our Modelos. It's Modelo time, fool. Well, here was Aaron Gordon yesterday being asked if it's hit him yet, the fact that he's an NBA champion, but instead it was something else that was hitting him.
Is it hitting you that you're an NBA champion yet, or you still need time?
You want to know what's hitting me is those Modelos.
I love that. You know what's hitting me is those Modelos. And I also saw Aaron Gordon smoking a few things on top of a few buses. Hey, I'm not throwing any allegations out there, but it's also legal in Denver, in Colorado. And that's why if you want to check in with our guy Tim Lincecum, he'll tell you.
Hey, this is Tim Lincecum. Legalize it, don't criticize it. Now back
put
to
that in your
Giants
pipe, you
baseball
smoke
on
it.
KNBR 680.
Yeah, now back to the leadoff spot. And yes, we will put it in your pipe and smoke it. Maybe we will be doing the same thing since it's legal here in California. But I got to say, from the fans to the players, the interaction back and forth, you want to talk about this guy, Christian Braun, who balled out as a rookie in the NBA playoffs. He was straight up pulling a J.R. Smith, running around the entire parade with his shirt off. I saw a clip of him going into a bar and pulling tequila shots straight into the mouth of Denver Nuggets fans. And apparently, he actually threw a beer to a random Nuggets fan on the street. Shout out to my guy Isaiah, who we're about to hear from. A classic interview of what happened yesterday during the parade, the interaction between Christian Braun and this random Denver Nuggets fan.
Isaiah, you had the greatest moment of your life. Tell me, there was eye contact involved.
Oh, yeah, no, dude. As soon as he tossed me that brewski, I already had to do what I had to do, man. I opened up that straight bear claw on him, and I was just like, "Chaw, baby," you know what I mean?
Drank it.
And as soon as I seen it, I was like, I know what I got to do. Looked at my boy, said, "This is for us." Bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you made eye contact with him, and they threw you a beer?
Yeah, no, literally, yeah. Like, because like, I was hyping up the crowd, and he gauged it, and then he just like looked right at me, and I was like, dude, I'm the one, bro. Come on, send it my way. And as soon as he did, he launched it. I caught it, and it's just a history story after that. You know what I mean? There's plenty of history being made right now, and I guess I'm part 2 of it. I don't know.
And how did that beer from Christian Braun taste? And say it without cursing this time.
Probably one of the best beers I've ever had in my life. I understand what they mean now when Coors is brewed in the Rockies, because that went down super smooth, you know. And all I got to say is shout out to him, man. I really appreciate it. And let's just say, one of the best days of my life. Let's go, Nuggets. We're going to get it next year.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my guy, Isaiah. I think that perfectly encapsulates what it's like to be at a parade. And hell, here in the Bay Area, we've seen him before.
And say it without cursing this time.
Probably one of the best beers I've ever had in my life.
And how about that, giving some love to Coors Light? The mountains are always blue up in Denver. But hell, we've seen it 3 times here with the Giants marching up Market Street. I remember last summer, I was literally on the parade route behind the bus of Klay Thompson, getting sprayed down with champagne, asking Draymond Green if I could get a shot of tequila, following Steph Curry around as he's interacting with the fans. It was one of my best memories of my life. That's why I always brag about my key card to get into the building here. Somehow still has confetti from last year's parade. But now the confetti is falling down on Denver. We heard from Nikola Jokic saying that he loves this blinking parade. Aaron Gordon talking about Modelo time. Well, here's the man that told you to put it in your pipe and smoke it. Mike Malone, who maybe had a few beers himself. Here he was filming himself on stage saying that the Nuggets are going to run it back and then telling Nuggets fans to maybe put something in their pipe and smoke it.
I got guys like Bruce Brown. Come here, Bruce. Hey, y'all tell me, is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we run this shit back. We run this shit back. Hell yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Like, dude, I would not expect that. I actually am surprised, Nate Diaz. That's something Nate would say after his fight.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Get high. Get high. That's the head coach of an NBA team. That's Michael Malone out there saying we're going to run this ass back and then straight up telling the crowd, get high. Get high. Great stuff yesterday from the Nuggets parade, and I'm sure they're probably still celebrating. They'll be celebrating all weekend long. Some great moments from this parade. Awesome stuff, and it's cool. As much as I hate the Denver Broncos, I can at least give some credit to the Denver Nuggets winning their first title in NBA history. Putting in the pipe and smoking and getting high this weekend. I can't wait to play that sound for Murph and Mac in the cooler of content today. And on the other side,
in your pipe, you smoke it.
We'll put it in our pipe and smoke it and get ready for Murph and Mac on a Friday morning. And it is
enthusiastic fire emoji.
It is a reggae Friday. It's an enthusiastic fire reggae Friday.
Fire emojis.
Thank you, Gabe. We'll get you ready for the Giants and Dodgers matchup this weekend. It's Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning. Get high, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, fun show this morning on the Leadoff Spot, getting you ready for a Father's Day weekend. And, of course, shout out to all the fathers listening this morning on the Leadoff Spot and the Murphy Mac Show. Ken Boucher, Overnight Dave, Paulie Mac, Brian Murphy, all the dads in our life. And boys, before we go, I know it's 6 a.m., but we got some breaking news this morning.
Another dad story.
Thank you. Another dad story.
You can't be a junior without a senior, right?
No, because the Golden State Warriors have announced that Mike Dunleavy Jr. will be taken over as the Golden State Warriors GM in place of Bob Myers.
Well, there it is. That just broke Woj tweet at 5:51 a.m. So you're getting that within 10 minutes here of the news breaking. Obviously not a huge surprise. That was the leading candidate all along, and he's been in the building, former Warrior, all that stuff. So, I mean, yeah, we'll have to parse this out. It's going to be very, I'd imagine, sort of a similar style to Myers.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a player-friendly guy. But does he have Myers' personal touch, that Myers had?
That's going to be the question.
We had Dunleavy on. You knew when Raymond gave him to us in the interview. He's like, you guys can have Dunleavy. I was like, oh, He's coming in. So
that's it. But here's the thing: Mike Dunleavy not official till 13 more days because Bob Myers got to work out the rest of his contract.
Right. So it says here he will replace Bob Myers, who said doesn't. I don't see any date here.
Yeah, me neither.
He finalized talks on Thursday with Lego. It's funny because I saw Zaza posted a Instagram story from Ibiza at a wedding. And Lacob was there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Out in Ibiza.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's almost better than the Giants being at Disneyland yesterday.
My kid turned me on to that, and I was all over those pictures. Jock going through the Matterhorn line or whatever, the Fast Pass and all that. So, how about the Sable and Webb out at Star Wars Land? Too. They looked like they were a little hyped.
They're kind of geeking out, but honestly, I'm not a fan of the new. I haven't even been yet, but I'm not a fan of Disney buying out Star Wars and Marvel.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing.
I show up to Disneyland to see Mickey Mouse and Goofy, not Han Solo and Captain America.
It's definitely a thing. We're getting mergers and acquisitions, and
as George Costanza would say, worlds are colliding.
Worlds are colliding.
We're going
worlds are colliding,
Jerry.
I gotta say, because we were there in last April, and it was like, what am I doing? Why is Luke here? Why is Yoda
ask
here?
for Luke, not
too
today.
much Star Wars stuff
Kids
going
were
on.
into it, though. They're all into it.
Can I get Goofy, not Boba Fett?
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
I need my boy Pluto to get some more respect.
Right, totally.
Goofy's so 20th century.
Is he?
You know what I mean? So, but anyway, that was fun. I mean, listen, another, like the Giants rising up. The kids are here. They're going to Disneyland. Although, I mean, Paulie, get your Gabe at Disneyland riffs going. Although
I've always enjoyed Space Mountain. The time travel fascinates me.
I mean, we could just go on and on and on, really, right?
Yeah.
I particularly enjoy the genderless nature of Goofy or
first of all, that's
Pluto.
It's the right question. It's the replication of the G-force that I enjoy very much.
Pluto was very forward-thinking and not identifying as either a male animal or a female animal.
There's some dark history with Disney. That's why I didn't go yesterday.
By the way, what is Pluto, by the way? What is Pluto?
He's a dog.
What are we talking, gender?
Sure, Pluto's a dog, and Pluto's
a dog, but then isn't Goofy a dog
Goofy,
also? But Goofy's allowed to talk and has a house, but my boy Pluto's in a doghouse.
That's not fair.
When Dave said Goofy had a better agent.
True story.
Disrespect to Pluto. I'm a Pluto guy.
Gabe was not at Disneyland, though. The reason why I say this is because on his Instagram, he and his son were out in search of the perfect burger.
The perfect burger.
Okay, well, I wonder what that means.
They went to a place called Humble Potato, and he was taking food porn shots. Of fries, but you don't think he ate like one bite, right?
No,
it's covered in cheese.
I think he's going back to remember the story about how he used to eat popsicles when he would suck on the popsicle and then spit it out so he didn't indulge in the calories.
He had one fry, suck the fry and put it back.
One fry. Get the salt off this fry.
I've never seen this guy eat a carb ever, right?
I'd like you to de-salt this if you could.
Really? Is that what you imagine, Murph?
Although he said, sneaky good braised beef.
Again,
let the guy go.
OD, my guy. Great stuff as always. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everybody this weekend. Hope you enjoy some good baseball. Giants and Dodgers this weekend. Also got Yankees, Red Sox, and you got Stanford out in Omaha in the College World Series. Plenty of baseball to talk about on the Murph and Mac Show this morning, and you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station. Happy Father's Day. You're listening to the Murph and Mac Show on a Reggae Friday, and it all starts right now.
Ooh, 6:05. Yeah, my goodness, 6:05. We apologize for you routine heads. If you're in a routine, that's, and you know me, Paulie. I'm a routine guy.
Well, yogurt lids, there's a lot involved. There's several steps involved in the routine.
Yogurt lids, so early 2010s.
How did you do on a Friday? Now it's a reggae Friday.
Now I do the hard-boiled eggs.
Okay, well, that's fine. I know there's a process involved.
Then I leave eggshells in the sink and they get mad at me.
Right, and doesn't usually Tripoli roll up behind you while you're like
Once again, brother. Once again.
Yeah, he's right on your ass.
Once again.
Yeah.
I mean...
I'm telling you, he's right, waiting in the shadows. I'm still convinced.
He's tucked away.
The
odds that he frickin' doesn't
He waits
concur?
for you. No, he waits. I'm telling you, he parks in a dark shadow.
Well, I wish he wouldn't.
Sees you coming, and boom, he hits his lights. Here I am, Murph. Right
I wish
on
he
you.
wouldn't. Sometimes I want to start my day without walking in with Tripoli.
And plus,
You know
if
what I mean?
he is,
I love him, but sometimes I got to walk in and just like
you want to collect yourself.
Collect my thoughts.
Yes, Murph. You want to walk down what is it? What is the street we turn on?
Broadway. Well, this is
Front
Broadway,
Street, right? We park on Front. Where do we park?
Park on Front. Okay. We turn on Broadway.
Murph, you need those couple of minutes to yourself when you're walking down Front Street. You want to step over the trash like a gentleman, on your own, over the multiple dumpsters.
All right. Well, we're riffing, we're having fun, we're laughing, but man, oh man, what a day yesterday for the Vegas A's.
I know, man. I don't think it's such a downer.
I say the Vegas A's. There's talk that they may be called the Nevada A's.
Well, listen.
How about that? To try to market the whole. I read John Shea's piece said if they called them the Nevada A's, they would be able to invade Reno, which is a Giants market.
Oh, boy.
So there you go.
Larry's back on the Peloton now.
There you go.
Yeah, with the phone book.
Exactly.
Yeah, with his gloves.
And by the way,
fingerless gloves.
If they are called the Nevada A's, I don't know if I can handle it because the entire nation would call them the Nevada A's, and I would lose my mind.
Yeah, that would be tough for you.
That's one of those things that drives me nuts. It's not that hard. Nevada. Don't say Nevada.
You know what I mean?
Like Mike Greenberg of ESPN's a huge Nevada guy.
You know who else I think is too? He leans into it super hard. It's Stephen A.
Stephen A? Nevada.
Yeah, big time.
Why are the A's going to Nevada?
Yeah.
We respect all our listeners in Nevada. But anyway, if they do get called the Nevada A's, then we're going to just have them mispronounced for centuries by the East Coast establishment. But either way, yeah. And Manfred, what a disgusting performance. This guy's unbelievable.
Look at his grill. Just look at the guy's grill. Just the face. We got a photo of him in the studio. It's like a tool. You know?
The thing is, I would bury this guy wholeheartedly, but he did give me the pitch clock, which I like. So that's a problem.
You know who rejects the pitch clock, by the way?
Who?
As heard on the newest installment of the Jockcast, Creative Tony. Former pitcher.
Come on, Tony.
Doesn't like the pitch clock.
What are you doing, buddy?
Well, he says games are going too fast now. I'm not kidding. He says, you got to talk to him about it. You know, you guys will engage in a few baseball back and forths. He'll be ready to hold his ground.
You know what I say to Tony? You'll get over it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's picking up the pace.
It's crisp as hell.
Yeah, it's a good word, crisp.
Crisp as hell.
Yeah.
But it is, I will confess to Tony, there is a slight adjustment in your brain that the brain you have in sitting down to watch a game, you got to kind of adjust.
We talked about that, yeah.
You got to kind of adjust your brain. Once you adjust, you're great. So anyway, yeah, if everybody knows by now, the governor signed it in Nevada, and then Manfred came out and spoke yesterday, and the guy was just an absolute disgrace, talking about how Oakland had no plan at all. Now listen, I'm not absolving Oakland in this whole thing. There's always two sides to every story, just like the Niners are in Santa Clara because of both John York and Gavin Newsom. Both those guys have blood on their hands.
Y'all.
But and Oakland, listen, Oakland made life hard. They wanted to go to Laney College. They shut them down. You know, they wanted to go to Howard Terminal. See, here's the thing that people have brought up that makes no sense. Cavill and Fisher were insisting that Howard Terminal be a multi-use hotel residential complex. We need a whole market. We need a village. Then they go to Vic. They got none of that.
No.
They just got a little 9-acre park.
They're surrounded by casinos, really.
Some might call that hypocrisy. How's that?
Well, that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean,
why the desire to leave the 6th largest market for the 40th largest market so fast, so hot, so hard? I mean, and Manfred just out here just greenlighting the whole damn thing. Letting Fisher let this team rot.
Yeah.
Not even caring about competitive balance and all that. And then going out and defending the hell out. Guy's a disgrace.
Yeah, I agree.
Total disgrace.
So
and now when Kai Correa calls in a score now, how can we... I always call Manfred a suit, but now should I just call him, I don't know, a disgrace?
Cadaver. Yeah.
A cadaver.
Cadaver with shoes on.
Put it in the books, cadaver.
You know what I'm saying? Cadaver face. Yeah.
How's the rest of your Thursday, buddy?
It was pretty chill. Pretty chill last night.
You watch anything good?
I finished up all my Walton stuff, which was
good. Were they good?
Yeah, and now there's on the back end with something else you can look forward to. They go really in depth on the 86 season. Here's something, for example, I never knew until I watched this last night. When Walton won the Sixth Man of the Year with the 86 Boston Celtics, some say one of the greatest teams of all time, maybe the greatest, depending on who you talk to. They went 40-1 at home that year. How about this? Walton played by injuries his whole career. That year in 86, Walton played 80 games. It's astounding. That's the highest number of games he ever played, including when he won a title in Portland. So anyway, the back end, there's a lot of great Celtic stuff. Larry Bird, great interviews with Robert Parrish. He's hilarious, by the way. He calls him William. He goes, I'll tell you what, when William got mad at practice, he was going to block everything.
William.
And they all give him a lot of play. Murph, Larry Bird's out here, if I may just try to fit in on the streets. Larry Bird's out here giving him his flowers, extensively giving him his flowers. Anyway, so I finished my Walton 30 for 30. It's great.
How did they end it? Is there a poignant ending with him by the river again?
Extremely poignant. And by the way, Jerry Garcia Band becomes a factor in this whole thing. I'm telling you what. So you have to go through some really difficult spinal surgeries.
Well, in his book, he opens the book by saying he wants to die.
They explore that. It gets dark. It gets pretty damn dark, actually. He talks about, like, how he was in that moment where he was trying to make a decision. Do I want to continue to live? It gets very heavy.
Damn.
And then he says, he had a spinal surgery. There was a little bit of hope there. And then they said, well, what got you back up on your feet? And he goes, 2 things. The weight room and listening to Jerry Garcia.
He honestly said that?
Yeah, and then they fade in the Jerry Garcia. And you know what they're playing, dude? I'm telling you, you get teary. I guarantee you're going to get emotional. It's built that way. It's built to get you emotional. They fade in Jerry singing "A Bright Side of the Road" by Van Morrison. You got no chance at that point. You got no chance.
Wow.
Anyway, so I finished up, you need to catch up. That's my direct order, dude. You have to get all this in you. The UCLA alone, and I know you love the 86 Celtics. It's all waiting for you, buddy.
It is. It's all waiting for me.
Go dive in.
It's all waiting for me. I'll get on it. So thanks for that review.
What about you? What'd you do on a chill Thursday?
What else am I doing? My entire life is dedicated to this group of 11-year-old all-stars.
What else am I doing?
I'm out there. I get there early to rake and water. We practice late.
What
I
else
get
am I
home.
doing?
You evaluate it. You eat dinner. You go to bed, man.
And then you get up and do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to do it again. And we don't play till a week from Saturday.
Now, knowing what I know about Murph, and that's, I would say, pretty extensive at this point, can we still work in a Friday night Stinson Beach? Or am I asking too much?
Guess what? Guess what Coach Brian said? Friday practice cut short. We're all going to Stinson.
This is what I like to hear from you.
Making the team go
That's
out.
what. Wow.
So it's the team
whole family affair.
The whole team.
Okay.
This is what you call probably team bonding.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it is.
You know what I mean? So I turned the Stinson Friday into a team event.
I love it, man. Enjoy that.
So we'll be
Stinson
out there.
Beach for life.
Yeah. Well, that's the best part is don't tell anybody. When you go in on a Friday around 5:30, they're all leaving. You're coming in.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
nice.
But don't tell anybody.
You're coming in.
Don't
I like
tell
that.
anybody.
Good. I'm not saying nothing.
Hey, guys, listen. The Vegas A's story obviously going to be a monster story all day.
Yeah.
But Giants, Dodgers, guys.
Oh, dude, I'm fired up.
Giants,
Let's go.
fresh off their
Let's go.
Disneyland trip. There they all are, man.
Dodgers a little wobbly right now, too. I'm telling you, it's a good time to go down there.
They wound up pulling it out last night. They pulled it out. They were down 4-0. I thought they were going to lose, and then Taylor hit a grand slam, and then they won an extra. So they are, but you're right. They're not playing awesome.
Not great.
They've lost 4. I mean, they've only won 4 of their last 10, but they did win last night. They are 39-30. The Giants are 36-32. So they're 2.5 up on the Giants.
It's about as good of a position the Giants could be in going into the series.
I mean, this is. Oh, and by the way, the Giants finally did announce one starter, John Brebbia, tonight against TBD, and then Saturday they don't know against Bobby Miller, and then Sunday Logan Webb.
Okay, a little stability. Thank God.
110.
A real starter.
Fresh off of his Star Wars journey with Blake Sable.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe the two will turn that Star Wars magic into something. I don't know. All right, it's a reggae Friday.
I'm calling for the equality of all Jawas and Ewoks.
Seriously.
As we go forward.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We got guys firing 62s at U.S. Opens. It's bonkers out there. And we'll be right back with guest list. It's a robust guest list, I might add, on Friday, Reggae Friday, KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
I've always been a reggae guy.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhanzadi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Major League debut of Luis Matos. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. I'm told he agreed on a deal. He'll move up in the front office to replace Bob Myers, who stepped down a couple weeks ago after 4 championships, 11 years on the job. And this makes a lot of sense for the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr. came into the organization as a player out of Duke. Was the 3rd overall pick back in 2002, started his career in Golden State, and then came back with Bob Myers, started as a scout, moved up in the front office. And now Mike Dunleavy Jr., who has relationships all over the organization, at the top with Joe Lacob, their owner, but then with Steve Kerr, their coach, and of course the key players in Golden State.
There it is. That just broke within the last half hour. I mean, obviously not a shocker. And I would say if there's just the theme, the one-word headline is continuity. That's it. It's continuity. And whereas when the Giants fired Bobby Evans, man, they went a whole different direction. They brought in a dude from the Dodgers and the A's who came in with a binder and a computer and a whole different mindset. Yeah. And so that was a huge deal, like far anxiety in the new era of the Giants. Whereas this is, this is as close as you're going to get to Bob Myers. You know what I mean? Right down to the height. They're both tall, slender men. You know what I mean? Like you fire Bob Myers. You don't fire Bob Myers. Bob Myers walks away at 6'6", 210, And you don't go hire a 5'2", 280-pound guy, you know? So Dunleavy kind of looks like Myers. You know, he dresses like Myers.
Well, he's got that NBA physique, yeah.
And he obviously was Myers' running mate for the last several years. They were kind of arm in arm. So continuity is the theme. Nothing too disruptive. Now, how's his relationship with Draymond Green? You know, he asked that right away. How does he feel about Johnny Kuminga?
That's actually a huge part of the puzzle, too, is how this person will get along with Draymond Green, because he's so temperamental, and Bobby Myers knew exactly how to play that. He knew exactly how to kind of roll with Draymond, take care of Draymond when he needed that, be tough on him when he needed that. That's I think, a really interesting point you bring up right there.
You know what, Paul? You know when we'll find out? When Draymond drops a pod. You know?
Yeah, well, no kid, which won't be long.
I mean,
he's good for at least 2 a week.
He dropping summer pods, or is he on summer vacation?
To be honest, I kind of dropped out. I don't know. We'll talk to Marcus about it.
Don't get this podcast.
Did he go last day of school? Marcus is all settled. He made the major commute from our studio
right over there.
Which, by the way, you can see.
Yeah.
If you go to KNBR.com or our KNBR app, which I think is the preferred method.
Check out the app.
You can see our stream. You can see my orange face. For whatever reason, I remain orange. I'm not that orange in person, I don't think. I do have a little bit of that little youth coach sunburn going, but I'm dramatically orange in the Paulie looks great.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, actually, kind of looks slightly light green today.
Yeah, let's try to give me a green tint.
There's a light green.
That'd be good. Kind of a Marilyn Manson thing. Yeah.
Maybe there's a vague nausea about Paulie.
I'm going goth.
Are you seasick? You look a little seasick. And then in the rectangle is Marcus, the water boy.
I'm still campaigning for a bigger square for Marcus.
I know.
I don't know why they got them all minimized. It doesn't make any sense.
There's something, though, kind of
in fact, I'm
cool about being the rectangle. You're like the cool guy. You're like, I'm the guy in the rectangle.
It's almost like I'm watching you guys on top, like looking down, like I got to keep eyes on you two boys.
The great Rockwell once said, I always feel like Waterboy is watching me.
I feel like in an attempt to boost ratings, too, I feel like I got to start like managing Marcus. Like, Marcus, how far would you be willing to go to help our numbers? Would you be willing to work topless? Let's be honest. Because if you work topless, maybe we get a few more eyes on that square.
I damn think you're onto something.
Let's be honest.
I think you're onto something.
And I'm telling you right now, Marcus.
Left peck.
The key word is taste.
Yeah. Well, listen, he's a good-looking kid.
That's why I want to take advantage. Trying to maximize.
Waterboy, back to the original question, which is, Draymond hasn't dropped a pod lately, has he?
He was dropping them during the NBA Finals, kind of giving his reaction to a couple games, but I have not seen one recently, yeah.
What did he say about Jokic and the crew?
Well, he pretty much said that it was a done deal, that the Nuggets were going to take care of business, but this was also after he said that the Lakers were going to beat the Nuggets, so I kind of tuned out his playoff takes.
Okay, so he's like Charles Barkley, just making bad predictions.
His last podcast was last Saturday, a week ago tomorrow. That was his last week. Yeah.
Okay.
He's still good for him.
Hey, Draymond, tell us how we should feel about Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Well, you're not kidding. On this next one, I'm sure we'll get into it.
Well, yeah. And listen, there was the signature anecdote that was the beat writers, the Slaters of the world, the Connor Letourneaus, the C.J. Holmes, the Madeline Kinneys. They visibly saw Dunleavy in the weight room during the playoffs with Curry, Clay, and Dre. I picture them hanging on the tricep pull. You know what I mean? That's what I picture.
That's a good one.
Draping your arms over the tricep pull.
Yeah, that's a good exercise,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
Kind of daggling around. And I don't know if they staged it so the writers could see that. I'm sure they didn't. I'm just riffing. But anyway, so he's in the building. He knows them. He's got, He's been there since 2019.
Knows the whole culture, yeah.
And Lacob's like, I imagine his cell phone is blowing up now 5 to 20 times a day.
I expect to not miss a beat.
Yeah, I don't expect. Now the question is, did Lacob push around Myers? Or did Myers push back? I don't know. Does Dunleavy have that same sort of ability to kind of like spar with Lacob?
You got to kind of whiff of that. You could tell it's got to be really taxing to work for Joe Lacob. And there's a reason like Lacob is as successful as he is, but I'm sure he's extremely demanding of all his employees. And you could tell, like, with the way he was interacting with Myers in the press conference. That's right. You're mine till the 28th or whatever. Like
the 30th.
The 30th, yeah.
Oh, we got 2 more weeks.
See?
So, listen, this is all going to be played out in the next 6 days because the Jonathan Kuminga rumor is out there. Will the Warriors move Kuminga before draft day to move up to a top 10 draft pick to draft, presumably, a Kuminga type? This is kind of the unusual thing because Kuminga's like the bright, talented, athletic future, unless there's some sort of chemistry problem or a role issue that he doesn't want, or they're going to draft somebody with a different style, maybe a shooter. I don't know. You're me, I'm you. We keep Kuminga. Right?
I like Kuminga, but it wouldn't shock me if they
we don't know what's
him.
going on inside the building in terms of his unhappiness level. And all that,
right, and you
Marcus.
can't have that.
That's the thing, because going back to what me and Paulie were talking about yesterday, Murph, of course you were included in the conversation, but we all remember the post-game conference after they got eliminated by the Lakers. And within 5 minutes, Steve Kerr, this is not a championship team. Yeah. Draymond Green, this wasn't a championship team. Steph Curry had to give a speech before Game 6 going up to Sacramento. If you're not with this team, then don't even get on the bus.
Right.
Yeah. Those raise red flags to me when you have a guy as young as Kuminga. If he's going to be a locker room problem, again, we don't know what's going on inside the locker room, but if there is a problem, that's why they might be looking to trade him.
We don't hear this about Moses Moody, right? Then again, there's the Jordan Poole question, too. You know, how does Dunleavy feel about Jordan Poole? We haven't heard any rumors on that so far.
It's been quiet with Poole.
But by the way, the NBA will give you their answers in a hurry. I got to give the NBA credit. When free agency opens, it goes down in like 6 hours. Everything happens. Boom, 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 boom. They're like, Jordan Poole's a Washington Wizard. Jonathan Kuminga's a Cleveland Cavalier. Bradley Beal's a Warrior. It happens in like 15 minutes.
It's like a feeding frenzy, yeah.
Yeah. If you look at it, guys, I mean, Kerr told us what he thinks of Kuminga. I'm looking at his game log against the Lakers. 10 minutes in game 3. What do we got? 10 minutes in game 3, or 10 minutes in game 2, 9 minutes in game 3, 2 minutes in game 5, 4 minutes in game 6.
Yeah, 10 is probably his high.
And that was in the blowout. That was the 127 to 100
not getting on the floor at all.
And speaking of Draymond Green's podcast that came out after the Warriors were eliminated, we did play some sound from Draymond Green when we had Steve Kerr on his podcast, and they talked a lot about the Heat culture and how those bench guys, those undrafted free agents, aren't complaining about playing time.
In the entire playoffs between the Kings series and the Lakers series, he averaged 6 minutes on the floor.
Well, the worst thing about it is if they do deal Kuminga, I'm going to have to cut this back. I don't want to cut this back. I enjoy this.
Kuminga.
Yeah.
He's 20.
Yeah, he's a little puppy.
He's 20. He's younger than Luis Matos, dude. Who, by the way, was at Disneyland. How about Matos joins the club? He gets at Disneyland.
I saw those photos. Yeah, I'm glad I saw those.
He was there with Tyro and Flores. I guess that's going to be the three amigos now, the three Venezuelans.
Shout out to the replica Millennium Falcon. I'm like not even that big of a Star Wars nerd. That thing looked pretty awesome. I gotta say, I want to go fly that thing.
I gotta tell you, the Star Wars ride. I can't even call it a ride. I call it the experience.
Okay.
It's a whole thing. It's easily the best immersive ride at Disneyland. Whereas, like, you go on the Matterhorn, you get your neck jerked around for about a minute and a half, and you get off,
go home,
walk off with some lumbar issues. You know what I mean? That thing takes some tight turns in those small cars. But the Star Wars thing, Paulie, is a full-on experience.
Yeah, no, that thing looked awesome. We walk in,
then they shut the door on us. Now we're inside the Falcon or whatever.
Are you?
The Death Star. We're inside the Death Star.
Okay,
and then we get
better.
Literally, they have hired actors who come out from the Imperial Army and they kidnap you. I had some woman, she wasn't joking around, too. She was like in my grill. She's like, get over here. I'm like, no. She's like, get over there. She's like, go. I'm like, whoa. She's like, stand on that orange X.
See, I need that.
And I stood on it. She goes, stand on the X. I'm like, whoa. Yeah,
like, you know me, though. I would have been like, hey, can you do me a favor? Make these cuffs a little tighter. Let's get into this. Let's see where this goes. Let's explore this.
I'm
going to submit. Do whatever you got to do.
So then you get kidnapped. Then you go into this like prison, and then you got to break out. That's the whole thing. You got to break out.
How the hell do you do that?
Well, they kind of help you on that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
is there a lightsaber involved? Do you get one in your hand?
You go on a wild. Then you escape on the Falcon. You escape on the little ship that leaves the Death Star, and then they come at you.
This sounds awesome.
And you're getting tossed this way and that way, and the lasers are coming, and and the whole thing lasted, I want to say, like 20 minutes. Damone country, Paulie. Whereas, like I said, you get on whatever. It's a small world, and although I do love It's a Small World.
Well, now you're going back in time
because It's a Small World's bang for your buck. There's usually a shorter line and a pretty long ride.
Right. Well,
it's
so
nice and
dated.
cool, and it's cool in there too.
When do you think that thing hit the scene? Like the 60s? I mean, that thing goes.
The Disneyland opened in 55. I'm going to say that thing. I'm going to say that ride has not changed an iota since 55.
So like Don Draper rode that ride. Yeah,
yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he was blown away. He probably got an idea.
Well, he probably made out with somebody while he was on the ride. Yeah.
Can I say this? He probably got laid.
Well, you want to take it that next step. You're probably right.
Anyway, guys, so the Giants were in Disneyland. They're doing the Ted Lasso team bonding thing.
Yeah.
And they go into Dodger Stadium feeling pretty good. The Warriors have a new GM, and the A's are on their way to Nevada. Watery, do you have an opinion on calling them the Nevada A's versus the Vegas A's?
Yeah, I think it sounds pretty dumb.
Do you think they might do that, though, to market for marketing.
I think they will, but we were talking about this yesterday off air. I believe San Francisco is actually closer to Reno than Reno is to Las Vegas.
I think you're right.
And we know there's a lot of Giants fans up in that Tahoe, Reno area, so I know they might try to get some of that market, but I don't know. We're not calling them the Nevada Raiders all of a sudden.
No, we're not.
No, you're not. Well, that's because I like the sizzle. Angie Dickinson used to perform in Vegas.
Nice.
218 miles from Reno to San Francisco. In driving distance from, there's no way Vegas is less than 218 miles.
No, it's a lot more.
It's got to be more than that. It's a big old state now, Nevada. You ever get at 347?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we're the closer market.
By the way, shout out the parts of Nevada that are not Reno and Vegas. That's a whole thing. You ever been out there to, Elko? You ever been out there? Oh, yeah. DJ Rob B country, buddy.
Nice.
DJ Rob
That's
B
where
country.
I want to be.
In fact, that's where he grew up.
Nice.
And there's some other spots too. The Lost Highway. Oh, yeah. He gets a little some stuff going on. You might get some aliens out there. You know what I mean?
That's where I should probably be.
And then shout out Carson City, where this whole thing went down, the old silver mining town. Talk about regrets. They chose it as their capital back in the 1800s when it was silver mining, which was hot for like 2 years, silver mining. And they made the capital in Carson City. Now Carson City is like nothing, and all the legislators have to be there. So anyway, that's where it all went down. And then shout out the old wooden sidewalks of a Virginia city.
Okay, sure.
You ever get to Virginia City, Waterboy?
No.
I think your next chapter is to explore the non-Vegas, non-Reno, Nevada.
That's your next assignment, Mark.
Yeah, you should just stay on the state line up in Tahoe.
You know Tripoli's coming in now because he fancies himself in Nevada.
He's probably snowboarded up there.
Guy,
he's going to have all that stuff.
All right, guest list, Waterboy, on a Reggae Friday, June 16. Paulie, look at this. Full light outside.
Well, I love it. I do. I love it, and I also love it's a Reggae Friday. I already sent my request in to
Marley,
Marcus.
as we always do.
Oh yeah, good way to start things off.
Always, you got to. I mean, it's like It's like at some point Springsteen has to play Born to Run.
I'd say so.
And so Waterboy has to start with Marley.
That's
right?
fine with me.
Of course. So you heard your Bob Marley this morning, and you're also here from another legend. How about ESPN's own Tim Kirchen coming on 7:15 today, talking Giants, Dodgers, talking Oakland A's, talking a bunch of baseball this morning.
Definitely the A's. I mean, this is huge because now I think it's happened in stages, and then yesterday just whew. Man, oh man. The governor signs it now. Now, MLB owners still have to approve it. Just to give you guys
You expect that to happen, though, right?
You expect it, although Ken Rosenthal in his piece in The Athletic raises questions about they got to prepare some papers that show the owners you're going to make money. You know, turns out the owners like money. By the way, so do I.
You got to prepare papers. A lot of pressure right there.
I was thinking about it. They said I got to read you.
What are you doing tonight? I'm home preparing some papers.
Oh, dude, they have to do so much stuff.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it. Here it is. Let me tell you what they got to do.
A lot of legalese involved.
Paulie, this is like, you got to require revenue projections, payroll projections, financing and construction plans for the new stadium, and other details. Dude, that's like my homework nightmare. Imagine that.
I'm not going into that.
Who does Fisher task with that? Oh, by the way, go do all that stuff. I'm going to be out at the country
payroll
club.
projections. Yeah,
I'm going to be playing golf at at San Francisco Golf Club. Yeah, you give me those projections.
Yeah,
John Fisher is going to be playing golf next to the Playboy Mansion, Murph.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Shout out to LA Country Club, which laid down like a lamb for the best golfers in the world. U.S. Open's supposed to make you bleed and cry.
Laid down like a lamb.
They dominated it yesterday. You don't play LACC. You dominate it. Yeah. And per our thoughts, Southern California kids, Ricky Fowler and Xander Schauffele, two SoCal kids. You feel it's something in the air there, buddy. Yeah. All right, what do we got? Kirchen at 7:15.
Kirchen 7:15, and then your Power Hour kicks off, of course, on a Friday morning. Mike Krukow getting you ready for Giants Dodgers.
What more do you need? What more do you need?
Nothing. I'm fired up for this.
John Brebbia versus TBD.
Let's go.
Dodgers pulled one out last night. They were down late, and Taylor hit a granny, and then they won an extra.
Blank them.
They're 2.5 up on the Giants.
You know what I say, Paulie?
Anyways, the Dodgers.
Totally. I'm feeling that big
Giants
today.
going in with that BDE, big Disneyland energy.
Ooh, Murph on that.
I like that, Murph. I like that. Look at you. Look at
Very
you.
nice.
Very nice. So we'll talk to Mike Krukow, 7:35. We'll hit you with the big hit in the cooler of content in the Power Hour, of course. And then we'll check in with Susan Slusser this morning, 8:35. Of course, she could talk both Giants and A's top storylines this weekend.
Yeah, well, she'll be all over the A's story for sure.
And then we'll continue the Giants-Dodger talk with ESPN's own Alden Gonzalez, who does a great job of covering the Dodgers down in SoCal.
Yes,
9:15, we'll check in with one of the voices of the San Francisco Giants, Dave Fleming.
Hey.
But we might have to check in on the College World Series with Stanford taking on Wake Forest this weekend also.
And the U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All things with Dave Fleming, 9:15. And then we're going to top it off talking about some Giants prospects with the Giants farm director, Kyle Haynes, at 9:35.
This is a big deal. This guy's one of the most important men in the building. This is the guy who says, yeah, Louis Matos, you can do this. Yeah, Marco Luciano, you can do that. So that's coming up late. All right, let's get ready. Kirchen at 7:15. We continue to ponder the Nevada A's, the non-Reno Vegas parts of Nevada, and what does Mike Dunleavy Jr. mean to your life? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Welcome to the Death Star, where our opponent's dreams come to die.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There is a lot of work to do, a lot of decisions to be made here in the next few weeks, starting with Draymond Green, who has a player option. Does he opt out, do a new deal? Does he go into free agency? Does he do an extension? At what number? And then Klay Thompson's future. He's heading into the last year of his deal, and there's a reckoning coming in Golden State with their spending. The new collective bargaining agreement is going to force them to have to make some difficult decisions over the next couple of years. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in the big seat now in Golden State to lead that decision-making process.
Well, there it is. Adrian Wojnarowski, accompanied by Rita Marley on Reggae Friday. Very good, Waterboy. It sounds good. By the way, just if you're born or marry into the Marley clan, you're automatically gifted with reggae talent?
Pretty much. That's the deal.
It doesn't work that way, does it?
That's how it goes down.
Is there a Fredo Marley who can't do reggae?
Bro, that's Fredo Marley. I'm smart. I can handle reggae. I can play rhythms.
I can do the beat.
I can
do
groove.
I can do the down
I can
beat.
smoke the pipe. Yeah. I hope there's a Fredo Marley. And you know what? There probably is. And I don't know if his name is Fredo.
Of the family.
Yeah, he's just sitting around making pottery or something like that.
Yeah, he's
like
actually,
he can't get into the reggae
He's actually
game.
doing death metal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's like sweeping up in the studio.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group.
Fredo Marley, dude.
Well, it's like every one of them does it.
And what would the reggae?
Like 17 Marleys doing music.
No, probably more than that. And what would the equivalent in the reggae community be like when they say they're like, we got to get Fredo out of here, send him to Vegas, just get him out of New York?
Well, what would be the opposite of
Where
Jamaica?
would they send
What's
like the Fredo
Minnesota?
Marley? Yeah,
Minnesota.
dude, like
All right.
like Des Moines or something. Yeah.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Also, as we continue to
This one from Fredo Marley. You know what I mean? Like guys shouting them out.
Getting you ready for Giants-Dodgers, the voice of the Dodgers, Joe Davis, who Paulie Mack once noticed suddenly was in his life. Joe Davis.
I turned around. There he was. He like materialized in my living room.
He joins Papa and Len today at 1:15.
And he's not going away. I expect Joe Davis to be a part of my life until my last breath on this planet. Joe Davis will be right there.
Hey, 408 asked a question that doesn't pertain to this segment, but it jumped out at me. How will the Giants vote on the A's move?
Great question. I hadn't even thought of that.
Wah, wah, wah. Larry Bear, abstain. The Giants abstain on the move.
Well,
dude, can you imagine that? Can you imagine the savage off the top rope? Giants vote yes. I mean, the savage, just final Sonny Corleone garbage pail to the head.
What are you gonna
after you've blocked him in San Jose, after you've done everything you can.
Well, this is going to be the Godfather moment for Larry.
You know what Larry would say? It's nothing personal, John. Or he'd say it's nothing personal, A's fans, because John wants this. He'd say it's not personal, A's fans. It's strictly business.
You're going to look over at Larry and be like, Larry, can you help us out one last time for old time's sake? Can't do it, Oakland. Can't do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, I say all this. It's Greg Johnson who would be casting the vote. Larry's like, why are you blaming me? He said Greg Johnson would be the one doing that. I wonder if Buster Posey's part of the Giants ownership.
Wow.
What if Buster stood up and made the Rebecca from Ted Lasso speech? What is wrong with you? Didn't you once love this game?
I don't think that speech is coming. Not in this situation. Yeah, you're not going to get that.
They'll be like the Nigerian guy who says at the end, all right, who wants to make some money, right? All right, guys. The story is Dunleavy Jr. becoming the Warriors GM, and the theme, to me, my answer is it just happened within the last 45 minutes. Continuity, right? That's the answer. There's no disruption here. There's no crazy outside-the-box thinking here. It shows you what Lacob's in. Lacob's like, we have him in the building. Keep him here. You know, I have his cell phone. I've already texted him 40 times today. So Mike Dunleavy Jr. joins it. He's kind of a Myers clone in many ways. He even looks like him. You know what I mean? Physically looks like the guy and about the same age, I think, aren't they? Or Dunleavy's probably a little bit younger. Let me look that up. But, you know.
Close. They're close,
The big question would be, of course, you know, how does he get along with Draymond Green? How does he get along with Steph Curry? How does he get along with Klay Thompson?
Huge questions.
How does he get along with Steve Kerr?
I would imagine pretty well, or I don't think Lacob would have put him in that position, right?
I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is a pretty inoffensive guy.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, there's certain people that walk into a room and they're like, man, this guy's a load. You know?
Yeah, like me. Yeah.
I think management thinks that about me, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
But you know what? Sometimes you got to fight. Sometimes, Waterboy, you got to fight City Hall.
I understand.
You got to do it. So Dunleavy's 42. Myers is 48. You know, I mean, Dunleavy, listen, for you kids out there who don't know.
Listen.
Guy wore the jersey. Guy was once the great hope of the Warriors.
I could see it crystal clear in my mind.
He was the number 3 pick in the 02 draft.
Wearing the Thunder jerseys, dude. I can totally see it.
Some of the darkest days of my Warriors fan life.
Darkest days.
That kid on ESPN who once dreamed about the Warriors.
Well, this bushy-tailed, bright-eyed young man with the stars in his eyes and dreams in his heart.
Brian, hi.
Yeah.
Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the 3 others. No, never mind.
Once again, the silence is
it
incredible.
grows. I'm telling you, it grows over time.
As I learned later,
silence, dude. You silenced the whole room.
Just the death of the room.
Yeah.
Killed the room. But anyway, that kid, that little kid, was destroyed by those Thunder years. I hate.
Yeah, they were tough years, man. They were really tough.
That's why Cohan to me is always people like John Fisher's the worst owner ever. I'm like, not so fast. You forget Chris Cohan so fast?
That's a great call.
He was awful.
No.
And if he could have, he would have moved him to Vegas, you know? I mean, I'm riffing here. The 02 NBA draft went Yao Ming 1, Jay Williams 2, then he had his career cut short, Dunleavy 3. It wasn't much of a draft, guys. Drew Gooden 4.
Oh.
He's not. Then this guy, Nicholas Sixlevy, he went to the Nuggets.
Don't remember him. Don't know the name.
Out of Zaza's Republic of Georgia.
I
Then
do not
DeJuan
remember that.
Wagner 6th, Nene Hilario out of Brazil 7th,
Nene.
Chris Wilcox 8th. I mean, that's a bad draft. The only hit was in the number 9 pick. The Suns took Amari Stoudemire.
That's a good one.
Okay, and then in the 10th hit, the Heat took Caron Butler.
He's no Chris Wilcox.
Then you get to Fred Jones, Marcus Haslip, Jerry Welsh, Juan Dixon, Curtis Borchardt, Kareem.
Tough year. Yeah, it's a tough year.
I'm trying to find like the find of the late round, maybe.
It might not be there.
Bro.
Yeah.
Roger Mason Jr., Bob Archibald, Chris Jeffries, Dan Dickow, John Sammons, Frank Williams. Carlos Boozer went to the Cavs in the second round.
All right.
Dude, I'm scrolling down.
No.
Not even a second round find anywhere.
Nah.
Sam Clancy, Jason Jennings, Ron Murray, Mario Kassoon. Who? Jamal Sampson. Shoot. Darius Sinaglia out of Lithuania.
Mario Kassoon.
I'm going to go ahead and call the 02 draft the worst draft in NBA history. Although, shout out Yao Ming. Do you guys think Yao Ming fulfilled his true potential?
Great question.
Waterboy, were you a Yao Ming guy?
I would say yes. No, I actually was
02 to 11.
I was a Shaq guy growing up, and there was always debate who was better between Shaq and Yao, and I feel like that debate has ended. It's Shaquille O'Neal, obviously. So I used to go back and forth, but to live up to the potential, what he did, bringing the NBA to China, expanding the game, making it a global game, I think Yao Ming lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
7'6", by the way. 7'6".
Monster. Yeah.
Eight-time All-Star, 2-time NBA second team, 3-time NBA third team. Never made an NBA first team.
He could play.
Got his jersey retired by the Rockets. Yeah. But, dude, he never led the league in anything. Never led the league in rebounds or blocks or anything like that. So do I come with the hot take?
Yeah, you're coming in on Yao now. I don't know why this happened. I don't know why this had to happen.
Anyway, one more cut from Woj on Dunleavy and Draymond. Is that the one we have where Waterboy? This is it. Well, Draymond Green being the heartbeat of the team. How's Dunleavy with Draymond?
Okay.
So I think this is an organization committed to keeping Draymond Green. You heard Steve Kerr say at the end of the season, we are not a championship contender without Green. And I think what Bob Myers did so well there, better than I think most executives are able, is to build really real trust and relationships with his star players. They were there a very long time together. And I think that Bob Myers' blessing of Mike Dunleavy Jr., the belief that those players know Bob Myers had in him, I think that's a really important thing as they start out that with some conversations that could be really difficult in extension talks or in talks on a new deal.
Okay, well, they're committed to keeping Draymond. They're good. They said it within minutes of losing to the Lakers. We're running this back. So, well, listen, that's where we're at. Mike Dunleavy Jr., the continuity is there. We'll continue to explore this with more sound and probably go back and analyze some of the sound they had from the Myers farewell conference. Didn't he talk about Dunleavy that day?
I believe he did. I think the name came up, yeah.
I think Dunleavy's kid, by the way, I saw him one time. The one time we went out to that field house where you and James used to go.
Oh, the ultimate field house, bro. I spent half my life out there, yeah.
They got like 40 courts. Dunleavy was there. He's got kids in the youth basketball AAU circuit.
There's like 17, maybe more full courts in that place. You want games? You go roll into the ultimate field house. Enjoy yourself.
It's funny. He made a reference when we had him on, too, about being at a soccer game, too. Remember? So he's an active. Hey, happy Father's Day, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Happy Father's Day.
His old man was cool, by the way. It still is cool. He's still kicking. I met him once at a U.S. Open, a PGA Tour event somewhere, and I met him, and he was a cool dude.
Yeah.
Dunleavy Sr. Dunleavy Sr. had that old New York Irish thing.
Yeah, he does. He does,
He was one of those guys who probably knew a few guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and those New York Irish, they don't say much.
You know a couple of Westies.
Like the Italian, the New York Italian mobster is like a little gaudy, you know? The New York Irish mobster just keeps his mouth shut.
Well, those are the guys you really got to be afraid of. The guys who don't say anything, those are the guys you got to watch yourself around.
Now,
it ain't the guy running his mouth. It's the quiet guy. I'm telling you.
And the guy had the map of Ireland on his face, too. He had the red face, the blue eyes, the kind of
His old man, you mean?
The old man.
Yeah.
He was. I liked him.
Yeah.
I liked what he brought to the table. Yeah, look, I just didn't. Paulie, born in Brooklyn.
Yeah, sure he is.
I just kind of knew it instinctively that he had a New York Irish vibe, dude.
Probably did know some Westies.
Well, I wonder if he and Mully. I'm sure he and Mully have connections. They have to.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mully was, let's see.
I bet
Mully,
Dunleavy looked out for Mully.
I think Mully was a freshman like in 82 or 83 at St. John's. So what would that, Dunleavy's old man would have been
Dunleavy was born in 54. So
he's a little older, I think, than Chris.
Yeah, but I'm saying he probably looked out for him.
Yeah.
Probably sent a guy to look out for him.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a kid out there. I'm going to look out. I'm going to look out for this kid.
Don't
Mully.
take the A train at this time of night.
He went to a place called Holy Cross in New York.
Of course he did, dude. Holy Cross. Yeah.
So, says he was influenced by Frank McGuire. Yeah, it's all great.
Nice.
It's all really, really good. So there you go, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
All right, man.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, A's fans and baseball fans and Giants fans, this is a huge deal. I mean, it's looking like it's a done deal.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man.
The governor has signed the paper, and Rob Manfred has spoken. We'll hear what he had to say and destroy this clown next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, can somebody give Bob some credit?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The A's have to formally apply to Major League Baseball to move their franchise. That will be reviewed by the commissioner's office by a special committee, and then other owners would have to approve a deal. And look, throughout baseball history, there are myriad examples of franchise moves that have blown up in the 24th hour. Is it still possible that Oakland steps in, the city of Oakland steps in and gives them a deal and keeps them there? Yes, it's still possible, but extremely unlikely at this point. This is the closest we've seen of the A's moving out of Oakland in almost 6 decades.
Reggae Friday kind of contrasting with the bad news, because Reggae Friday makes you feel good. A's getting all but the moving trucks backed up to the Coliseum.
And Murph, that's why I rejoined with some Steel Pulse stepping out.
Nice, Marcus.
Because John Fisher's trying to step out of Oakland.
Steel Pulse, man.
There's a lot of stuff when you read more about it, it gets really depressing. Like they might bail on the Coliseum like this year.
And play
this
where?
Might be it.
And then play
well,
where?
That's it. They might just go start playing in the minor league facilities in Nevada.
That would be, you know what, those.
But the players union can vote no on that. Players can be like, no, bro, I'm not spending the next 3 years in a 10,000 seat minor league stadium.
Right. I don't know how that benefits anybody.
But then if they, at the very latest, the Coliseum lease runs through 2025 or 20. Is it 2024, 24? Anyway, the point is,
I'm telling you, man, when they go through
one more year, then
when the A's are ready to like pack their bags and leave town, because I remember going through this with Candlestick, like in the dying days of Candlestick Park, the final season. I don't know if you remember this, Murph, but they were doing like a lot of retrospective pieces on local sports outlets about like the history of Candlestick and all the things that had gone down. You wind up going through that whole history. You get emotional. You're like, damn, I was a little kid.
Dude.
I was 7 years old. Oof. Now I was 20. Yeah. Now I was 40. And the same thing with Oakland. When they take you through the history of that place, the 3 series in a row in the 70s, the late 80s success, Not to mention all the other stuff that's gone on with the Raiders and all the Bill Graham, Great Day on the Greens, the Stones, Zeppelin, all these legendary Bay Area moments that have occurred beyond sports, just over there on that ground in the stadium. And it's just going to be a sad day. It really is. Like, I hate the idea of the A's not in Oakland. I think it sucks.
Damn, you are so right.
I'm telling you, when you see it all unfold,
the difference, though, when you leave Candlestick, you're just moving a few miles up 3rd Street. This is
gone. Gonzo.
Well, I mean, Raider fans, you guys did the same thing, didn't you?
Yeah, that's why I knew about the A's signing that 10-year lease in 2014, because the Raiders wanted to rebuild new stadiums for the A's and the Raiders. And the A's were like, no, we're going to sign up for another 10 years, but in 5 years, we're going to try to follow the Raiders to Vegas.
Let me ask you guys this, though. Is there something different to the baseball experience? Because, Waterboy, you sort of quickly pivoted to Vegas, and you're like, Raiders, baby, who's my QB? Mm-hmm. You're like you never missed a step. I don't see you shedding tears. First of all, you're not a real sentimental dude. So I don't see you shedding tears like about when the Raiders left the Coliseum.
A lot of Raider fans roll with it, yeah.
I thought most Raider fans were like, okay, cool, when's the next game?
No, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them rolled with it, yeah.
That's where I do think you're wrong, because I remember going out to what was supposed to be the final game in 2018, and the scene there was amazing. It was kind of like what we saw with the reverse boycott, and Oakland fans
Was that when Derek Carr took the lap and high-fived everybody?
Yes, exactly. And it was
an emotional night.
Yeah. On the
Can
field.
we say, though, that
it was
a football stadium means less to a sports fan's heart than a baseball
see,
park?
now we're getting into it now, see?
81 versus 8?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But how do you argue with the stick? You going to tell me you're not feeling the...
I know, but 81 versus 8, and then year 2, it becomes 162 versus 16. I mean, exponentially through your life, you've spent
numerically
90% of your time.
Okay. True, but when I'm thinking about the Coliseum, I think about the black hole and how it was a different environment versus any other field in the NFL. And so that's why I get those memories. But what I was saying was 2018 was supposed to be the final year. Then they pump faked us, came back for 2019, and that's when I did my protest. I didn't go to any games in 2019.
Yeah.
I said goodbye after they beat the Denver Broncos it was like the day after Christmas or something like that.
Yeah.
Last game of the year
I remember
home.
that. Yeah.
Derek Carr took the victory lap around the field, and I said my goodbye to the Oakland Coliseum.
He's, man, you're right, Paulie. It was the way John Shea's lead in the Chronicle yesterday where he said, after 17 division titles, 6 AL pennants, 4 World Series championships, characters as colorful as their uniforms. I mean, we had Vida Blue out there in the mustard yellow.
Dude, you've had it
pants
all.
and jersey. You know
had
what I
the
mean?
Bash Brothers, like the hottest ticket in baseball during that time. Like there was no 2 players hotter than those guys. People are lining up to watch them play. It's just, it's going to be hard to stomach this, man. It really is. And my heart really goes out to the fans over there for the 3rd time now, just getting kicked in the, if I can quote Marcus, getting kicked in the gonads, right in the nads.
Okay. Well, you know what, Paul? You're not alone. Rob Manfred, too, he feels for the fans. Oh, yeah. That's right. We're putting this one on a tee here. Listen to this guy.
All right.
Listen to this guy who's just enabled John Fisher all the while. All the while. Never once thought what's best for baseball, what's best for the fans, what's best for competitive balance, letting this guy just let this team rot.
Right.
So asked about it yesterday at the MLB owners meetings. Here's Commissioner Rob Manfred asked about, you saw the fans out there passionate for the A's. What's your response?
Did you watch the A's game on Tuesday when the fans came out for the reverse boycott?
I was actually at a dinner with the owners.
Did you read the coverage?
I did. I saw the
impression of that.
You know, I mean, it was great. It's great to see what is this year, you know, almost an average Major League Baseball crowd in the facility for one night. That's a great thing.
You know what, dude? Can I give him the 2-word response on behalf of all of us?
You dick.
Do you have any blank U's out there, dude?
Well, I do. I got a great. I'll give you.
How about
I got to give you the Jamie Foxx. I mean, this will say it.
How about you go yourself?
Yeah. Wow. That was you know, I'd read it. The audio's worse. How dismissive.
So half-hearted. I mean,
dismissive isn't even a strong enough word.
Not even trying to.
First of all, I was at dinner with the owners.
No, I wasn't able to see that. No, I
was at dinner.
It was a very important dinner.
I had a nice...
You're a douche. How long have you been a douche?
Where are you eating at?
My follow-up
Paulie,
question.
where are you eating at? Le Douche? A new French restaurant in New York? Le Douche?
Totally.
I mean, what did you order? Like the creme de la douche? I mean, wow. I mean, this family, man. I saw one of the signs said, why does MLB not care about its fans? I saw one of those signs. I was like, that's pretty simple and pretty true. Why do they not care about their fans? There are literally millions of A's fans who are ready to love that team.
Yep.
And John Fisher said blank you, and then moved to the 40th biggest market with no questions asked by the commissioner.
And the other thing, just about like you said about people lined up ready to love this team. There's probably a million of them. On the other hand, if they ever were able to get that stadium built, that becomes an attraction in itself. Like people come just because they want to be part of the yard. Yeah, the team is there, but let's go see this yard. Like it's a two-pronged thing, and they never got to enjoy that. They never got to enjoy like a new yard and all that goes along with that.
So here's Manfred now on the Oakland role in all this.
And I hear from them. You know, I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland. I do not like this outcome. I understand why they feel the way they do. I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer, okay? I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, you know, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
Except for Oakland did have a plan, Howard Terminal. Now, we all had our skeptical thoughts about Howard Terminal and the port and the gondola and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is they did have a plan. So that's a lie. I mean, he could say, I didn't like their plan, but you can't say they didn't have a plan.
Could I get a bond? That's a lie.
Yeah. I mean, they had a plan.
Yeah.
And, you know, they were working it out. And apparently even the California State Assembly or Legislature, whichever one, had approved a few of the hurdles. Like, they were clearing little hurdles.
Yeah.
And according to the mayor, Sheng Tao is her name, they were in talks up until the day Cavill called and said, I got bad news. We got a land deal in Vegas. She said you're blindsided. Now, again, I'm not saying the plan was perfect or was it going to work. And the A's had all these asks of Oakland. We need residential. We need hotels. We need restaurants. We need all this mixed use. So they made them do all that work while they went to Vegas and said, just give me some land for a park. And they don't want any of that stuff.
No.
So they're almost like making the Oakland one so impossible.
Right, that's
I guess
it.
they call that the poison pill, right? Where you make an offer so bad that you can get the other offer.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you look at the Howard Terminal proposal. They were trying to get 50 acres of land on one of the biggest ports in the country. Meanwhile, they'll settle for 9 acres of land and a 30,000 seat ballpark out in Las Vegas on the Strip.
That's not a lot of land either.
No,
For when
no.
you're talking about a ballpark, that's a pretty small little.
I read that the smallest footprint in baseball is Target Field in Minneapolis, 8.5 acres, and this would be 9. And I went to Target. You know, it's fine and all, but what it is the contrast between what he was demanding Oakland do versus what he just accepted from Vegas. I mean, man, oh man. This is the biggest blank you since what? Art Modell left Baltimore? Is that it?
Which right up there. Yeah, it's close.
And man, it goes back to Rebecca. You don't, even though you own these teams, they don't belong to you. You know, and I guess he'd be like, no, I'm a businessman. But this is different. When you own a sports franchise, if you're a good owner, you understand your role in the community and in the hearts and souls of people. And if you're a terrible owner, you do what John Fisher does. That makes you a terrible
And you
owner.
don't care about the hearts and souls of your fans. I mean, I don't even think he cares.
Which makes him a terrible
He's
owner.
a tool. He shouldn't be an owner. He shouldn't be in the position to do this.
I wonder if at La Douche restaurant, Manfred had a seat for Fisher.
And it just kind of also, at the same time, you realize again, like, how great of an owner a guy like Joe Lacob is. Going out of his way, doing everything he possibly can to put the best team on the floor. It's like a polar opposite of what you see with the A's.
And if I need to build something, I'll build it. And we were freaking out that you have to go across the Bay Bridge. You know what I mean? But
Fine, follow me.
How's that looking now compared to the A's?
Yeah.
How's that looking compared? Because I know a lot of Warriors fans from Oakland still enjoyed the hell out of that 22 championship in San Francisco.
Yeah, I enjoyed
you know
it.
What I mean?
Yeah.
So they're right there. You can still go see Steph.
Talking about Game 6 in Boston now. That was a good one.
Man, oh man. All right. Well, it's awful, and it's just one of the crimes right before our eyes.
And like you said about the Raider fans, guys like Marcus, and I know a bunch of you guys too, the Raiders fans that were willing to continue to cheer for the Raiders and went to Las Vegas, I do not see that happening with the A's. I think the A's fans are like, we're done with you, man.
Without question.
Go.
Without question.
Just go.
Wow. All right. Well, Tim Kirchen will have some great answers. The excellent ESPN baseball man next on The Sports Leader.
I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland.
That's a lie.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer. Okay? I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
Man, Rob Manfred saying words that do not make anyone in the Oakland community happy at all. Wow. Huge move. This does not happen very often in baseball, that a franchise ups and leaves. Now, MLB owners haven't approved it just yet. These are questions we can ask our next guest, the great Tim Kirchen, ESPN's outstanding baseball writer. And, of course, you see him on TV, too. Tim, it's always great to have you on the Murph and Mac Show out here in San Francisco. And while we are always Giants-centric, Tim, you can imagine the A's are dominating the news out here in the Bay Area and nationally. So, good morning, Tim. How are you, man?
Tim.
Well, fellas, and not like it matters, but I was 14 years old when the Texas Rangers took a baseball team from Washington where I was living, and I was devastated. My team disappeared, and it was awful.
Yeah.
I was also living here when the Montreal Expos moved back to Washington in 2006. So it is a really difficult experience to lose a team if that indeed happens here. And I can feel for all people involved because on a very small level, I lived it at one point.
Well, it's true. I mean, everybody has some sort of experience, if you're a Raiders fan or whatever. So I'd love to get into this, Tim, knowing what you know about the industry, knowing what you know about John Fisher as an owner, knowing what you know about Vegas as a market and what owners say. I mean, I guess I'll just try to be the devil's advocate here and say, like, is there some sort of angle where this is the right move for baseball? And believe me, I don't think so. I'm just asking as a devil's advocate. Or is this no, this just stinks to high heaven?
I must tell you, I'm a little confused by all of this. I talked to someone who knows way more than I do about this about a month ago. Granted, a lot's changed since then. And I said, what are the chances of the A's leaving? And he said, I can't tell if it's 2% or 98%.
Wow.
That's how confused this person was, and he's way more on the inside than I am. So it appears now that if they get owner approval from Major League Baseball, that it looks like the A's are going to move. Now, is this a good thing? I can't imagine how it's good when a franchise leaves. It just speaks to a weakness somewhere that this should not happen. But if it happens and Las Vegas builds a beautiful ballpark and they support the baseball team like they've supported the hockey team that just won the Stanley Cup, then maybe it is a good thing for baseball. But right now it's hard to figure this out. I'm still confused by most of the situations here.
And, Tim, it goes to the competitive balance argument. The A's aren't alone. The Pirates, although they're having a good season, the Pirates and a couple other teams, the Royals, et cetera, are seen as, quote, non-competitive, where they're not even trying. This is a story that's been around for a while. John Fisher just blatantly didn't try to compete in the last few years. And for you, covering the industry, how have you viewed that and how has the industry viewed it?
Well, it's really unhealthy when it happens like that. and I've gotten zero joy out of watching a team be this bad, because believe me, I covered the 88 Orioles who lost their first 21 games. And that was no fun whatsoever, even though I was writing about history every single day. I was the beat guy, covered every game that year. Wow. But this is not healthy for the game. And this has been going on not just in Oakland. The gap now, fellas, as you know, between the really good teams and the really bad teams is a greater gap than any time I've ever seen in baseball. And that is unhealthy when a team, beats another team and you think, boy, that was an upset. There's no such thing as an upset in baseball. And yet, as terrible as the A's were, they were 12-50, they won 7 games in a row, speaking to the beauty of the game. But you're right. In the end, this is not good that an owner stripped his team to this point, and then it's very, very difficult for them to compete.
And yet, Tim, we're talking to Tim Kirchen at ESPN here on the UMA guest line. A's fans, as people would mock their attendance numbers all you want, but if they put a winner out there, that's one of the great environments in all of baseball.
Yeah, I've been going to Oakland for 45 years. I was there for some really good times, and that was a great place. Now, granted, they closed in the stadium. It's not quite as great a place anymore. We all know that. But even recently, before they completely stripped down the team, that A's fan base, it may be small, but it is passionate. They love their club, and it really bothers me that it's possible they're going to lose the team. Granted, they didn't support them well enough, I guess, but it's very difficult to support a team when you don't have that many major league players on it. And so I blame ownership virtually completely for this.
Yeah. And Tim, the Giants, meanwhile, are just sitting here like the cat that ate the canary, right? I mean, they're just like, oh, yeah, give us the entire Northern California market. Some A's fans, and I don't know if you want to get into this, but some A's fans say Giants are complicit in all this, blocking the San Jose stadium proposals, and now the Giants reap the benefits, huh?
Yes, the Giants are going to be in great shape for this if indeed the A's move. But again, I don't live there. I don't pretend to understand that market completely. It just seems to me that there is room in that enormous area for 2 teams. The A's just got to get a new ballpark in a new location. Even if it's in the parking lot there, they have to rebuild it and make a much better stadium for everyone. And I think it could still work there. But at this point, I don't see that happening.
And just getting into the numbers here, Tim, a little bit on the market size. I think Bay Area is the 6th biggest media market in the country, and Vegas is the 40th. So when you talk to owners and GMs and people who know more than you and I do, is there a way that makes sense financially?
Well, again, this is why this vote is going to be so important, because nobody in baseball is making any money off the A's when they're drawing 2,700 people per game because they put a substandard product out there. The question is Las Vegas, if it gets a team, going to build the stadium that is necessary, and then are they going to fill it? And is the team going to get better? On its way? Is it going to be a good team when it gets there? How is all that going to work? And the answers are we don't know. So I think it's all kind of uncharted territory with a bad team in Oakland. And is Las Vegas going to support a team that isn't very good?
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, Tim, which is there seems to be an assumption that the new stadium would get built in Las Vegas and then the fans would just automatically flock to the yard. We've been talking about this. I don't know that there's a guarantee the fans flock and come out to support a team, especially if they're going to be the same kind of team competitively that we're seeing in Oakland, Tim. Do you think Vegas is built to support a team that's struggling?
I think Las Vegas offers an awful lot. I think the football team has done pretty well there. Obviously, the hockey team has done very well, but it won. And that, to me, this is the critical question, the one you just asked. Is Las Vegas going to support a team if it's being run like the team is being run now in Oakland? I think there's a real question about that.
Tim Kirchen here about this just terrible news for A's fans. We lost Vida Blue a couple months ago, and it seems like almost symbolic in a way because he was, so vibrant part of those early 70s A's. And and now it's all going away. So, well, Tim, we'll continue to follow your coverage on this for sure. We don't let you go without a thought, actually, on the team that's staying, the Giants. They're down in L.A. You know, it's interesting, Tim. I didn't look this up. I probably should have. But I think with the new schedule, I got to think this is the latest trip the Giants have played their first game at Dodger Stadium this year, June 16th. And it's kind of cool. I mean, I know you cover the entire league, but you're watching the youth movement in San Francisco. Casey Schmidt comes up, puts a jolt into the left side of the infield. Patrick Bailey comes up and looks like a baby Buster Posey. And now we got this 21-year-old Venezuelan outfielder, Luis Matos, who's got a quick bat and all the tools. They got a couple more waiting to come. And so the Farhan Zaidi experiment is finally getting some fans excited. Are you following the youth movement out here?
Yes, and I'm very impressed with what the Giants are doing at the moment. I thought at the beginning of the year they would be at best a 500 team and not a playoff team. I'm still not sure they're a playoff team, but they're certainly heading in the right direction. And the other thing is, I just did 2 games at Dodger Stadium, White Sox at Dodgers, Tuesday and Wednesday night. And look, the Dodgers are making the playoffs. The Dodgers have a good defense. They have a great offense, but their pitching isn't even close to what it was last year. Their team ERA is a run and a half higher than it was last year. That is an enormous difference. Their bullpen is not very good right now, and they have 3, if not 4, quality starting pitchers on the injured list, and there's no telling exactly what Walker Buehler is going to look like if he comes back this year. Dustin May, Julio Urias, they're all hurt. And this is not the same Dodger team. Again, they can bludgeon you with that offense, but there's an opening for the Giants here because the Dodgers are not as dominant as they've been anywhere close to as they were last year.
Nice.
That's interesting because, I would have thought they wouldn't settle for anything less than 100 wins, and yet they sort of green-lighted this team that isn't that great. Is the theory that they're just biding their time for Shohei Ohtani? Is that it?
Yeah, there's no doubt they're in on Ohtani, as are several other teams, as they should all be. By the way, that guy, he's tied for the league lead in home runs, the major league lead in homers, and he has the lowest batting average against of any qualified starting pitcher in the game.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable what he's doing. He just hit 4 homers in 4 games against the Rangers. So yes, the Dodgers are in on that. And to repeat, when the Dodgers need something, they can just go get it with all the money they have and all the prospects they have. It'll be interesting to see what the Dodgers do at the trade deadline if there's a starting pitcher out there that is available and really interests them.
Is it just on your Ohtani tip, Tim, before I let you go here, is it possible that he's the greatest player in the history of the game?
Well, I still can't put him ahead of Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth has the greatest hitter ever, in my opinion, and Babe Ruth still has as many career shutouts as Pedro Martinez. Babe Ruth was the best pitcher in the American League when he decided, all right, I'm going to be a hitter now, and then he became the greatest hitter of all time. And I believe, and this is way, way out there, that if there was a DH in 1920, Babe Ruth would have won 20 games and hit 50 homers.
Okay.
I don't think that's how good he was.
That's reasonable.
To me, he's still the greatest player ever because of how he dominated his era as a pitcher and as a hitter.
I'm with you in the sense that people say, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Ted Williams. I always say, what was their ERA? You know, because all right, Tim, it's always an enjoyable conversation. Even when we have to talk about terrible things like the A's leaving. But we love your coverage on TV, and we will continue to follow you. Thanks for hopping on, and we'll check it later in the summer and the fall. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, guys, see you.
There he is, Tim Kirchen, who, by the way, don't play that guy and pick up basketball.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
He's got hops.
Well, no.
He's got, what, is he just bombing shots from the outside?
He's like a Tim Legler 3-point master.
It's like a shorter Chris Mullen.
Yeah. I'm not joking.
A sniper, Marcus.
That guy will thread the net.
That makes me like him even more, and I do love having him on. I love talking ball with him.
Spring Training 2000, he was down there, and we had pickup games every night at this local just apartment complex at a gym. And he would show up and just destroy people from the 3 line.
I love hearing this. The mystique builds now. And Marcus, do me do all the Giant fans like a public service if you could. Do whatever you got to do with your Yankees and your pinstripes. Just put the offer on the table that prevents or just does not allow Shohei Ohtani to become a Dodger. That's the one thing I can't have.
Dude, right now,
that's the one thing I'm not going to.
Are you watching these swings?
I can't have him in a Dodger uni, so don't let that happen.
53-foot Oppo taco yesterday.
The thing I worry about, though, Murph, does Shohei Ohtani, so honestly, does he want to play in New York? Guy can play anywhere he wants. Does he want that headache?
Something in my gut tells me he is 1,000% a Dodger. I'm
killing me
fully
on a Reggae Friday. You're killing me.
A's are leaving, and so Ohtani's a Dodger.
That's a serious concern of mine.
Me and Murph were talking about this after the show yesterday.
How do you enjoy the guy? If he's
Ohtani to the Dodgers, probably the team that's probably going to be running up that paycheck, running up that offer, might be the San Diego Padres. I mean, we got to remember they're the team,
wild card.
They're the team that jumped ahead of the Giants last year for Aaron Judge.
You're right.
I know.
Yeah. So with Judge flying around with his poodle.
No good.
Hey, I remember that he was on the plane with his dog for some reason. He's like, yeah, Aaron Judge was on a private plane to San Diego with his dog. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I heard Joe Rizzo say, because I'm talking about Oppo tacos with Ohtani, and we got to get going for Mike here, but I heard Joe Rizzo say to Papa and Lund yesterday, Marco Luciano could, I'm not saying this gonna happen, could be the first right-hander to go into McCovey Cove. That's what he said. Because he hit a big, giant Oppo homer 2 nights ago, something like that.
It'll happen at some point. Somebody will do it.
That's a big fly.
Mike used to say that Buster could do it, but he never did.
Everybody thinks Buster would have done it against Walker Buehler. I don't think that would have gone to the water.
I don't know.
But Marco, just put it out there, could be the guy. By the way, Marco Luciano.
By the way, maybe I'll revive like 2.0. Marco.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike Krukow. And
Let's
then
go.
the big hit. We're talking about Mike Dunleavy Jr. being named Warriors general manager. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd, first pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your NorCal Honda dealers. Check out the new models that are arriving daily. Buy or reserve yours today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty. Well, Giants, Dodgers tonight. And Jeremy Ethel, by the way, going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50 to get you ready. But we got Mike Krukow right now. By the way, they're fresh off a team trip to Disneyland. Very Ted Lasso of them to do it. We haven't talked to Mike since the Giants finished the sweep in dramatic fashion on Wednesday in St. Louis. So, first of all, good morning, Mike. Happy Friday. How are you?
Kruk.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier. I mean, team's playing well. The momentum coming out of St. Louis, historical. You just don't see that many sweeps. And I mean, what did they play them 7 times this year? The Giants won 6 out of 7 against St. Louis. That's amazing. But certainly that's what you want to do when you're rolling into L.A., and they got ahead of steam. So I'm looking forward to this weekend.
And, Mike, we haven't talked to you since Luis Matos made his debut, man. And we were talking about it all day, Wednesday and Thursday. We were even talking about the Giants posted a picture on their Instagram of him walking down the tunnel. And even in the picture, he looked like an athlete.
You can see the swagger. Yeah, yeah.
I'd love to hear I mean, I know you haven't seen him in person yet. I know spring training, but I'm talking about what you saw, knocking his first at bat, how he looked in the uni, and also how he looked in the lineup card.
Well, I mean, it's really a great story. I mean, you think last year, I mean, he's an A-ball, right? He hit 211. But all of this anticipation, kind of got back to the eye test because there weren't many arguments with batting average or a lot of other numbers that would lead you to believe that this guy was as special as we all think he's going to be. It was the eye test. It was when he was healthy. I mean, what did his hand speed look in the at-bats? Just look at his presence. Look at the strength that he had, even as a young kid. If he was raised here in the States, he'd have been a running back at Boise State. I'm telling you. He wouldn't have been a baseball player. But, out of Venezuela, he's here, and, this season he got his health back. And then everything started to fall in place. And then he, goes through Double-A, and then he gets to Triple-A. And he just abuses AAA. He was like 40-something for 110. I mean, he just tore it up. And, fate just presented a path to him to the big leagues when Haniger's going out with an injury that's going to be at least 4 to 6 weeks. At least. Well, there's an opportunity for a right-handed player. And up he comes, and away he goes. And it's exciting to see this type of talent get there in such a whirlwind, the way that he got here. But now we're starting to see not just his swing. We're starting to see, he's got a little, he knows the strike zone. He's not a guy that's just going to go up there and hack. Plus, he can run. Plus, he can play defense. I mean, he's the whole package. I don't know how good his arm is, but I know everything else is above average. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's a 5'2" guy and above average with the arm too. But just watching him move, I mean, he is an athlete. He's a football player playing baseball.
And I mean, just going forward, I mean, obviously for Haniger, we feel bad and terrible, and everybody wanted him to have a great homecoming. And he's got a 3-year deal, and who knows if he can come back late this season? Maybe we'll find out. But I mean, do you just kind of we're just conjecturing here, but going forward, you just pencil Matos in almost as an everyday player?
Well, he's going to get managed. I mean, as long as he's hot, he's going to find his way in the lineup. And this is an organization that they matchups they loom large in every decision. So, we don't quite know him yet. I don't know what his strength is. Is it the high fastball above the belt? Is he a good breaking ball hitter? Does he use the whole field? These are things we all have to learn watching him. I don't know that yet. I just know that he's got bat speed that's above average, and so as we learn him, we'll figure out what his roles will be and where he plugs in. But right now I want to see him. I want to see him tonight. I want to see him all through the weekend. We all do. I mean, he's that exciting.
Yeah, I kind of feel like going into Dodger Stadium with this guy getting off the bus is like a good thing. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, man, look at this guy getting off the bus. This is awesome. Talking to Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Giants-Dodgers tonight, 7:10. John Brebbia, the opener, against a TBD. Saturday, the Giants haven't announced. It's TBD against the Dodger rookie Bobby Miller, who's throwing a hundy. And then Sunday, Logan Webb. Good old... Does this add up to something here?
Oh, you bet it does. Are you kidding me? Look, you have to have games that you're going to lose, that you rise from the ashes and you find a way to win. That's what chemistry is all about. That belief that no matter what the score is, no matter what the environment is, you have the ability to rise above and pull a win out of your hat. And that's basically what they did. They're down to their last strike, and all of a sudden, whoop, 2-run bomb, Yastrzemski. And then they go to to extra innings, and they put up a 3-spot, and you could just feel the life just completely get sucked out of the stands, with the fans just knowing this thing is melting right in front of their very eyes. And lo and behold, here comes Doval. I mean, he's just on fire right now. He shuts down the middle of that lineup in the bottom of the 10th. They get nothing and like it. And then they hop on a plane and, happy flight to L.A. Woohoo! Yeah. How much fun is this?
Yeah.
You have to have games like that. That's what chemistry is all about. That belief that we are indeed a team, that somebody's going to do something magical, and you don't even know where it's coming from. You just know and you sense that it's coming. And now they're 4 games above 500, the best mark that they've been all year long. But more important than that, they have a belief, and that's the most important thing.
There's no question. It feels like right now in the month of June, it's like, how are we winning today? Not how are we losing today. And hopefully that carries into Dodger Stadium as the Giants take on the Dodgers for the first. By the way, Mike, it's their first trip to Dodger Stadium, June 16th. I know you love the new schedule, but does that
This is pretty late.
sit weird with you?
No, all that doesn't bother me. It is a little unusual, but I don't think it's really weird. Look, I think it's really worked into the Giants' favor early on in the year. They didn't have this continuity as a team. They didn't have this confidence as a team. It's taken them, the amount of games that they've had. Let's see, how many games is it right now? So if they're at 68, it's taken them 68 games to find this confidence, and so they're rolling into L.A. at a great time, as far as I can see. And and that's why I think it's going to be such a good series, because both teams. The Dodgers are leaking oil a little bit. They had a big win yesterday that they pulled out that they should have lost. Mm-hmm. But prior to that, they had a pretty good oil leak going. So it always seems that when these two teams meet that they elevate because of the rivalry, which I totally believe in. But I think it's a great time for the Giants coming in. And you know what? Nothing about this new schedule bums me out. I love every bit about it.
All right. I like it. Mike, full endorsement. I will say it does give you some drama late. They go to Dodger Stadium September 21, 22, 23, 24 for 4.
That could be huge.
And then the Dodgers finish the season here. The last 3 games of the season are Dodgers here. So you do
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Early in the year, I feared that. I'm thinking, that's not good. Now, bring it on.
Yeah, man.
That's the mindset how that's happened here in the last month and a half.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah, I like
Love
that.
it. That's great stuff. Mike, the other story, too, that we, occasionally on off days, we kind of pull back and go big picture. Grant Brisbee has a piece in The Athletic, and it's about this bullpen and how in the Farhan era, Giants relievers are just getting used way more. And right now, since May 2nd, it's the best bullpen in baseball. And I know it's sort of like talking about an offensive line, We all like home runs and touchdowns, but man, as you mentioned Doval, but the other guys too, and the way the Giants use it. I mean, the other day on Wednesday, they pitched 6 innings out of the pen. So, I mean, as you continue to watch this bullpen evolve, are there observations and beyond Doval and the way Gabe Kapler and Andrew Bailey and Farhan Zaidi use it?
Well, I think the Brisbee piece was really well written, as it usually is, and he really pointed out a lot of things that are going on there. And I think one of the things that has to be emphasized, and we talked a little bit about it earlier in the week, is about the efficiency with which they come into an inning. They're not throwing a lot of throws. They're not having a lot of walks. I mean, they're in the attack mode. There's such symmetrical confidence coming out of that bullpen. Every guy feels like they are a high-leverage guy. And it's rare that you see a bullpen have that mentality set across the board. usually you got 2 or 3 guys looking for it, and you got, and those are guys that you hope every time they come out that they can find it, but you don't feel that way anymore. I mean, look, we went through this early in the year when, and it was way early when Taylor Rogers and Mania and even Duvall were searching for it. Brevia was looking for it, but man, it's all been found. So now when these guys are taking the ball, they're not having a lot of days where they're having to pitch back to back. That's another stat that Brisby's article brought out. But the efficiency with which they're getting the inning of work done, that's the thing that really stands out in my mind. I mean, and that just says one thing: they're not nibbling; they're confident, and I mean, look at how they're used. I mean, they're being protected. They're being used with the idea that it's going to be important to have this team strong in September and then hopefully in October. And nobody's really talking about it, but this is how they're managing this team right now, with that idea that keep this and everybody, the bullpen and everybody, strong, because you're going to need them, because they're anticipating this is going to be a season that's going to run late.
Man, oh man, it's exciting times here as the Giants bullpen is rolling, and they do their thing. And by the way, talk about happy flight and off day to L.A. Did you see what they did yesterday? They all went to Disneyland.
Yeah.
You got Webb and Sable out at Star Wars Land. Alex Cobb and his wife and kids at the castle. You had the Venezuelan connection, Tyro and Flores and Luis Matos all hanging out in front of the entrance. You had Tony D and his wife.
Don't forget VR.
VR's hanging out, just kind of rolling solo. Jock and his family. Yeah. Junis and his family. And Kai Correa and his family. I think Gabe was off looking for a hamburger with his son, according to his Instagram. But, Mike, because of social media, we know all this. Now, if the Mike Krukow Giants or Cubs or Phillies went to Disneyland, we wouldn't know. But social media, we know all this stuff. What do you think about a Ted Lasso-like team outing to Disneyland?
Just that, a team outing. And that's the key. I mean, they're looking for more ways to hang together. And when you bring the family into the equation, it's always a plus. It is, you get to laugh out loud, to see life through your children's eyes. And it means so much to the wives and the girlfriends when you're able to just, get together. It's just fun. And it enhances the vibe. It emphasizes the positive. There's just nothing bad about an outing like that when you include the whole group and everybody's jacked up. And they are. I mean, it was an off day, and they just put another layer of vibe onto the vibe that they're taking into that field tonight.
Yeah, and speaking of vibe, as we kind of wrapping up here, just about the Dodgers, I know we talked a little bit about it, but if you read about last night, they pulled one out. They were down 4-0. Taylor hit a grand slam. They won it in extras. But if you read it, it came off a 2-4 road trip, and they were about to lose this series to the White Sox unless they came back. And the stories are saying that, Freddie Freeman said they had, quote, conversations, unquote, about how they need to play better. And then one of the quotes after the games was, "This was a huge weight off our shoulders." So, Mike, there's a little bit of,
some tension there, yeah.
I did see all that. As a matter of fact, I was having a cup of coffee with a big old smile on my face.
Yeah,
going,
man.
Okay,
yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. I mean, every team goes through it, and the Dodgers really haven't had to go through this very much the last several years. And with all the changes that they've had to their lineup, both Turners are gone, Bellinger's gone. I mean, that's a whole new look to this club, and you just can't plug in chemistry. You've got to develop it. So, I don't feel sorry for them ever, because they just have too much talent. And but I just do believe that both teams, the mindset coming into this weekend, I think is a very significant weekend for both clubs. And the team that wins this series is going to have a whole lot of swagger walking out of it. So the opportunity's there for both clubs, and I hope the Giants can continue this magnificent run that they're on right now and keep it going. Because you layer it. That's how you do it. You layer confidence. But, look at the schedule again. I mean, it seems like every team you're playing is a good team now. Every little week or 10-day segment that you look at is an opportunity to pee the bed. And they're not doing it. I feel good about this club playing anybody and in any environment, and so do they. And you can feel it. You just hang around them. You don't have to be around very long, because you'll get the vibe. And that's why this weekend's going to be very, very cool.
Yeah, it should be really, really fun. Last, just pull back on big picture baseball. I don't know what more we can say, but just Shohei Ohtani last night pitched, in Texas, beat Bruce Bochy's Rangers 5-3, and hit a 443-foot opposite field homer, his 22nd of the season, ties Pete Alonso for the Major League League. Also, he's now the first player ever to have a share of the Major League Baseball League in home runs hit and, of course, opponent's batting average. Yes, on Wednesday, he hit the hardest hit opposite field home run by a left-handed batter since StatCast began tracking. Mike, it's not Little League. Well, it's not. What's he doing?
I can't explain the guy. I just know that he's one of the best athletes I've ever seen. I was a little. I thought that when I first saw him, number one, he's tall.
Yeah,
and I don't put a lot of faith in tall hitters. Only because they have so much, to try and defend on the inside part of the plate. And long arms just aren't good to do that. I mean, rare that you have great tall hitters. I mean, it's just a fact. And I saw him in spring training, and I watched him throw and take batting practice, and then I watched him run, and then I watched him move. Then I watched his first step on a fly ball when he was out in the field. Then I watched him get on the mound, and the more I saw this guy, the more I just felt that this is one remarkable specimen on this planet. Now, they don't come around very often like this. Sit back and enjoy this guy, and he has taken on every challenge as a hitter. He has established himself against every type of pitcher in every environment at the plate. And then you've watched him grow on the mound to where I just kind of thought, he had a little brain-dead heaverness to him where he just grip and ripped it, but not so. I mean, this guy really reminds me of Yu Darvish, the way that he can the different pitches that he has that are top-of-the-line pitches. He's got 6 or 7 types of movement, and every one of them is above average. Where does a guy like this? Where do you find a guy like this?
Oh man,
I want 10 of them.
Yeah, order me a dozen.
He's just remarkable,
Yeah.
and I really want to stress that this is a once-in-a-lifetime guy, and enjoy him because he is putting on some kind of physical show. He is remarkable.
I remember seeing the 60-minute piece on him. John Wertheim went over to Japan when he was I was like, who's this alien?
What is this? Right.
And I was like, wow, will this play in the States? Yeah, it will. Phil Nevin, by the way, said how he doesn't win MVP every year is a joke. He said, Phil Nevin said, Aaron Judge is like a son to me, but how are you telling me that Ohtani's not ever? This guy's doing it. So anyway, I mean, Nevin's got to stand up for his guy, right? But anyway, fun stuff to watch. And then, Mike, last one is the College World Series starts tonight. I know you got Giants-Dodgers, but tomorrow morning you'll have a little open window before the Giants' 6 o'clock game. Stanford plays Wake Forest. A lot of first-round draft picks going to be on that Omaha Diamond there. So will Mike Krukow peel his eyeballs for some of that?
Oh God, are you kidding me? I love it. I love the women's softball that just ended with Oklahoma on top. I just love everything about the playoffs and the NC2A playoffs are just so cool, and there's so much history, and you get so much entertainment just watching the team in the dugout, let alone watching them on the field, and it's just a great shot in the arm. Plus, it's kind of a throwback because they're not being hampered by a 100 pitch maximum with their guys. They're letting them pitch. These guys are. Who was the guy through the other day?
Quinn Matthews.
Stanford to 150 plus. I mean, you do that now, and the manager gets fired. It's crazy.
You do know, Mike, that he told his manager he was ready to go the next day too. Did you know that?
Of course you are. Of course you are. I mean, and you know what? He's sincere as a heart attack.
I love it.
Oh, man.
I do.
All right, well, Mike, we've got to let you go.
I'll be watching that, and I'll be watching golf, too.
Oh, yeah, of course. Although they're tearing it up. What's a U.S. Open when the guys are shooting 62? What's going on?
It was perfect yesterday. It was overcast, no shadows on the putts. The greens are holding. They were throwing darts. It's just amazing what they're doing. Did we get 262s yesterday?
I know, which is unheard of. It's like the Bob Hope Desert Classic in January when they're just firing pins. So, Mike, in the Mike Krukow, you're an L.A. guy. You grew up in Pasadena. Did you ever crack LACC? You ever do it?
Never did.
Yeah,
it's funny. I belong to San Gabriel Country Club down there, which is I went to San Gabriel High School, and we used to sneak into that golf course, and it was a big deal to be a member there. And I probably had 30 offers to go to L.A. North, and I never took him up. I never played it. That's the one I never played down there.
Wait, you had invites, and you're like, nah, I'm good?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's a lesson. See, I've learned in my advanced age now. If I get that you got to go. You got to pull the trigger.
Murph
you gotta
jumps
go.
on it. Yeah.
I'll be taking some.
But hey, I'm learning this club just like you guys are. I'm just watching it here because. But it's cool that they have this track on and everybody gets a chance to see it because the reputation that I placed down here, or down in Southern California, is off the charts, and now everybody's starting to feel it. I wish they would someday have the same type of a U.S. Open or a PGA at Pine Valley. That's the damnedest course I ever played.
Did you play that?
It's just a lot. And
wow.
you know, well, I was with the Phillies, and Mr. Giles was our owner, and he belonged there. And he said, anybody who wants to play, go play. And I took advantage of that.
That's incredible. Oh, Mike. All right. Well, listen, you got the golf, then you got Oral Roberts, TCU at 11. Then you got Virginia, Florida at 4, and then you clear the Giants.
Dodgers, man. Let's go.
You're not doing the game tonight, are you? Or are you?
I am not. I am a fan.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we got different TV tonight. So we got your day then. Golf, 2 College World Series, and then the Giants.
Solid.
You're all set, Mike.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
Okay, you guys. Atta babe.
There he is. Mike Krukow, always awesome. He's the best.
Shohei Ohtani.
Dude, it's not Little League. It's not little.
You know how I've told Murph over the years, like there are some guys, I'm pretty convinced of this at some point. I don't know how I can prove it, but one of my theories is you can sometimes see it like a human being that's so extraordinary. I'm like, yeah, this guy right here, that's not a human. This guy's from some other galaxy and dimension that we don't even understand. I would say one of those guys is Springsteen. He's 170 and he plays 4-hour shows and leaves you gasping for air at the end of the night. I'm like, that guy's not from planet Earth. I'm starting to think maybe Ohtani is one of those guys. Like he's just from some other planet, a dimension, like a Twilight Zone episode.
Ohtani and Springsteen landed on the same spaceship.
Kind of.
They did.
Yeah, I think Bruce was like driving
Who are other aliens? Who are other extraordinary...
Where do you want me to drop you off, Shohei?
People that are doing just stuff that other human beings can't do.
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
From all over
He's
the
from
court.
Planet
And then
Curry.
just being the best dude possible.
From Kirchen, yeah.
Wow. Ohtani. I mean, you know what the number one thing? We got to get him into October. We got to get him into October.
Just so long as he's not wearing a Dodger uniform. Then I'm
the
good.
Angels are actually winning some games this year.
Just sign him, Marcus. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just make sure he does not wind up in L.A. That's all. That's my only request.
I'll give you a little Angel love here right now. They are 39-32, and you know me, I like a good wild card standing in mid-June. They are only a game out of the wild card. Listen, I need this guy in October. I do.
The whole world does. For real. Baseball does badly.
Jeez, how about, by the way, today? Can you get more chimes? My phone's blowing up.
I know. There's a lot of news breaking this morning.
Number one, Michael Jordan is selling the Charlotte Hornets.
Whoa.
I mean, first of all, it makes him dough. Second of all, he's the only African American owner in the NBA. So what will happen with that?
Yeah, right.
Another one, Waterboy.
Double chime.
Ja Morant suspended 25 games. 25 games.
25, okay.
Next year.
Okay.
Some people were speculating the entire season.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. That's kind of light. Yeah.
25's 25, though.
25, but it could have been a lot more severe, which I kind of thought it would be.
Well, it's a pretty big deal, Paulie, because the players take the NBA regular season so seriously. Thank you
know what I'm saying?
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, the big hit. God, we have many things to choose from.
It's a huge hit today.
But we only got one team that's won a championship in the last year. It's the Golden State Warriors, and they just named a new GM. And that's our big hit. Next on the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the pride.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Oakland A Eric Burns came on the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about the Oakland A's fans' reverse boycott and the A's plans to go to Las Vegas. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Baron Davis, fake to behind the back. Dunleavy a running start, flips it in. Dunleavy 3. He got it.
Well, he's been hot from three-point range.
Dunleavy in motion in the lane. Davis to Dunleavy. How pretty was that? Barbosa in full flight to the rim. Foyle sends it away. Davis regains. Richardson ahead to Dunleavy. Mike in and he draws the foul.
Oh, was he hit hard?
Dunleavy's hurt. He is in the fetal position, holding on to
drive it.
Baron Davis setting up Dunleavy triple.
Holy Moses!
20,000 going crazy in Oakland.
Hey, listen to that. The old Fitz calls from the OOs, man. From 2002 to 2007, Mike Dunleavy Jr. was a Golden State Warrior. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he is your new general manager, as broken by Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN this morning.
It's not a shocker. Like, he was a name that people were speculating on.
The word for me, Paulie, is continuity. That's it. They did not go outside the building. They did not take a left turn. He did not give it to his sons.
No.
That's of note. And
Not
listen,
yet.
This thing was kind of telegraphed for a while when Bob Myers brought him in 2019. I've been saying all my, they kind of look alike. They're both really tall. They're both really slender. They both have similar haircuts. They both wear suits. Will Dunleavy Jr. suit up the entire time here?
I would certainly hope so. I'm going to expect that now.
Guys, the guy was drafted by the Warriors and wore the Warrior jersey. Now, granted, these were some of the worst years in Warrior history.
I remember like plain as day in those We Believe jerseys.
I'm looking at his bio, and in 2005, Chris Mullen gave him a 5-year, $44 million contract extension and said, quote, the way Mike performed, or I should say,
could you do it in the Mully voice?
The way Mike performed.
Yeah, he performed.
The way he conducted himself.
A lot of effort and energy.
And the way we run our organization. We both felt it was something we wanted.
I like conducted. The way he conducted himself.
Don't forget, Dunleavy's dad is an Irish-American from Brooklyn.
No question, man.
How far does that go with Mully and Dunleavy, right?
Well, it's like Murph was saying earlier, his old man is the kind of guy, like you walk into a bar in New York, and I'm talking like not one of these fancy, trendy, chic ones, one of these like kind of dive bar, Irish drinking bars in New York City, because they're all over the place. And Dunleavy's old man was the kind of guy who would just be sitting at the end of the bar, not saying anything, just sitting there for hours at a time, like with a Blue Jays game on.
Yeah.
He's just watching the game, eating pretzels, drinking, not talking to anybody.
I'm not even sure he'd be eating pretzels.
Not even making eye contact. Yeah.
I do love.
I don't want these pretzels getting in my way.
I love an old school New York Irish vibe. Hey, that's why I like Mike Malone of the Nuggets.
Like Murph said, the key detail, and it's a really big detail, is that the guy can never speak.
Never says a word.
They just sit there.
If you got Chris Kelly has elements of that. Our buddy from Saturday Night Live. You guys would laugh.
Chris is the man.
I'm the kid. I got diarrhea of the mouth like nobody's business, right? Do you guys, when I go to Dublin or places, you wouldn't. I shut up. You guys wouldn't believe me. It's like fantasy Murph. You guys would be like, thank God. If I wanted,
now, what's like, that's about etiquette, or what's the process? What's the mindset?
You just, it's time. You speak when when it's your turn, and once they earn that respect, then you can start the conversation. And by the way, at a dramatically lower level too. Not coming in loud. Anyway, that's a digression. Let's get back to Dunleavy Jr. So a little bit of history for you kids who don't know. He was drafted by the Warriors 3rd overall in 2002. And like we said, those were bad teams. And then, Paulie, do you remember he was the trade that changed everything when Dunleavy and Troy Murphy and Ike Diagu got sent to Indy, the Stack Jack trade. In comes Stack Jack and Al Harrington. And that made the We Believe Warriors. So poor Dunleavy missed. It's like he opened the door to the We Believe.
He did. He kind of missed the whole party, though. Yeah.
Well, I mean, him leaving maybe started the We Believe stuff. But hey, we like him, and we're excited for the guy. And listen, for me, it's somebody who cares about the franchise, cares about the jersey. He's been in the building for a few years and ready to do his thing. So he was hired as a scout in 2018, and then in 2019 he got promoted to assistant GM. 2021 promoted to VP of basketball ops. And then, of course, was part of the championship team. And I'm wondering if Bob Myers was sort of telegraphing his departure for a couple of years.
Maybe trying to get the subliminal.
Maybe Bob truly did burn out.
Yeah.
And he was like, on the horizon, I got to bring in my guy. And he did. He brought in Dunleavy. So here's Adrian Wojnarowski on Dunleavy Jr. And by the way, inheriting, let's be honest, guys, a mess, right? I mean, the Warriors have this whole situation.
Is it a mess? Would you go that far?
Well, financially it is.
Okay.
Because Lacob said, I'm not going to pay this tax again. They're like, well, you're in a position you're going to have to, so they got to do some stuff. So here's Woj on facing the situation. New Warrior GM Mike Dunleavy.
There is a lot of work to do, a lot of decisions to be made here in the next few weeks, starting with Draymond Green, who has a player option. Does he opt out, do a new deal? Does he go into free agency? Does he do an extension? At what number? And then Klay Thompson's future. He's heading into the last year of his deal, and there's a reckoning coming in Golden State with their spending. The new collective bargaining agreement is going to force them to have to make some difficult decisions over the next couple of years. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in the big seat now in Golden State to lead that decision-making process.
Okay, how does he get along with Draymond?
That's a huge question.
My gut. Listen, here's me speculating. I'm spitballing. I'm not inside the weight room.
No, this is fair.
It's never going to be Bob Myers. Okay, it's never going to be Bob Myers.
But I would guess there's a good foundation there. I don't think he would have gotten this job.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And I would say that there was that scene that the beat writers saw. Was it early in the playoffs? Or was it after a tough regular season loss in the spring? That Dunleavy was in the weight room with Steph, Clay, and Dre. And they were lifting and they were hanging. And the beat writers saw it and were like, he's in the scene. Don't forget, Raymond Ritter made him available to us to do an interview.
Look at you now with the detective cap.
Well, I said that to you that
You're
day.
You're picking up clues.
I said, with Myers not having a contract. So, what we need is a Draymond pod is what we need.
Which I expect you'll get pretty soon because the most recent one I checked was a week ago tomorrow. So it was last Saturday, which means he is due. Since the playoffs have ended and his playing involvement has ended, he's been good for about one a week, Murph. So he is due, and I would expect he will address this.
And maybe Steph will on social. We got to go to social now. Whether you're looking for Webb and Sable at Star Wars Land, or
the one thing with the social media movement and all the players who are involved in that is you do have to present a unified front, right? Because if he didn't post, people are like, "Oh, dude, Steph didn't post. He didn't endorse this." You know what I mean? Like, kind of have to say something.
Maybe. Now, Woj, again, cut Waterboy on the Warriors, Draymond, and how Bob left a legacy of player relationship.
Listen, I think this is an organization committed to keeping Draymond Green. You heard Steve Kerr say at the end of the season, we are not a championship contender without Green. And I think what Bob Myers did so well there, better than I think most executives are able, is to build really real trust and relationships with his star players. They were there a very long time together. And I think that Bob Myers' blessing of Mike Dunleavy Jr., the belief that those players know Bob Myers had in him, I think that's a really important thing as they start out that with some conversations that could be really difficult in extension talks or in talks on a new deal.
Well, when he took this gig, he knows the deal. I mean, he knows that he's walking into it here. So the Warriors did issue a release, and they said the following about the man. He said, 42 years old, his sixth season in the Warriors front office.
All right.
Obviously, he joined as a scout, as I mentioned here. Here's a quote from Joe Lacob. We think can't do it on your voice.
You got to try.
No, I can't. We think Mike is the perfect. You can extract what you want out of this.
I'll be an interpreter. Yeah.
We think Mike is the perfect fit to lead our basketball operations department.
Bobby backed us into a corner. We had no choice. No, I'm kidding.
Well, please keep this going. Yeah. He has a wealth of basketball knowledge stemming from his family upbringing.
He's got a lot to learn, but I'll teach him.
A 15-year NBA playing career and 5 seasons serving under Bob Myers in our front office.
Frankly, I expected more as a player. I thought his points per game should have been a little higher.
He's young and energetic.
See, this is Lacob never being satisfied, by the way. Frankly, I wanted a younger candidate, but 42 is fine.
He's established numerous relationships around the league and communicates well with players and coaches.
I've got him going on a players-only excursion this afternoon for ice cream in Walnut Creek.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mike is ready for this challenge and responsibility.
He has no idea what he's in for, but again, I'll show him the ropes. Yeah.
Very good, very good. So don't forget, he was selected third in the 2002 NBA draft. And like we said, it didn't really happen with him. Now, he and his wife, Sarah, have 4 kids. And we told you, I've seen him at the Ultimate Fieldhouse in Walnut Creek. He's on that AAU basketball circuit with his kids.
Well, shout out the Ultimate Fieldhouse now. And I got to tell you, if he's got 4 kids, we know he can multitask.
Very good. And his old man, of course, former NBA player, coach, and executive, played 11 seasons.
Murph and I unanimously, we like his face.
I met him once.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember where was I in Houston? I was covering, was it Annika Sorenstam at the Colonial? Was I Fort Worth, Texas? Darn it. Anyway, Tommy Bonk, the legendary Tommy Bonk, who lives here in North Beach. There's not a chance in hell Tommy's listening this morning. But I would say that Tommy Bonk is famous for when he was a sports writer at the Houston Chronicle. He covered the Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler teams, and he's the one who came up with the nickname Phi Slamma Jamma. That's what a legacy, by the way. So he introduced me to Mike Dunleavy Sr. Because Tommy was that kind of guy. He rolled like that. He's like, Murph, I want you to meet somebody. This is Mike Dunleavy. I was like, wow. Dunleavy was like, yeah, I'm New York Irish. What do you got?
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to say tonight.
So, guys, it's a safe move. It's a continuous move, and it's something that, we're going to find out how the Warriors players feel about it. We're going to find out how this guy navigates this tricky salary cap, too, going forward.
Yeah, that's a great call.
And Bobby Myers said to, quote, I'm willing to help him with Draymond. They talked about it at the press conference that day. If you have that folder,
what we talked about?
What to go to that folder from the Myers press conference?
Draymond Green. They talked about.
No, they talked about Dunleavy as the possible
replacement. Yeah,
and we should probably be happy too that he's not. I shouldn't say happy. Well, maybe we should. That Lacob's sons aren't.
That's a tough call. I know, because he might wind up to be a great executive someday. But I hear what you're saying. Optics wise, that can be a tough move to pull off, especially when somebody is as beloved as Bob Myers is exiting. You've got to, man, there's a lot of pressure in that replacement, and I feel you on that. I kind of agree with you, actually. And that's not a slight on Lacob's kid at all. I'm sure his time will come.
By the way, 408 with a great text saying, man, hearing those Warriors Dunleavy Fitz calls.
I know, dude. It
brings back the riff. And the Warriors have cut it to 11.
Oh, those days, man.
Timeout, Minnesota.
Again, the days of the top 6 sports stories when the Warriors wouldn't even qualify to make it. We used to leave them off the top 6.
All right, well, here's from the Bob Myers. Leave them off the top 6.
Yeah.
We'd be that.
We don't want to lose listeners. Don't mention the Warriors.
We just did the top 6 without the Warriors.
Yeah.
We did the French Open, though. This was Lacob on the day that Myers announced that he was leaving the Warriors. This was Joe Lacob on the theory of continuity.
Look, I think Bob we've all, one thing that's great about this organization and all organizations that achieve greatness is that they have great continuity. You look at Miami, who's in the finals last night, great continuity over many years. Same thing with this organization. We have 3 players that have been here other than Udonis Haslem. I think the 3 longest tenured players in the league. Bob, 12 years, maybe the longest tenured GM ever in the Warriors. Is that true, Raymond? Yeah, or tied. Steve Kerr's been here 9 years. We're all about continuity. We've been working together a long time. I mean, we kind of know how each of us think.
Nice. That was kind of an awkward ending to the cut, but I got to say, it reassures me to know that Joe Lacob himself, looks to Raymond Ritter for confirmation on a variety of topics. Isn't that correct, Raymond? Correct? Yes.
I'd probably be the only guy he looks to.
Yeah.
That'd be the only guy.
One guy I need to ask for approval, that would be Raymond. Outside of that, I got this.
There's those really, really, really powerful guys who have that one guy.
You got to have that guy.
Like, for example, in Succession, did Logan Roy secretly like Cousin Greg? You know what I mean?
You got to have that one guy.
You guys aren't Succession people, no.
Not really.
Tim Legler spoke earlier on our show about the possibility of Mike Dunleavy Jr. getting this job, and now he has it.
And I will say this about Mike Dunleavy Jr. You can be sort of like a guy that's brought in, and you look at him like, you could use the word clone, that's a good word, protege, whatever, however you want to use it. And you could say, well, they come from the same school of thought because that guy brought him in here. The truth is, no, you've recognized something in someone to bring them in because you think they can mesh well with the organization. And then you certainly teach them, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. is learning from him. But at the same time, every great basketball mind, which I think Mike is, you've got your own set of ideas swirling around that you're not necessarily allowed to implement, at the time because of your position. That now, if you get an opportunity to have carte blanche where that can be your final call, there are always going to be things that you've been thinking about in ways that you would perceive maybe that are a little bit different from the guy that brought you in.
Interesting. So, yeah, you know what? I want the keys. As much as it's continuity, he's like, also, I got some ideas of my own.
It's going to be a very interesting year for the Golden State Warriors. Really is. Unlike anything we've seen during this era.
And now they got to climb that Nuggets mountain.
Yeah, they have a chip on their shoulder. They got a new GM. A lot going on over here.
We got Jokic out here saying, I want to stay at Blanking Parade.
That's the best.
In fact, that might be in the COC.
I hope it is.
So there you go. Anyway, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is here.
All
it's
right, Mike.
official. That's the big hit for today, Warriors fans. And now we wait, Paulie, for the Draymond podcast.
Yeah,
to see what he has to say.
that'll be a good one.
And you know what else we wait for? The cooler of content. And you don't have to wait long because it's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're going to get this podcast.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the MLB debut of Luis Matos and this weekend series against the Dodgers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the Sports Leader.
All right, the cooler of content, which I don't think
What do you need? Here it comes. I got my cooler right here. I'll see the cooler right there.
There it is, buddy. There it is. It's heavy on the Nuggets parade.
It should be. It was a fun time they were having out there. You got to appreciate another city's parade, Murph, especially when they're going through it for the first time. Now, I know they've done it with Denver, or the Broncos, rather. But
Avalanche just last year.
And the Avs, good call. But listen, for the Nuggets, I mean, dude, this is a long time coming. I enjoyed the clips. I'm glad we're going to work our way through these.
I actually saw
Friday.
Skinny Sammy Houston, our digital king.
Yeah, I saw him too. A lot of demands from Sammy lately.
And I said, hey, kid, he's a Denver kid. I said, congratulations. He was like, thanks, man. He was like really happy.
No, he was heartfelt, yeah.
And then I said, so where's this rank, man? Is this, I said, what, right there with the Avalanche? He goes, oh, dude, Avalanche. He said, this is the real deal. Like, he's like, Sammy Houston's got like emotional. He's like, this was like, I was in my feelings, man. So
he should be.
The Nuggets has meant more to him than the Avs.
I'm going to say if smiling Sammy Houston is the face of the Denver Nugget fan base, I'm on board. I'm going to salute those guys.
You're going to hear some more faces of the fan base here. So, guys, he starts with Jokic. And I mean, the guy's just captivating the world with his Serbian charm.
Now, let's not forget that just a couple of days ago, after they won the title, in the postgame that night, after they just won a title, he was saying, I don't want to be at the parade. I got to get back to my horses. So I'm curious to see how it all worked out.
He basically said, I got to go. I got Allman Brothers tickets, but he didn't. He said, this is what happens when the power of a Rocky Mountain parade hits Nikola Jokic.
You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I want to stay on parade. This is the best. Yeah, this is amazing. This is we're all gonna remember this our whole lives, and when we see you guys that came out on the streets, and actually this one is for you. We love you, Denver. This one is for you. Thank you, guys.
How about I'm staying at Blanken Parade?
Yeah.
How about that, man?
This one for you.
He's incredible. God, can he be a Warrior? Can we get him, man? Is it okay to get another guy's jersey from another team? Get a Jokic. Okay, more Nuggets parade. Our buddy, we talk about New York Irish. We love our New York Irish, Mike Malone.
Oh, he was having a good time.
I think we want to go to that bar and see Mike Malone, Chris Mullin, and Mike Dunleavy, and Chris Kelly all sitting at the end. And you know what?
None of them are talking.
And don't say a word to them either.
They would nod at each other like, I see you.
But if you stayed in that bar for about 4 hours and minded your business, at some point a whiskey would arrive, and the bartender would point down to Mike Malone and say, Coach bought it for
And
me.
Mike Malone would be like Sabian, just looking straight ahead. He wouldn't even acknowledge you. And by the way, the last thing is, Mike Malone, your Dunleavy's, guys like that, they would show no signs of being affected by the alcohol. Even hours deep,
100%.
they wouldn't show it at all.
Let me ask you something, Paulie. Why are
100%.
Why are you
100%.
and I not even within 100 miles of being that cool?
Oh, I'm not built that way.
Why is it? What happened?
I'm a fancy boy.
Where did we go wrong?
Yeah, all over the place. I went wrong. I've been swerving around for years. Yeah.
That's a great
No.
And I got to tell you this right now.
Excited flame emoji.
I got to tell you now, this new generation, Generation X and Z, they ain't producing anything even remotely close to the Malone, Mullen, Dunleavy vibe, dude. No way, dude. Anyway, Mike Malone, he's pretty happy at the parade.
I got guys like Bruce Brown. Come here, Bruce. Hey, y'all tell me, is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we run this back. We run this back. Hell yeah. Come on. Get loud.
Marcus, I just want a confirmation. Was he chanting "Get high"?
Yes.
Is that what I just heard? Get high. Well, you know how we feel about comments like that. We don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn how high you get.
That's right.
That one right there is special.
Get high.
Man, oh, there's almost like a blues voice in there,
Sounds
too.
like he's taking a few rips. That's from the soul. Yeah.
I don't know if the Giants never had anybody in 10, 12, or 14 who hit that level.
I'm still telling you guys, I'm telling all of y'all that the Dead Boys, the Dead and Company tour, that it's going to end in San Francisco in mid-July with 3 nights at Oracle Park. Marcus, it's on the table. I'm looking to have a puff give with Mike Malone, because if I see him in the stadium, I'm going to go right over to him and offer a puff. Totally. That's what I'll say to him when I pass it.
Now, boys, you'll remember he gave us a warning after he eliminated the Lakers.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Totally.
That's what they were doing in Denver yesterday.
See his shirt he was wearing?
Yeah.
It had the Larry O'Brien with "Put that in your pipe and smoke it."
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
You do. The Nuggets with swag. Who knew that was happening? Now this, Paulie, you gotta have it, man. The random Nuggets fan. So you're always like, who's the kind of person who lives in Colorado? Is it like sort of a spin doctors,
like
hiking,
Dan Fogelberg,
biking,
right? Granola boots, stuff like that.
And in the Generation XZ version, are they sort of like a stoner partier? Maybe. Well, now you know, because here's a random Nuggets fan who caught a beer from Christian Brown. Brown.
Yeah.
Christian Brown caught a beer and chugged a beer, and then delivered this audio gold to a interviewer live on the parade route.
Isaiah, you had the greatest moment of your life. Tell me, there was eye contact involved.
Oh, yeah, no, dude. As soon as he tossed me that brewski, I already had to do what I had to do, man. I opened up that straight bear claw on him, and I was just like, "Jaw, baby," you know what I mean?
Drank it.
And as soon as I seen it, I was like, I know what I got to do. Looked at my boy, said, "This is for us." Bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So you made eye contact with him, and they threw you a beer?
yeah, no, literally, yeah, because I was hyping up the crowd, and he gauged it, and then he just looked right at me, and I was like, "Dude, I'm the one, bro. Come on, send it my way." And as soon as he did, he launched it. I caught it, and it's just a history story after that. You know what I mean? There's plenty of history being made right now, and I guess I'm part 2 of it. I don't know.
And how did that beer from Christian Brown taste? And say it without cursing this time.
Probably one of the best beers I've ever had in my life. I understand what they mean now when Coors is brewed in the Rockies, because that went down super smooth, you know. And all I got to say is shout out to him, man. I really appreciate it. And let's just say, one of the best days of my life. Let's go, Nuggets. We're going to get it next year.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother. Appreciate
That
it.
guy was gold. There's
That guy-
about 8 different points you want to cut from there. Dude, the first one, the laugh. There's a
Well, that's what I'm saying. That guy's like the Triple E of Denver.
and Paulie.
He's got a brewski.
How heavy are the
History
ride
is
the barrel,
getting made.
ride the barrel and get pitted vibes?
Chaw, baby.
There was
Chaw, baby.
Chaw, baby.
Dude, called a brewski. I don't even know if you still have it, Paulie. Do you?
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again.
Some of those kids today will be
Come on, boys.
It's just like, dude, you got the best girls ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip.
Smack the lip.
And after that, you just drop in, drop down, step up, drop down, step up. Ride the barrel and get pitted.
Come on, Morgus.
Ride the barrel and get
Freaking greatest tune ever.
Ride the barrel and get pitted.
So pitted.
And
All
then,
day I could
and
listen
then
to
this
that.
guy.
Bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ja!
as soon as I seen it, I was like, I know what I got to do. Looked at my boy, said, this is for us. Bang, bang.
Oh, man. Random Nuggets fan. Very, very good.
Chaw, baby.
Thank you.
And then we go down to, what do we got next here? Oh,
Let's go with Aaron Gordon.
out of Midi.
Yeah, let me hear him.
Our San Jose's own. Here he is with a quick one, and here it is.
Is it hitting you that you're an NBA champion yet, or you still need time?
You want to know what's hitting me is those Modelo's.
There it is. Very simple. But I saw Modelo Especial just became the best-selling beer
I
in
saw
America.
that too. It is a good beer too. I like Modelo.
I got to say, that's pretty surprising to me. It's number one in America?
Go get him with some carnitas.
Oh, it's my go-to quote-unquote light beer.
See?
Is it a light beer?
I don't know. I consider it a light beer because it's lighter than IPAs, but if there's Modelo on the menu, it's Modelo time.
I don't think they have like
that's why we have the club up there in the fourth deck. Yeah,
you can oversee the whole thing.
Now, finally, we have ABC reporter in Denver interviewing a kid who doesn't know why he's a Nuggets fan.
Okay.
All right, here it is.
I want to start with you. Why do you love the Denver Nuggets? I don't know. Okay, not quite sure, but we do love your jersey. We do. Okay.
Well, that's it.
Denver, dude. What are you going to say?
No.
What are you going to say about Denver, man? Hey, all right, well, is any of these other ones here, Waterboy, that you see, do we dare leave basketball and go to baseball? Because I discovered this last night. Did you guys know? You want to go to Jay? Here, let me find this out here, too. Jay, is Julian Edelman? No, that's too long. Let's go with this one. No, not that one. What do we got? Yankees, Oswaldo Cabrera? Okay. Oswaldo Cabrera wearing his grandmother's tooth on a necklace. Wait, Oswaldo Cabrera wearing his grandmother's tooth? Oh boy. Well, let's hear this.
I said, what's on your necklace? Is that a tooth? And he said, yeah, it's his grandma Anna's tooth.
Well, it looks like grandma had a filling in that tooth. Oh, I've seen a shark tooth on some people's necklace, but never a human tooth.
He loved his grandma.
Oh, so she's no longer with us? Oh, dude. Wow,
I got to admit, I've never seen, he is right. We'll see the shark tooth thing. I've never seen a human tooth on a chain. That's pretty crazy. Can we do some earrings next? Wow. Can I have dangling teeth?
That's your guy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't know about the tooth story.
That's kind of creepy.
If it's his, oh boy. I don't even know what
like
to
a
say.
tooth.
I was going to say, we're
like
almost,
with the roots and
we're almost
everything?
going down the route of like a Joe Exotic necklace.
Well, I was going to say, this is almost more like Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Oh,
With a
boy.
Chianti.
All right. And then finally, I discovered this. So did you guys know, we talked about the Giants have led Major League Baseball with 8 players making their debut, right? And the only team that's Major League debut, and we talked about them yesterday, we have them all, right? It's Schmidt, Bailey, Sable, Matos, Wisely, Walker, Wynn, and Beck. 8 players, 8 rookies have made their Major League debut. It's a big deal. But guess what? The Reds have more. And the Reds have a little something going. They're 34 and 35, and they've won 5 in a row. And they have Ellie De La Cruz, who's just, whoa, you got to see Ellie De La Cruz. This guy, Matt McClain, Waterboy, right? Another prospect.
He's a baller. Spencer Steer also.
So they got some talent. And now they're actually having a little flavor and swagger. They're calling themselves America's team.
Oh, really?
This is the riff. So Jonathan India, after a walk-off on Wednesday night, brought it to Bally Sports.
Okay.
They're saying it's the summer of the Reds. Here it is.
Wow. All right, guys, thank you very much. These guys go back-to-back tonight. You like that?
Oh, yeah, that's America's team, baby, all the way.
Yeah, I hear America's team coming from the stands and from elsewhere. What do you think of that?
I mean, it's blatant. We're America's team.
You know what? There's enough comedy in there. I'm going to get on board. Let him be America's team. I'm fine with that.
He's Jonathan India with the long hair.
Yeah.
He's kind of when he's asked why, he's like,
well, it's just because obviously we're America's team.
Blatant. We're America's team.
There he goes.
It's
hey,
obvious.
Listen, the Reds have been down for a while.
That's what I'm saying. Give them a break, right?
Give them a break. So, by the way, Giants had to play the Reds in one of the World Series runs. How about that?
Oh, dude, they were down 0-2 in that series.
Two rando teams that are down and out that the Giants played. They played the Pirates in the wild card in 2012 or 2014, right? And then the Reds in the 2012 NLDS. So there you go. All right, guys, that was fun. That was a good one. Thank you, Nuggets.
You guys made me laugh. That was funny.
We are super packed now. Giants, Dodgers heavy. Susan Slusser.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Alden Gonzalez, ESPN's Dodgers writer. Dave Fleming. Flem's awesome. And then Giants Director of Player Development, Kyle Haynes, who can tell you all about this farm system.
Let's go.
So a great finish coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, baby.
All right, everybody. Hey, happy Friday morning. Happy Reggae Friday morning. It's Paulie Mac, Murph, and Max. I want to thank you guys for listening. Let's talk about Father's Day. Hey, listen, I think the truth of the matter is most dads enjoy a little attention on Father's Day. You like to kick back and maybe they make you breakfast or your family comes in and goes, hey, Pop, we're taking you out for lunch. We're taking you out for dinner. Whatever it might be. If you're trying to figure out a great gift idea for your dad this weekend, how about some Blackened Whiskey from the good friends of ours in Metallica? This is great stuff. It's whiskey remastered. Blackened Whiskey is born from Metallica's spirit of innovation. Like all things they do, they're always pushing the envelope, pushing the boundaries, and that's what they've done here. It's been honed by seasoned experts and distillers, a blend of the finest straight bourbons and rye whiskeys, uniquely finished, and then sonically enhanced, which I love. Each bottle has its own specific Metallica playlist that was playing in the barrel while your whiskey was aging. It's super cool. You can look it up on Spotify. Anyway, it was also recently awarded a platinum medal at the Ascot Awards. It's a great tasting whiskey and a great gift idea for your dad this Father's Day. It's Blackened Whiskey. It's whiskey remastered. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Enjoy a nice glass this weekend and check out the store locator on blackenedwhiskey.com to find a retailer near you.
And I hear from them. You know, I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland. I do not like this outcome. I understand why they feel the way they do. I think that the real question is, what is it that Oakland was prepared to do? There is no Oakland offer. Okay, I mean, they never got to the point where they had a plan to build a stadium at any site. And it's not just John Fisher. You don't build a stadium based on the club activity alone. The community has to provide support. And, you know, at some point you come to the realization it's just not going to happen.
Well, there he is, Rob Manfred, man. Wow. Susan Slusser obviously is the Giants beat writer, and we love talking to her about the Giants and Luis Matos and all that, but Susan spent at least 20 years, and I'm not going to bring Susan on unless we have an open. Here it is. See, that was official. That
sounded kind of cool, actually, Marcus. I like that.
Susan spent many years over in Oakland. She knows it quite well. And so I know a big part of her is dying with all this stuff. But happy to have her. Susan, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, it really stinks.
Yeah.
You know what? That was an outright lie from Rob Manfred, by the way. Outright lie. The city of Oakland has pledged hundreds of millions of dollars for infrastructure. The A's all along had said privately financed stadium. Privately financed. What's Oakland supposed to do? They, you know, the amount that the A's had asked for infrastructure, they were getting very close on, and then they got another infusion, very big infusion of cash for that yesterday. So he's just, I mean, it's beyond disingenuous. That is an outright lie.
It's awful. It's like we were and there's many different things that make us mad about this, that he seems to be enabling John Fisher's. John Fisher just stripped the team down, made him uncompetitive, turned off the fans, and said, "Oh, I got to go. I got to leave." I don't know where to start. I mean, Susan, in all your years in the A's, how much interaction did you have with John Fisher?
Some. You know, I've actually talked to him. He very rarely, I think only one time, went on the record with me, and that was in the wake of letting a lot of people go during the pandemic. But I talked to him fairly frequently, you know, including last year. I went and had coffee with him one day. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he is very poorly advised. But I think he started to feel like, you know, hey, look, I'm not privy to his finances. I don't think that they're as good as they were a few years ago. And I think my colleague Ann Killian has said from the beginning about Howard Terminal, it is a terrible location. It doesn't make sense. You know, it's cut off from downtown, you know, all the infrastructure, live train tracks, all the things we know, no parking, blah, blah, blah. They wanted to do a ton of development around it, too. That's where they were going to make their money. I think the economic downturn, the interest rate rises, I think that made the rest of the development unfeasible, and that's why they're trying to wiggle out of this. I don't think this has anything to do with Oakland and Oakland's money. Certainly doesn't have anything to do with the fans. I think it's all his finances and the current economy. I think that place no longer made sense for him. All along, Ann Killian said Coliseum. I agreed with that. I always thought San Jose was the place that made the most sense. Major League Baseball never understood what San Jose was. They didn't even do the basics to research it. Every time I talked to somebody from Major League Baseball, they'd go like, "Oh, wait, San Jose is the biggest city in Northern California?" I got like, "Yes. How do you not know that? You've heard of Silicon Valley, right?" They did not understand what they were losing in not allowing the A's to go to San Jose, which they absolutely could. It just, MLB has mishandled this, and this whole part with the Howard Terminal thing, this is outrageous. They could have built something beautiful at the Coliseum site that would have worked. They could have been playing there for the last 10 years.
Wow.
I'm totally with you, 100%. And it's just baffling to me that Rob Manfred's urging the A's to leave the 6th largest media market for the 40th. Is there something about, I don't know, the city of Oakland, or what they believe is Oakland's future, that the Raiders and Warriors left, that they don't think there's an vibrant economic hub there? Is that it?
I mean, if that's what they think, they're absolutely wrong. You know, the projections on the population, it's a transient population. The permanent population in Las Vegas makes it an even smaller market.
Right.
And, you're talking about 41 home games versus, very few, obviously, for NFL and 41 for hockey. It's a different beast. They're, I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't see why you would lose, half the Bay Area. It's not half, okay. But theoretically, if you have a good team and you have a new building, it's certainly going to be a pretty strong numbers coming from the East Bay and beyond.
I mean, it just comes down to the owner. It just comes down to, just think if they were owned by somebody totally different. Let's just say Joe Lacob. I mean, that's the easy one, but let's say it. You can just imagine him investing, like, we're going to build a winner, we're going to build a champion, we're going to build a state-of-the-art stadium.
And he really could.
This comes down to John Fisher's.
I agree. He just doesn't could care less.
Again, charitably, I'm going to say charitably, at best, this was massive incompetence. And you can go from there on what the rest of my thoughts on that would be.
It's so frustrating, And it's bad for, listen, you know everything. You've been so part of that culture and those fans, and you know how much it means. And they can't point to, I don't buy the attendance. Well, the attendance is down. Well, that's because he stripped the team down to its ball bearings. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Oh, the building's crumbling, and it's hard. And here's the crazy thing. What becomes the best possible market now for expansion? The East Bay or Sacramento or San Jose, like any of those places are absolutely the best place for expansion.
Man.
So, I and you let the A's move without a relocation fee. What's the? I don't understand any of it. The no relocation fee to me makes 0 sense. So
somewhere so these guys are billionaires for a reason. So there's some reason behind closed doors. If you had to get John Fisher and Rob Manfred's truth serum, what they say when they're not talking to the media, what are they saying? That's my big guess. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about what those two are saying to each other. God only knows. But I have heard from some people at Major League Baseball that feel like they made a big mistake in not letting the A's go to San Jose. So here's the thing. If Rob Manfred keeps saying, as he has been, the A's stadium thing needs to get settled, at that point go like, hey, they've tried everything. Howard Terminal isn't working. Let's do the San Jose thing. Perfectly within his rights. Absolutely, the commissioner can undo that with a vote of the owners, probably. But the other owners are like, oh, territorial rights. This is the only market in the country where the territorial rights are delineated within the territory. Mm-hmm. Everybody else, it's absolutely. If the Angels wanted to move right next to the Dodgers, they could. There's nothing territorially delineated within. That was all. It was done for a certain reason. It should have gone back to nothing, and easily baseball could have gone like, sorry, Giants, this is the way it was and the way it should have gone back to. We screwed up, sorry, but the A's in San Jose. That's the one thing I've heard is MLB is like, yeah, we kind of mishandled the San Jose thing. That really would. Oh, yeah, that would have been a good market. Too bad we didn't do any research on it at the time.
So what we're saying, Susan, and this leads to, you and your next coffee is going to be with Greg Johnson and Larry Baer because the Giants are complicit in this. They are. Oh, yeah. And John Shea's written about it frequently in the Chronicles, so we know it. So do you think, the Giants are saying, well, it's just business. We're trying to protect our business interests. But are they bad for baseball? Have they done, I guess the question would be, and this will lead to your next
baseball,
coffee.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Bad for baseball, yes, absolutely. But they did what they should do. Like if I'm running the Giants, that's exactly what I would do. That's what you should do if you're running that team. But, they have contended, and they're not wrong, the A's ownership bought the team knowing the territories. So, they can't come in and go like, okay, we can't move to San Jose. We want to move to San Jose. So, the Giants aren't wrong. The Giants, when they built their ballpark, a lot of it, they will say, was predicated on those territorial rights. They absolutely have every right and should, for their own best interests, to have handled it the way they did. For the baseball at large and for a large bunch of fans, baseball fans in the Bay Area, no, that was not in those people's best interest. That was not in best interest. Look, if somehow the Bay Area gets an expansion team at some point, why wouldn't you? Like, it should be the A's, right? Like, they're the team with the history.
Yeah.
Do you do like a Cleveland Browns thing and we get everything back now? Is that still I hate the whole thing so much. I'm still kind of weirdly hoping for some sort of last second, Hail Mary.
Well, you need in Kawakami. People have written this. They need a hero like the Giants had in Bill White and Pete O'Malley. Those guys said, "No, this is bad for baseball."
The other owners,
but I don't.
Those owners don't exist anymore.
No, that's the thing, right?
Man, it's
What I don't get is why those owners would say waive the relocation.
I know.
Because then you get 2 expansion fees, right? But you could have 2 expansion fees and a relocation fee.
So obviously, like I keep going back to this, they're not idiots. They became billionaires for a reason. So they know something we don't.
No, I disagree. A lot of them did not
Susan.
become billionaires for a reason. A lot of them inherited their wealth, and they have no idea what they're doing.
All right.
Nice, Susan.
There we
Nice.
go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Born on third, thought they had a triple, and they're bad at their jobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
We'll do that too. Well, it stinks. It's not unprecedented. The A's were in Kansas City and in Philadelphia. The Giants were in New York. The Dodgers were in Brooklyn. The Nationals were in Montreal. So this happens. It stinks, but
there's no market like the ones you mentioned, Murph or Susan, where you can say like that this one particular market has lost 3 professional sports franchises like within a 10-year window. It's pretty.
Sorry to jump Paulie there, but to play the devil's argument, Oakland, A's, Raiders, Raiders, Warriors, A's. So
Correct.
They're saying it's what the cool kids are doing is leaving Oakland.
It's a little unfair to say. It's true. It's accurate. But the Warriors move across the bay. Okay. They didn't leave the area. Look, the 49ers moved to freaking Santa Clara. That's way further away. So San Francisco can't go hey, look, we've got all the teams now. One of the things I've heard repeatedly from A's people, and this is not going to surprise you probably hear this from people in everywhere all the time. It's impossible to get things done in California when you're talking about building and construction. That's been a problem for Oakland, and Oakland has a couple more layers. I think that's really hurt them. The Giants, their move came at the right time and with the right people, and there weren't quite as many layers of hoops to jump through to get something like that off the ground. I think some of this is timing with Oakland. It's not that it's a bad market or there's something wrong with the fans or whatever. Those fans come out when the teams deserve them to come out and when they're treated right. But they don't put up with, disrespect. That's the blue collar, we're number 2 group over there. I love that. That fan base is wonderful. But for all those teams, they're kind of the Warriors do pretty well in their down years, I got to say. And they had a lot of bad years.
But I will say this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a good group of fans. It's nothing to do with Oakland or the East Bay at all.
I'd love to keep talking about this. I know we got to let you go, but the one thing I would say counter to that is that about California being hard. Warriors, Kings, Rams, and even the Clippers right now are all building stadiums in California in the last 5-6 years. So.
Yeah, it's true.
It can get done. It's just a bad owner. It's just a bad. Steve Ballmer's willing to put a shovel in the ground for the Clippers. Joe Lacob was willing to put a shovel in the ground for the Warriors, and John Fisher is not willing to do it. He's a bad owner. He does it. Susan, we played it all day yesterday on the show, the Rebecca speech from Ted Lasso. Just because you own this team doesn't mean it belongs to you. You know what I mean?
100%.
If you're a sports owner, you got to understand your role in the community. And otherwise, you're a terrible sports owner. And that's what John Fisher is. That's it.
Yeah.
100%. He's a Bay Area guy.
Yeah, no.
This is your legacy?
Yeah. So, all right. Susan, we got it off our chest.
Well,
we'll try to fight City Hall. Hey, Dodger Stadium with Luis Matos. That'll be fun.
That'll be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, good.
And it looked
Giants
like
are fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next week, let's go back to talking about the Giants.
All right,
We will,
And I
Susan,
saw on
for sure.
Instagram, looked like you had a nice visit from some friends. So that's good.
Always. Yeah.
All right. I'm happy you had a nice visit, and I'm happy you're going to enjoy the weekend.
Have a good
and
weekend,
we'll talk next
Susan.
week. All right?
Thanks.
Fabulous. Thanks, guys.
See you, Susan. Alden Gonzalez talking Dodgers Giants from ESPN next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, the North Bay, we love it. It's home. It's beautiful. And we also have Marin Health, a world-class secret. Nobody really talking about how great the health care is at Marin Health. I'm here to talk about it. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center. My own son was born there, with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is a tough lineup to get through, and I think we're an uncomfortable matchup for other teams right now, which is, if you're a playoff team, you kind of want teams thinking, this is going to be a grind facing these guys. So obviously big series coming up starting tomorrow. It'll be a good litmus test for us, and we're feeling good about ourselves. And, the Dodgers have had a great year so far too. So it's a huge series, but definitely it's the team is giving off the vibes of a group that could do something special this year.
Okay, well, there's Farhan Zaidi set to the Reggae Friday sound of J-Boog. This was the one Manaya sang at our spring training.
Oh, nice. That was awesome.
All right, Dodgers-Giants, man.
Okay, here we go.
By the way, Farhan, does he still have a parking spot down there? I mean, that was his home for a long time. Is he going to go down and dap up all the security guards?
I don't know if he has a parking spot, but I'm sure he still knows all the shortcuts.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, he's bringing a new squad. He's bringing Casey Schmidt, Pat Bailey, and he's bringing Luis Matos.
Let's go.
The Dodgers are bringing a team that's sort of kind of trying to find those. It's funny, the Dodgers standard is so high that when they're 30, what are they, 39 and 30? People are like, oh, what's wrong with the Dodgers? Alden Gonzalez of ESPN covers the Dodgers. He's joining us here on the Murph and Mac Show on the UMA guest line. Alden, thanks for getting up early. How are you this morning?
Great, guys. How are you?
We're good,
Alden,
man.
thanks.
We're good. Isn't it funny? I mean, the Dodgers, 39 and 30, and everything I read is, what's wrong with the Dodgers, right? I mean, is that the vibe?
Yeah, it kind of is. It actually is. It's like that with the team a little bit too. I did their broadcast. We did the ESPN broadcast of a White Sox Dodgers on Wednesday night, and I was the on-field reporter. And I had a coach come up to me that I know pretty well, and he was like, "We'll be fine." I'm like, "Yeah, I would assume so. Is it really that bad right now?" I mean, but their pitching is a concern, though. Pitching has been their hallmark for several years now. I mean, they've been one of the best pitching teams consecutively now for a long time, and it just hasn't been there this year. Their bullpen hasn't been good, and their starting rotation is really hurt, and they don't have much depth there, and that's new for them. So, people do look at that with a little bit of a crooked eye and a little bit of concern because they're not used to seeing this from the Dodgers, but their pitching is a big problem. Their offense has really stepped up this year, and it's the reason why they are where they are, but their pitching is a concern that they have to address internally and before the trade deadline.
Yeah, we're talking to Alden Gonzalez of ESPN, and he mentions the words trade deadline. You get scared of what the Dodgers can offer. So I'm looking at the Dodgers' current pitching staffs. Amazingly, their leader in innings pitched by a good margin is Clayton Kershaw. Now, the Giants will not see him this weekend, but just a quick word on he's 8-4 with a 2.95. He's 27 innings clear of Syndergaard and Urias for the most innings on the team. I mean, how about this guy? I thought, it's early in the year, Alden, when he came here, the Giants were knocking him around in the first couple innings, and I'm like, well, we're finally seeing this guy slow down, but I guess
not so fast.
Not
so fast. Not with him.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. Even in starts, like on Wednesday night, actually, when it looks like he's going to get hit around a little bit and it's going to be a bad one, he just has a tendency to be able to navigate through a game. And at the end of the day, he gives you 6 innings, he gives you 7 innings. Doesn't matter how it started. It doesn't matter how off he looks. He just knows how to do it, and he's been everything for the Dodgers. I can't overstate what Clayton Kershaw has meant, especially with Dustin May out, with Julio Urias out, with Noah Syndergaard struggling, with some of their young pitching prospects struggling. I mean, they're down to a 4-man rotation right now. And Tony Gonsolin's pitching with diminished velocity right now. You got other guys struggling. And Clayton Kershaw it's not just the ERA. It's that he's made all of his starts and that he's going deep into games. And you look at some of their bullpen struggles are largely rooted in the fact that their starting pitching is not pitching deep enough in the games. And last I checked, at least going into the week, starting pitchers not named Clayton Kershaw were averaging less than 5 innings per start. So if not for Clayton Kershaw, who shouldn't be the guy anchoring a rotation right now, I don't know where the Dodgers would be.
Wow, what a story here. We're talking to Alden Gonzalez. A little bit more on the pitching. So Urias is hurt currently, right? Yeah. He's out?
He's out with a hamstring injury, but he's working his way back, yeah.
Okay, and then Syndergaard. What's his stat? He was hurt?
Yeah, he got hurt, right?
Is he still out?
He is on the injured list. He's got a blister on one of his fingers on his right hand. But they're also treating this as kind of what they called it a quote reset for him. So he's trying to come back from that blister, but they got to figure something out there because he's just not getting it done. And it doesn't look like there's any signs of it turning around. I mean, at the moment, he's just not pitchable. Every time he goes out there, he just gets pretty much lit up by the opposing offense, and they run all over him. So, and he knows it too. I'm not saying anything that Noah Syndergaard hasn't admitted himself. So they got to figure out something for him. So I'd be curious to see how long this stint is, because it's not only about getting him healthy. It's about getting him right. And maybe they do something like what the Blue Jays did with Alek Manoah, where they sent him down to their spring training site to see if they could figure out something mechanically. I don't know, but he's not pitchable right now. So they got to figure it out.
You know, Alden, it's funny. I watched him pitch once this year with the Dodgers, and you're right. Guys were just running on him at will. It was almost comical. And I wonder, is that something that shouldn't the pitching coach work with him on that? Like to speed his delivery up in some way? Because that's a serious problem he was having.
Yeah, but it's kind of a fine balance because, and this has been part of Noah Syndergaard's profile to some degree always. It's just he didn't always have that many guys on first base, so maybe it wasn't as exposed as much as it is right now. It's kind of a fine balance, though, right? Because if you're speeding up somebody's delivery, then you're really getting their mechanics out of whack. And especially with Syndergaard, who's been trying to get back the electric stuff that he had pre-Tommy John, you're speeding up his stride, and that has an effect too. So primarily, they want his good stuff to show up, and that's kind of the delicate balance that they're facing right now.
Talking to Alden Gonzalez of ESPN, covers Major League Baseball. He does great stuff. You should read a big piece on Ronald Acuna. You should check out, by the way, just quick digression. I mean, here I am, breaking news. In 2019, Alden, I went to a Giants-Braves game in Atlanta, and Acuna, so that was, 4 years ago? What was he, 21 or whatever? Or maybe even younger. Maybe he's 20. I think he tripled. He might have tripled and doubled. I think he stole 2 bags, and he made like a diving catch in a key moment in the game. And I was like, this. I don't want to get struck by lightning, but this might have been what it was like to see a young Willie Mays. You know, I mean, is that? Am I going to get struck by lightning for saying that?
I didn't see Willie Mays play, but I will tell you, I know he was the most electrifying player of his era. Yeah. And you could make that case. I mean, look, I saw Fernando Tatis Jr. do some incredible things a couple of nights ago. I mean, unprecedented things. But I think we forget how good Ronald Acuna Jr. is because it had been like 3 years since this player showed up. But, I mean, the term 5 tools gets thrown around way too loosely these days, but this is a guy who has it. I mean, few guys throw harder, few guys run harder. I don't think anybody, Aaron Judge included, by the way, hits the tape measure style home runs that he hits. And now that he's at a point where he's been able to be more discerning with the strike zone and get around on fastballs a lot better, he looks like a more complete hitter who could compete for a batting title. And he makes sensational catches in right field. It's amazing. He is so much fun to watch, and it's great for fans that he's back to being this version because you talk about how he was 20, 21 years old when you saw him do it. He's 24, 25 years old right now. He's still incredibly young, and it seems as if he's been in the league for so long.
I love the guy. I can't get enough of him. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Last one for you, Alden's on the Dodgers offense. I see Muncie's day-to-day. He's doing it. He's got 18 bombs. Mookie's Mookie, right? 17 bombs. I don't know if the batting average is considered down around 265. J.D. Martinez, 16 bombs. Freddie Freeman's hitting 328. So offensively, are they feeling okay? Or am I missing something here?
No, they're feeling great offensively. I think their offense has been even better than expected, I think, because first off, their 3 big guys have been producing pretty much at their level. That's obviously Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Will Smith. Max Muncy, at the very least, has bounced back from last year, and the power is showing up. And he's always going to be somebody who's, doesn't chase. So his profile fits the Dodgers very well. But the revelation for them, well, I think there's been 2 of them, actually. One of them has been J.D. Martinez. J.D. Martinez, last I looked, is leading the National League in slugging percentage. I think that is still the case. He has been red hot lately, and he looks like the J.D. Martinez from a couple of years ago. I think working with Robert Van Scoyoc, his best friend, who's a Dodgers hitting coach, is the guy who helped revive his career famously, has paid major dividends. The other guy, surprisingly, has been Jason Hayward. Jason Hayward has been a major piece for them. He redid his swing. It looked as if his career was over, but he simplified his mechanics. And, when they signed him, I thought at best he'd occupy the final roster spot, be kind of a mentor in their clubhouse. But no, he is legitimately somebody who starts against righties, whose production has been crucial. And obviously, he'll always give you good defense. He still does that. But their lineup has a little bit more length than I thought going into the year, given, the losses that they had in free agency, whether it was Justin Turner, Cody Bellinger, or Trey Turner. But their offense has been good.
Hey, man, great breakdown, Alden. We love it. You do great stuff on ESPN. Just a quick word on the way out the door on your thought on the Giants team that's coming in. They opened the season as sort of 81, said Vegas, 81 wins. They weren't electrifying. Fans were, for lack of a better word, maybe bored by what they were seeing.
They're finding it now, though.
Well, it's all you.
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt, even though he's, chasing too much, he still has an energy about him. Pat Bailey looks like a baby buster post. And now we got this kid, Luis Matos.
You're going to see some young faces.
I don't want to say Acuna, but he's like our baby Acuna. So maybe a little more intriguing Giants team that you get to see if you're going to be at the stadium this weekend.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I thought that, around April, but, ever since then, they've really gotten going. They seem like a team that's going to be able to hang around all year. And I really would hope, there's not going to be a lot out there, but I would hope that they're the type of team that tries to supplement to their roster before the trade deadline. It's interesting, though, like you brought up those names. Those were not the names that we thought that were going to be contributing. Right. And as tough as it was to see Mitch Haniger go down the other day, I mean, I want to see Matos play. Like, I'm really excited to watch. He's done nothing but hit, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Should be really fun. Hey, man, great stuff. You do great work. It's a good hit on the radio.
Thanks,
and enjoy
Alden.
your weekend, Alden. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's very good. Very good. Good breakdown on the Dodgers. So what it is, it's the Dodgers standard has been so insane the last several years that even a very good Dodger team seems down.
Well, they're 9 games over and people are flipping out.
Well,
but they have been losing series, though. They have not been playing like their best baseball.
They had to kind of scramble to pull one out of their rear ends last night.
Yeah.
But they did. And I kind of feel like the Giants go in there and throw a few punches.
I feel the same way, man. I'm really looking forward to this series.
Logan Webb Sunday, opener today, Brebbia.
By the way, Murph, give me a start time tomorrow. I haven't checked.
6:10 Saturday.
Okay, see, I wasn't expecting it. Good thing I asked.
Paulie Mack feeling about that.
Fine, I'll be there. But I was
7:10 tonight.
Yep.
6:10 Sunday. 1:10 Sunday.
See that
6:10 Saturday. 1:10 Sunday.
You know what jumps out at me about the Sunday? Not Sunday night baseball.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, dude. Maybe
Waterboys pumping up Red Sox Yankees at 5:59. Or should I say 6:04? That's inside KNBR humor there. All right, guys. Hey, by the way, you want to see inside KNBR humor? You can see us on your screen.
Yeah, I'm green today and
YouTube,
Murph is orange.
KNBR live stream.
I got an A's tribute and Murph's doing an Orange Friday tribute.
KNBR app. There we are. And say hi. Hi, guys.
Hey, y'all. Hey, now, y'all.
Thanks for stopping by. We sure do appreciate it.
We do indeed. Thank you, guys.
Hey, now. Dave Fleming. He's very good.
Yeah, give me some phlegm.
Next on these
on a Friday.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about the MLB debut of Luis Matos and this weekend series against the Dodgers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR Heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
1-1 to Bowser. Bowser skies this one, and they don't spot it. Kennedy looking for it, and it drops. Stanford wins, and is going to Omaha. Wow!
There it is, man. One of the many threads we can talk to about Dave Fleming. Of course, Giants, Dodgers at the top of the list, and his alma mater going back to Omaha, their second home.
Marcus has been talking about that team all year long, and he encouraged me to start watching. Now I'm on board.
There's U.S. Open golf, and then there's, of course, the A's, too. Geez, Dave.
A lot going on.
We can talk about Dunleavy becoming the Warriors GM, too, if you want. Good morning. Great to have you back. How are you, man?
Yeah, what about the interest rates? What's the Fed going to do?
Yeah, great question, right?
I'm going to overturn the apple cart, steal the mic from everybody here, and just say, let's talk U.S. Open for a second here. First of all, I need to know, is the great Dave Fleming cracked the code and played L.A. North?
I have. And I went out there yesterday to watch for a few hours on the Giants off day. So I played it, and yesterday I watched some of the tournament in person.
That's, you know what? That's a baller right there. We're talking to a baller right now. So what about them attacking the... My God, they made a mockery of it, Dave. 262s. Was L.A. that? Is it that gettable? And is this the ultimate example of rolling back the ball?
Well, I don't know. I think the ball certainly is like a big picture issue for the sport. With this particular tournament and setup, I don't know if it was distance that was, I wouldn't call Ricky Fowler like a bomber. It just wasn't playing. There was no wind. There was no sun. It was such a calm, benign day out there that I think probably more than anything, that had a lot to do. Now, the rough I thought was going to be maybe even a bigger factor, and I saw players in the rough really struggle when they got to a bad spot. So I think that was the defense. The defense is the speed of the greens, the trouble around the greens, and then the Bermuda rough. And I just didn't see a lot of players miss. There were a lot of fairways hit yesterday. The players that we followed, we saw a lot of balls in the middle of the fairway, which was go time for those guys.
Guys are getting too good. Ricky Fowler and Xander Schauffele go off later today, although this kid, Wyndham Clark, who has won on the PGA Tour, he was, I believe, an Oregon Duck at one point and won a Pac-12 championship, 7 under. He's only 1 back. So Wyndham Clark. And then Brian Harmon, the kid out of Georgia, is at only a few back. So anyway, early days, the leaders go off this afternoon. All right, Dave. I do want a quick thought, too, on Stanford baseball before you get you onto the big boys. And that is, it's their home away from home, and what a way to advance, right, on a fly ball that drops when nobody sees it. But, they draw Wake Forest. Anyway, is there a little Stanford baseball? You guys got the text thread going about the pride of the Cardinal going back to Omaha?
Yeah, I've been talking to some friends about it. I mean, I have just great personal memories from when I was a student going to Omaha with the team. And especially in the old days of old Rosenblatt Stadium, it was such a cool place. And to me, the most fun part about college baseball, in a way, I like the sport anyway, but you have that destination every year that stays the same. In college sports, you don't get much of that. Like Omaha is a destination in and of itself. It's sort of the goal. It's the mantra for every college baseball player. It's really cool that there's one venue that hosts it every year. And to me, it makes college baseball more fun. I've got great memories there. I hope they can do it. I'm not sure they have enough arms. They are a really talented offensive team. They deserve a lot of credit. They've had a great year. They've got lots of players who are going to be drafted ultimately and play pro ball, but they don't have a ton of pitching, and that it's hard to navigate that double elimination tournament. Those games, those turnaround times happen fast.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen it firsthand. You start to scramble if your pitching gets out of whack or off schedule, and Wake is a really good offensive team. One day can kill your chances in that tournament.
They are going for the 3rd year in a row, 21, 22, 23, a rich history going all the way back to 1953, 8th time since 2000. Haven't won it since 88. And it sounds like it'll be a tall order, but 3 runner-ups in 01, 00, and 03. Was that when you were there?
That was after my tenure, but I was still really close to a lot of the people in the program. And those, of all the sporting disappointments in my life as a fan and a rooter, those are really high on the list, those runner-ups, because especially a couple of them, they had it and just couldn't finish the deal. And, that was soon after I had graduated. I just cared about those people so much, and Marquis and everybody involved in the program. Those ones hurt me. That 2001, I'll be thinking about that for a long, long time.
I hate to rip it open, but I forget who was the winner.
Well, in 2000, I think that was the LSU Brad Cressy year, where Stanford had like a 5-2 lead going maybe to the 8th inning of the championship game against LSU. And they had Justin Wayne on the mound, who, that's a name your listeners have no idea. But he was a first-round pick. Like, he was a really talented, awesome pitcher. It was all set up for him, and they just couldn't quite finish it off, and that one hurt.
As I like to tell the kids, Dave, only one team ends happy. Only one
That's
team.
the truth.
That's it. And you know what? All the years since then that they didn't go until this new current era, I would have taken the disappointment, because it's just was more fun to be there.
No
you
question.
Get your heart broken.
Yeah, no question.
Your heart broken.
It's better to have loved and lost, for sure. Giants are trying to love and win in L.A. And, man, we were just talking to Alden Gonzalez, ESPN. He's great. We were saying that Giants team on opening day, let's be honest, brutally honest, they were not a scintillating team. Yes, Haniger and Conforto are interesting, and, they signed Minaya and Stripling and everything, Taylor Rogers, but Giants fans were kind of, and now, Dave, I feel like in 2 short months, the electricity meters changed entirely, and it's all the homegrown kids. Are you sensing the same thing from being around the team?
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, I think even guys like Yaz, I talked to him the other day about, hey, it's just undeniable. You're a player down in the clubhouse. You get a jolt. You get these young guys come up and they're running around and they're goofy and they're, smiling every day. And it's impossible not to get a little boost from having those guys around. I mean, it's definitely true from a fan perspective, but I think it's even true from a player perspective. And I would add this, because I think you're probably right about that opening day lack of real enthusiasm about the Giants. But I think another thing that has happened, it's not just the guys from the farm system. It's a few other players who have played so well that they forced themselves into everyday roles. And Lamont Wade has done that, and Tyro Strada has done that. And you could add J.D. Davis in the mix, maybe like a little different age profile, but still, like when you have guys that are just having really good years that are doing it day in and day out, it becomes more fun to follow. They're piling up numbers. You start to look at them on the stat leaderboard. Like that is a fun part of being a baseball fan. And so it's not just the kids coming up. I think it's those other, you wouldn't call them super young players, but still young in big league experience, really establishing themselves as everyday kind of guys.
What a quick rundown, Dave Fleming rundown on some of these kids. Pat Bailey. Oh, my goodness. I mean, talk about just a guy who's just ducked to water, right? I mean, what's your observation?
Yeah, defensive chops. Every pitcher loves throwing to him, totally calm in the moment. I'll two things that I say would speak to that, aside from me just telling you that that's the case. Number one, Logan Webb, and then I think Tony DeSclafani. I haven't asked Tony yet, but I think Tony did it the other day too. Gave up their pitch calling of their own on the pitch comm and let Bailey call the games. Like, this is a rookie who's been in the big leagues for 3 weeks, and Logan Webb decided, you know what, he's better at it than I am. I'm not going to call my own game. That's a pretty strong data point to tell you how much these guys believe in his sort of aptitude. You hear people say it kind of comes easy to him, not as a criticism, but as like a feel thing, processing the info, studying everything before the game, but then bringing it into the game where it's moving fast and he still just has that feel for the game plan aspect of it. So that he's got a great arm and all the other stuff defensively that goes along with it. And then the other thing I saw this morning, a little StatCast number, expected batting average for him is 330. So what does that mean? It means that the quality of the contact has backed up the results. So we'll see if that holds. Rookies have a hard time, sustaining success. Usually you have to go through a period of real struggle and then get back to it. But it hasn't been a fluke what he's done offensively. And I think we know defensively it's not a fluke. The guy's just a really talented defensive player.
Yep. Okay, Casey Schmidt. Wow. So much more of a roller coaster, right? The highs of his first couple weeks, the lows of the last couple weeks. And we talked to Andy Baggerly about this, and he's like, well, sometimes you got to develop on the big league level. I mean, you're always developing on the big league, but maybe we have to sort of watch this guy go through it. The chase rate is what I'm talking about, and not drawing a walk. What's your view?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need him because if JD's not going to play this weekend and maybe, over the next week or so, if JD, we haven't heard today yet. I didn't see JD yesterday on the off day. So we don't have any news about that ankle, but you kind of figure Casey's going to be the guy at third if JD's out. And so what does that mean? That means, to me, just play your great defense first of all. And that's where Bailey is so valuable. Like, you can be a rookie at this level and help your team win even if you're struggling at the plate if you're that good on defense. So the number one job for Casey over the next few days or weeks as he tries to work through his struggles, just keep playing great defense and you can help this team just with that. But yeah, I mean, the approach has to get better and the chase rate has to go down. He's got the highest chase rate in the big leagues. That will not work long term. Like, you can be aggressive, you can, but you can't swing at everything. You gotta be able to. He's so talented bat to ball. If he can just dial that in a little bit, which by the way, I have no doubt that he's going to. It's just a question of, is he going to do it now, or is it going to take him, maybe going back down and in a less pressure environment? That to me is the biggest question with him. You don't want to kill this guy's confidence with struggles at the big league level. So we'll see if he can do it. But for now, for this weekend against the Dodgers, where it's going to be tense, tight games, pick it clean over there at third. Yeah,
I'd love to see him just get back to that comfort zone too, for sure. And then Matos, I mean, you only got to see 3 at-bats, but you're around the club. You got to see, and talk to people who are involved. What's your observation/expectation. Hey, kid, just drop him into Chavez Ravine in front of 40, 50,000 people chanting Giants suck and see how that goes, right?
No pressure. I think that's right. And I don't think he's going to have a problem with that part of it. This guy is a cool customer.
Yeah.
Like, a very confident athlete. When you're that good, you kind of know it. And he is very talented. We'll see how long it takes him to. If you guys were looking at the clips from the minor league stuff over the last couple weeks, like you saw a lot of explosion from him, like, big time power. He's got massive bat speed. That to me could take a little while to show up here. I think he's a little more, what we're likely to see is more of what we saw against St. Louis, which is in the first few weeks of his big league career. Spray the ball around, slap it around, get on base, use your speed, get some hits, and play good center field defense. And then as he kind of gets his feet under him, then I think you'll see the power hack, which was really exciting in Sacramento, because that's what can make this guy a star. Like, he can be a good player even without that power profile, but he's got the juice to hit home runs here. And if he can do that on top of all the other stuff he can do, look out.
All right, Flem, great breakdown. Just a quick word. Listen, you make your living in many sports, but Major League Baseball is your primary. And the Oakland A's have now gotten a governor to sign on and Rob Manfred to say we're going to vote on it. It's going to be done. You've been in the Bay Area for the last 25, 30 years of your life. You, of course, work for the Giants now. So, the Giants benefit from the A's leaving financially. But just as a baseball fan and a baseball observer, what's your opinion of John Fisher sort of willingly letting the A's rot on the vine and scooting out the door for Vegas?
Yeah, it makes me sad. It does. And I've seen a lot of criticism of Rob Manfred over the last few days, weeks, whatever. And maybe some of that's justified, but Rob is just a bit player in all this. Like, he's had a role and you can use that job and sort of put your finger on the scale of a decision. But that's not what's happened here. And what makes me sad is I think it's pretty clear that there was a deal to be done, and they could have gotten it done. And they probably could have gotten it done a long time ago if they hadn't been sort of fixated on one vision of what this would look like. And if they'd been a little more flexible over there, I think it would have been done. They'd have a new stadium underway, maybe not be in it yet, but close. It makes me sad. The Bay Area is more fun when the A's are there. I am going to really miss them, and I think Giants fans are going to miss them. Now, I guess the counter to that has been the last 2 years. It's hard to sort of talk about the rivalry because of what's been going on over there. But it makes me sad. I mean, I wish the franchise well. I hope some of their fans stick with the team somehow, and it's painful. Anytime a team moves, it's painful. You're leaving people behind who care about you. So I'm sorry about it. I really am.
All right.
Well said, Dave.
Thanks for sharing many, many varied thoughts, and enjoy the heck out of that weekend in L.A., and we'll see you when you get home.
Thanks, Dave.
Dodgers rookie making his debut. That always scares me.
Oh, wait a minute. Which one? Did they announce it?
Yeah, they announced it. Emmett Sheehan, who's put up ridiculous numbers in Double-A. He's one of their big prospects. He's coming up tonight to pitch for them. So,
well, thanks for breaking that news. We hadn't seen that.
Dodgers saved him for the Giants. It's funny. The Dodgers pitching has been a little ragged. Of course, the Giants starting pitching is fraying a little bit right now. But the Dodgers bullpen's really struggled. They've been taxed, and so they're bringing up a kid tonight to start.
Yeah, okay, Emmett Sheehan, and then they got Bobby Miller Saturday, another kid. And then Gonsolin on Sunday.
Yes, big time stuff from both these guys. Like, we're going to see over the next 2 days, it's going to be a test for the Giants' veteran hitters because these guys are unfamiliar and they have massive big time stuff.
So Sheehan and Miller versus Matos, Bailey, and Schmidt. This is it. The next generation. Let's go.
That's it. We might as well be in Tulsa or Sacramento.
Let's start the next decade now. Awesome. All right, Dave.
Sounds pretty fun.
Thanks
Talk
a million.
to you guys soon.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Dave
man.
Fleming.
Okay.
Always great. By the way, he played LACC. He played LA Country Club, LA North. That's my biggest takeaway. People are like, oh, what do you say about Bailey? What do you say about Schmidt? What do you say about Matos? What do you say about Fisher? No, I'm like, he played LA North.
You've been asking all week. So Krukow didn't get on there. You didn't get on there. Flem is on there. He's like, yeah, I've done it. Flem's had him all over the world. What are you going to do?
What he's talking about right there? We're talking about an aristocrat right there.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, shout out to the Flem percenters.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to end it with Giants farm talk. Kyle Haynes, the director of the Giants player development, the guy responsible for all these guys.
Last thing, give me 5 seconds on what he just said about breaking this new starter tonight. We've never seen him.
Yeah, Emmett Sheehan.
Yeah, I don't need him now. Out of nowhere, I got
very Irish name.
I got Ed Sheeran on the hill now. You know what? With his messed up hair.
You know what? We'd knock Ed Sheeran out of the box.
I think so too.
In a hurry.
I like to think so.
About 5'2".
Yeah.
All right, Kyle Haynes next on the Sports Leader.
I feel sorry for the fans in Oakland.
That's a lie.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think for these guys, just the novelty of having a guy come up, get his first hit his first homer, and then, the way these guys are dousing these poor kids with, every substance imaginable when they come through the clubhouse door after the game. They're getting their mileage out of that, too. So you're right. There's just a whole culture of breaking these guys in, and it's not the hazing culture that existed 10, 20, 30 years ago. But it's kind of, it's still the little brother sort of dynamic and really feeling excited for these kids.
Well, there it is. Farhan Zaidi talking about this Well, not the musical youth, but the baseball youth.
Ooh, I see what you did. Okay, we're riffing. I like
that was
it.
Waterboy. Well done there.
Yeah, it always works.
Friday.
Always works.
Let's talk about a man who's responsible for all this. Kyle Haynes, the Senior Director of Player Development for the Giants. I don't think we've ever had Kyle on. So, Kyle, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. We talk a lot of Giants on this show, and you're the dude. So,
yeah,
Kyle,
welcome, Kyle.
Thanks for hopping on. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. And yeah, it's a lot of work by a lot of people. So I'm happy to jump on and represent them.
Yeah,
Nice.
Let's talk about it. I mean, we could go any number of directions. Why don't we start with the newest shiny toy, and that's Luis Matos. And so, Kyle, if I'm right, this is your 5th year with the Giants, right?
Yeah, I've done it many years. I played actually in the minor leagues with the Giants, part of a lot of the familiar names you guys know that won the World Series. I was their minor league teammate, and then I ended up coming back as a staff member and then been on in this role for 5 years, yeah.
Yeah, you were drafted in 2004, so you played with that whole crew, right? The Lincecum the Lincecums and the Canes of the world?
Good group.
Yeah. Those are all my friends. I'm honored to call them friends.
Nice.
and watch them win the World Series on TV like everybody else, and wish I was there with them.
Yeah, I guess when I was saying 5th season, I meant in the sort of the front of the player development side, right?
Absolutely, yeah. This is my 5th year in this role. Yep.
So my question is Matos. And I'm trying to do the math here. Where was Matos in the organization when you got there? Or did you guys arrive at the same time? What's the timeline there?
He signed in July of 2018, and I was actually assistant director under David Bell at that point. Met him for the first time. 2019 was his first season in the Dominican Summer League, the rookie ball in Boca Chica, Dominican Republic for us. And just slowly seen him grow. And while that seems like a long time ago, he was 16 years old. So now he's 21 and was the youngest guy in AAA and now in the big league. So it's been fast, but he's still incredibly young. So seeing him go from a 15, 16-year-old kid to this has just been fantastic for so many people in the organization.
Kyle, there's so many, it's not totally unusual for a teenager to sign. You see it various places. And I guess it must be, I don't want to say impossible, but it's hard to know how they're going to grow. Was there anything about Luis Matos that was different?
Yeah, I mean, Joe Salermo, our international scouting director, I mean, he's always been a huge Matos fan, and he was ecstatic to get him. I think we signed him just short of $1 million signing bonus. And in the international game, some of these top players are going, $4 or $5 million. And I know Joe was just ecstatic that we were able to get him on board and felt like we got a much more valuable player than the industry had him bonus-wise. And, we've kind of just polished and sharpened and tried to help him grow on and off the field to be a great Giant. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us have always had this aspirations for him because he has so many special gifts that other kids don't have.
Wow. All right. Well, Kyle Haynes is the voice you hear, Senior Director of Player Development, former Giants minor leaguer. And there he was when Matos came in at age 16, and he'll be at Dodger Stadium tonight. So many other young ones to ask you about, and the big 3 position players right now get the most of the headlines. And we go next to Pat Bailey. And if you could give us any kind of background anecdote about scouting him at NC State, and maybe were you fearful that he was going to go somewhere else? And when did you guys fall in love with him?
Yeah, actually, our amateur scouting director, Michael Holmes, he lived at the time like 10 minutes from NC State's campus. He since moved since then, but he knew Pat like the back of his hand, and they got a really good relationship. And then whenever he came on with us, it was kind of odd. He signed literally right across the road from Oracle Park during the pandemic season. And most minor leaguers sign, they go right to rookie ball or A ball. He signed, went right into Oracle Park and was like catching Jeff Samardzija and Johnny Cueto that day.
Nice. Yeah.
So it was kind of a weird introduction for him. So he's had a complete unique road to get to this point where he almost like debuted in Oracle Park and then went back to the minors and earned his way back to Oracle Park. So, but Pat, I mean, yeah, once again, we went through that alternate site together back in 2020, and it felt like we were just around each other as everybody was kind of locked up at that time. So another personal, amazing story is we got really close really fast, just because we weren't allowed around other people. So you guys see the switch hitter and the catcher. I mean, that's apparent. And but I'm honored to know the person too.
Is he? How sizzling was he coming out of NC State? I mean, that was it was weird. The pandemic was weird. We all kind of lost touch with sports for a little bit. And was there concern that, I think the thought in the industry is that you guys went up a little bit to go get him. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you see these mocks, right? But sometimes the mocks are just trying to piece together what they're hearing gossip-wise. They don't really know what teams are truly thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had every indication that he might even go right in front of us or immediately right after us, if my memory serves us right. But he's a switch-hitting catcher. You can see it, power, plate discipline, plus defensive player, the Gold Glove catcher in all minor league baseball last year. And those are in short supply right now, and we're just honored that he's on our side, and that we have other catchers as well that are standouts as well. So catching was probably an area of weakness just a few years ago, and now it's an area of depth for us.
Well, Kyle Haynes, Senior Director of Player Development for the Giants, kind enough to hop on and talk about this incredible youth movement the Giants are experiencing here, and he's here to develop them. So, a guy who's not on the big league club right now is next on my question list, and that's Joey Bart.
Joey Bart.
Well, because player development is your title, and that's what you guys are here to do, and you guys are trying to now develop him. It's now been a little bit. So maybe, Kyle, if you could fill in the fans and us on where we're at right now, and there's a mental part and there's a physical part.
Good question. Yeah.
I guess, how is he doing on both fronts?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing as good as he could be, but I mean, obviously he wants to be an oracle and help us win. I know Joey, very, very well. We all do. He's a competitor. He wants to be on that field helping us win. He knows he's going to get back and help us win. And, we're going to work on trying to get his timing back after some time off, and also maybe some changes, at the plate, whether it be approach a little mechanics to try to get him just some better plate coverage and be able to have a little more consistency in that at bats, because it's just right now he's a good player, but it's inconsistent, and I think he would agree with that. But at the same time, that's our goal. We gotta, everybody. I don't get to celebrate the guys doing well. We're always focused on the guy who needs us the most, and Joey needs a lot of love right now. He's an outstanding player, and in a perfect world, I think him and Bailey are actually a really good combo at the major league level. When you put him with Sable, that's a really good young catching combo. So we know he's going to be a big part of our future, and we just got to, clean up some things with Joey right now, whether it be timing or other related, due to some time off and some struggles he's went through recently.
That's a good answer and tells us a lot, and we'll follow the kid. This summer things change, as we know. I mean, things change in an instant. So look at Luis Matos. I mean, he's all of a sudden in Dodger Stadium tonight. You mentioned plate coverage, and I'm wondering about Casey Schmidt. Boy, you want to talk about a guy who kind of symbolized the youth movement, the way he came in and put a jolt into Oracle Park and jolt into the fan base. Even my two kids, 15 and 11, are super pumped on him now. And then just because there's an energy about him, a kinetic energy, and he hits the ball hard and he makes great plays in the field. And now he's cooled off a little bit, and the big story is chase rate. And so I'm wondering, Kyle, as a player development head, is that something that kind of first on your grease board right now is we got to fix Casey Schmidt's plate discipline? And if so, how do we go about it?
Oh yeah, man, I could talk for an hour on this one, but
oh really? Okay.
I'll sum it up as fast as I can. In general, I see this a lot with a lot of young players, almost every young player, and that's emotional control. And you see them when they get called up. There's a lot of nerves. There's this, and you see what they're capable of doing. But sometimes, as things snowball, the ability to control your emotions is directly correlated to ability to stay patient and not try to just swing your way out of slumps. And we see that a lot in the minor leaguers, where sometimes swinging less is going to actually be more beneficial, and making sure you get your one pitch in the at bat to drive, not just try to go up there and see how many swings you can get in as fast as you can to try to make some damage happen. And I see it with Casey right now. He's going to be able to do it. I've seen him go through these in the minor leagues from time to time. Early in San Jose, actually, his first month, he really struggled with this in particular. He just wanted to get off such a good start. He just went into swing mode and tried to get 3 hits in one at bat, so to speak. And I can see that there, and that's part of the growing curve of young players. And that's when you call up young guys. There's especially position players. There's going to be ups and downs. Brandon Crawford, a lot of these guys when they were called up, they went through the same thing and ended up, going through ups and downs. And luckily, guys like Casey or Pat or others have the defense to allow time for the bats to develop in the big leagues, because they can still add value without just hitting a home run on the upper deck.
Wow, Kyle, great answer. And man, I'd love that you could talk. I'd want to do the hour. I want to do an hour on that.
We will. Next time we'll do an hour. We'll block it. Yeah.
We'll call it a podcast, right?
Yeah.
We can't let you go. We're legally and morally obligated to say the name Kyle Harrison. He pitched last night. 5 innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks.
We're always watching them.
We're watching.
Yeah.
Kyle, we're watching.
Everybody else, too.
You guys share a first name and a first initial. 2 Kyle H's. Okay. Give the really eager fan base the Kyle Haynes update on Kyle Harrison. How close is he?
Oh, how close is he? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the answer. I mean, my job is to make him the best we possibly can. That's what our department's doing. And the one thing I can give assurance and promise, he's much better now than he was a week ago, better than he was a month ago, better than he was a year ago. And, you know, it's great to have players putting us in tough spots on these. But there's so much things that happen behind the scenes to make sure that his development is as good as possible. You know, between starts, a lot of times people haven't seen, we've been working on, you know, a shorter slider to try to land for strikes. His stuff is so swing and miss that, you know, he most guys like a Logan Webb, he can go first pitch, ground ball out and get deep in games. Kyle, he throws it right down the middle and guys just can't even touch it. So he ends up deep in counts. And, you know, that understanding of how to throw his slider early in counts for strikes, then throw the bigger one for for swing and miss late for strikeouts. The fastball command, his misses are much smaller for anyone who's ever watched his outing by outing from last year. This year, when he misses his spots, the misses are much smaller. And, you know, he's getting deeper in games. His weightlifting routine between starts has been outstanding to help keep him healthy and strong. There's so much more than, you know, that MILB.TV feed shows you on his development. And I know he's trending in an extremely, extremely positive fashion right now. And, you know, that's my focus. That's our focus, is how do we make him 1% better today than he was yesterday? And we look up and, you know, one day when he goes to Oracle Park, we got that homegrown Bay Area kid on the mound for us. And we want to make sure that he's in a spot to succeed, not just a spot to make his debut and never be heard from again.
I got you.
2020 draft class. I mean, Bailey, Schmidt, and Harrison could be amazing. Could be Bill Walsh's 86 class. Kyle, I guess last one. I know we're out of time and you are too, but just how much you watching Omaha this weekend for the draft coming up?
I'll be watching out of the corner of my eye. I mean, we got 8 minor league teams going. I know our scouts are on that, and I'll be watching out of the corner of my eye. I can't help but fall in love with Omaha and the College World Series. So we'll be watching, and then here we're not too far away from maybe introducing some new names to our fan base in this upcoming draft, and you know, joining the guys that we have that have grabbed our attention, and the others in our minor league system too that we didn't get a chance to talk about. We got a lot of good guys throughout the system, and maybe we'll trickle some up here and there that are ready to help us succeed.
Yeah, July 9th through 11th. Kyle, really enjoyable conversation. Hopefully it's not our last. We'll do it again.
Thanks
maybe
for the time,
as the
Kyle.
news warrants. We know you got a lot going on, so thanks so much for hopping on.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Kyle Haynes. That was good.
Couple quick reactions. One, in audio, what do you give me for a sound alike? I kept thinking he sounds an awfully like Javi Lopez. That's just one.
Yeah.
Absorbed that.
Yeah.
Had to go to Marcus and just say, you sure we're not getting pranked by Javi right now? But no, that was definitely Kyle Haynes.
I'll buy that.
Yeah. Very kind of cool, assured tone. Just the Joey Bart thing. You know, you brought it up. The hushed tones.
He did say at one point Joey needs a lot of love right now.
That's what I'm saying. They had a little bit of sadness.
Why don't you drive to Sac and give him a hug, Paulie?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to.
Well, Waterboy's going up to Rockland. Why don't you swing by
give
and
Joey
tap
Bart
him up?
as the number one guy in the Joey Bart fan club. You owe it to him.
You know, I'm not even joking. I looked up the schedule because I wanted to go watch Joey play. The River Cats are on a 2-week trip to Texas right now. Still out in Sugar Land.
Get on the damn plane. Go to Texas, all right? Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And, Paulie, Joe Davis, a man, he's the voice of the Dodgers. And he's a man that you said, I turned around and Joe Davis is in my life.
Well, I woke up one day and all of a sudden I said, Joe Davis looked at me and goes, get used to me. I'll be here for the rest of your life.
We'll get used to him. He's
starting
on with
today.
He's on with Pop on Lund at 1:15.
Okay, nice.
today.
I'll check him out.
All right, we'll hand it over next on These Sports Leaders.
You gotta watch these giants. You gotta like these kids.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, look at you. Getting your inner copes on, huh, Marcus?
Love this.
I got you.
I love this.
All right, Reggae Friday ends as always.
It's been a good one, Murph. Good week.
Very, very good. We got G-Pop.
I love seeing Greg. Look at this guy.
I'm going to do this again. I'm going to do this again.
I know, no. The door's always open. What do you need, Murph? Oh, he's fixing the cameras.
Ooh,
nice. Well done. Look at Scorsese over here.
So I have one question. The Aaron Rodgers oil painting. Where is it? You put it back behind me?
Yes. So
do you know what I did yesterday?
There is a dark vibe coming off that thing. I
heard
feel you.
from listeners.
You didn't hear? You want me to show you the pictures?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I heard that you turned around and you were startled.
No, you were startled. So I've heard you guys tell why it was made, and it's a great story.
Yeah.
But then I did, we're doing the stream and the Twitch and the videos.
You got it all now, Greg.
So I'm watching John when he's in studio and I'm home, and I'm like, why is Aaron Rodgers? But I let it go. And then Randy Wynn was on with us yesterday, and Randy's going 6 minutes on Luis Matos going opposite field. My mind's kind of wandering.
Sound like Gary there.
I looked at the monitor, and I'm like, why is Aaron Rodgers?
I know,
over,
there he is.
Yeah. The voice of the 49ers. This is the flagship of the Niners. They have beaten him occasionally in a playoff game.
You know what I mean?
And I know, Robbie Gould, a 45-yarder, and he's walking off the field. It was not. But I'm like, we want Roger Staubach or Troy Aikman over my shoulder.
Oh man,
I
feel you. No,
so
Greg.
then I just went back and I flipped it backwards.
Yeah.
And then I saw Copes over on the floor, not even camera present. So I took Aaron near me, made Copes.
Oh, Copes, yeah,
But then, with the cameras, you're not even aware they're on.
I know.
So John's laughing. I could see John in this home studio laughing that I did it. So he's like, so that I flipped the double bird. And Aaron Rodgers.
Did you flip double bird on the Twitch and the stream?
Yeah,
now, you got to be careful.
Is that
Of course I did.
Then I was going to go full-blown Italian and give it. You want me to give it all to you?
Of course I did. We'll get under the neck. Give him the brush.
We got so many different
one of
FUs.
these.
How many can we come up with?
Yeah.
Is that an FCC violation, though,
I'm
Greg?
not sure.
Is that an FCC violation? All right.
I violate
Remember this one,
FCC
too?
rules
Remember the shoulder
all the
pump?
time.
Like, you get one of these.
Yeah, what does that
mean? One of
mean?
these going?
What does that
I'll
mean?
tell you off the air. It's explicit.
Oh, man. So, listen, you're ready to go. Wow, we got a
I'm
million.
ready to go right now.
There it is.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. welcomes you to the flag.
I
Cheers,
an 11
everybody.
a.m. Monday press conference.
Okay.
With Mike Dunleavy.
He kind of even looks like Myers, doesn't he? Same tall, slender. They got the same body fat percentage, you know what I mean?
That's Mully's guy.
That's what I'm saying.
So we're going to get Mully on. Mully loves that.
Nice. So Paulie and I went on a riff about New York Irish. Mike Malone, Dunleavy, and Mully sitting in a bar.
What's going on with Michael Malone? Never has a voice. Has the big gold chain.
We'll do it again next year.
He's got a heater on. I know his dad from Syracuse. He was on
Brendan
Boeheim's
Malone.
staff.
Another one.
Brendan Malone.
Another New York
Was
Irish.
he not the first head coach of the Toronto Raptors?
Great knowledge.
With
that's what we're getting here. That's why the camera's on you, buddy.
No, I know
that's why the camera's on you.
I know Brendan.
Let's get him out of
Where's
here. It's a
that Aaron
Friday.
Rodgers?
No flipping
Aaron
birds.
Rodgers. If I was you guys, I would take that away for the weekend. For its
We'll turn it away.
Have a good show, Greg. Cheers, you guys.
There may be a Robbie Gold kicking shoe
The
right through.
energy is raw. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, two-number brake experts. Waterboy, have a great weekend. Say happy Father's Day to Ken, Triple E, Paulie. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I don't want to stay on parade, but I want to stay on parade. You want to know what's hitting me is those Modelos.
Yeah, baby. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Munn.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Line
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the new general manager of the Golden State Warriors. I'm told he agreed on a deal. He'll move up in the front office to replace Bob Myers, who stepped down a couple weeks ago after 4 championships, 11 years on the job. And this makes a lot of sense for the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy Jr. came into the organization as a player out of Duke. was a third overall pick back in 2002, started his career in Golden State, and then came back with Bob Myers, started as a scout, moved up in the front office. And now Mike Dunleavy Jr., who has relationships all over the organization, at the top with Joe Lacob, their owner, but then with Steve Kerr, their coach, and of course the key players in Golden State.
That's Adrian Wojnarowski. I was going to say he makes it official, but he doesn't make it official. The Warriors made it official. Mike Dunleavy Jr. will replace Bob Myers. We'll get into that conversation. I have an interesting comp because something big happened in basketball today. So we'll get into that conversation. Giants, Dodgers. Man, Danny's big poll, he is efficient. He's already got the poll up. It's already got like 150 votes, so we're way ahead on that. But this is what the most important thing is today, and I have to start with this. So because of my untimely stuff that I got going on.
Good morning, John. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have to stay at home don't have to, but I'm not moving all so well. So I'm out for a little while, but I'm normally in the studio, and this is the second day that you're in the studio and not at home. Is it me?
Well, I like your chair, so I figured the king's throne is empty, so I can move right into the chair.
No, you look good today.
I'm going to be.
Fancy shirt.
I got my white shirt. I'm having a very good hair day today, John. So I'm not going to be wearing a. No, I'm going to be in studio a little bit more until when football season starts. It's hard. Yeah. Because I'm at Levi's, Santa Clara, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Friday if we're flying out of town. If we're not flying out of town, I'm home, and there's Saturday walkthrough, whether it's home or away, and usually there's a game on Sunday or Monday or Thursday. So. No, it's good to catch up. We had a little quality time with Tolbert yesterday. I haven't seen Tommy in a while. And Murph and Mac and Walter and Danny and even spending time with Holler. So it's been good. I do miss you at one time. We will be in studio together whenever you're able. But happy Father's Day, an early one. Yeah, and Danny's big poll. You actually came up with this idea a couple of weeks ago. And we'll get to it. And now Kyle Harrison shoved last night. Ooh. And the Giants are going opener tonight. So it's lined up for when they feel he's in the strike zone enough. And we talked to Dave Brundage, the manager at AAA Sacramento, before he took on Sugarland last night in sultry, hot Texas, about where he's at. So I think there's going to be a point where it's going to be there. And it's been a big week with Montos. And obviously Schmidt and Bailey have already been here. And we're going to be chanting, beat L.A., beat L.A. But we opened with Mike Dunleavy, and the Warriors didn't beat L.A. They haven't beat L.A. in the playoffs since 1967. I believe Mike Dunleavy Sr. was born at that time. He's about my age. But Mike Jr. is a guy, and we'll get Mully on Monday. I think Mully's back on the East Coast this time of the year. He usually goes to the Hamptons. But in any event,
the Hamptons.
Yeah, well, not when Mully's out, Tony Hamptons. He's out. He's out far on the Hamptons. The further you go out, the more expensive it is there. Flamingo Kid, if you're familiar with that.
There you go.
Wayne Gretzky and Janet Jones. Anyway.
Matt Dillon?
Who was the star of that movie? Was it
Matt Dillon?
Well, Gretzky wasn't in the movie, but his wife was.
Yeah, I get
Yeah, Matt Dillon
Janet
was.
Jones. Yeah, Matt Dillon.
Yeah. So, we're not surprised. We kind of felt that was coming. I mean, the rumblings were most of the season when Bob was in limbo, and we got a feel that Bob would leave, is that Mike Dunleavy Jr. would be elevated, and obviously drafted by the Warriors. It's just, his playing career has nothing to do with what he'll do in this job. I think he'll have impact, obviously. He's a second-generation NBA guy. His dad was a solid NBA player for a number of years, went into coaching for a long time. I know his dad well. Don't know Mike hardly at all, just mildly interacted with him. But we'll get to know him more. I mean, as a player, we know him. But he'll have a different role now as the GM of the team. Just thinking, how many guys have played for a franchise, John, and been a high draft pick? What was he, the third pick overall, second pick overall? Mully had that pick. And then went on to become the general manager of that team.
Joe Dumars.
That's a good call. And Joe was a much better player. I mean, obviously they had a great three-guard rotation with Vinnie Johnson, the microwave, coming off the bench, and Isaiah. But Joe was, that's where Jordan Rules came from, was Joe Dumars. So good call. Beyond that, we've had guys own the team. Mario Lemieux, pretty good with Pittsburgh, then owned the team. So that's even a level higher. But it's I don't know, have we ever had it in Bay Area history where a guy that played for a Bay Area team became the GM of that team?
Well, and let me defend him for just a second, because it's ironic that Michael Jordan, who went to North Carolina, and Mike Dunleavy, who went to Duke, Jordan is
selling,
divesting his interest in the Charlotte Hornets, and he's slated.
How much is he going to get for that?
He's getting about $2 billion to add onto his pile of cash, apparently, from what I read this morning. But I mean, there's possibly the greatest player of all time, and he was horrible as an executive. And so everyone thinks, well, you got to be a great basketball player. You don't have to be. And actually, being in coaches is the same way. Coaches have struggled who are great players because their players just don't see the game the way that they saw the game. And I've told you this before. I remember talking to Bobby Knight one time about it when I was in college. He actually stopped by because one of the assistants at Utah State where I went was from Indiana, and he came in and did a big speech, and I asked him point blank, why do great players struggle to be executives and coaches at a high level? Because they see the game completely differently. And Knight was a star in high school. Whatever you think of the guy, the point is that there's a lot of players who weren't necessarily great players, but have run the gamut from the last player on the bench to the best player on the team at some point in their NBA careers. And Mike Dunleavy has gone from the third pick to learning a lot. And like you said, I knew his dad really well because he coached the Blazers when I was there. And so it doesn't matter. My point is exactly what you said. It doesn't matter how good of a player you were. It's a totally different game once you get into front office and coaching.
And I also think that there's a distinction between coaching and managing and being a general manager. We've had Joe Torre, who was a borderline Hall of Fame player and certainly a Hall of Fame manager. Dave Roberts is doing a nice job, obviously, as managing the Dodgers. He wasn't quite the player that Joe Torre was. There have been exceptions where guys have gone into coaching and have done well, but by and large, they've struggled, whether it's Bill Russell. Frank Robinson did a good job, but not a great job. But as far as general managing, that's different. Look at Jerry West. Jerry West, one of the greatest players of all time, one of the greatest executives of all time. Ozzie Newsome in the NFL with the Baltimore Ravens. Danny Ainge was a very solid player, not a great player, but a good player on championship teams. John Lynch of the 49ers, the Hall of Fame player. So sometimes as a coach, you're a little too nitpicky, like, why can't he do what I did? A little bit. But as a general manager, it depends on how hard you want to work. I honestly thought if Kobe Bryant wanted to go into it at the end of his career, when he was done and he was making movies and winning Oscars and he was branching out, I think Kobe would have worked his ass off at it and been the next Jerry West, John.
Yeah, I'll use Elway as the example. Elway was
John Elway,
arguably one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, at least from a tool standpoint, and yet he couldn't pick a quarterback to save his life. So it'll be interesting to see what it goes. But
he did win a Super Bowl with Von Miller, though. His first ever draft pick in the NFL, first guy he ever chose. Number 2 overall was Von Miller.
But what I think is interesting here is we talked about it when Bob left. They make the decisions collaboratively, and generally speaking, and we could tell this in the press conference with Bob and Joe Lacob, Joe rubber stamps things at the end of the day. So how much?
I think it's the opposite direction. I think Joe, he doesn't rubber stamp it. I think he sets the organizational path on things, and then the people around him, including his sons and Larry Harris and Bob at some degree, and now Dunleavy, and I think they're the ones that actually execute it with the fine details of the CBA. But I think it's Joe that really determines which direction they're going.
Sure. I guess what I'm saying is it's a collaborative effort. So with some teams, you're going to have a general manager with a ton of power. I don't think that's what Dunleavy's position is. I think it's to do what Bob did. I think you and I talked about it when Bob left. I think the toughest thing for Mike Dunleavy to do, but he's been in the dynamics of locker rooms and he knows what it's like to be a high-profile player with a big name like he was, is handling this team. This is a championship or bust kind of team. And can he sit in front of the media like Bob did and calm things down when he had to? Can he relate to the players? Does he have a relationship like that, like Bob did with Draymond Green? Probably not. So those are the things that Bob did so well that I looked at and I said, those are the things that are irreplaceable.
Well, as Bob evolved, he was the general manager, first assistant GM for Larry Riley, and then GM. And then, halfway through it, John, of his 14 years, right around then, he became president of basketball operations. Mike Dunleavy is not the president of basketball operations. They named him the GM this morning. I'm sure they want to make it a little more subtle with the owner's son coming in as the president of basketball operations, but I think it's completely different where Bob had both titles. Mike just was named the GM today. I think at some point, maybe a little more subtly, the Warriors will announce that Kirk Lacob is the president of basketball ops.
All right, there you go. That is the latest. Mike Dunleavy, GM of the Golden State Warriors. Give us your thoughts. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. All you have to do, you can just go directly there or to KNBR.com, the new KNBR app. You can get there as well. Pop is having a wonderful hair day. I do feel strange because neither have hats on, so I've got a bunch of hats behind me. I've got to get a hat going and see what's going on.
Tom Haller, John. Tom Haller was vice president of the baseball operations for the Giants.
Good call.
From 81 to 85, and obviously a former player. Thanks to Jim Sweeney for picking me up there. Worked for the Warriors many years. Sells merchandise outside of Momo's with his son as well. So thanks for listening. Tom Haller. That may be the only one to play for a team and be and was Tom actually vice president of the baseball operations. So I don't know if he was actually their GM, but close on the pecking chain. So we got to find out if anybody actually, and as I say, I think, Kirk Lakeup will be the president of basketball ops, which is higher than their general manager, but still Dunleavy will have the prominent role. How many Bay Area athletes that played for a team later became the actual GM or number one decision maker, whether it's football, baseball, hockey, or basketball for that same franchise?
All right, we'll get into more with Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors. I got a couple of things to throw you at in that regard, but the big story of the weekend, obviously, the Giants and their youth movement going into L.A. to take on the Dodgers. We'll get into that conversation. Started up, plus we got a tremendous guest list on a Friday. Guys doing a great job. We'll tell you about it coming up next. Pop and Lund on a Friday, plus the poll is already erected, so I guess we got to do that next, too. We're busy. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, he joined Cholbert and Coach yesterday to discuss Luis Matos' debut and the impact of the young Giants. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Let's ride. What are you, Russell Wilson? Beat L.A., beat L.A., beat L.A. First time the Giants are rolling into Chavez Ravine. So what does that mean? It means you get ready for Giants-Dodgers, the great rivalry, by going to Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani has got you covered there, whether it's New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis pizza. Tony G has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes all the traditionals, Neapolitan, Graham, and Sicilian pizzas, and he has other restaurants in the North Beach as well besides Tony's. He's got Capos for Detroit style, Chicago deep dish style, and other pizzas as well. John may stop by when he gets healthy on Father's Day weekend for the full bar. Yummy artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they also make other items besides pizza pie, Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, and Italian sausages, and save room for dessert. He has tiramisu, holy cannoli, and gelato. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. So get ready for Giants-Dodgers by visiting one of his Slice House locations across the Bay Area.
And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Matos, who started this year in Double-A, was promoted to Sacramento, and now here he is in the big leagues. Just 21 years old. Next pitch, he swings, sharp ground ball, left side and through, a base hit. Past the diving DeYoung at short. Slater to second, and Luis Matos with a sharp single to left in his first major league at-bat.
That fine call courtesy of Joe Rizzo, who, by the way, he called San Jose Giants last night. The guy's unbelievable.
Can't take a day off in the middle of baseball season.
That's awesome, man. I love that he just bounces back and forth from the big show to A-ball. That's kind of got to be a kick in the groin, though, right? I mean, you know, you're in the majors and you're in those ballparks, and no offense, but I mean, then you're back down to A-ball.
San Jose Muni is a baseball palace. You know what's great about the Bay Area? And I was up in Sacramento. We have Kyle Harrison updating the start last night. I was up in Sacramento Memorial Day Sunday, and I could take my son Nick loves going to minor league games. We'd go to San Jose Muni every year. How many teams have their A-ball team 45 minutes away down in San Jose, and then their AAA team 45 minutes away, just about going the other direction? Isn't that great?
Farhan loves that. I mean,
does he actually go himself? I very seldom see him at the yard very much. Does Farhan actually go and watch with his own eyeballs, or is it all off the computer?
I wonder if he was in Sugar Land, Texas last night to see the best performance of the season, an 81-pitch performance, the longest he's gone this year, and he was just blown away. They're not the Skeeters anymore, whatever that team is.
Space Cowboys. I'm a joker. I'm a joker. I'm a space cowboy. They're the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Are they really?
What happened to the Skeeters?
I thought Skeeters was cool because, I mean, they're
remember that animated kids show, Cousin Skeeter? Did you ever see Cousin Skeeter?
I don't think so. Probably
George wasn't born
much younger than you think.
Cousin Skeeter was very good.
We're going to unleash the poll early because it's already got a couple hundred votes. Danny was on it today. I don't know if Danny ate his Wheaties today or what, but he's.
Well, you actually came up with this poll like 2 weeks ago. I know. And you were so excited about Casey Schmidt. I'm like, slow your roll. But now that Matos is here,
right?
Kyle, and one thing about Harrison's line last night, and we'll talk to Bags about it. Bags going to join us at 10:50. Matt Mayoko at 11:50 today. We got Eric Armstead.
When you're in studio, you are just all over this stuff. It's
I usually get the rundown, but it's a lot easier right here in studio to.
Right.
I could take. You know what? When I'm in studio, why don't I drive the show and you sit back on the couch?
I
remember when they first proposed this to me years ago when we came together. They're like, hey, could you handle not being a driver? I'm like, dude, I'll sit in the back of the car with a cold one. And let him drive. I'm
People
fine.
have no idea.
I don't. I'd rather not drive. I don't need to drive.
You want me to sit here and drink? Yeah. Okay.
I have a Tesla. I don't need to drive anything.
Right.
But anyway, the one thing about Kyle Harrison's performance last night.
Yeah.
First thing I look at. So he threw the same amount of pitches as the start before, 81. He actually was in the strike zone less frequently last night, 46, as opposed to 52 strikes. That's still too many out of the strike zone, John. So. I mean, that's the one thing is just how many easy takes. But, I don't know, did he get a few double plays more last night? He was able to go 5, and he hasn't gone 5 all year. So the first time he was eligible to qualify for a victory, and he got a victory. Yep. But we'll see. The one thing is he's, Brebbia, they're going to opener again tonight against the Dodgers, and the Dodgers are bringing somebody up from the minor leagues to pitch as well. They're going to unleash Bobby Miller.
He's so good. People haven't seen him.
He's the hardest thrower in baseball as a starter.
He is.
He throws 99. It's not even his best pitch. He's a wipeout slider. He's got a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer. So this beat LA, the Giant-Dodger rivalry, completely different now when you got Bobby Miller involved in it. And also, J.D. Martinez is there and David Peralta and Jason Hayward is a Dodger. It's kind of weird. J.D. Davis, the voice of the Dodgers, will join us at 1:15, John. But this is the first time in the Giant-Dodger rivalry for people like Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, and obviously Sable and the other guys, but, less heralded. And then, when will Kyle Harrison be rolling in, and when will he be facing, Mookie Betts? And is Max Muncy going to play tonight, by the way? He's got a hamstring injury. He's missed the last 5 games.
No, it'd be perfect, and then I could say some jackass comment about how terrible he is, and then he could kill the Giants, which is what happened last time. So
I remember you saying he was done, and then he went yonder every time he swung.
That was smart of me.
All right.
And again, this underscores, and I'm not saying to bring up Kyle Harrison right now, and he was great last night, and again, just for his line, season high 5 innings, 81 pitches thrown, and they win 10-3, and he gets his first win. He struck out 9. The starting pitchers against the Dodgers this weekend, opener game with John Brebbia tonight. Is it still to be determined?
No, I think it's going to be Alex Wood maybe Saturday, and I'm not sure, and then Logan Webb, some combination. And then would that mean Alex Cobb won't pitch in this series?
Right. So that I guess that underscores my point.
Well, they could go Wood, could go Logan Webb, and then Cobb.
Right. They could. I mean, that's what I would do against the Dodgers because with the way that the schedule is situated now, these are important games. They're always important games against the Dodgers, but you don't play them as many times. So I don't care if it's an early June or mid-June, I should say, matchup against the Dodgers. This is the measuring stick of the division, and I don't care what Arizona's doing. This is the team, and you're 2 back in the loss with them, and you're going with opener Alex Wood, who's basically an opener, and Logan Webb. You need pitching, and you're not going to get it till the deadline. And I know that the Stripling and other guys are available, but this underscores to me this very thing that you're doing in what I would call a critical series. You're not throwing your best at the Dodgers. And again, I'm not advocating Harrison because you said it exact. He went 5 innings, he threw the 81 pitches, but he still wasn't in the zone enough, even though he struck out 9. I mean, it's impressive, but it's still not the efficient outing that he needs to get up here.
Yeah, I'd align me to start before. He threw 81 pitches exactly and had 52 strikes. Last night he had 46 strikes. Now, in Sugarland, Texas, the suburb of Houston, do they use the ABS system, the automated balls and strikes? Or
depends on the day.
I mean, what actually happened last night? I mean, did they use it or not?
The RoboUmp. Yeah, RoboUmp is during the week.
Is that the way they do it on the weekends? They use the challenge system?
Yeah, balls and strikes and challenge system on weekends.
Oh.
And during the week, they do the ABS.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's a Monday through Friday thing?
Yeah, it's gross.
So what is Friday? Friday's the weekend? So it's Monday through Thursday is the ABS?
Sunday through Thursday. Yeah, maybe Sunday.
Funny, when I was playing APBA as a kid, we didn't have ABS system.
No, that's true. Sunday is a real lump. I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday real lump.
Yeah, so the weekend.
That's what it is.
Yeah, so last night was a Thursday.
Yep, that's what it is.
But in any event.
Yeah. So we're caught up on everything.
Yeah.
All right, we promise we will unleash the poll coming up next. Danny came up with the poll earlier today, and it's a good one, and it's already generating a lot of interest because people are buzzing about these players. So we'll do the poll coming up next, and then Andrew Baggerly tells us everything about the Giants youth movement and going into L.A. to take on the Dodgers. That at 10:50. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd, first pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, hey there, your old pal John Lund with you, and I want to tell you about my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and the procedure I had, custom lens replacement. Now, if you're watching on the YouTube channel or Twitch, you can see my glasses are nowhere in sight. I could not read this script, 6 months ago because I hadn't had the procedure done, and I got it done because Papa kept coming into the studio, and he was the cock of the walk baby. He was walking in and saying, look how good my eyes are, look how well I can see, and finally I just said, okay, what's going on? And he told me about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, CLR, custom lens replacement, and the incredible team, which they turned out to be, Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team down there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. The procedure just takes minutes. It's very simple. I know when you're dealing with your eyes, you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute here. I'm telling you, very trustworthy. They explain everything that is going to be done, and it is done, and it's done in a flash. Like, after it's done, you're like, so we're going to do this? Oh, we already did it. Oh, that's pretty great. So look, if you're like me and having problems with your eyes and running around your house looking for readers and all that kind of stuff, which is no fun, simply call 877-GET-2020 and you'll get a free consultation. Free. Our favorite word. 877-GET-2020 to schedule a free consultation or visit them online at bayarea2020.com. Real simple procedures. They'll explain everything to you, and it worked out for me. Awesome. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, CLR. Ask them about it today. 877-GET-2020 for that free consultation or bayarea2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think for these guys, just the novelty of having a guy come up, get his first hit his first homer, and then, the way these guys are dousing these poor kids with, every substance imaginable when they come through the clubhouse door after the game. They're getting their mileage out of that, too. So you're right. There's just a whole culture of breaking these guys in, and it's not the hazing culture that existed 10, 20, 30 years ago. But it's kind of, it's still the little brother sort of dynamic and really feeling excited for these kids.
That is Farhan Zaidi, of course, president of baseball operations for the Giants, and he was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, as he is every other week. Larry Bear fills in on those other weeks, and talking about the dynamic. He talked about Casey Schmidt, talking about the young guys, and he's talking about when they play their first game, they douse them in the clubhouse, which is a lot of fun. We got the poll, which we'll bring up in just a second. The reason why there was Love Boat music is...
Yeah, I was waiting for you to explain that, Colonel
Well, I'm getting grief. If you're of a certain age... So I read this spot that goes on, and it's for Princess Cruises.
Right.
And at the beginning of the commercial, it says, love, exciting and new. And it doesn't say you must sing it. But if you're of a certain age, and like
you
I
went
said,
Jack Jones.
Yeah, because I stayed home on Saturday night, and that was my social status when I was a kid and still is to this day. And
wow.
And I watched Love Boat and Fantasy Island. It was love,
the plane,
and then it was the plane. So... you can't, when that script says love, exciting and new, you can't just say that because exactly right there, it's sung and you have to sing it. And I'm not saying that I have a great voice. I'm just saying I feel compelled to sing it. And the only time I didn't on that spot, I had a cold that day and I just couldn't do it. And then a bunch of people gave me grief because I didn't, but then a bunch of people give me grief because I do. I just can't win.
Don't worry about a bunch of people giving you grief, John. Live your life. No, but seriously, I don't think I ever saw the Love Boat and Fantasy Island live on a Saturday night.
I did.
I saw the reruns later, and I don't think I've ever seen one start to finish.
Oh, I have.
Not good, really?
All of them.
Who was the bartender?
Oh, Ted Isaac? You mean Isaac? Ted Lang?
Wow,
Ted
you're
Lang,
good.
Isaac.
You're good. You're
Gopher.
Good. You're good.
Yeah, Julie, the cruise
Julie was
director.
very cute, the blonde.
Yeah, she had a little bit of a stroke problem, but she's a cruise director. What are you going to do?
Gavin McLeod is Captain Merrill Stubing.
Yeah, that's right. And
not his best role by far.
Yeah.
Best role by far was Murray Slaughter.
There you go.
In the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Absolutely. And then you had, later on when things started to kind of get sideways, then you had Vicky, who was I don't know what she was, daughter of Julie.
Wow.
I can't remember. Anyway,
you know way too much about that bad show.
And then you had Vic Tape. If your career was teetering, then they put you on that show in the 70s to be let's get Vic Tape. Like Alice ended, and here's Vic Tape back. And it's like, come on, man. Mel's not get. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so, I've seen it, but I never saw it live on a Saturday night. I was much more into Love American Style, bigger than the red, white, and blue. Because they shot off fireworks like the 4th of July.
No,
that was ahead of its time as far as its sexuality and sensuality.
Oh, very much so.
That was a different deal.
Yeah.
Love American Style. It was edgy.
Yeah.
Where the Love Boat was kind of, I really got to go on a cruise with these people.
No. And it was hokey.
And why is
You could
Murray
tell.
Slaughter here? I'd much rather hang out with Ted Baxter.
Plus, it's like, I don't want to sit at that guy's table. Like, oh, you're sitting at the captain's table. It's like, with that guy?
The cool guy, though, was the bartender. He was cool.
Oh, absolutely. He was the cool. That's why I wanted to be a bartender.
Didn't he do that?
Yeah. He'd
What was the
snap
little-
his fingers. And
Yeah, was that what it was?
Like I said,
Like,
I got
like a baseball pitcher
Yeah.
when he strikes somebody out. He
at the beginning of the,
shoots you down?
show. Absolutely, yeah. That's why that's who I thought I was. The white version of that. I thought I was that because
You were that guy?
when I finished college, I went over to Hawaii for a year and I worked on cruise ships. I don't know if that's in direct correlation with Love Boat, but I was a bartender on cruise ships.
Did John Miller ever come on one of your cruise ships?
No, I never saw John Miller.
He loves going on cruise ships.
Yeah. Oh man, there's some people you see him again and again, and I that's who I thought I was, and I would snap my fingers and point, and be like, "There you go, there's your pina colada." Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. It is time. Good job, Danny, erecting the pole early. Let's do it.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
There you go, Ted Baxter.
Exactly.
You scratched my dinghy.
Danny. Friday's big poll with youth movement in full swing. Which young giant are you most excited about? And we have 4 choices here on Twitter, at DannyDunn24. That's where he's put it. KNBR has retweeted it. I retweeted it. So make sure that you vote early and often. And I got to be honest with you, man. I'm surprised with the early results. I thought it was going to be one person who is, 2 people, and they're both last. Luis Matos, 39% in the lead. Patrick Bailey, 32%. Kyle Harrison, 15%. And, oh, my God, Casey Schmidt.
The mighty
at
Schmidt has
14%.
struck out. There is no
Most
joy in Mudville.
excited. So it says, again, it's which young giant are you most excited about?
Yeah.
Is because Matos is the latest to be brought
Well,
up?
actually, we thought long and hard about the wording of this because, I mean, Kyle Harrison's not a giant. He's in the giant system. I was thinking, young giant, rookie. You can't say farmhand because, the other 3 are here. And then talking to Joe Rizzo, John, and you essentially asked him this question yesterday.
I did.
He went Lucky Luciano.
He did.
He went Marco Luciano, which I've seen video of him, but I haven't seen him. This guy, what is he, like a 6'2", 200-pound shortstop?
Plus,
maybe an outfielder. I mean, so who knows? He may not even be on the list. Vaughn Brown. In the minor leagues, they I don't know who this guy ultimately going to be, but we've got 3 of them in the major leagues.
Yeah, I think this makes sense because everybody knows Harrison, and because we talk about him so much. And then
He's a De La kid, went to De La Salle High School.
But just to go back to what Joe said, because I said, which of these guys, you've seen them all, do you think has I think I said the most upside, but he said Marco Luciano, and he said no giant has gone oppo into the Bay. He said he thinks that Luciano could be the first.
Although Buster almost did it.
He did, yeah.
Buster almost did it in a playoff game. I think it was his last
right
game
over
ever?
my head. If it wouldn't have
was
hit
it game 5 or game 1 or 2?
Game 1. It was game 1. It was off
against,
Kershaw.
Was it Kershaw or Buehler?
It was. I think. Oh no, it was Buehler.
It was
You're
tight
100%
pants.
right.
It was tight pants.
Yeah, but I was out there and it went right over my head.
Yeah,
we were
yeah,
all
yeah.
just jumping up and down, and I didn't even think that it was going to go oppo, and then it hit the beam.
Was
or
Emily
whatever.
Wade right there with you as well? Lamont's mom? Was she there?
She had to be. There was a lot.
Who was
of
there
people
that
out
night?
there.
Barry Bonds and Chris Mullen. Remember they sat right next to each other? And I think
they
Steve
were in
Young.
some better seats than I
Steve
was.
Young. Well, they had the Larry Bear seats.
Yeah, that's
Steve Young, because they're 2 great lefties. Steve Young and Jerry Rice. Speaking of great lefties, they threw out the first pitches, or they got him pumped up that night.
Right.
But Buster almost did it. So who's winning in this?
Matos? Let me refresh. Yeah, Matos.
He's had 3 plate appearances. He's got
39%, Bailey 32%, 15% the mighty Casey. By the way, today is National Casey Day. Today is National Casey
Really?
Day. But yeah, and Kyle Harrison at 14%.
Who's the greatest Casey of all time? Stengel or Keep
Schmidt.
It Coming Love? Keep It Coming Love.
Oh, and the
Don't
Shunshine
stop it
Band?
now. Don't stop it now. Don't stop it now.
That's a tough one. We could do a secondary poll of greatest
Why
Casey.
was there never a movie made about Casey and the Sunshine Band like ABBA and Mamma Mia? And
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that documentary.
Much better. Yeah.
Piles of cocaine, I bet. But I'm surprised only, and here's my logic now. I may be wrong, but Matos is the latest to come up. But I was telling Danny at the break when I saw how this was turning out that a lot of times with fans, the unknown is greater than the known.
No,
and
why
so
is Luciano? If we put Luciano in the poll, he'd win.
But Harrison is not here yet, and so I thought Harrison would actually. And again, we're only 215 votes. Yeah, I thought Harrison would win this thing, but he's in last place right now. And then I thought Schmidt would be high on this, but he's in second.
Isn't it a good problem to have?
No, it's great, isn't it?
Maybe the Giants will win a Rookie of the Year one of these years and not have the Dodgers win it every single year. By the way, James Outman got off to a great start. He was the April Rookie of the Month of the National League. He slid a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Joe Davis, the voice of the Dodgers. I mean, the one thing you would say, and Matos right now is playing center. He may ultimately be a corner outfielder. Casey Schmidt's going to play more third now. We'll find out about J.D. Davis, whether he goes on the IL or not. But in theory, he's more of a third baseman than a shortstop. I mean, could you imagine the left side of your infield one day being Lucky Luciano and the mighty Casey is short and third? Wow. Talk about toolsy. But the point I made, Patrick Bailey runs both sides of the game. So the young giant you are most excited about, which one has the chance of having the greatest impact? I mean, think Buster Posey. Think Thurman Munson. Think Yogi Berra. You know, some of the greatest players, you know, the catching position. When you have an offensive-minded catcher, what's that does? I mean, without Buster Posey.
Well, look at the Cardinals this year. I mean, they lose Molina, and they don't know what they're doing. I mean,
you're going to blame that all on Contreras?
Not all of it, but I mean, that guy was a steadying influence behind the dish, and I think people forget about just how big of a deal that is. I'm not putting 100% on it, but I think they miss him.
Well, I mean, look at Buster. The last year he plays, you won 107.
Yeah, right.
And then you go, but there was a lot. I mean, Belt wasn't the same. Crawford wasn't the same. Longoria wasn't the same. It went on and on. So many guys that had great years the year before didn't have him last year. And then, you know, curiously, the moment Patrick Bailey shows up, and it started a little bit earlier. But look at the Giants have what's their record? 19-9. Right around the time that Bailey came up, John. I think if it's not the best in baseball, it's one or two along with Arizona. So, I mean, he has impacted winning. And Bailey's, you know, a lot of those games he didn't start are the games they lost. So I just think Bailey's component, as far as an offensive player, I mean, Matos and Luciano probably project to be better offensive players than Bailey, but I'm not sure. He's off to a great, he's 9 for 20 as a right-handed hitter, and he's supposed to be weak from that side as a switch hitter. But how much does Patrick Bailey impact just winning? I mean, what do the Warriors talk about? You know, how do you impact winning? Jonathan Kuminga can give you all these highlight plays, but does he impact winning? Does anybody impact winning more? And we're talking shortstops and center fielders and third basemen. Those are important defensive positions, but not as important as obviously the starting catcher.
Right. Plus, I double-checked yesterday. I said they'd used 11 rookies. They've used 14. So far through 68 games, Blake Sable, Casey Schmidt, David Villar, Brett Wisely, Patrick Bailey, Bryce Johnson, Elliot Ramos, Cal Stevenson, the great Cal Stevenson.
You're counting Ramos?
He's a rookie.
What was he here for, a cup of coffee?
Yeah, but he's
A
been
cup of Connor Joe? I know.
He's played.
He's still a rookie?
Yeah, he's still a rookie. I checked their statuses, too, on all these guys. Stevenson, Matos, Ryan Walker, Cole Waits, Keaton Wins, Tristan Beck.
Wow.
14 through 68 games. That's crazy.
Yeah, but a lot of those guys are going up and down I-80.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the key 4 or 5 guys, right?
There's like 7 guys. Blake Sable's a rookie.
Right. But I mean,
could a Giant win Rookie of the Year? Corbin Carroll's going to win Rookie of the Year, right? In Arizona?
That dude.
Unless he gets hurt.
Yeah, my gosh, that guy.
Well, he's not even a rookie. They gave him over $100 million immediately. He hadn't even played in the big leagues yet.
Good call by them. I mean, sometimes you do that and it blows up in your face.
Well, that's what John Hart did in Cleveland with those guys.
Yeah.
He bought up their ARB years immediately in their free agent years.
Let's get to it with, and again, vote on that whole thing. We got the poll up right now. Danny's big poll. He's got it up early. And again, with the Giants movement in full swing, which young Giant are you most excited about? That is the question. And again, Matos leading the way with that one. Patrick Bailey second so far. Casey Schmidt, then Kyle Harrison. And of course, the other 3 are up. Harrison had a great night last night in Sugar Land, Texas. We'll ask Bags about everything. Andrew Baggerly is going to talk to us about the youth movement, about Dodgers, Giants, all of it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
As Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants. He was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, which he is every couple of weeks, and you should catch it. It is compelling radio. Let's get into a lot of things. The youth movement of the Giants. Kyle Harrison was great last night. Bags was in St. Louis for that Yaz tie, and then they scored the 3, and they win 8-5, so they sweep the Cardinals for the first time in a long time. And now the Dodgers, even though they're not in first place, certainly the litmus test in the division still. Let's talk to Andrew Baggerly about all of it at Extra Bags. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Lots happening. I'm good. How are you?
Man, I know. Yeah, it's crazy busy. You got a bunch of articles up right now, and I know you're into the A situation too. You've retweeted a lot of things. We got a lot to get to, but I loved your piece because I just didn't realize this. Enthusiastic fire. The Giants protected Luis Matos, and it paid off in his Major League Baseball debut. So how close were they to exposing him to the Rule 5 draft?
You know, I don't think they were really that close, but it wasn't an automatic decision. And I've heard from people in baseball that were like, oh, come on, this was an obvious call for them. And I think for a Marco Luciano, it was. For a Luis Matos, just because his struggles were so acute in A-ball, it'd be really part of the gamble in the Rule 5 draft is, well, could a team really take this guy and could they really keep him on the roster all season? And maybe you can do that with a pitcher, who can throw strikes who's an A-ball. But it's just really rare to take a position player at that level, especially one who struggled, and profile that a team would actually keep him all year. But that's how good Luis Matos is at the end of the day, they're like, we still are not comfortable taking this risk. And, I texted Farhan to provide a little clarity to that, and he said, it's what tilted the Giants toward keeping him was the defensive value, first and foremost. A team could, keep him on the end of the bench, put him in for late inning defense, and he's, a really good center fielder. And then, he is a guy who had good contact numbers, even though it wasn't the kind of quality contact that's going to lead to hits. And they felt that maybe he could move a little quicker than you might otherwise think based on his stat line. And that certainly happened way faster than anyone could have anticipated. And now he's in the big leagues. He's the second youngest guy from a position player standpoint in the big leagues behind Jordan Walker of the Cardinals. And there's just a lot of momentum and enthusiasm behind this guy being in the big leagues. And now they're relying on him because Mitch Haniger is not going to be out for 10 days or 20 days. He might be out for the whole season. So, they all of a sudden are a little light on right-handed bats in the outfield. So they are kind of depending on Luis Matos to be a difference maker now.
And you were ahead of it. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about Matos a lot, but, you did go down to Sacramento. We talked to you last week when you were on in that series he had against Tacoma when he was 16 of 30. He just went off, and there was, they got to force him up, and then he had 6 homers his last 6 games at AAA. But I love the fact that it all happened organically, and, you don't want Haniger to get hurt, but that's why you dip into your system and you bring him up. So his first game, and you asked him right away, are you ready for this? Are you ready to hit Major League pitching? And he said, he's ready. And he not only is ready, he's hit number 2 in the lineup, and that was against a lefty in St. Louis and Jordan Montgomery. So Lamont will hit, certainly lead off against righties, and Austin Slater, you think, against lefties. So he hit some lead off at AAA. He also hit number 2. So where do you see him? Normally a young guy, you may put him at the bottom of the order. They stuck him right in the number 2 hole, and then they stuck him in center field. Which is interesting. And he's played some corner, but he is more of a center fielder. He does not have great straight line speed. He has more first step quickness in getting jumps. And we were talking to Randy Wynn the other day, Bags, about it, and you want your center fielder to just outrun the baseball sometimes. So do you see him being a number 2 hitter, maybe even hitting leadoff here? And then with Yaz and Slater, you've got guys that are center fielders that can play the corners. So do you think he stays, top of the order, lead off or 2, and plays center field as well?
Well, they're facing a lefty, as you mentioned. So against a right-handed starting pitcher, I would think that maybe they'd have, Tyro hitting second again, and maybe Matos would be hitting a little bit lower in the order just to try to get some balance in the lineup. But if he shows he can hit righties as well as lefties, then I don't think that, I think they would pivot very quickly to having Matos be an everyday guy, perhaps in that number 2 spot. I mean, like you said, to put him there in his very first debut game is making a statement. It certainly is. You're not hiding him. You're putting him right in the middle of things. And center field, from what I understand, he's got a lot more time in center. He has played mostly the corners at AAA this year because they've got Bryce Johnson there. Still, he's not deficient in either corner, but his reads are still not quite as natural, as automatic as they are in center. His center is his best position. So I think for now, he probably will be a center fielder when he's out there most times. But as you mentioned, that means you have a center fielder playing in the corner, whether it's Yaz or Slater, and that'll just improve their outfield defense. So, I'm sure they'll just read and react, but the fact that they plugged him into those premium spots in his debut, I think, that was not an accident. That's for sure.
Andrew Baggerly joining us at Extra Bags Dodgers tonight, which we'll get into in a moment. So just as we're continuing to talk about this youth movement, this is what we threw up. And if you want to go off the board like Joe Rizzo did yesterday, of course, you're more than welcome. But our big poll today with youth movement in full swing, which young Giant are you most excited about? Right now, they've got Matos at 37%, Bailey at 33%, Casey at 16%. It is National Casey Day, by the way, Bags. And Kyle Harrison at 14%. Now, Rizzo, we asked him yesterday who has the most upside. He went off the board and said Marco Luciano, and he went on to say that he thinks that he's going to be the first Giant right-handed hitter to go oppo into McCovey Cove. So I guess those are the big 5. I mean, however you want to say that, the most upside, the most excited about. What do you think of the prospects, and who do you think is the one?
I'm kind of conflicted here. I guess it's a little bit subjective. I really think with the way that Pat Bailey has caught has really been eye-opening. I mean, it's one of those things where, we'll talk to each other in the press box. Susan Slusser even turned to me the other day and said, is it wrong to say that he reminds me of Posey? And I'm like, no, he reminds me of Posey too. You just don't want to say that because you don't want to slap the comparison on him. It's unfair. I don't think that anyone's expecting Patrick Bailey to be Buster Posey or maybe to have the kind of impact that Buster had. But a lot of the things he does reminds you of Buster and the ways that he can calm down an inning or really take charge of a game that starts to go sideways and throwing the bases. Obviously, different style of doing it. He's a little bit more improvisational with his arm angles, but little things like sticking his foot in front of the plate at the last instant. He saved him 2 runs by doing just that, including a game that they won an extra inning. So those little things I think add up, and the fact he's doing that 3 weeks into his big league career, I think is really encouraging. So, and that shouldn't be something that slumps or that goes away. Those seem to be attributes that show up every day. So that's really exciting. But in terms of who can make the biggest impact on this team, I still go with Kyle Harrison. I think he's the guy we thought all year would make the biggest impact among people from the farm to debut, and he got through 5 innings. He obviously is getting closer, and I still think we're going to probably see him maybe before the All-Star break. It really does seem like it's start to start, and he misses bats. He's got really good stuff, and as long as he throws strikes with it, he's going to make a big impact on this team, I think.
So the Giants are going with John Brebbia tonight, and it's lined up. Harrison threw last night in Sugarland, but it's essentially right on that turn where if they did want to bring Kyle up, they could plug him and maybe still go an opener somewhere else, and we'll see if Alex Wood goes tomorrow night or what they do with Ross Stripling. But last week we had you on, and the topic was about trading Joey Bart, and with Bailey up and Sable entrenched, and they want to keep him all year, and Joey getting cleared healthy, as far as being healthy and sent back down. What are they going to do with Joey? Joey was using him as a trade chip. But then FP was in for John last week, and we got into Marcus Stroman quite heavily about trading specifically for Stroman. And then, as you wrote, they may have canceled E40's drone show, but not the Stroh show last Friday, and he shoved. And he shoved again last night. This guy's in fuego. And the Giants were in play with him a couple of off seasons ago. So do you think with, Kyle Harrison's going to be here at some point, whether it's June, July, August, somewhere, you are going to get Alex Wood back, you are going to get Stripling back. Do you think they need to add someone like a Marcus Stroman, Dylan Cease, there's other starters out there? And then specifically about Stroman, what would it take to get him? Because right now, he may wind up starting the All-Star game in Seattle on July the 11th. That's how brightly the Stroh show is shown this year, Bags.
Yeah, no, he would not come, cheaply. He does have the thing is he's in the same situation the Giants were in with Carlos Rodon last year. I mean, Rodon was clearly one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he had an opt-out for the following year. And that's one thing that maybe held down his trade value a little bit, because if a team traded for him, they would be taking on all the risk. If he got hurt in the time that you have him, then he would not opt out of his contract, and you'd be stuck with kind of a year of dead money. Whereas if he does what you think he's going to do, then he's just a rental player. So he's going to opt out. I don't know. For the way that Stroman talks, though, he said he's engaged with the Cubs to try to get an extension. He wants the fans to know that he's not. If they trade him, it's not going to be because he was holding out for more money or whatever. He wants to stay. I wonder if he's the kind of guy that you could go to and say, okay, we've got a deal with the Giants in place, but they want a window to be able to. Would you agree to, maybe restructure your contract and sign a couple-year extension? That hardly ever happens. But with him, I could see it happening just based on the things he said. So there's still a lot that's going to happen before the trade deadline. I still think a starting pitcher is probably going to end up being the Giants' biggest need, unless it does end up being maybe a right-handed hitting outfielder again, depending on how Matos does. That was certainly their need last time they dealt with the Cubs and got Chris Bryant. So if it's a rental player you're talking about, then the return isn't quite as big as somebody who's got a couple of years left. It remains to be seen, but I do think he's somebody who will most certainly be on the Giants' short list.
Plus, I mean, I think he fits perfectly. I love his demeanor and his makeup and all the different things. But the other part of it is whether it's Stroman or somebody else. I mean, I'm looking at this matchup coming up against the Dodgers this weekend, and because you play fewer games against these teams, these games become more magnified. And I don't care if it's the middle of June. I think this is a critical series. And even though Arizona's the top team in the division, I still think you measure yourself against the Dodgers. So they've got their young guy, Bobby Miller, and you've got an opener game. And then maybe Alex Wood tomorrow, but that's essentially an opener game. And then you go with Logan Webb. I mean, I think that this underscores, looking at who they're starting this weekend, their need for a top end. And I know Stripling's still around, Manaya's still around. They did get a bunch of depth. But I think they need a clear 2 or 1B or whatever the case may be to get to where they want to go. And then that brings us back to the prospects of, if somebody starts asking for guys, who's the untouchable and who's not.
Yeah, and Alex Cobb is not a spring chicken, and he's had his share of surgery scars. And Anthony Sclafani obviously has come off a couple of rough starts where he was a little bit wild, and so you can't just assume that you're going to keep everybody else who's currently out there. You're going to be able to keep running out there. I mean, injuries happen; they're part of this game. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that a starting pitcher will be at the top of their list. And the funny thing is they were getting Alex Wood ready, I think, to be activated today. And I don't know if I wouldn't rule out the possibility that maybe they're using an opener with Wood, being maybe the bulk guy. It's possible that he could be activated and pitch today, especially if they know that, J.D. Davis is going to have to go on the IL and his ankle isn't getting any better. Then they could just add a pitcher for him. So I just wouldn't rule that out. But if it's not Wood today, then we'll obviously see him pitch tomorrow.
So the way the Dodger notes have it, and the Giants didn't say anything, I don't think we've got an update from Matt Chisholm. They are going to go Brebbia tonight. And again, Wood did pitch Sunday at AAA, and he threw 53 pitches. So he could, in theory, come in behind. And then it would be TBD tomorrow. And Bobby Miller for the Dodgers is going tomorrow night. And then Tony Gonsolin from St. Mary's on Sunday against Logan Webb. I mean, in theory, they could move Logan Webb up to pitch tomorrow and have Cobb pitch Saturday. Or I guess, Bags, if they did piggyback with Alex Wood tonight, Sean Manaea could get the start tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, or they could do the opener again. They think Manaea's pitch is better when he comes in, when he doesn't start the game. So, if they want to try to keep the righties on, or the left-handed bats on the bench, they could start with Scott Alexander in the first inning and then back him up with Manaea and then use Taylor Rogers after him. I mean, there's that's what really gives them so many different ways to go, is they got a lot of people pitching really well, and that includes Ryan Walker, that includes Luke Jackson, that includes both Rogers brothers, who've been close to untouchable since the second week of the season. So, and then obviously you've got Camilo at the end. There's no question who gets the ball last. So, I think that it does make it more unpredictable, but that's because they've got more ways they can go.
Absolutely. Finally, you had a lot. There's a lot of people writing for The Athletic along with you that have been on top of this A's situation, and it certainly looks dire for them. But the thing that really got everybody fired up last night was the reaction that Commissioner Rob Manfred had, kind of the flippant reaction to, they got an average-sized crowd in the middle, and basically taking everything off John Fisher and putting everything on Oakland and the fans, and people certainly weren't appreciative of that.
You know what? I even tweeted this in response to somebody. It's like Dave Kaval did a master class online, and like Rob Manfred watched it 3 times, and then I realized no, that's exactly what he's doing. We've seen Dave Kaval for years just say these things that are just completely asinine, right? And what's the analysis? Well, he's putting himself out there to be to take all the flack for John Fisher. Well, I think that's exactly what Rob Manfred's doing, and it may be intentional. Let's all get mad at Rob Manfred when all he's really doing is taking the flack for John Fisher and for the other owners who, if they go through and approve this. I mean, that's really, I think it's a way to take our eyes off the prize. Is Dave Kaval doesn't matter. He's just there to be a human shield basically for Fisher, and I think that in some ways the commissioner of baseball has become the same thing, because you can get mad at Rob Manfred. You can think he's out of touch. You can think that he doesn't really like baseball. All the ways you can criticize him. But ultimately, I mean, we all know that the commissioner is not what the commissioner used to be, and that changed the moment that the owners fired Faye Vincent and they installed one of their own, Bud Selig, who was an owner, as their commissioner. I mean, the commissioner is there to herd cats among the ownership group, and that's it. And work on behalf of the owners. I mean, that's what the commissioner is. He's not an independent arbiter. He's not there to, for the good of the game. He's there for the good of the owners. And for the good of the owners, Rob Manfred, had to take some flack, and he did it by saying some really, really stupid things. And I thought that you'd stop short at, being, I guess, sneering toward your own customers, your own fans. It's one thing to do it with players or even to call the World Series trophy a hunk of metal, but I really didn't think that he would do that with fans, and he obviously crossed that line. And yeah, I think fans have a right to be offended, but maybe we need to remember who is the most offensive here, and Rob Manfred is just the human shield.
Well said. Very well said. Bags, great stuff. We will talk to you next week. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bags.
Oh, well said. He is right. And he is right that the commissioner job has certainly changed. I mean, it's just, that's a good point. I didn't think of it like that he was just kind of taking the heat on purpose, because it was just such an asinine thing to say, but clearly he didn't care about Oakland. I think it's a foregone conclusion that they are going to – people were saying unanimously approve this thing, and you said this yesterday, and it got me to thinking – LA is 269 miles from Vegas. You think the Dodgers want this? You think the Angels want this? I mean, I guess they're probably going, it's close to Arizona. I mean, I guess they're going to approve all this thing, and it sounds like it's going to be unanimously done because they want this out of their hair. But certainly if we were doing this on an objective basis, I wouldn't think that the Dodgers certainly, or any teams in that region, Arizona, LA, the Angels, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks would want anybody in Vegas.
Well, the final two hurdles after the $380 million was approved by the lawmakers in Vegas the other day was the governor signing out. He's already done that.
Yeah, he was the one who was hurting it.
And the ownership, they got to get 3/4 of the vote. And it's 30 baseball, not 32 like the other sports, or 32 in football. So it's, 23 you need. 7 or 8 no's. But let's be clear. The commissioner does work for the owners. Mm-hmm. But this commissioner's office, going back, years ago with Bud Selig and Lou Wolf, and they were at the time they were trying to get San Jose and the territorial rights issue with John Fisher's dad, Don Fisher, and obviously the current Giant ownership, and that's been an ongoing topic for years here, going back to the early '90s, when the A's somewhat unknowingly, or they didn't understand the full ramifications of giving the Giants territorial rights to San Jose. But that cost them a lot of, they'd probably be the San Jose A's now. But in any event, baseball wants this to happen. There is no doubt. They want it to happen. And Rob Manfred can take all the heat. That's his job. A lot like Roger Goodell's job. They work for ownership, and the commissioner's office is just not as powerful. They do take a stand, but then the commissioner will get things forced through. So I thought right away, if I'm the Guggenheims in L.A. running the Dodgers, I don't want the Giants having that entire market to themselves. We could say the same thing for Artie Moreno and the Angels and Seidler in San Diego and the Steinbrenners in New York and Boston. Why would you want the Giants to have the entire market to themselves? But baseball wants that to happen. Whether or not it's good for the game, I don't know. In the thought of it, I don't even want to say it, but if they leave this market and they go to the desert, I don't know if that makes that franchise better. How are they going to run it? We'll see. But baseball wants it to happen. So when you get into these ownership meetings, and they just had one, recently in Manhattan, the commissioner strong arms people, and they do come to a consensus. So you wouldn't have gone down this road if you didn't think, if ultimately you thought the other owners are not going to vote for this,
right,
you're not going to go through this. You take a vote when you know you're going to win the vote. Mm-hmm. So I thought there would be some objection, and there may be privately that we don't really want that to happen. It's a lot like how it changed the 49er business model with the Raiders leaving, going to Las Vegas. There's no doubt. It changes things. It opens up things. Maybe not immediately, but over time. And it will impact the Giants, and one day we'll have that conversation, John. So the governor's already signed off on it, and it just seems like the baseball wants this to happen, and you may have some private, meetings, objections to it, but I think we're past that. And I think when they do take the vote, there may be a couple of abstentions where they just don't want to be complicit, but I think it's going to happen, and baseball wants this to happen.
All right, we'll continue that conversation a little bit later. Great stuff from Bags. If you missed any of it, just go to knbr.com. Next guest, we got a great guest list. I don't think I've exposed the whole thing. Matt Mayoko at 11:50. We'll get into some Niners. Eric Armstead, we love having on the show and does great work in the offseason, especially up in the Sacramento area. One of the good guys around. 12:30 is going to join us. Joe Davis, voice of the Dodgers and nationally for Fox, thank you very much, at 1:15 to talk some Dodgers. So we got a ton to do. But coming up next, the big story of the day, Mike Dunleavy takes over as the general manager of the Warriors. What does that all mean? We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors promote Mike Dunleavy Jr. to general manager. How does that make you feel, Dub Nation? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hello, friends. I want to tell you about my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, it was a rough winter for many of us. Heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's employment practices group, they saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind you and everyone to please be aware that the good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, children playing. So let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. Now, for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning law firm has secured over, get this is the big number, get ready, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. That's with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. They're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
There is a lot of work to do, a lot of decisions to be made here in the next few weeks, starting with Draymond Green, who has a player option. Does he opt out, do a new deal? Does he go into free agency? Does he do an extension? At what number? And then Klay Thompson's future. He's heading into the last year of his deal, and there's a reckoning coming in Golden State with their spending. The new collective bargaining agreement is going to force them to have to make some difficult decisions over the next couple of years. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in the big seat now in Golden State to lead that decision-making process.
As you said before, I don't know if he's leading the decision-making process, but Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the general manager. That was announced officially by the Warriors. Maybe Kirk Jacobs will be announced, as you were pointing out earlier, maybe vice president of basketball operations, because that's what Bob was. When Bob left, he was the president of basketball operations. So we'll get into the conversation as far as that goes. And then I was throwing something against the wall this morning just because I don't know that they would be this bold right as Bob departs, but do the Warriors have any interest in Zion Williamson, who seems to be burning all bridges with the Pelicans, and he's involved in all sorts of rumors from the Blazers at 3, and possibly getting Scoot Henderson for him or anything like that? Would the Warriors be interested at all in a Zion Williamson type swap?
Yeah, I mean, Mike's from Duke, and obviously Zion's a Dookie.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't think Zion Williamson's going to be traded, in all honesty. I think it's just too much to take on contractually. I mean, there's rumors they want to move up, but I don't know who's going to take Zion right now. Just the fact that he hasn't been on the floor. Just what kind of shape does he get in or not get in? I mean, that's the big thing with him. He's got to play at a lighter weight. All the off-the-court things, those are, young guys get into things, they're fine. But he's got to get his body in shape and allow himself to be able to play. Otherwise, he's just putting too much strain on his mass, on his skeleton. He can't stand up to it. So I don't think they're going to do that. There is rumblings that they want to move up. If you could use Kuminga and a piece to move up. This is a good draft, not just number one with Victor Wembanyama.
By the way, does that make sense to you? Because
Sure.
the thing I would have thought was you move Kuminga for a vet because you're trying to maximize Steph.
Unless you like, not all young players are the same. So if you Kuminga, there's reasons why they use the term impact winning. He's a athletic, exciting player, and I thought he made a lot of strides this year. His shot was quicker. He didn't hold it and massage it. He also played out of the split game, out of the post better. But there's a reason why they didn't have faith in him, and they wouldn't play him. And there was things in practice, 50-50 balls, and just Moses Moody passed him. So not all young players are the same. If you identify someone that's a younger player that you think that guy's just wise beyond his years, kind of like Ja Morant was as a player. I mean, look at Ja and what happened today. And the Warriors have big decisions to make. There's no doubt. The first thing they got to figure out is how to get Draymond, however you want to do it. He could opt in and they extend him. He could opt out and they could tear it up and redo it. There's a million ways to do this, and it's so complicated. But just how do you keep Draymond Green a part of your team proceeding forward is first and foremost. And then you got to draft, and they can't trade that pick because the Ted Stepien rule, the old owner of the Cavaliers, traded the pick every single year, and one of them turned out to be James Worthy, going to the defending champion Lakers, which never happened before. But so they got to figure, they could draft somebody at 19 and then trade that player later. There's ways to circumvent that. So I don't know what they're going to do there. But if you like somebody at the top of the draft and somebody likes Kuminga, you could trade up and still, even though he's a younger player, that guy could be more in your rotation and more a contributor to winning than Kuminga. So not all young players are the same. But I think Draymond's got to be the first thing you got to figure out. And then how they going to couch this, and what we're hearing now, and it's still being planned, the Mike Dunleavy introductory press conference will be Monday at 11 o'clock, which is a national holiday. It is Juneteenth. But that's not, not everybody gets that day off. We're working. It's a company holiday. But in any event, they're going to do it that day. And, what are they going to say about the president of the basketball operations job? And I think that one comes a little bit more, a little trickier because it involves Joe's son. So they may want to downplay that or do it together. Who will be there to introduce Mike? Will it be Joe? Will he introduce Kirk at the same time? Will he do Kirk later? How's it going to be? But I think most people think Mike is not going to be the number one decision maker in basketball ops. Really, it's Joe Lacob. And now it'll be his son that'll have that title of president of the basketball ops, how they figure it out. And then the other story in the NBA, John, is Ja. And I 25 games? I thought he was going to get possibly the entire year. Now, I don't know if the commissioner and the CBA has the latitude to do that.
I read they do. They could have done just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, and then you get the Players Association. What player's ever been suspended from the NBA for an entire year? I mean, in the NFL, they just kicked Calvin Ridley out for making a $1,500 bet on football the year he was hurt in Jacksonville. Now he's in Atlanta. So, but the Players Association would come back hard on you. I don't, to go from 8 initially, to me, that was light because he was already away and in some form of rehab. The commissioner came to him or he went to Manhattan, whatever it was. He wasn't honest. He said he took responsibility. He did the same thing just months later, weeks later. It's unbelievable. So I thought 25 games is light. I know he'll lose some money. He may lose some endorsement deals. I mean, he didn't technically commit a crime, but we'll see what the league, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't get an alert on my phone about a mass shooting in this country, including when the Denver Nuggets won their first ever championship. Yeah. They had a mass shooting in the streets of Denver celebrating after. So this is just a problem. And if our leaders can't get behind it, maybe somebody that's smarter than our leaders, the commissioner of the NBA, can get behind it and take a stand. So I 25 games, I don't know if he had the latitude because of the information there. It's just, social media posts, whatever. It'll impact Memphis to begin the year. 25 games, a couple of months. But I thought
that just gives him a rest. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate at all. I mean,
it's light, but it's more than a rest. I mean, he's getting 25 games.
Yeah, I get it. But like you said, it was originally 8, so you're tacking 17 onto that. I mean, I don't get it. And if you said it was going to be a big deal, this is one of your best. I'm not being an old guy on the lawn here. I'm not Clint Eastwood. But this is one of your young players who, and anybody with children knows this. A lot of times it's not the first crime that you committed, it's that you lied about it. So you went into the commissioner and lied directly to his face and then did something right. I mean, that to me, that's the major crime. And you got to lay down the law that, look, your players aren't going to do that. So, and then the way he made it sound during the finals, and he didn't want to, he kind of slipped and said it, and then everybody kind of went, uh-oh, this is going to be a big one. I thought it was going to be at least half the season. I didn't think.
Well, that's what we were led to be by, Woj and Wendy. Right. And I mean, but as far as, lying, that's immoral in some people's eyes. It's not illegal. So when you're looking at the letter of what did I do that was illegal here?
But you're setting precedents. You're allowing other players to believe that.
Show me what I did. You may not like what I did, and you may not like what I said to you, but how can you?
But it's a privilege to play in the league. And
yeah, but what right do you have to kick me out of the league? I mean, I look at it both ways. I kind of thought he was going to get longer. But, I mean, when you actually look at it, if you're Ja's agent or the head of the Players Association and you're arguing back, it's an easy argument to make the other way. What did he exactly do here? What's your crime? What's his crime and what's the punishment going to be? And I can lie to you. That's not illegal. You may not like it. I'll lie to you again. And as the commissioner, do you have the latitude just because someone lied to you to throw the book at him? So the point was.
I think so. I think when you allow.
No, you don't.
People,
you don't. Well, lying is not a crime.
No, but it's just like if you work for a company and they have certain parameters, it doesn't matter.
What did I violate? What does it say in the CBA of the? I didn't break a law of the land, did I?
Everything's written in such gray area by lawyers that they can get away with anything they want. Now, do they want to fight the players union on it?
It's perception. It's protecting the league is what you're doing.
Do they want to lose one of their marquee young players for X amount of time and then make it so hard for him to come back? All those kind of things. But what you're really doing here is you're setting a precedence for your league that this is not something that you want to promote, and this is something that needs to stop. And it is a big deal in our country.
Gilbert Arenas got how many games? But Gilbert Arenas brought firearms into the Washington. Were they the Wizards then or the Bullets then? I don't even know which one it was. He brought him into their locker room. So that's a violation.
But that's what he's trying to stop. I mean, I think there's a lot of things here. Look, and again, I'm not get off my lawn guy. I'm just simply saying that when you do what you did and then you apologize all over yourself and then you do it again and basically make it fly in the commissioner's face that basically I don't care what you say. I lied straight to your face. and then you give them 25 games, I just think it sets a bad precedence for the rest of your league. And what you need to do, especially with a high-profile player like this, is I think half the season would wake people up. Not saying that 25 games is a cakewalk or anything like that, but basically John Morant's going to get 25 games off, and if he keeps himself
he
in
loses
shape,
salary. He's not suspended with his, he loses a lot of money.
Windhorst said with endorsements and all this stuff could be $50 million. Look, I don't know that I believe that, but okay, that's a big time penalty. I'm just saying, if I'm the commissioner, regardless, I've got a young player who basically laughed in my face, defied what I said, didn't take me seriously, and then I give him 25 games. That's not appropriate to me.
I mean, we were led to believe, and Wojnarowski made it sound like they were going to drop the hammer. So I'm thinking the entire year, or half the year, which may have been his desire. But when they actually sat down and looked at the CBA and the powers of the commissioner, you don't have the ability to do that. Based on the evidence here, this is not, you don't have it. You just can't do it, is what I think he looked in, and he's a lawyer. I mean, he knows what he's doing. Adam Silver looked into it and just, I'd like to do that possibly, but where do I do that? And I'm going to get his agent, and I'm going to get the Players Association back at me, and we don't have a response. I don't have the ability based on what he did and what the evidence is. That's why he only got the 8 games. The evidence wasn't there then. And it's not enough just to say he came in and lied to me. Well, he lied to me. All right, I lied to you. Where I may have broken the commandment. Give me 4 Our Fathers to say. You can't, kick me out of the league for the entire year for lying. I did not break U.S. laws. If he would have brought, a firearm on a plane, at the hotel, in a team facility, that's different. Did he do any of those things? So it looks bad. I know what you're saying. And we were led to believe by the national media that it would be more significant. So when I saw 25 games, I'm thinking, that's it. I think the bottom line, John, he didn't have the power to give him more than that.
All right, that's the latest on John Morant. The other big NBA story, Michael Jordan's going to divest his interest in the Charlotte Hornets. He's going to walk away with about $2 billion to put on his pile of money. And the thing that I thought was ironic was on the same morning that Mike Dunleavy of Duke, Michael Jordan of Carolina, Jordan, one of the greatest, if not the greatest players of all time, but was a terrible exec. Maybe Michael Dunleavy, who had a career of, based on expectations of being picked third, was maybe he can be a great executive on the other side of it, Duke to North
Unrelated.
Carolina.
He played 15 years in the NBA, Mike Dunleavy. Played a long time. How many years Jordan play? He had a longer career.
84 to 90. No, he came back.
He didn't play 15 years, did he?
Well, he did 84 to 98. Then he took a year off.
2 years
off.
2 years.
And then
a year and 3 quarters because he came back at the end of the baseball.
And then he went to the Wiz for 2 more uninspiring years.
I mean, Dunleavy played
probably
a long
right
time.
around that.
By the way, I did see a lot of dialogue. A lot of dialogue. I liked it. Sonny Vaccaro's a prominent figure.
See, I think
in
Matt
basketball.
Damon was great.
He was great. It's just a lot of dialogue.
Ben Affleck as Phil Knight didn't work for me.
Well, I don't know. But it was interesting, but it was a lot of dialogue. Mike never saw Michael playing at all except for the shot against Georgetown.
Because he didn't. Well, it's the same reason you never see Mike in video games. He doesn't. He just.
Yeah,
won't give his image.
It was interesting. I mean, his mother came off, the star, but it's just Sonny Vaccaro. But it's just a lot of dialogue. It's just really. It's just it's like shit. Oliver Stone.
You sound very underwhelmed.
I liked it. I enjoyed it. I just don't imagine American people. I mean, that's more of you're watching. Where's that distributed on Netflix or something? Where you're watching at home in the theater, you got to move people a little bit. I mean, it's like Oliver Stone's JFK was amazing, but it's just a lot of dialogue. You got to have a little more action in it, and especially when you're watching a sports film, it was just pure dialogue.
The thing I took out of it is, and most people knew this, it's just with they were teetering. And I'm a big Jason Bateman guy, so I thought he was great. And I like Chris Tucker in that role. I thought Chris Tucker was really good. But if they don't land Jordan there, what's Nike? I mean, what are they? Because it seemed like they were teetering on, are we going to stay in basketball here? Can you imagine basketball without Nike? I mean, that's just crazy. But that may have been of what it was. And then
at the time, Nike wasn't that big.
Right, exactly. They were big. They were big into track and running.
Yeah,
but they just
Phil Knight in Oregon.
Right, and they hadn't had their foothold yet in the NBA, and obviously doing what they're doing. And he was going to go with Adidas and blah blah.
All day I dream about sex.
I never thought of that. Yeah, Adidas. There you go.
That was the line for years.
Wow, I didn't know that. I need to catch up on things. All right, Matt Miyoko is going to join us 11:50. We'll get into what's going on with the 49ers. This is kind of the dead period now, right? Now until training camp?
Well, for the Niners, but the rookies are still there. They flipped it, so they had a rookie camp this week. But the rest of the league had mini camp. They had a mandatory mini camp here, and there was a lot of news going on. And, what's going on in Buffalo with Stephon Diggs? What's going on there? Saquon Barkley, the Giants, that's they're coming in for the home opener.
You know what?
Well, Saquon just what he's doing.
Same with Josh Jacobs. I mean, what they're trying to do is kind of what Kittle did a couple of years ago for tight ends. They're just saying, look, we're sick of being underpaid. We're getting beat up. We got short careers. Got to get paid. So wonder if they can do that with those guys. So we'll see. All right, let's talk to Matt Miyoko in about 20 about the 49ers situations and what do we expect before training camp. We'll do that only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done such a great job of creating this roster with depth and all-star players at multiple positions, at important positions, that, whatever happens at quarterback position, we definitely have a chance to win a lot of football games. And we're in prime position to get back to that game that we lost in last year. And, from Nick Bosa to Trent Williams to Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, Kyle Juszczyk, Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, Tarvarius Ward. We just, Hafunga, Gibson. We have so many guys in this team that can play at a high level. Eric Armstead, goodness gracious. We have so many good players. And yes, having a fantastic quarterback would help us out a lot because it is the most important position in probably sports.
That, of course, is George Kittle. He makes the rounds in the offseason. The guys are in their kind of final phases. The rookies are still hanging out. The vets have another month and a half, and then we get this thing going. And it gets on you fast. We're going to talk to Matt Miyoko at 11:50, get an update on the Niners. But it does. You got 6 weeks, so you gotta rest up fast because your voice is going to get strained here very shortly.
I'll be fine, John. Heavy drinking. It's actually longer. Normally you have 40 days and 40 nights at the end of the last mandatory mini camp and start of training camp. But Kyle let the veterans go. The rookies are still here. They're wrapping it up this week, and they're done now. But it's actually 7 weeks, 49 days, which is perfect for the 49ers. So it's a little bit longer. The fact that he flipped the mandatory mini camp to last week. But what George Kittle was on Good Morning Football earlier this week, and it was partly to promote tight end U, which he's going to roll right into, and Trey Lance is going to be there and throwing. I think Nick Mullins is going to show up as well.
BDN. Usually
C.J. Beathard does in Nashville for Tight End University. But what George is talking about is just this roster is loaded. And a lot of it is, when you look at what the West Coast offense is, and going back to Bill Walsh, it's just the usage of the tight end position in the passing game, and not just an inline blocker. And when you go, Russ Francis was a good dual player, started with New England, came to the 49ers, and likewise, John Frank. But they took it to the next level with Brent Jones, and he was mainly inline. George is inline Y a lot, but he's also detached a lot. But just the way he used the tight end position and all their Zorros, the 18 Zorro, the 19 Zorro, the run plays, those are lead blockers where the running back and Juszczyk, the fullback, and the 49ers have always had fullbacks and tight ends, and then the way they throw to the running back. And obviously Roger Craig, the original Mr. 1,000, and then, on to Marshall Faulk, and at least to McCaffrey. And what you were talking about is, Saquon Barkley's got an issue. He's clearly the New York Giants' best player. They got some good players on defense. But on offense, he's the guy. He's their leading pass receiver. He's obviously their leading ground game. The whole offense runs through Saquon Barkley. Josh Jacobs broke Marcus Allen's rushing record this year with the Raiders last year. And, with a franchise tag at running back is a little over, $10 million, $10.8 million.
It's like a damn kicker.
Well, they're not quite there, but there was a day the MVP in the league were running backs. The whole thing ran through running backs. But the point I'm getting to is, and Saquon can get there. Bijan Robinson can be this kind of player. But Christian McCaffrey, the way the 49ers value McCaffrey, he's not just a running back. He's going to line up all over the field. He lines up at X, at Z, a lot at F, which is the slot wide receiver. They put him in the backfield with Deebo Samuel. And Deebo, they run Levin Tyson and Deebo and, Deadpool and all that, and the way they move everybody around. So it's truly positionless football where a lot of teams are, and Kittle, you made the point about tight ends, and Kittle had to drive that market up. But it's not going to go up that much, and running back is going the other way. But Christian McCaffrey is just different. He's not just RB1. You can line him up at fullback, and they did do that and give him a blast play. He lines up at any one of the three wide receivers positions going left. He lines up at all three of them going right. You can line him up as a wing. Hell, you could direct snap it to him and have him play quarterback, which they did a little bit after, Brock and Josh Johnson got hurt. So it's just different. But this team, and we talked a little bit with Mayoko, and Matt will bring up some areas, the interior of the line, they're fine there. Banks and Brendel and Burford are going to be fine. McKivitz is going to be fine. As long as they stay healthy, and it's football, they're not going to be healthy. You're going to have, and that's the issue, is are your backups, are you as deep? But as far as the roster goes right now, and a lot of it is just McCaffrey. And you were on getting McCaffrey before I was, because I saw other areas of need where I thought they were going to have to look out, try to improve the football team more. And they were, Elijah Mitchell's a good player. J.P. Mason's a good player. T.D. Price is a good player. You got a couple of rookies you can mix in as well. But they're not Christian McCaffrey. They just aren't. He's baby Bosa on the offensive side. So when George is going through the roster with Good Morning Football early in the week, John, you're like, did he name every guy? I mean, there's so many guys he didn't mention. Dre Greenlaw. I mean, he did mention, Charvarius Ward, but the way, Demo Lenore's playing, going to the 3-safety package with Jair Brown on top of Huff and T. Gipp, and they're just loaded. They are a loaded football team, but they're going to have 7 weeks off and come back out. I think we're getting at the schedule now is for when they're going to training camp. It's going to be in late July, but this team on both sides of the ball is just loaded.
Well, and let me just give you some of these numbers. And look, to the average person, this is just a boatload of money, and it's ridiculous, but not in comparison to the other positions on the field. I mean, running back rankings in terms of cap hit this year. Derrick Henry's number one at 16.3, Nick Chubb at 14.8, Joe Mixon at 12, Barkley at 10.9, Josh Jacobs at 10.9 because those are the franchise tags. In terms of this one blows my mind, which is average annual value, but we're total guarantees. Okay, this is the whole thing, right? Total guarantees. Christian McCaffrey, $38 million. Kamara, $33 million. Henry, $25 million. Bijan Robinson, who's a rookie, is fourth at $21 million. And Nick Chubb at $20 million. Those are total guarantees. I mean, at other positions, defensive line, the key positions, corners, you're looking at total guarantees in the 80 to 100 to over $100 million range. The running backs are criminally underpaid, not to me and you, but in terms of in comparison to other positions. And they've got to get their money because their time period is shorter than anybody else on the field. This isn't a quarterback. This isn't somebody who can play for 20 years. You basically got a 5-6 year window. You get into your upper 30s, unless you're Frank Gore or certainly mid-30s or in low 30s, you're going to stop getting paid. So they've got to take a stand, and if Barkley does, if Jacobs does, and I'm not saying everybody's going to get this money, but they've got to get as much money as they can in a short period of time, more than any other position on the field.
Yeah, but the other way to look at it, and Barkley and Jacobs and McCaffrey and Derrick Henry, there's some guys that are used a little bit differently. RB1 is not like it used to be, and they sub you out. Now you have a running back room. It isn't just a lead back. So you're being dragged down, and the 49ers got McCaffrey at a good time.
But it's what you said. The reason why Jahmyr Gibbs was picked, 11th by the Lions, because they want him to be Christian McCaffrey. So if you can be that type of player where you're doing everything, Barkley can do everything, Jacobs can do everything, McCaffrey can do everything, then you can make that kind of money. I think there is a clear differentiation in exactly what you're saying. It's a running back by committee with both teams. But if you're that special back who can catch, run, block, do everything that you can do, then
never come off the field.
Right. Then you're going to be that money.
That was the old days. Marcus Allen, Walter Payton didn't come off the field. They were great on third down as they were on first and second, and now it really gets 4 downs because you're not punting and kicking as much on fourth down. So, but I don't see it changing, and I don't know what Saquon Barkley's going to do. They don't have to pay him that money. He's got the tag. If he doesn't get a long-term deal by July 17th, then we'll see what Josh Jacobs does. The Giants and Raiders are no obligation to do that. And then there's the injury factor with those guys. Barkley's just such a big part of what they do. But the specialness is, which also leads to, McCaffrey is a great player. But did the 49ers have to give up a second, third, and fourth to get him? They did at the time because the Rams were involved and they had to throw the extra pick in to get him away from Les Snead and Sean McVay. And then look at Austin Eckler with the L.A. Chargers. He's trying to get more money and they didn't give him anything. Telesco didn't blink. They merely upped his contract where he can make, $1.75 million more? He may not hit that. And this guy scored more touchdowns than anybody in football the last couple of years. So it's just the way they use running backs. They're not running as much in the NFL, and they use them differently, and they're using them in a running back room. But the point that Jacobs and Saquon Barkley are making, Where's your offense without us?
Well, and I think you hit it right on the head. If the Chargers lose Eckler, they have Herbert. He can carry their offense. Daniel Jones can't carry the Giants. Jimmy Garoppolo can't carry the Raiders. If you're missing those guys, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And I believe it's the same thing with Brock Purdy. When Brock Purdy gets healthy, the reason why Brock Purdy can be so effective is because he can get it to the right people. Well, we've seen so far, even in a short sample size with Christian McCaffrey, he tilts the field. As good as Debo is, as good as Ayuk is, as good as Kittle is, as good as these guys are, the minute we saw that in that Rams game, what McCaffrey could really do, he comes out of the backfield, there's 3 guys chasing him. It opens up everything for everybody else. So what's that worth? Certainly more than regular running back money. Certainly.
Without a doubt.
All right, let's get it with Matt Miyoko. He's going to give us the latest where things stand with the 49ers, and don't miss this. So we're going to talk to Matty now, and then we're going to talk to Eric Armstead at 12:30. So if you're a Niners fan, you are set. Keep it right here, Rip Off the Knob. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader. Grab the keys. I'll wait. Okay, you ready? Grab the keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. That's right. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every single day. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles you want. Yep, I need this. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Now, Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. Owned and operated since 1965 within the family. Man, that is so hard to do in today's world. That is impressive, and you know they're doing a lot of things right if they've been in business for over 55 years and family-owned. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal, the very best price, and, of course, great customer service. So let's grab the keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. I've seen them. The big trucks, they're loaded with new Toyotas. So it's time to get yours with no dealer markup. Now's the time to get that great deal on your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Where I get my Toyotas, where I get my son's Toyota, it's only at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's Eric Armstead, who we have on the show at 12:30. Let's talk a little 49ers, where things are, and you can check out the 49ers Talk podcast. Make sure you're following Matt Mayoko at Mayoko MBCS on the 49ers Talk. 49ers roster concerns, why Purdy's success is repeatable, and one-on-one with Drake Jackson, so make sure you check that one out as well. And Matty joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. You were traveling. I often look at your social media. Weren't you traveling? Weren't you? I think you were with your daughters, and you were traveling. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. You are correct, and by the way, John, very, very good to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it took a minute. So, thank you, my friend.
It did. Yeah, no, we'll catch up later about all that. But
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I did. We took a little drive to Southern California, a couple nights on Catalina Island last night at San Luis Obispo. And then came up back home right now, and then heading off to Bend, Oregon next week.
Oh, beautiful place! Oh my gosh,
yeah,
that's beautiful.
Yeah,
nice
trip. So no jumping on a plane, but a lot of driving, which I kind of enjoy. So no, it was good little getaway.
Well, that explains why I haven't read anything from you at all in a week. You're on vacation with 7 weeks off. So we heard the voice of Eric Armstead coming in, and we are going to hear Eric. We're going to talk to him ourselves coming up at 12:30 because Eric is having his Armstead Academic Project Stay Hungry football camp this weekend up in Sacramento, a day of football, college, and wellness with Eric Armstead, who is he's a 49er defensive captain. He's a 3-time Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year nominee. And I kind of thought this past year he was going to break on through. We spoke to him, John, like the day of the NFL honors. And I think he had a speech ready. But just a word about the quality of Eric Armstead. And then losing DeForest Buckner, the two tall furs from Oregon. Defoe and Eric together, they had to make that hard call. When you look at Javon Hargrave, and, he finally showed up at the facility last week for the mandatory minicamp. He didn't do a lot on the field, but just the body. I mean, it's so much different than Defoe and Eric Armstead. How do you look at the 49er? Take the other guy away, whether it's Drake Jackson or whoever it is. Just a combination of Nick Bosa next to Javon Hargrave, next to Eric Armstead, going back to when Nick was a rookie and you had the two Oregon guys together. And, D Ford was there, but he also got hurt that year. Just what are we looking at from those three guys all lining up together on the D-line, Matty?
Well, those three guys, yeah, and to me the issue is I mean, as long as those guys stay healthy, Eric Armstead's a very good player when he's healthy. Last year, he wasn't healthy much at all during the regular season, and then he did get healthy in the playoffs and played very well. But those three guys are the givens when you think about Bosa, Armstead, and Hargrave, and then it's a matter of who's that other defensive end. I mean, I don't know that a team. I mean, I just can't imagine a team has three better defensive linemen than those three guys. But now it's about who's the weak link, or who's going to be the guy on the other side, and can that guy on the other side make teams pay? Because that guy's going to get a lot of one-on-one blocking, so he's going to have to beat one-on-one. He's going to have to beat the right tackle or the left tackle, depending on where Nick Bosa wants to line up. So, when I look at the 49ers defensive, it's just their defense as a whole, I guess. Those three guys, you don't have to worry about them. But, what are they going to get from the other guys? And, there is some depth. If Kinlaw can stay healthy and work on his game, because I don't think he hasn't been on the field long enough, even in practice, to improve. So we still have no idea what he's all about, and he's entering the final year of his contract. So he's going to have to do some stuff to set himself up for a contract next year, whether it's with the 49ers or some other team. And right now it'd be hard pressed to say that he's going to get more than a 1-year contract offer from anybody. But when you think about Armstead, I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago. Think about a guy from Northern California. The Sacramento isn't the Bay Area, but it is 49ers country. I mean, how many guys from 49ers country have carved out the kind of career solely with the 49ers that he has? And that list is pretty short. It's Bob St. Clair, it's Brent Jones, it's John Brody, it's Jeremy Newberry. I don't know. Are there any other names that come to mind? I mean, it's kind of a unique thing, and I do remember you brought up DeForest Buckner. I do remember that. I was thinking that it would be Buckner who would be around with the 49ers for a long time, and it'd probably be Eric Armstead going somewhere else. Well, he had that breakout season in 2019, and the team opted to stick with Armstead and trade Buckner. So, however that turned out, that could be debated. But Armstead, and I know you're going to talk to him about his charity and all the work he's doing, but his impact, goes far beyond the football field with all the great things he's doing in the Sacramento area. And I also think just the leadership, kind of a quiet, he's an understated guy, but he's highly respected in that locker room, and especially among those defensive linemen.
Nah, he's a great guy. I can't wait to talk to him. And I remember, like I said, the day of the honors, and he was pretty excited that he could get that opportunity, maybe win that thing. So maybe he can do that someday. Matt Mayoko is joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leaders. Maddie's on the road before we get to training camp here in a number of weeks. We can't have a conversation without the quarterbacks, but is there? I'm sure there's no news, but we got to ask the question anyway. I mean, Brock's on schedule. Everything looks good. There's been no reports of anything other than that so far, right?
Yeah, I think no news is good news.
Right.
When it comes to Brock Purdy and the quarterback situation, he started the ramping up program, and that seems to be going pretty well. And I just think the vibe around the team, especially when the guys who are the people doing the talking, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, or the gatekeepers for the information coming out of the 49ers. When you hear both of them talking as optimistically as they have been over the past 3 weeks about how Brock Purdy is coming along, it certainly makes you think that all signs are pointing toward him being the starting quarterback to open the regular season. And how they want to do that once training camp opens remains to be seen. I think I even asked Kyle Shanahan about this last time I talked to him about
what's the plan in training camp? Will he be doing stuff with the offense on the field before he is fully cleared to go play football? And Kyle's answer was, I'm not even looking past tomorrow. I'm just haven't had those conversations. I'm sure he has had those conversations, or is wondering what they can do. Does he start training camp on PUP? At what point do they get him on the field to start doing some stuff? Is he, even before he's fully cleared, is he out there doing not just run reps, but pass reps, whether it's, maybe he's not throwing it on a line 22 yards downfield outside the numbers, but, is he able to go through the reads and do checkdowns? So all that stuff remains to be seen, but certainly the vibe is very optimistic about Brock Purdy being ready when the 49ers line it up on September 10th in Pittsburgh.
Manny, the Warriors announced this morning that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to take over as general manager. Bob Myers had that position for a long time, along with the president of basketball ops. And at his press conference when he left the Warriors the Tuesday after Memorial Day, he got real emotional. He opened up a lot. But one of the more interesting aspects that he brought up, and it speaks to not just the NBA, but all of American sport in general, is the relationship between the general manager and the head coach is set up to fail. And Bob and Steve Kerr got along really well and were able to, win 4 championships and go to the NBA Finals 6 times in an 8-year period, which leads to John Lynch and Kyle. And they've been close. They haven't gotten ultimately to win championships, but they've been to the NFC title game 3 of the last 4 years. And this is year 7 of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan together. It got a little rough. They inherited a bad roster and some injuries, but once they got Nick Bosa in 2019, they started rolling. After Jimmy's ACL in 18. Mm-hmm. But just speak to why, when as Bob Myers says, that's a relationship that's set up to fail. The GM and the head coach. Why has John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan been able to work? And how long do you see it working? I mean, we constantly hear about John leaving for TV. Very quietly, Adam Peters does his job. And there was some rumblings about Adam taking over for John. Rand Carthone has left and gone to Tennessee. But why has John and Kyle worked, and how much longer do you see them working together?
Well, what would be interesting, if the 49ers do win a Super Bowl, it wouldn't surprise me to see John Lynch get out at that point. But, I mean, he's had such a storied career. He's a Hall of Fame player. He was a Hall of Fame player who won Super Bowl. And so, I mean, I kind of think for his legacy, I mean, how great would it be for him to be a Hall of Fame player who won a Super Bowl as a player, but also as a general manager. So I don't know that he's going anywhere until that happens. And part of the reason I say that is because it was 2 off seasons ago where Amazon came at him big time, big money contract. And, he listened to him. He thought about it. I think he probably went back to his family and decided that he was good where he was. And this last off season, there was no talk about that, no rumblings. In fact, he was asked about it right after the season. He kind of feigned surprise that would even be a question. And so I don't think he's going anywhere. But I guess your question about why it works is because the temperaments of the guys. I think, I'm not fully ingrained in, I don't know exactly the Warriors dynamics. I think I have a decent idea. But it seems like, with the Warriors, the reason it's been working, or it has worked, is because you have kind of a high-strung owner, and you have a little bit of a high-strung head coach. The owner and the head coach probably ride the roller coaster of emotions throughout the season, and heck, probably even during the off season. And then you had Bob Myers, who was just the calm voice of reason, who could keep everybody grounded. And so I think that, Jed isn't the grinder now that Joe Lacob is, but
you have a very temperamental, emotional roller coaster that is Kyle Shanahan, who at times, is probably ready to just get rid of everybody and fire everybody and make rash decisions. And then you have John Lynch coming in saying, "Oh, now let's take a deep breath. Let's talk this through. What's the best route for our organization to take?" So John Lynch has won the trust and respect of Kyle Shanahan, and it seems like a really good combination of those two guys. Completely different personalities, but John knows how to massage it. I've seen John in situations that were very high pressure, kind of behind the scenes and stuff happening, and he just has this incredible way of handling people. And so I think that was really important when Jed York decided, Kyle Shanahan was going to be his coach, and then it was a matter of, who does he get to be the general manager, and that was one that Kyle Shanahan definitely had to sign off on, and knowing what we know now about some of the other candidates, it was pretty clear. Some of the other known candidates, I should say, it was pretty clear that the unknown candidate, John Lynch, who nobody publicly knew about until the hiring was made, pretty clear that I don't think they could have done much better with that, because I'm going on here, but I do think that probably the most overrated aspect, and you guys might scoff at this, I think probably the most overrated aspect of being a general manager is the actual talent acquisition. I think that these guys are all smart football people. They all have swings and misses. They all, if given enough opportunities, will make some really good personnel decisions. But the key is, while you're hitting one out of the park and while you're striking out numerous times, is to keep everybody pulling in the same direction and keep everybody believing and on the same page, because I've seen it both ways. I've seen it where the team is winning and the general manager and the coach hate each other. I've seen it when they're losing and the head coach and the general manager hate each other. And if everybody
did you say Harbaugh Balky? Is it what you just said?
Well, there you go. And the key is just to have everybody believing, that when the 49ers were horrible in 2017, and then things got better, and then they were bad again in 2018, after injuries and whatnot. But you never heard anybody in the locker room hand-wringing over the direction of the organization, or these people know what they're doing, and you didn't hear anything from, the head coach, or any whispers from the head coach or the general manager pointing fingers. And that is so much more important. I think that's the most vitally important aspect of a coach GM relationship, is just to make sure everybody's going in the same direction.
All right, before we let you go, and I know you got a lot to do, you're on the road, and you're going to have a great Father's Day and everything with your family this weekend, but you're a big Giants fan. We're doing a poll today. With the youth movement in full swing, which Giants player are you most excited about? Right now, Matos is at 37%, Patrick Bailey at 35%. Let's see, Casey Schmidt, 15%, Kyle Harrison, 13%, Marco Luciano, we couldn't fit on there, but he's coming back. So for you, as a Giants fan who likes to go to Giants games, which of these young guys are you most excited about?
I guess Kyle Harrison. Let's get the lefty in there. Let's get him.
Jay LaSalle.
Local guy. There's always the intrigue. I mean, all the other young guys that you mentioned, it's been fun to kind of see them, and Schmidt got off to the great start, and it's kind of fun to see the guys, but it's almost even more fun to kind of project and figure out, or try to think about somebody you haven't seen yet.
The unknown is better than the known. I mean, that's all. I think that's an old sports thing, right? The unknown is always better than the known.
Or it's more intriguing, more exciting, to think about what could be. Let's go. Do I get a vote?
Of course.
You get a vote.
I'll make sure that counts in the tally. Yeah.
What are you
Yeah,
voting
I'm
for,
gonna go
Kyle
vote right
Harrison?
I am. Yep. Yeah. Let's do that.
That's why I thought would win, and yet he's second to last. I mean, I thought Harrison would blow
bringing
this poll
I
away.
tell you what, we're bringing this full circle. Bay Area guy, just like again, Eric Armstead, not Bay Area, but might as well be. And so we're going to bring this full circle with a local, semi-local product playing for the home team.
Very good. I like it, man. Enjoy the trip. Happy Father's Day, and we'll talk to you soon. Look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm going to add one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was when as I get the text from Walter, hey, we're coming up, at 11:50, and the first thing that pops in my mind is, what the hell are we going to talk about?
So what's the text I sent you, Matty?
And then right as Walter calls, I get a text from Papa going, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I'm going back and reading your stories. You haven't written in a week. You haven't written since the last time we talked. I'm like, usually I scan what you wrote and we talk about that, but you've taken a week off.
Yeah, I don't even know where my laptop is. You guys see it? Let me know.
Very nice. We'll talk to you next. We'll talk to you next week.
Great
Thanks.
To hear your voice,
Enjoy.
John.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Manny. He's the best. Yeah, if I lost my laptop, I'd probably be in a lot of trouble. I might be in legal trouble. So I'd never lose my laptop or any type of a device like that. We were just talking baseball. I got to tell you, as we're doing the interview, I'm watching Cubs and Orioles from Wrigley Field Day Baseball, and they're
Kyle Hendricks on them out.
Yeah. And they're in their City Connects, and they are nice. They're dark blue.
You like the Cubbies ones?
Yeah, and they say Wrigley Field in white across them, and then they have like North Carolina sleeves with them.
They're so blue.
I kind of dig it, though. And,
you like that over the giant creamsicles?
Well, the creamsicles, they win in, and I'm just talking from pure, just, the way they look. But the other thing is, and it's funny, I was perusing pictures in my phone the other day, and I have one of you at Wrigley Field with a beer that you had sent me
with
from,
Matt
last summer.
Mayoko. With Matt Mayoko.
And what's interesting is that it doesn't matter win, lose, or draw there. And my folks are from Chicago, so as a young guy, I went to a lot of Cubs games in the middle of the day. The place is packed. They just hit 3 home runs in an inning, back to back to back.
All solos.
And the place is going bananas. I mean, look, I love Oracle Park, and I think it's the best park in baseball. But in terms of the old parks, and to go to Chicago in the middle of the day, and all I'm pointing out is that if you've got a bucket list of sports, you got to go to a day game at Wrigley. It is a party. I mean, it is just so cool. And I don't know. It's just, I'm watching it on TV going, how cool
Absolutely.
is that?
Orioles just scored to make it 3-1.
Yeah.
I was there twice last year. I was there in July for the Mets and the Cubbies, and then went 49ers. The season opener was at Soldier Field, and the Giants were playing the Cubbies. We were drinking beers at the Cubby Bear with Mayoko after that Saturday.
It's like it got dropped in the middle of a neighborhood, and there's a beer and there's a bar on every corner. I mean, it's just it's so cool, man. It is a cool spot.
1220 West
baseball.
Addison.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, we'll come back. We will get Eric Armstead on the show in about 15 minutes. We're excited to talk to him. We were talking to Maddie about him, not only the on-field stuff, but he was one of the good guys around. He does a ton of stuff in the Sacramento era, and we'll talk to him all about his off-season and how excited he is to get back and finally win one of these Super Bowls. We'll do it at the bottom of the hour with Eric Armstead, only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Earl Pals John Estes, he says the Giants youth movement reminds him of the early Giants dynasty years, 10, 12, and 14. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. So is that the equivalent? Is that the Friday equivalent of the McConaughey on Thursday?
It is on Thursday. On Thursday.
Oh, I love that. I like that.
Friday at 2, John. Friday at 2.
I'm very excited about that. Yes, very much so. Bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to Eric Armstead. So in about 6 minutes, do not miss Eric Armstead. That's going to be fun. We'll update you on the poll as well. The poll is up on Twitter, and it's been up for a while. As Danny got things going early today, which is which of these young Giants are you most excited about? We even put Kyle Harrison in there as the addition today, but it remains I'm not going to say a blowout. It's close between Bailey and Matos. Matos 37% of the vote so far. Bailey 35%, 15% Casey Schmidt, 13% Kyle Harrison. If you had told me before the poll, I would have said Harrison 1, Schmidt 2, but those two guys are bringing up the rear. There's plenty of time. Continue to vote, but Maddie said Kyle Harrison, and I thought that's what everybody would say, kind of the unknown versus the known, but. Matos most excited about.
And he was an undrafted player, but when you think about it, Farhan in that 2020 pandemic draft, and when Kyle Harrison does come up, I mean, Patrick Bailey was the first-round pick. You got Casey Schmidt and Kyle Harrison later. They were your top 3 picks in a weird draft. It was reduced that year. It was odd. Minor league baseball wasn't underway. They brought Bailey to the alternate site right away, but it also slowed their development a little bit. And that was a draft that he hit on. When you think of the Warriors naming Mike Dunleavy, that's kind of Farhan's. Going back to Bob Myers' very first draft as the GM when he got Harrison Barnes, Festus Ezeli, and he got Draymond Green in the second round, number 35 overall. That one draft, and that was a weird one to get. Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, and Kyle Harrison. Right away, John, is amazing. And that's how you're going to do this. How'd they flip this team? It was the infusion of youth after a subpar year with the veteran guys getting hurt last year and going 81-81 and getting off to the 6-13 start this year. And now you're playing the Dodgers. And when you look at the Dodgers, and Farhan was a big part of their system for years, as well as Gabe. But look at their drafting. I mean, Walker Buehler was a first-round pick. Gavin Lux keeps getting hurt, but he was a first-round pick. Dustin May, they were able to get in the third round.
They're picking late. Like, they're not getting the guys at the beginning.
Well, I mean, baseball draft is different. Scouting, the draft in baseball is completely different.
Right,
because
but I'm saying if you're in the top 5 versus, then it's
still a crapshoot. It's not like football and basketball.
Right.
Because you're drafting amateur guys, and you just don't know. And there's a bigger margin for missing. But the Dodgers were able. They've won this division every damn year except for 2021 when the Giants took 107 wins. But just looking at the way the Dodgers were able to draft, they lost some of those guys. Bellinger, the guy Tony Gonsolin out of St. Mary's was a 9th-round draft pick. James Outman was a 7th-round draft pick. Will Smith, and we're going to see 2 of the best, most complete catchers. And Bailey's got to prove it over a longer period of time. But how good is Will Smith behind the plate, John? He was a first-round draft pick. And Bobby Miller was a first-round pick. He's not going to pitch tonight. He's not pitching tonight. No, he's going tomorrow. They're going to go Gonsolin Sunday and Bobby Miller tomorrow. But if you want to keep up and eventually, start to win these National League West from them, it's going to have to come in the draft. And, some of these guys, Luciano was a different, pick, different signing, and likewise for Ramos. But the other 3 guys in our poll were all in the very same draft. To get Patrick Bailey in the first round, Casey Schmidt later, and then Kyle Harrison was going to go to UCLA off the campus at De La Salle in the East Bay, and they were able to give him a little more of a signing bonus to get him. But that's a hell of a draft right there.
All right, let's get into it. Eric Armstead. We're going to talk more about the Dodgers and the Giants' huge series. We'll do it after we talk to Eric Armstead. He's got some great stuff going off the field, but obviously on the field. When are they going to get that Super Bowl? How's he feeling about getting Javon Hargrave right next to him? Well, we haven't talked to Eric Armstead since the Super Bowl was actually the day, and then, of course, the honors was that night. He didn't win the Walter Payton Man of the Year, but he does a hell of a lot off the field. So we'll talk to him about that and Javon Hargrave, this defense, and he's got some time off. So we'll get into it with Eric Armstead of the 49ers next, only here on the Sports Leader.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
They go into a bunch formation right. K9 lines up to the left of Gino. They're going to move out K. Johnson, Lockett. DK goes in the middle there against Jimmy Ward on 3rd and 2. Warner a blitz. Eric Armstead a sack on Geno Smith back on the 15-yard line. They brought pressure. They bought Warner. You've been talking all week. Eric Armstead has to show up today, and he does on the 3rd play on defense.
Playoffs against the Seahawks. The 49ers will win that game, beat Dallas, who's a Philly. That was last season. We got to talk a lot to Eric Armstead. A lot of cool things going on. Of course, he was the Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. That's the last time we talked to him before the honors at the Super Bowl down in Phoenix. And he's got the academic project Stay Hungry football camp, which we're going to talk about as well. He's a daddy, so he's got Father's Day coming up this weekend, his daughter. And, of course, we're going to talk some Niners as well. That is Eric Armstead. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Eric.
How you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Can't complain.
You're on daddy duty right now, Daddy, huh? I can hear it behind you.
Yeah. All season daddy duty.
Yeah, that happens. What do you got anything good for Father's Day? What's happening?
No plans, you know. Mother's Day takes priority in
True that.
So,
True that.
whatever happens for me, I'll be more than appreciative.
Yeah, well, you got a lot going on. We'll see how your Father's Day on Sunday goes. But as John was mentioning, tell us what you got coming up on Saturday, tomorrow, June 17th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., a day of football, college, and wellness. So it's not just getting your body right, it's your mind right. Tell me what you got going tomorrow as part of the ArmsteadProject.org, Eric.
So we're doing our annual football camp, but we've had football camps in the past, and I've always tried to add a new element to it each year. And this year we're having it at Sac State, and we're doing a college tour for all the guests of the kids at the camp, and then also we're doing some wellness talks on mental health and just overall wellness, whether that's health, mental health, and making sure that the kids are staying active and healthy. And so we're really excited about it. We're going to have about 500 kids out, and as a kid, I really didn't go on the college campus too much. So I wanted to bring that element this year and get kids on the college campus to get them thinking about their future and what's possible, whether that's college or, a career that they might want to have. So I'm really excited about it.
That's good for you, man. That's very cool. Eric Armstead's joining us again to Stay Hungry football camp. That is coming up.
I love that voice.
She's got stuff to talk about.
You got to teach her touchdown San Francisco here. Come on.
Go. Very good. It's coming up on Saturday from 9 to 2, and like you said, at Sacramento State Hornets Stadium. That's really, really cool. What got you involved in this? Because, I've got a 19-year-old, and I look at him, and I'm like, can you maybe get to college? Now he's going, but it kind of takes the last minute, and all of a sudden it's on top of kids, and the transition they go from, happy-go-lucky kid to, and in your case, too, it's like, hey, you get to college, you got to play ball, you got to have academics. I mean, it's a quick transition for kids if they don't start thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure. And, you have to get them thinking about it early. And, going to college, it takes years in advance of preparation. If kids get behind in school early, it's hard to catch up. So we want them to be, thinking about their future at a young age and, providing the opportunities and the resources they need to achieve those goals.
Yeah, well, what's exciting about tomorrow, and you're going to do the physical part of it as well, but also the wellness part of it, getting into the mind and the pressure people are under, not just in sports, but everything. And you're going to be speaking about that as well. But you've also invited Drew Robinson of the San Francisco Giants to come by. And we know his story from the minor leagues. The guy attempted suicide and shot his eye out. And there's a story in The Athletic today, Eric, where, he had suicidal thoughts recently, and he was open about it. So what are you going to share as far as the wellness side of it? And then inviting Drew Robinson is going to make it really powerful, Eric.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to have him as a part of it and also partner with the Giants. I'm sure, his story is amazing. And so it'll be great for the students to be able to hear about that. And just, like I talked about, taking care of yourself. Even as athletes, we go through a lot of things, and kids deal with trauma and various situations on the daily. And, how do you deal with that? So we'll be talking to them about reaching out for help, asking people when they're going through tough situations, for support and various things like that, and just taking care of their total wellness. So should be a great day, and we're really excited about that and really excited to partner with the Giants and Drew as well.
That's awesome. We're talking to Daddy Eric Armstead. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So the last time we spoke with you was at the Super Bowl, and it was the day of the honors. And I know you were optimistic to win the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, but it's exactly what we're talking about. These great things that you've been doing for years in the Sacramento area. But were you disappointed at all, or did you just feel satisfied that night to have been nominated?
Yeah, definitely wasn't disappointed. I've been nominated a couple times now, and, being nominated is great as well. It's really a testament of the work we're doing and representing the 49ers too. A lot of players do a lot of great work. Our organization is committed to the community as well too. So representing our organization, I take great pride in that. And so being a nominee is a huge honor. It also gives me a platform to continue to do the work that I do.
You're being modest. I guess a couple could be three, but you've been nominated 3 straight years now, from 20 to 22, and I think you'll get nominated again. Everything you do in the entire Bay Area, and in particular up in the 916, you're going to win that award one year. But I want to ask you, we had the State of the Franchise on June the 1st, and Jed was with us, and John and Kyle and some of your teammates. But a lot of your teammates were with you in a nice event, part of your foundation and your Eric Armstead project, academic project. I know Dr. York was there, Trey Lance was there, Patrick Willis was there, some other of your teammates were there. They showed up and showed out for you. So tell me what that meant for you on a night that they were doing the State of the Franchise at Levi's, to have so many people and the owner show up to be along your side in Sacramento.
Yeah, that was amazing. Trying to create change and, really shape and change the trajectory of young people's lives, it would be impossible to do just on my own. So our support staff with our organization and also, my teammates and friends and colleagues who support me goes a really long way. And, them being involved allowed us to raise a lot more funds for students. And it was just an overall better experience for our guests and our donors. And so, I really was appreciative of that, and that definitely goes a long way. And, I always hope that they, have fun too. So I always try to make it fun for my teammates and people who come support me. And hopefully they have a fun night as well. Fun night raising money for a great cause. So.
That's incredible. Eric Armstead is joining us, Niners defensive lineman, doing some great things, as he always does, in the community here with Papa and Lund. And another thing that has changed since the last time he spoke is there's a guy named Javon Hargrave. He's switched sides from Philadelphia to going to be right next to you. What is that going to mean for things along that defensive line with you and Nick and maybe Drake Jackson, but the guy directly next to you is going to be Javon Hargrave?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. We put emphasis on that each and every year. We believe that it starts up front, and we believe that our team is going to go as far as our D line can take us, and we truly believe that we can go out there and take over games and win them. And so adding a guy like Javon, who's been dominating his entire career and is a tremendous player, adding him to what we have built here and trying to take it to another level is going to be amazing to be a part of. So, and also I think we complement each other very well. I think it's going to be very tough for offensive linemen to prepare for all of us, all the different looks that we're giving at guys. We added some new brothers to our D-line this year, and so we're going to come at them in waves and throw different looks and throw different guys and rotate, and, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, physically, you guys are very different. I mean, so when you talk about, complimenting each other, you're going to set the tone because the right guard stays right, the left guard stays left, the center stays there. They don't flip those guys. Or you can move it around and get the matchup you like, but physically, I mean, you're 6'7", under 300 pounds. He weighs, what does he weigh? 320, 330. He's so thick and shorter, and his legs, and his lowers are just thick. I mean, just talk about it. It's different than when you were playing with Defoe, Eric, where, physically you guys were similar. You and Javon are very different.
Yeah, we are very different. I think that's going to be great. Guards and centers, especially having to prepare for two different body types and two different styles of play, is going to be tough to kind of to switch down in and down out, kind of your mentality and your mindset of who you're going against.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations. You're always doing so many great things, and we're very appreciative that you can share with us. And again, the academic project Stay Hungry Football Camp tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., Sacramento State Hornet Stadium. As you said, a day of football, college, and wellness. So it's not just that. And you're exposing kids to college. You're having Drew Robinson talking about the mental side of things. What great things you're doing, man. We always appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and best of luck with it.
Appreciate you guys having me on, and see you guys soon.
We will.
Sounds
Happy
good.
Father's Day, Daddy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, his daughter is 2. Her name is Amiri. So she's boisterous.
She's loud. She's vocal. And his parents. And I had a chance to meet his dad, Gus.
Yeah.
I think at the Super Bowl
right.
54, and his mom, Krista.
Yep.
And just how influential they've been in his life, and just the way Eric passes it on. Obviously, as a father in his own right, but open up his time, John. He goes and reads to kids. The 49ers, after a game on Sunday, they have something they have to do on Monday. Tuesday's pretty much their off day. And I don't want to say he does it every Tuesday, but he does it a lot of Tuesdays, where he just goes and shows up at a school, whether it's in Sac or in the Bay Area, and just reads to children. So, I mean, his mom and dad obviously were a great influence on him and the way he's passing it on, but not just to his own family. It's a lot of, the time you put in to be a dad and be a football player, be the best you can be, but he takes it to the next level. He's been nominated for the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award 3 straight years, 20, 21, and 22. And there are a lot of worthy candidates there, but, of all the guys on the Niners that give it up, I would think he'd be nominated for a 4th straight year. to represent the Niners. And just one of these years, John, he's got to win that award.
And plus, I forgot, I had this in my notes with him. His anniversary, 3-year anniversary, is June 20th. So for all the great things he does, he better remember a great gift on June 20th. I'll tell you that right now.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well,
Tuesday.
Sunday's his day. And then tomorrow is the kids' day. And I can only imagine what Drew Robinson is going to tell those people about wellness. And you read the story in The Athletic today that he has had recent suicidal thoughts. So even though you're through it and you're trying to help people, it's anxiety and depression and whatever they got going on. We all have it in all walks of life, and not only professional athletes, but it's been so profound for a guy like Drew Robinson to come forward and tell his story.
All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. We'll give you the foreplay. Plus, we'll start getting you ready for Dodgers and Giants. Just how big of a series is this, given the fact, too, that you have less games against teams in your division. The Dodgers always the litmus test. We'll get into that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Haynes, he oversees the minor league systems for the Giants. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the booming farm system making its mark in the big leagues. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Papa and Lund, final hour of the week. Poll is up. Please vote. We'll have a foreplay for you in about 5 minutes at the top of the hour. You can see us on Twitch and YouTube as well. Just go to KNBR.com, the new KNBR app. Have you not figured out the thermostat yet?
It is cold as hell in here, John. No, I'm not touching that thing.
You have a win.
I'm freezing
your
in here.
Ski jacket
What's it like? It's not a ski jacket. It's a light Canada Goose.
Okay.
But it is cold in here.
I deal with that
Is it
every
warm
day.
outside? What's it like outside? I don't even know.
Where I am, I just walked outside, and the dog has followed me in. That's very nice. But, yeah, it's supposed to be about 77 where I am located here in the
That's
East
not
Bay
warm
today.
enough this time of the year.
No, I agree. I've been
Summer arrives next week. We have the longest day of the year coming up next
ridiculous.
week.
Yeah,
on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's good. We're going to get a couple of days out here like that, and then it's going to go back to the 60s. I'm not happy. I need to take my shirt off and show people my wounds and get some sympathy around here, but it's not happening.
Please don't do that.
My neighbors have seen them, of course, after the fire engine deal last week.
Oh, that was last
Walking
Friday
around.
at this time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Last Friday, a little bit later in the day, but pretty darn close. But yeah, so that was that last week. That was the fun of last week. So we'll get you everything into the 1 o'clock hour. I believe we're guestless the rest of the way, right?
Joe Davis.
Oh, Joe Davis at 1:15.
The voice of the Dodgers.
Oh, I'm excited about that. What about that? Dodgers and Giants, and you don't play him as much, so what are we going to see him now and then in September or something like that?
So weird.
It's
So they're
strange.
rolling into 1,000 Vince Scully Avenue for the first time tonight on June, what is today? June the 16th? And then they don't go back. So summer starts next week, September the 21st. They don't go back to Dodger Stadium until, do you remember, the 21st night of September?
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers will play the New York Giants in their home opener on a Thursday night. It is the first night of fall. It'll be a 4-game series. So it's a little odd. And to play the Dodgers, usually it's 19 times a year. But now that we've gone to this somewhat balanced schedule and playing every team in baseball, it's down to 13 times. So we saw them early in the year. So the Giants go there now for a 3-game series. And probably a good time overall to be playing the Dodgers. They got off to a 13-13 start. Joel will break it down. And then they got hot, and they looked like the Dodgers. But they just came off a road trip where they got walked off 3 different times, including back-to-back walk-offs in Pittsburgh, De La Cruz and all the young energy. Pardon me, in Cincinnati.
Right.
And then they were in Philadelphia over the weekend. And I was watching them. They were playing the White Sox this week, and they were on ESPN. They played the Yankees recently. You've seen a lot of them on national TV, but I was watching them last night. They were down 4-0. And then Chris Taylor hits a grand slam in, I think, the 7th inning. And they came alive. They wound up winning in extras and a Freddie Freeman sacrifice fly. But they're a different team. I don't know. I know you'd think that they will ultimately win the National League West. I'm not sure. It's a different team. Obviously, you lost the 2 Turners, Trey Turner to Philadelphia, Redbeard, Justin Turner's now a Red Sox. Cody Bellinger, we're watching the Cubs up 3-2. He's still hurt, but they don't have Cody Bellinger. And they've added, David Peralta is now a Dodger in the middle of their order. John, the former Arizona Diamondback, good player. He won a Gold Glove award there and a Silver Slugger, but he's trying to bounce back. Jason Hayward is in their outfield. And then, the big one is getting J.D. Martinez from the Red Sox. And we've seen him, years ago with other teams and the Astros and the D-backs. And, boy, he's a different player. I mean, in Boston, he was a force. But then he could not hit a fastball for a long time. And now he's on the heater. And then Will Smith is very quietly he may be the most underrated player in all of baseball. But when they go, the top of the order is going to be Mookie. And Mookie's amazing. He's the best right fielder in baseball defensively, and he's playing second and short. And he's playing the hell out of it. What an athlete. And then you got Freddie Freeman, who's actually in a little bit of a funk. I don't know if he got a hit last night, but he did get the sac fly late. But he hit it to the warning track. But anyway, he's a great hitter. And then you go Will Smith, and then J.D. Martinez, and then the question is going to be Muncy. He's missed the last 5 games, I think, with a hamstring. Joe will update us there. But he's playing over at third base now with Turner gone. So they don't have the depth top to bottom that the lineup has had. You know, they can, Outman's hitting towards the bottom, and, you know, the Miguels are there, Rojas and Vargas. We'll see how they line it up. But I don't know, John. And then all that being said, they still score. They have by far the highest scoring offense in the league, one of the best in baseball. They're a little top-heavy at the top, but they score. The question, their bullpen is not very good. Evan Phillips is the one guy in their pen, their closer you got to look at. But do they have enough front-line starting pitching? Arias is still out. Dustin May is hurt again. Are they going to get tight pants Walker Buehler back? They got Kershaw pitching very well. We'll see Bobby Miller throws 100, and that's not even his best pitch on Saturday. But do they have enough? Are they going to be in the pitching market? Are they going to get Buehler back?
Yeah, I don't know, but, you know, Kershaw is ageless. He's 8-4 with a 295, and Gonsolin's having a good year. And
he's going Sunday, yeah.
And they're good. And, you know, it's funny because they didn't go crazy because everybody thinks they're going to go after Ohtani in this offseason. But, you know, I don't know what people think. Is this a down year for the Dodgers? But there they are, still right there. And if they need something, they'll go get something. And I think that's where, you know, you and I were talking before about the prospects, and that's the one thing that is vastly underrated. And I know Giants fans don't want to see it, but they just keep cranking it out of their farm system, and they can lose Corey Seager, and they can let guys walk, and Bellinger can go to the Cubs, and all these different things. And they've still got guys coming up through the system like Outman and Bobby Miller, and just year after year. And then if they need to spend their money, that's how they utilize it to fill those holes with trades and so forth. And people forget that, you know, they've given up prospects for Trey Turner, who's gone, and Max Scherzer, who's gone, and Manny Machado was there for just a rental, and he's gone. Like they're aggressive in the trade market every single year. Yu Darvish, I mean, you go on down over the last number of years, they've given up a ton of prospects, and yet you don't hear really that, you know, they got burned on some kind of a deal. And so that's where you really got to get is you're cranking so much out of your system that you can go still get those guys, whether a rental or a long-term guy, and not really affect you. And they don't have to go out and spend tons and tons of money every year. They just they do it kind of with key guys, Freeman and Betts and so forth. But I mean, they generally speaking will crank it right out of their system, and that's where we're getting excited about the Giants getting this next wave of guys. The Dodgers seemingly do that every single year.
So with the Giants playing the way they are now, John, the 4 games over, they're only 2 games back of the Dodgers in the loss column and 2.5 overall. So LA's 39-30. We're going to see the Padres next week. And, you know, San Diego could have got to 500, but they lost last night. So they're 2 under. And then Arizona behind it. So you finally get into extended National League West play here as we get into summer. But with the Dodgers, you know, it's beat LA for the first time going down there, and it's just different now. And Patrick Bailey's never played the L.A. Dodgers. Casey Schmidt's never played the L.A. Dodgers. Luis Matos, his second game tonight. I assume he'll be in the lineup. He's never played the L.A. Dodgers, and at some point Kyle Harrison will be a part of it. And, you know, from their standpoint, Bobby Miller has never played the Giants, never pitched against the Giants. And I want to hear from Joe just a breakdown on this guy. I was watching his last couple of starts. He pitched against the Phillies on Sunday. The start before that was on Sunday Night Baseball against the Yankees. I mean, he's the hardest throwing starting pitcher in baseball. He's got a fastball, his four-seam fastball, and it's not all about just how hard you throw, obviously, but he averages 99 miles per hour on his four-seamer. He's got a two-seamer at 98.8. They're not even his best pitch. He's got a wipeout slider. He's got a changeup and a curveball, and he just looks the part. So this is a new rivalry when you've got Bailey and Schmidt and Matos against now Bobby Miller, and J.D. Martinez is a Dodger. It's all weird.
Yeah, it is strange. So we'll get into it. Joe Davis, the voice of the Dodgers, coming up at 1:15. In the meantime, let's hit you up with the foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with some Warriors. Adrian Wojnarowski on the challenges that Warriors' new GM, Mike Dunleavy Jr., faces.
There is a lot of work to do, a lot of decisions to be made here in the next few weeks, starting with Draymond Green, who has a player option. Does he opt out, do a new deal? Does he go into free agency? Does he do an extension? At what number? And then Klay Thompson's future. He's heading into the last year of his deal, and there's a reckoning coming in Golden State with their spending. The new collective bargaining agreement is going to force them to have to make some difficult decisions over the next couple of years. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is in the big seat now in Golden State to lead that decision-making process.
Again, maybe it's just I'm nitpicking here, but I don't know. Leading, I think he's a big part of it, and the general manager obviously is a big part of it. I don't know if he's leading it, but we'll see when the dust settles to who does what. But the point is it's always funny because you hear that forever, and I'm not saying that Joe Lacob's going to keep spending money like a crazy man, but I look at Denver and I say I still think the West is winnable, and I think that's the way the Warriors probably look at it.
A day of reckoning is coming. So we'll see. And Draymond, $27.6 million on the player option. We'll see how all indications are they want to sign him beyond this year. However they do it with the current deal, opting in, opting out, whatever it is. Then, Klay, at the end of the year, the Woj bomb was Klay wanted the Supermax extension. And then, he played well against Sacramento, didn't shoot well against the Lakers. He has 1 year left on his deal at $43.2 million. He is eligible for an extension, but what do they do with that? Can they spread it out longer? I don't know. And then, we talked about can they afford to keep Jordan Poole in light of the Draymond situation? Can they afford not to from a basketball standpoint? Can they afford to just from a money standpoint? A day of reckoning. I mean, the roster, if they bring Draymond back, don't move Jordan Poole, and Kuminga's not making big money, John, you could be looking at $500 million in player salary and luxury tax. What's the mandate there from Joe and Kirk Lacob to Dunleavy? And he's not, I don't know if he's the cap guy. They have a guy they brought in from San Antonio to figure it out. But we'll know more Monday at 11 o'clock because the Warriors are going to introduce Mike Dunleavy Jr. as their new GM on Monday, and you'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader.
Staying with the basketball theme, this is pretty funny. The guy who, at least in this short clip, will play the role of Jordan Bell in the Denver Nuggets parade, that would be the Bay Area's own
Mitty High School.
Aaron Gordon. Here he is getting stopped along the parade route.
Is it hitting you that you're an NBA champion yet, or you still need time?
You want to know what's hitting me is those Modelo's.
And, of course, he gets the media laugh at the end.
Modelo's a good beer. It's my favorite right now. But that's nothing like Jordan Bell hitting You going to get a buzz off beer in Denver?
Yeah.
And you're not even drinking Coors or Coors Light?
Yeah, I would
Come on,
think
Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, I might start those early, but, I mean, if you really want to get going in the parade, you're passing that tequila bottle around. I mean, bottles. I mean, that's
Remember Draymond at the first one?
Yeah.
He was litty.
Nope.
I don't know what he was on.
The best thing I saw yesterday.
Nope.
The best thing I saw yesterday was Christian Brown, the rookie out of Kansas who went national championship, the NBA champion. He was at a bar after the parade, shirtless in a pair of shorts, and he was and they put him behind the bar, and he was pouring tequila shots down the throats. He wasn't putting it in a glass. He was literally pouring tequila shots down the throats from behind the bar of fans. We're just all lined up to get, got their mouth out there, pour whatever, and it was hilarious.
Was the head coach there? Michael Malone lost his voice again. He had the glasses and the gold chain. What's going on with him?
Telling Bruce Brown he's coming back, and he was on fire.
He was out of his mind. What was the parade route? Was it Lodo? Was it lower downtown over by Coors Field? Where did they have it? They didn't go out to Ball Arena, did they?
No, they didn't go out to Ball Arena. They
Must have been Lodo.
Downtown.
Must have been Lodo.
But the one thing I do know is they're rookies. There was a fire truck that was carrying Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, and it actually ran into people. Everybody was okay, but it's like, come on, man. What are you?
Who was driving the fire truck?
Probably somebody that was having some Market Street ganja.
Jordan Bell. Jordan Bell.
Live it up, man.
So wait till Saturday night and the Vegas Golden Knights have theirs on the Strip in Vegas. What's that going to be like?
They're saying there's going to be 200,000 people on the Strip. I mean, it's like, all right, good luck with that. Get me away from that, man. Can you imagine what that's like?
Shutting down the Strip on a Saturday night?
Saturday night at 7 o'clock is when it starts, and I guess the end of the parade route is at 9 o'clock, and then they'll start doing speeches from wherever the heck that's going to be. But can you imagine what the Strip's going to be like on Saturday night at 7
So the Stanley Cup always has a tale to tell.
Yeah.
And the adventures of an off-season.
They party harder than anybody.
Could you imagine Lord Stanley's Cup now?
In Vegas.
In Vegas.
They're going to have to retire that one. They're going to need a new one. My God, that's going to be crazy. All right, here is Farhan Zaidi before we get to Joe Davis and start talking some Dodgers. I'll give you a final one. Here's Farhan on the young players impacting the veterans.
I think for these guys, just the novelty of having a guy come up, get his first hit his first homer, and then, the way these guys are dousing these poor kids with, every substance imaginable when they come through the clubhouse door after the game. They're getting their mileage out of that, too. So you're right. There's just a whole culture of breaking these guys in, and it's not the hazing culture that existed 10, 20, 30 years ago. But it's kind of, it's still the little brother sort of dynamic and really feeling excited for these kids.
When did that tradition start, though? So you play your first game, and then they videoed this a lot of times where they open up the doors to the Giants clubhouse, and then they go in the clubhouse, and then there's like a haze of smoke, and then the doors shut, and then you hear everybody you see.
Well, now they have a club in there, but it's forever. I mean, the shaving cream and the pie. How many post-game interviews do we do that got interrupted because the guy got a shaving cream and the pie?
It's always.
But now they shoot every single thing at the guy and make him drink everything. When is Luis Matos going to hit his first major league bomb? This weekend at Dodger Stadium?
That would be a good place to start.
Bobby Miller. That's my call.
Boy.
That game on Saturday is like a 6:10. Can you imagine having to look at that guy in the late afternoon?
Can't even see it.
Can't see it, and he's throwing a hundy?
Oh, it's
throwing a hundy?
Yeah, that's not going to be fun. That is not going to be fun. All right, there you go. That is a 4-play. It turned into a 3-play because we got to get to Joe Davis. He, of course, is the national voice of baseball on Fox and also the voice of the Dodgers. So what's going on with the Dodgers? We got to get to that. You mentioned Bobby Miller, some of the other young players. What could they do at the deadline? All those things. Dodgers, Giants coming up this weekend. We preview it with Joe Davis next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, he joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday to discuss Luis Matos' debut and the impact of the young Giants. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
And look, the Dodgers are making the playoffs. The Dodgers have a good defense. They have a great offense, but their pitching isn't even close to what it was last year. Their team ERA is a run and a half higher than it was last year. That is an enormous difference. Their bullpen is not very good right now, and they have 3, if not 4, quality starting pitchers on the injured list, and there's no telling exactly what Walker Buehler is going to look like if he comes back this year. Dustin May, Julio Urias, they're all hurt, and this is not the same Dodger team.
That's Tim Kirchen of ESPN, and the Dodgers, for all those things that he just said, still sit there at 39-30 in the NL West. They're not blowing everybody away like we always expect from them, but they're still right there. Arizona leads the division at 41-28, and there are the Giants 36-32 going into LA this weekend, 2 back in the loss column. And we'll talk pitching and everything else and possible trade deadlines. Our good friend Joe Davis, of course, the national voice of baseball on Fox, and does a fine job with the Dodgers as well, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Always good to talk to you again, Joe. How are you?
Doing great. Always great to talk to you guys, too.
Let's address what Tim Kirchen said right there, the pitching. A lot of it is injury-related. The same names are there. A lot of the same names are there, but just not staying healthy, and then there's old Clayton Kershaw doing what he does. But what is your concern level of the pitching of what Tim just said there?
Yeah, you know what I think what has happened is there's the obvious of the injuries to the starting pitchers, but then it's been the trickle-down effect, what that's meant for the bullpen, that's been the biggest problem. They've still gotten decent starting pitching, but not very deep starts, and so this bullpen's getting overexposed, and it's a bullpen that's already looking to find its footing. Even guys that have performed last year just have not had it this year, and they've been exposed more than they'd like. And when you look statistically over the last month, where they've been a below 500 team, the bullpen's been the biggest reason why. And part of it is just the guys got to be better, but part of it is they're getting used more and in higher leverage situations than they would if not for all the injuries around them.
So Bobby Miller's going to pitch tomorrow night, Joe, and it's a 6-10 game. So I'm wondering about the shadow effect and just watching his last couple of starts, Sunday in Philly and then the Sunday night game against the Yankees. He's off to a great start. His first 4 starts, 3-0 with a sub-1 ERA. But, my God, his 4-seam fastball's nearly 100, 99.4. The 2-seamers in the 98 range, and that's not even his best pitch either one. He's got a wipeout slider. He's got a good curveball and a changeup. So, pure stuff-wise, what are we looking at? And how good has Bobby Miller been his first 4 starts?
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing, Greg. You look at the stuff and you figure, okay, 100 miles an hour, it's going to be live but wild. And for me, what has stood out is that it's not just the 100, but it's the full package of pitches, and he's commanded it. I mean, he was not pitching real well in AAA. It's like he had to come up because they didn't really have any other options. He's been on a whole nother level than really we'd ever seen him in the minors since he's gotten to the major leagues. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he can point to it either. It's been one little tweak that he's made with his slider, throwing that a little bit harder lately. But, man, it's been exactly what you would dream of as you bring a guy through the system, and you have high hopes for him. But he's exceeded even what he was doing in AAA since he's gotten here.
Joe Davis is joining us weekend series against the Dodgers and Giants. How do you look at this series in the regard to, obviously now we have the balanced scheduling and we just don't see you guys as much. And I look at this thing and I think it's a critical series even though it's the middle of June. How do you look at it?
Yeah, I think so. And if Dodger fans haven't been checking, they might be surprised to now take a peek at the standings and see that the Giants are hanging right there. And the Giants have had the best record in baseball over the last month. So I think it's, given what you said, given the fact it's only 13 games instead of 19 against each other now, and the obvious of where they sit in the standings at this point, for sure, it's a big series. And isn't it better when both teams are good, when both teams are competitive? There's just something right about when the Dodgers and the Giants are both in it.
Well, that 2021 race was one of the greatest in the history of baseball, 107 to 106. It was just pulsating and so many big games going right down to the end. So, the Giants flipped their season around when they brought up the youth and Patrick Bailey in particular. The interesting thing about this series, and Buster Posey is retired, but still, Patrick Bailey's got a ways to go to be Buster. But as far as the most complete catcher in baseball, the guy in Philadelphia, Real Muto, is really good. But people just don't talk enough about Will Smith. And you look at the top of your order, and obviously Mookie and Freddie are, MVP candidates every year and two of the best players in baseball. But people sleep on Will Smith and how good he is as far as catching, pitch framing, throwing, and then his hitting is just amazing. He's got to be an all-star this year to be sure. But how good? You watch him every day, Joe. How good is Will Smith?
Yeah, the crazy thing is he's never been an all-star, and he's been this good, or at least upper echelon for a long time. I think part of it is the personality, right? Like Dave Roberts has called him vanilla before, and I think that's the very politically correct way of putting it. He's just kind of a boring dude, and he would tell you that personality-wise, he's not out there trying to make any kind of waves, and I think sometimes that hurts guys when it comes to all-star voting. But I think the people that know that he is as good as anybody in the game, and you always compare catchers to other catchers just because of the grueling nature of the position defensively, what that can mean for you at the plate. But when you put him in a bucket of all hitters, forget that he's a catcher, throw that aside, he's still one of the top hitters. I think he's sixth in the National League in OPS. And then you layer back in the fact that he's catching just about every game and going through the grind back there. Really remarkable what he's doing.
Joe Davis is joining us. So obviously we're a little early for the trade deadline, but we're starting to think about it, and then we're probably looking for the same thing you're looking for, which could be starting pitching, relief pitching, looking at that. And the Dodgers have been so aggressive at the deadline, and because of their talent pool, they've been able to go out, trade, and really not have it affect them a ton. But, they've gotten Scherzer before, and they went out and they got Darvish, and they went out and got Manny Machado. So, they've done Reynolds. So how aggressive do you expect them to be, especially in the pitching market at the deadline?
Yeah, I think that it's taken shape, John, where that is where they're going to look. That it's you can look at shortstop, and Miguel Rojas hasn't been very good. Maybe they do look to upgrade that. He's been good defensively, not been good at the plate. Maybe they do look to upgrade there, but very clearly with underperformance in the bullpen, with the injuries for the starting pitchers, yeah, that's going to be where they're focused, and it's going to be interesting to watch for everybody because it just seems like there's a chance that there's not a whole lot out there. And that, they're given the new playoff format that teams are going to be in it much longer. And you're going to have teams like they just saw the White Sox in here. The White Sox are not very good, but they've got a bunch of dudes they could trade and hold the proverbial keys to the deadline if they decide to go that route. But the Central's so bad, I don't know if they're going to go that route because they continue to hang in the race. So I think you're going to have a lot of teams looking for what the Dodgers and the Giants are looking for, and not too many teams willing to part with what they're looking for.
Joe, last time we had you on, it was early in the year, and we're just trying to assess the offseason, and you lose both Turners, obviously, Trey and Justin, and then, Bellinger's now a Cub. And it just, where's the roster at? What are you doing? Gavin Lux gets hurt. But the Dodgers brought in 3 veteran players that have had a lot of success in baseball. David Peralta, Jason Hayward, and then the guy I want you to talk about is J.D. Martinez. And we were talking about the top of your order, and Mookie and Freddie and Will Smith. We'll see if Muncy plays tonight with a hammy. But J.D. Martinez is like the guy that was in Boston a couple of years ago, Joe. He couldn't hit a fastball the last couple of years, and now he leads the baseball or the National League in slug this year?
Yeah, no, it's been crazy, man. Tim Kirchen talking about Dodgers not being the same, and that is true in that they're not pitching, but the offense has been just as good, if not better. And that's a credit to guys like J.D. Martinez and Peralta and Hayward, who they've brought in and have tapped into something that they've done earlier in their careers. And I think that the overarching theme to the whole thing is, look, they won 111 games last year, and it didn't matter. So who's to say that this not the same version of the Dodgers isn't the right version? And the reason I'm saying that off of your question about JD and the veterans is because it seems like there's just a really nice mix of those veteran guys, along with a couple young guys that have gotten their chances. And who's to say that's not the right blend? When 111 was amazing, but it wound up not mattering in October.
That's a great point. So how do you see the NL West both right now and in the future? Because Arizona really looks legitimate. I love their young guys and the speed and athleticism that they're bringing to the table. And then, of course, like you said, the record may not be Dodger-esque, but I'm not fooled by it. The Giants are getting hot. And then at some point, I keep expecting Bob Melvin and the Padres to do something. I'm like poking them with a stick, but they're sitting there still at 33 and 35. But talent-wise, they're just too good to me to stay that way.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. I guess the last week plus, they've kind of gotten it going a little bit. And yeah, it's hard not to take a glance at the standings each day and continue to be wowed by how bad the record is, but also seeing them start to come and figure that they're really going to take off at some point. I think it'd be hard to say that Arizona's not for real at this point. We're in mid-June, right? You always kind of look at June 1st as when you can take stock in things. But I guess you got to say the same for the Padres, too. We're in mid-June, and they're still below 500 teams. So I think overall the division is much stronger than we thought it was going to be. I think most people looked at it and thought it was a two-horse race. Arizona way better than anybody thought. The Giants at this point, I think, way better than anybody thought after how they looked over the first month. It looked like it was going to just kind of be a run back to the first couple of years when Farhan Zaidi was there and, bringing up Matt Beatty on opening day and that kind of stuff. But they've taken fire with this wave of rookies that they've brought up. Seems like, as you guys would know much better than me, a great amount of excitement around the team that they've not had in a little while. And truly a four-team picture. Maybe it doesn't turn into a four-team race in the end, but four teams you're looking at right now and at least able to make a case for to be part of that race at the end.
Now, Giants, after a 6-13 start, Joe, are the 4 games over 500 now, and the infusion of the youth has propelled it, and Arizona's there, and we'll see San Diego next week after they leave Dodger Stadium. The Giants got San Diego and Arizona at home next week, and for the Dodgers, 13-13 start. You guys were hot for a while, went 22-10, and then at the lull when the Yankees came in and the road trip where you got walked off a little bit in Cincy and in Philly. But you had a big win last night. That grand slam by Taylor was huge. But for the weekend, we mentioned Bobby Miller going tomorrow. Tony Gonsolin from St. Mary's doesn't get a lot of attention. That guy just wins in a low ERA. Yeah. So speak to him a little bit. And then who's the young guy you called up to pitch tonight, to start tonight, Joe?
Yeah, tonight's going to be Emmett Sheehan. He was a 6th-round pick a couple years ago out of Boston College that's just kept on getting better. It seems like this system turns out all the time. Drafted him, he was pitching 92, 93. He's upper 90s, touches 100 now. They say very Spencer Strider-like in the mix.
Whoa.
Fastball from a low slot that guys just don't hit. Slider that plays off of it, and Spencer Strider-type results in Double-A where he was. He's getting a strikeout rate above 40%. So they're really excited to watch him tonight. They're not saying he's going to be Spencer Strider, but that fastball-slider combination and the way that it was showing up in Double-A, really similar to what Strider was doing before he got his first chance in the major leagues. Sunday, Tony Gonsolin, it's an interesting one. It often feels like it's like a 4.37 ERA. But then you look and it's 2. It's sub 2. And it's like, how in the world has he done what he just did again? In every single game, it's 5+ innings, maybe 6 full innings, 0-1 run. Without overwhelming stuff, without a single pitch that's devastating, but a full package of pitches, and he'll use any of them in any count. And the way that they play off of one another, play off of each other is it makes the Catman. Unique nickname, unique guy, and a unique feeling coming out of a 6-inning, 1-run performance just about every time.
That's well explained.
The Catman somehow, some way.
That's very good. Joe, thank you so much. Have a fun series this weekend. We always appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, guys. Sound good. Have a great weekend.
You too, Joe.
You too. That is Joe Davis.
He does love his felines, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, man.
Tony Gonsolin.
Yeah, good stuff.
All he does is win, John. It's amazing.
Like you said, he's got a 186, and then this kid that they were just talking about, I was watching some of his stuff this morning because I have no life, and he sans mustache that Spencer Strider has, maybe the best mustache in baseball. But
Dylan Cease has a good one.
Yeah, he does. But this kid and you haven't seen him, and they're promoting him from Double A.
He's a 6th-round draft pick, and he has Spencer Strider stuff.
Yeah, and he
what?
He had a 1.83 ERA at Double A, so I don't know what that tells you, but. The point is that he wasn't in OKC, he wasn't at AAA, he was in Tulsa at Double A doing this stuff, and he's going straight to the big leagues to pitch Giants-Dodgers. How about that?
Against John Brebbia and your favorite, the opener.
Yeah.
You know what I'm calling right now after hearing Bagley? I bet they go back-to-back openers.
Oh,
Brebbia tonight,
do that to me?
Brebbia tomorrow night, and piggyback them with Alex Wood and Sean Manaea. What if they did that? Yeah, it's dastardly. It's so far on, isn't it? We're going to Dodger Stadium. They're dealing with the next Spencer Strider and Bobby Miller throwing 100. And we're going to go back to back.
Kyle Harrison.
Why don't they win?
Kyle Harrison.
Look at their one-loss record in the openers. They win the openers.
Whatever.
I think it's time for me to have an opener. It's 28 minutes till the weekend.
I need an opener and a closer.
Anybody got a bottle opener in this freezing studio?
Biggest series. I know. Jeez. Biggest series of the year. Who's pitching?
Freeze hockey
Brebbia.
pucks in here. Can we get a Canadian beer?
Who's pitching
I get a
for the
Molson
biggest series
Verdure?
of the weekend? Brebbia and Brebbia.
Would you stop being nice to
Brebbia and Brebbia?
Last weekend, what did they do? They went Saturday Brebbia. And wait a minute. Didn't he start yesterday? Why can't the Warriors roll out the same starters every night?
That's different.
The 49ers do. Why can't you have the same starters, including the pitcher, every game?
You know what it's like? Ned Ryerson? I thought we pitched that guy yesterday.
No, it's not like him. We don't like Ned Ryerson. He's trying to sell me life insurance. It's a whole different deal.
Groundhog Day. Here comes
John Brebbia is getting you to the second inning unscored upon, and he has a beautiful beard.
And it's the opener.
That's what they're going to do, John. Go Brebbia, Wood, Manaea, piggyback.
Boy. Please get me a normal starter. That's all. That's all I ask. All right, we do have the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. Boys in the studio, did we find that thing that I saw? I didn't hear this, but I did see it on social media. Oh, you have to have a retort coming up next. A retort.
What thing are we finding?
Yeah, well, you remember back in the day, there was a specific person who did this when we had when we had a former rendition of the show in another place.
Yeah.
And they used to have an impression of you which you did not like whatsoever.
Oh.
Well, now there's a new one, and it's totally different.
It's an impression of me?
Yeah.
Who's doing it?
I think you need a retort. Here. So
I don't even remember the first one. Who did that?
Oh, you do too.
Who did it? I do not.
You hated it.
I killed a lot of brain cells.
Remember they used
enough to.
It sounded.
Forgotten that. Who did
you
it?
hated it. It sounded something like,
"Who did it?
Hello, I'm Greg Papa." Remember that they would do that deep voice thing.
Yeah, it wasn't me at all.
Exactly, you didn't like
it. It was a host. Wasn't one of the hosts?
Yeah, it was one. You know who it was. So you didn't like.
Honestly, I don't remember.
You didn't like it. And
am I going to like that? I'm ready to roll into Father's Day weekend and go to a happy hour. You're going to put me in a bad mood? Is that what you're going to do?
No, I won't put you in a bad mood. I think it's just, I think well, this one, the only reason I want you to retort here is because
I love that guy, though. I love it.
It's a specific, they're doing a little bit of an impression, but it's also about spending Christmas with you and what it will be like spending Christmas with you. So anyway, when
we're playing the Lamar Jacksons?
Yeah.
Is that what? All right.
So we'll play that for you coming up next.
Okay, right.
And the rest of the Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol next, only here on the Sports Leader. This is John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, you hear personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know, many of them, they're not even based here. And many times you won't even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Oh, that's nice. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, on the other hand, have been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they are dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm have been repeatedly recognized as not only the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area, but in the entire state of California. The Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. That wasn't a very good Dr. Evil. They know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. Now, here's what they're going to do. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, what a strange week it's been. It's Friday. I missed Monday, huh? I wasn't in on Monday.
You've had an interesting week, John.
And then we played Danny Mayanis on Tuesday.
Johnny Mayanis. How you doing, by the way? How you doing?
Yeah, I've only had one run to the bathroom today, but I timed it well enough to where we were just going to break, so that was good. But those
did you say run?
Yeah, the run to the runs.
And the run is the runs?
The run to the roses. And,
is it a liquid diet results in a liquid run?
Yeah, and tonight, or this weekend, it's Father's Day and everything, so I am going to attempt meat for the first time in a while. We're going to get out the barbecue. Now, I'm not going to go hardcore meat, but, just a little bit.
Danny's eyes, one thing about coming in studio, I can look Danny right in the eyes. When you say, I'm going to attempt meat, now I'm not going to go hardcore meat.
No, not
his
hardcore
eyes
meat.
light up, and here comes a drop.
I know, that's exactly right.
We're going to break with John saying,
hardcore meat.
I think I'm going meat, but not hardcore meat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go full carnivore and eat a whole plate of it like I'm at a barbecue joint, but just
first go herbivore is what I suggest.
That's a great.
And then
point.
that puts you in the mood for carnivore. And start right at 4. Are you? How is the 420 for you?
Oh, this week it's been great because he's given me the ultimate. Come on, dude. I can't have any drinks. I got to.
You can't ingest,
out.
so you can.
So I can't. Yeah. There's certain ways to modify yourself and figure out something around here. It can't just be me. I mean, how boring is that? So anyway, all right, let's get to this because I want you to be able to defend yourself. And I didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Who am I defending myself? You're saying like this is all over social media?
Well,
somebody doing an imitation of me?
KNBR
I do remember the original was Double D.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was so misguided of who I am. That it's ridiculous.
You kept going, I don't sound like that.
Well, it was not even anything about me, but it's a guy we love. So we do love Double D.
Yeah, so in more ways than one.
We do.
So we that was a fun bit, and then this one's it's totally different though when they start doing the impression. But it's not only the impression, but they talk about what you are going to be like on Christmas to hang out with. So you can address this whole thing. So
and who is this individual?
This is
somebody I know.
This is Tolbert and Copes yesterday.
Oh wow!
And I just ran across
after
this
I left. All right.
Yeah, I was perusing and I saw this, and they put this out on KNBR.com on the Twitter.
All right, Copes is in the newsroom right now. Should I bring him in for this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, tell Copes to come in. We'll play this.
Let me hear it first before I have to.
Exactly right.
I just got a middle finger salute from Copes.
Well, you were doing that yesterday.
And then our boss showed up. And am I being set up for something?
No, you're really not. You're not. Right. Is there a camera here? Right. Yes, there is.
Is there a camera here? I went to the bathroom and it followed me.
Here's the guys from yesterday.
Well, this is Tolbert and Copes. Doing an impersonation of me on how I'm going to be like on Christmas.
Yeah.
Because we're during the game or Christmas morning?
No, I think during the game. What you're going to be like to hang out with that day.
Okay.
Because we're all going to hang out together. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Let's play.
Merry Christmas to me. You get a day with Tim and Papa. Merry Christmas to you, Copeland.
Hello, everybody.
I'll fill your stocking with coal, Copes. Dude, Papa on Christmas at the Niner game, that's going to be a trip, dude.
Is there any doubt he's wearing a hat and like a goofy sweater?
Oh, of course. I saw Papa kissing Santa Claus. I just, coming down with the sock on his head and the candlestick. Yeah,
dude, he's going to be walking around. He'll be one of those guys that walks around like with mistletoe over his head, like he'll hold mistletoe over the. Give me a kiss.
All right. Okay. The NFL never sleeps. And Tom eased us right into that. By the way, his kid, Derek, is right there. He's like staring down my. He's like, yeah, why don't you go to break real quick, huh, Copes?
You cool, Derek?
What's the matter, Derek? Come give your daddy a kiss. The NFL never sleeps. So
on the lips.
What else going on?
Old school.
Now we're back to I'm your best friend. Call me Greg, Derek.
Oh God.
Call me Greg. Let's get a couple of pops.
Okay. Wait a minute.
There's a lot to address there.
Am I Irish or am I Italian?
I'm not sure.
First of all, why is it Greg Mayanis?
By the way, totally. How different is that?
Why did I becomeIrish?
How different is that impression?
Day? I'm really out there. I look at that.
That impression is vastly different from the other impression, but it's also they're addressing Christmas, so there's a lot to unpack.
The mistletoe over the head.
You do that?
I've never done that, but you know what my favorite bar is in the country? In Appleton, Wisconsin. Right next to the hotel in Green Bay. Yeah. Have you been there?
I have not.
You know who I ran into there was Jack Tashner, the former Giant. He's now a member of the police force in Appleton. We went in there. Anyway, it is 365 days of the year Christmas. It matter where you go.
Oh, that's right.
You just go there and stand under the mistletoe.
Right.
commit some kind of an harassment. So I do, no, but I never had that, but I thought about it. I'm not big for a Christmas sweater, but I certainly will wear a red sweater for a 49er Christmas night game. So beyond that, now that's totally different than what Double D did.
That impression is totally different.
It was just when Cubs comes in for the face-off, and it's not worth bringing him in because it wasn't all that great. Why am I Irish? Why am I Irish? Do I sound like that? It must have been something that they were talking about before. Can you explain that?
No, I don't know.
Why am I
taking
Irish?
this at surface value.
No, that's good.
I've seen you on Chris. They've played on Christmas before.
I worked a lot of Christmas. Derek, we had one Christmas at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Didn't we work on Christmas Eve this year? We did. Yeah. We played the Washington Commanders.
We've been Christmas Eve, Christmas Day.
I've done that. And Warriors, I've worked so many days where I'm doing Warriors shows on Christmas. So I've worked more Christmases than not. So the only thing that's a constant, and Derek knows, early in the morning before they get their gifts, it's Bruce Springsteen blaring, Santa Claus is coming to town. Clarence have been good. Not that many. We do that in the morning, and then, but the kids are older now, so I don't know. But that was, I'm not sure I'm following the Irish vibe on Christmas. Are you, John? Do you know something? I don't know.
No,
but that did not put me in a bad mood.
I didn't think
I'm
it would.
befuddled by all of it.
No, believe me, if I thought it was going to put you in a bad mood, I wouldn't have played it.
No, you wouldn't have done that. Yeah.
But I just remember what struck me is because very few people know from both stations that that person used to do one impression of you, and then this one is just vastly different. It's just vastly different.
Both are very off for different reasons. I'm not sure why I'm Irish, but so you know what Tolbert was telling me yesterday?
What?
So he's going to the 49ers. I don't know if he's going to the Christmas night game, probably not against Baltimore, but he's going to the opener in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. You hear the week he's got? He's doing so the day before the 49ers open the season in Pittsburgh, the Pitt Panthers are playing a college game, I think against the Cincinnati Bearcats.
At Heinz Field?
Well, it's not Heinz anymore. How do you pronounce the name of that? Anschwitz Field, whatever. I'll figure it out.
There was Heinz.
No, I know. Heinz 57. Anyway, that's not even field turf there. So the Pitt Panthers are playing. Turf. What's the game? You got to play back-to-back football games, and then they're rolling. And I gotta stow away. You know who he's going with? Craig Bergman, the Monte Vista football coach he played at Arizona with, and Babcock's my guy. They're going to see Aaron Rodgers' first game. Buffalo. They're going to New York.
Oh, cool.
After that. And then they've got like a string. They're also going to the Thursday night game in Philadelphia that week. They're having like the road trip.
Oh, that's cool.
So he's not going to show up with us on Christmas, but how's that for a road trip? He's doing like 4 games, and I was thinking of doing that this summer. You ever take George on a baseball?
I have done that. I have done the baseball thing. We went back east, and we've done the baseball thing. I've never done a football thing like that because it's hard. Everybody's playing at the same time. But
it's Tolbert's doing Saturday Pitt Panthers in Pittsburgh.
You could skip that,
Steelers,
by the way.
49ers.
I know that from personal experience.
What do you mean? You don't want to go to that game?
Nobody goes to Pitt games. It's a pro sports town.
Why are they going to chew up our field the day before we play the Steelers?
That's the big part. Is it gets trashed because it's not like you said, it's not a turf field, and it's not that great of a field to start out with. But it's not like it's a college town, like going to some SEC school, and then you're going to see this awesome atmosphere. It's about a half-full stadium.
They're not into the Pitt Panthers? Dan Marino played there.
They're into the Steelers.
Not the same? Yeah, of
course.
I mean,
it's just Steelers or the Steelers.
Right.
So it's like a half-full stadium the night before, but then the next day is, I mean, I'm not kidding you, because I did pre- and post-game for the Steelers about 25 years ago, and they let the tailgaters in the night before. Yeah. And so everyone will bring in these motorhomes and everything, and they are raging, and they never go to sleep. I mean, in fact, I'll tell you what Steeler fans are like. The pregame show that I was at, we would provide free kegs of beer, but then we had to have
City?
Yeah, and we'd have to have wristbands, we'd have to have security, and it was just because these people would start lining up. It was free beer. We didn't charge anything. And so these people would line up at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
It's Western PA.
Oh, it was unbelievable. And so, halfway through my show, everyone's in the bag. And so I'd say something like, I'm trying to think Tommy Maddox was the quarterback, or way before Ben. But it was like, Maddox should have a decent day today against the Browns. I don't know what you're talking about. Here comes a beer can flying by my head because I said Tommy Maddox might have a decent game.
He's no Bradshaw.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just, it was
now
insane.
that you mention it, I remember when we went in there with the Raiders, and Bruce Gradkowski is from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, right.
Threw 3 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter to beat the Steelers and Ben Roethlisberger, the last one of the great Louis Murphy. who caught Garoppolo's
Look
first
at that.
TD
Good
pass.
call right
So
there.
anyway, the day before, we come back from walkthrough, and what's that thing you ride up the side of the mountain to get to the top? It's a really cool area in Pittsburgh, and you overlook
Oh, yeah.
Van Hines Field.
Yeah.
I go up there all the time. Anyway,
Ross Township area,
so Pitt was playing a late season game, but the difference was it was in December, so the field was frozen, and it wasn't like it was going to get chewed up. And then we played the next day, so the field was fine. But to do it in September when you actually have grass, how is that field? They're going to play a college game on Saturday, and the 49ers and Steelers on Sunday. Not one of their players better get hurt in this game, and I'm already. We're worrying about Nick, and they got T.J. Watt on that side, and Highsmith and all that.
It's a nasty field. Like, kickers hated kicking on it. Like,
that's going to be Jake Moody's first game.
That ain't
the
going to be good.
open end of that stadium.
Yeah.
Has any kicker to this point made a 50-yard field goal going to the open end?
I think so, but I remember.
Maybe Justin Tucker did.
Yeah, I'm trying to
think.
A
long
of the
time
kicker
they didn't.
When I was there, his last name was Reed. Jeff Reed was the kicker when I was there with the Steelers, and we used to talk to him, and he hated it because,
the
like you
open
said,
end's tough.
There was divots, and there was
right
all
on
this
the
different,
going towards the river.
Yeah, half frozen, and it wasn't good, and I don't think it's improved over the years. So anyway,
that's our caboose pistol.
Yeah, I guess so.
Is Copes doing an Irish Papa, Grego Papa?
Yeah.
He has to explain that.
All right, we'll talk to Copes.
I don't get it.
And then we'll do a little Father's Day talk before we get out of here as well. And then we'll send you off into the weekend. We'll send you off into Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, he joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday to discuss Luis Matos' debut and the impact of the young Giants. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One scotch and one beer.
And I want a John Lund ice cube. You know what they have now? I'm not going to give it away because it could be your Father's Day gift.
What?
They have the custom big ice cubes where I could put, what's your middle name?
Christensen with a K, JKL.
JKL. I could put JKL on your big rocks ice cubes. How cool.
See, I would like that so much more than like a monogrammed shirt or something like that.
Who wants a monogrammed shirt?
I don't want a monogram. I don't want.
You want a monogrammed
initials on my
cocktail.
shirt. Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but you know what's funny is not funny, but the
Ironic?
gifts I've gotten. Yeah, well, I mean it's on brand. I would say it's on brand, but the only thing I've gotten as presents for getting out of the hospital is booze, which I can't drink right now. So my mother-in-law, who's awesome in fighting pancreatic cancer for 4 years, she buys me this great, this 49ers, really cool football and this whole thing. And then right next to it, my favorite whiskey. And it's like I've gotten like 5 bottles of whiskey from people. That's
shocker. What the hell else would you get John Lund?
You got out of the hospital. Here's a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
It's better than like a treadmill. Like they're trying to tell you something.
I know, right?
Hey, here's a treadmill.
I probably need a treadmill more than I need another bottle of whiskey. Seriously, we have a bar cart in my house, and it doesn't have room for anything else but whiskey. My wife's like, "Can I put something on there?" I'm like, "What are you going to do with all the whiskey?" Of course not.
You drink like an Irishman.
Yeah,
which leads to Copes.
I don't get this Irish
Copes is
take.
here.
I don't get the Irish take.
What was the? Did you not hear your
here's
impersonation
the thing,
of me?
Craig, you and I met so many times, so many years, like before we ever even met.
I was Irish at one point in my life.
I was like coming by Chronicle
At
Live,
midnight,
working on my
you're
Greg
Irish.
bit.
I remember all of it.
All of it, yeah, right.
Why did you? Why was I Irish? Danny, do you have it for him? He doesn't.
I know it. Oh, I know what I sound like doing it. I know exactly what I sound like, boys.
Is that?
John, you don't know which one of us is talking, John.
I'm reaping all the benefits.
It sounds more like Lovitz in Wedding Singer. I think that's where he's going.
All right.
Irish, though.
So there was not an Irish.
Irish is more with the brogue boy.
Oh, that was.
It's a top of the morning to you, Greg.
Wow, you're
Papa.
good. You're good there.
That's all I got.
All right.
Touchdown the 49ers, boy.
No, what I was laughing at was you were thinking that he was going to be the guy with like the mistletoe walking around the office.
I had him putting coal in my stocking. That seems.
Yeah.
I'll fill your stocking with coal.
Yeah, you owe him a cannoli still for Christmas,
do. Well,
right?
Cannoli.
Well, how about this? He's using my headphones. Like I came in to do this face-off. I was like, I can't even. He's like, thos'll work. Just give me Copeland's. I was like,
this is the best head I've had
they
in
just
years.
pop Copes up on the screen.
These are
I
yours?
like this.
Those are mine. Yeah.
And I haven't used Q-tips in like 4 years. So good luck.
You're not supposed to use
See, Greg, everybody else would be afraid to do the impression. Do you hurt your feelings? I'm not afraid to do that.
I was just befuddled by the accent.
I'm not afraid to hurt your feelings.
No, I'm not. I know you're not.
That's
I know you're not. So I would say, John, after back-to-back days in the studio.
Yeah.
And I'm freezing ass in here, and I got to wear a coat because it's 62 degrees.
Freezing ass.
I got Copes and Tolbert doing a bad impersonation from me. And I have to read this damn text line. Are you kidding me? These people.
Hey, Radnich, stay away from the text line.
It's just unbelievable on the text line. It's only perjury, sir, if you're in court and you're sworn in under oath. Otherwise, lying is sometimes necessary. I don't know what he's talking about.
I think the Niners are going.
Wait, what do you mean?
For all those reasons, after back-to-back days.
Oh, wait,
Tolbert
wants
see
to
me
weigh in.
again until next June.
Tolbert wants to weigh in.
What do you mean bad impression? It was way worse than that.
Is that live or Memorex?
That's live.
Hello?
Is that Tolbert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in
the mistletoe line, though. You didn't nail me on the mistletoe line.
That's pretty good. And then he was like,
that's Tolbert. That is a Tolbert far-anxiety laugh.
He's like, I might try
that. Is exactly a good move. A dastardly laugh.
Oh, that is close.
Too good, isn't it?
It is close.
Too good.
Oh, man.
All right, boys.
All right.
Have a great weekend. Happy Father's Day to all. Have a great Father's Day.
All right, Johnny, I'll see you next week.
Who was that? Was that Copes or was that Papa?
Who do you think of? You know who it is. We've worked for years.
So close,
We've worked together for years.
You want your headphones back?
You know, I used to call A's games, John. and the Giants.
Oh, man. Pop, have a great Father's Day.
The material is lacking.
It's lacking. I'm just being nice. That's all. That's all.
Thanks. Thanks to Danny and Walter. Happy Father's Day to all. Have a great weekend. Keep voting on the poll, the Giant you're most excited about. Tolbert and Copes are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports
They're your headphones.
Media station.
Losing his mind.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you until a little after 6 tonight as we get you ready for the Dodgers and the Giants. Brebbia and Ed Sheeran. I don't know. It's not the pitching matchup you think about. You think Dodgers.
Is it Brebbia and Ed Sheeran?
But, I don't know who's throwing. It's like she and Sheeran, whatever. So we're going to get you ready for that. To help you do that, we're going to talk to JT Snow. We're going to talk to Jeremy Affelt, and then we'll talk to Marcus Thompson as well. So 3 guests and lots of time for text, calls, whatever you guys want. We're going to do a lot of stuff today. Get you ready for your weekend. I, for one, not that I'm ever in a bad mood per se, but I'm in a particularly good mood today.
Ooh.
Went to the store. And for the first time, I've been to the store in probably a couple of weeks. No, I was there last week. Maybe I wasn't looking last week. Bro, summer fruits are back. Peaches, plums, nectarines, pluots. I was like, oh, baby. So I loaded up. And now I got to make sure I get rid of them. Because inevitably I get too many. And a couple of them will go bad at the end. I vowed for that not to happen. I don't care if I have to eat every last one myself. I got 6 of each. I got 6, I didn't get the pluots, but I got 6 plums, 6 nectarines, 6 peaches, and I vowed.
Have you gone to town already? Have you?
I had a plum before I came on today.
How many do you think? How much? Like, what's the net amount of fruit left by the end of the show? I think you'll crush some during show.
I also got chips and salsa too.
I picked some up this morning. For the weekend.
Yeah, did you? Yeah.
I mean, you know what I've been crushing lately is grapes, dude.
Yeah, I like grapes. I just don't get them a lot.
Yeah, I mean, neither. They look good at Trader Joe's the other day. I was like, look at these things. These big voluptuous grapes. And they just explode, dude. They're insane.
Oh, just
they're great
in your mouth.
They're insane.
So
they're great.
yummy.
Yeah,
yes.
Maybe freeze a grape or two. Those are good.
Ooh,
those are good. Yeah, it's good in the summertime.
So I got chip salsa. I got the summer fruits, and I got some tri-tip. And then I got some. I got my ingredients to make a Caesar salad. So
you got a barbecue Father's Day weekend ready.
Smoke. I'm going to smoke it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I smoked the tri-tip last week.
I'm going to smoke too.
Yeah, super. Are you? Yeah.
A lot.
Super easy. It was super easy. Like 2.5 hours, and I don't really want to be out there on the grill
poking around and working.
I want to watch the Open.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch the Open. So I want to stick it in the smoker. I'm gonna put the thermometer in it, and then have my remote thermometer inside so I can see the temperature rising. And when it gets to a certain point, I'll take it out, let it rest, cut it up, boom, get the Caesar salad ready. It'll be dinner time. So there you go.
So I too have a store story from this morning.
Yeah.
So I went to Walgreens this morning. Standard Walgreens shopping trip.
Did somebody steal stuff and they let them run out?
No, not really.
Okay.
Nothing bad going on in Columbus. Walgreens pretty good, pretty safe, pretty clean, neat, tidy. Good crew working over there. I was looking at the vitamins, your B12s, your irons and magnesiums and whatnot.
Yes.
Anyway, I was waiting in line for the pharmacy, and there's a guy right in front of me. So it's like me and him, and then one woman's being helped. And he's kind of just off to my right. And I can see he's an older gentleman, but he's in like a work blazer, like a work uniform blazer, and it has a name tag on it. And I look at the name tag, it says Dave Fleming.
Wow.
Right? So I go, oh, hey, Dave Fleming. And he looks at me real startled. And then right as he looks at me startled, I realize, oh, yeah, weird thing to say somebody's full name to them when you're like a complete stranger in a grocery or in a store. And he looks at me, and I was like, oh, he's the one of the broadcasters for the Giants. And the guy goes, yeah.
Wasn't impressed?
And he was kind of like put off by it. And I went, oh, no, okay, yeah, no, I'm sort of fumbling on myself. And then he goes, he tries to end it by going, we're not related. And I went, oh, yeah, I know. Then the woman who was at the counter took an extra 3 to 4 minutes. So then I'm standing next to this guy, I had to pretend like I'm doing stuff on my phone, pretend to take a call. I put a headphone in, wasn't listening to anything, Anyway, I was like, Dave Fleming, how about that? And then
hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Yeah, apparently hates people in the store too. If he's in line at the pharmacy, but I hope that Dave Fleming's having a good day. Hope he got his.
No, he went home and he told a story. He goes, I was standing in line and some yo-yo just called my name out. Yeah, and then he thought I'd be impressed that I'd like the Giants announcer, who I don't even know who that is. I don't
who's that?
The Giants, but
some made-up name, huh?
We have the same name. Meathead.
So that's the thing. It's like if
who wants to play canasta?
if you're like Michael Jordan, you've heard that a billion times. Dave Fleming's not like an uncommon name, but I don't know how many people in San Francisco. Maybe it happens to him, but how many people are saying that? John Miller is a fairly common name, but not so common. I wouldn't even really say it to anybody. I'd be like, oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, Kipe and Kruk, not so common.
Yeah. No, but Dave Fleming stood out to me just to look over, and it said just those names. I thought that was kind of funny. Anyway, he was not having it.
What if he would have said, yeah? And then that would have been incredible.
Yeah, that would have been great.
That would have been good.
Just a John Miller impression. That would have been fantastic. So we have a lot to get to, actually. We didn't even talk about the big news from the morning. We got our store stories out of the way. We got our grapes. We got our peaches. We got our Caesar salads. We got everything geared up.
Me a lot of peaches. Going to the country. Anyway, go ahead.
Know what I mean? Peaches and cream.
It's a bad song. Really bad song.
How about the Warriors news this morning?
I know.
Mike Dunleavy elevated to the position of general manager amid the exit of Bob Myers. What are the things, where does he fall in terms of status in this position or preparation for this position? How big of a transition is this going to be to a guy like Mike Dunleavy, who's been with the organization for a number of years and was here as a player as well? We'll talk about that, get some reaction on the other side. Got a great show for you, a fun one, sunny Friday, got a holiday weekend, Father's Day Sunday. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. The Warriors announced that Mike Dunleavy Jr. will replace Bob Myers as the new general manager of the team. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
I think it's in.
On your Apple HomePod, Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think it's in fantastic shape. I mean, I get more credit than I deserve. There's people that work with me that deserve more credit and are going to get a chance to do more. They've already done more than people probably know. That's the great thing about this, in that it's a team. It's not me that does all these things by myself. It's my group, and they're tremendous, and they deserve more attention and credit than they've ever gotten. Joe will probably answer the next thing, and also whatever that is will be with my full support. I end on June 30th. I'll help out whenever way makes sense for everybody.
It was Bob Myers exiting officially, I guess, from the Warriors organization the end of this month, right? June 30 is the official end of his contract. Is that the official end of the year? Is that why the league calendar year probably ends end of June?
I don't know.
Like it's usually
I don't,
free agency starts that day. So there you go.
Yeah, I have no idea. The stupid. I hate that. The start of the calendar year. What
about legal tampering? Do you like that?
Just stop. No, I hate it.
Reverse boycotts. All that.
I don't need to try to figure out when the actual start of the NBA calendar year is or NFL calendar year. I don't care. All I care about is when the season starts.
I'll get on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Help me out with that.
For you. We're 83 days from the start of the NFL season. I can tell you that.
Good.
For Mike Dunleavy, he's been the assistant general manager. He's been with the organization. He knows the organization. He knows it from the transition point from where it was as a bottom feeder, bad organization, and he's seen what it can be. The thing that gives me confidence is the guy grew up in basketball. The guy is a son of a coach, played at the highest level in college under the brightest lights, was drafted in, was he number 3 overall pick, I think?
Mm-hmm.
And so Warrior fans, I think, are left with a bad taste in their mouth about him as a player. That stuff to me doesn't matter so much, really at all, as an executive. For an executive, I want a guy who knows the game of basketball. And really, if you're jumping on after where Bob Myers was, and I hope that Dunleavy, I would imagine, since they worked as a team, and he talked about that, has learned plenty about dealing with the personalities. And since he was one of those personalities, Tom, you know, I mean, you probably understand how to start a conversation with an NBA player easier than somebody like me who doesn't have a common ground to stand on there. So I think, at least on the surface, it seems like it should be a smooth transition.
It should be. He'll have to. I mean, he's gonna have to make his own decisions now. He'll have to stand behind. He can pitch in. Like he could have, but when Bob was the man, he could have suggested stuff, and if Bob went with it, then Bob's name was on it, period, no matter what happened. Now his name's on it, so it's a little bit different. A little like being an assistant coach and making recommendations as opposed to being a head coach, and now your name's on it. It wins, great. Loses, great. That's on you. So he's responsible for all the decisions now, whether they're his or not. He ultimately gives it a stamp of approval or doesn't. So I don't know what his vision is going forward. I would imagine it's around Steph with talent, but look, there's Kirk Lacob there, there's Joe Lacob to have to deal with all the time, so I'm not sure how much they want to kind of bridge a gap, and not the 2 timeline, that thing's over, but how much do they want to have a smooth landing once this thing starts decelerating a little bit, or is in decline? So we don't know that. We don't know because he doesn't have a track record. But he knows how things are done there. He's been around Bob. He kind of understands the philosophy. He's a really smart guy. That I do know. And a good guy. I think he's a really good guy. So does that mean much? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know that he'll have the personal connection with the vets. How could he? Bob was there from the ground floor, and he drafted 2 of those guys. So he was there through all of it. And, you know, he was the guy that traded for Bogut and the guy that traded for Iguodala. So he can't have the same connection, but he has to have a connection with him. And I think it's got to start on a personal level. Like, you got to genuinely care about them and their families and what's going on in their lives. And
he was traded,
get that connection.
He knows what that's like.
I think that's the way I would be. Yeah, you can go the Billy Bean approach where you're just like, you know, I don't want to get close to any of these guys because I got to be able to cut them, trade them, do whatever, and I can't do that. So I think I would go the other way. I don't think there's a wrong way to go. It's all about wins and losses, and that will be determined by the moves they make. Who are they going to draft? Are they going to make any trades this offseason? Like, are they looking into Bradley Beal? Are they seeing if that makes sense, if they have the pieces to be able to pull off something like that? I don't know, but that's the one thing the Warriors, they're in the conversation with just about everything. They call it the deal flow. Anything that's out there they want to be involved with, which never used to be the case. So from that standpoint, it's good to be the Warriors because you have the assets and the clout to be able to be involved in those trades. And they made some really good ones over the course of Bob's tenure. I mean, probably the best one. I think the most important one was probably Iguodala, but I mean, Bogut was super important. Wiggins was really important. I mean, you get Wiggins and a draft pick.
I was going to say D'Lo. One before that. I was going to say you do that. I mean, that is why you have last year's championship.
Yeah, that sets you up for the Wiggins trade.
Like that's the butterfly effect of how you get like that. But that to me speaks to the brilliance because that was a holdover year, right? Like that was the arrangement with Kevin Durant to allow that move. Then they traded Iguodala to Memphis or something, right? Isn't that what happened? Then they get that they're able to hold on to that amount of money, so then they can move D'Lo to go get Eric Paschall. Just kidding. To go get Andrew Wiggins. And they win a title. I mean, that to me speaks to the brilliance. Everybody knows if you can get Kevin Durant, get Kevin Durant. It's having the foresight to say, what player do we need here? How do I make sure we can get a player of that caliber who costs this amount of money? And that's something that we don't know. When he talks about a team like that, we don't know who has what idea or who has what foresight and thought. And the guy in charge gets the credit for it. And when things go bad, the guy takes the blame for it. That's the deal with being the guy at the helm. You take the praise and you take the lump. So why? And maybe it's obvious. I mean, I think it's the right move. But why do you think they went Dunleavy over Kirk Lacob?
Just because I think I don't know. And I should backtrack just a second and say it'll also be just as critical what his relationship's like with Steve.
Yes.
Because Steve and Bob had a great relationship, and they were able to – they didn't always agree on stuff, but they were always able to work through stuff. And hopefully that will be the type of relationship that Steve and Mike Dunleavy Jr. have. So what was the question again?
I don't know. I said, why go Mike Dunleavy over Kirk Lacob, do you think?
Oh, yeah. I don't know that you want, but there's going to be a lot of scrutiny anyway when he takes over. And look, Kirk works.
That optics would be tough.
Yeah, he works. He's not a guy that you would look at and go, I was just handed that. He's just now, he may have gotten his foot in the door because his dad owns the team. But, I mean, he's earned what he's gotten. So I don't think, from my standpoint, I don't think it'd be far-fetched to have him take over, but the optics would be tough because Bob's leaving, and then he's just going to take over right off the bat. So I think at some point – now, look, he's an important voice in that organization. I don't think anything changes there, and I think him and Dunleavy Jr. will collaborate on a lot of things. So he just won't be the guy out in front. I don't think anything changes with him and how he's viewed in the organization, what he does in the organization. And at some point, he may take over. He may not want to take over. He might want to just like, you know what, I'll be off to the side here, and I'll keep doing what I do. And he does a lot of stuff, I think, with the still, if I'm not mistaken, with the G League team. And like I said, he's an important figure. He's not just somebody that is riding coattails, got the job, and then doesn't work. Like, he works, though. He knows his stuff. But, yeah, that may have been tough. It's easier to put Dunleavy Jr. in there. And again, I don't know if he even wanted it. I'm not sure if he thought, I really, really want this. Maybe let Mike Dunleavy Jr. do it for a while, and then if he stays and they're successful, great. If not, then maybe he takes over at that point. Or maybe he never takes over. And maybe he just says, I like doing what I'm doing now, and it's totally fine. I don't need to put my face on things here. So
maybe he said, I don't want to follow Bob.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm not going to follow that guy.
But I think it makes sense that Dunleavy Jr. takes over. Yeah, it's just, you are closer to the clubhouse than you are the first hole. So you got to figure out a way to maximize that, and that's really going to be Dunleavy Jr.'s main goal, to try and figure out, okay, how do we maximize these last few years with Steph being still one of the great players in the NBA. And also, I mean, yeah, you would like to keep a semblance of a roster after the guys get a little bit older. But you don't want to go back to 2000, 2001. I mean, nobody wants to go back to those years, especially being over at Chase now. So how do you do that? I mean, does that mean keeping Kuminga, keeping Poole? Because that's not a terrible nucleus to start with, just young guys. Because Wiggins isn't that old. Looney's not that old. And then you got Poole and Kuminga, and Moody is there, and we don't know what the other young guys
This is a big year for them because you lose value there. That's the gamble, right? You'd be trading on whatever value they'd have now versus what you're rolling the dice on. They'll bounce back to or grow from going into next year. Like if Poole gets back to what he was, or somewhere in between where he was last season and 2 years ago, this past season and the championship season, you're feeling pretty good about that. Kuminga's got to see a jump. Moody, we saw a lot from. Moody, I'm pretty confident in because his game is just sort of a solid style game that seems to be something that's adaptable.
I think they also have to ask themselves with Jordan Poole, is it better to trade him? Not because of the way he played in the playoffs, but would we be a better team if we got, let's say, 2 players who could be your 6th and 7th guy or 7th, like rotational type players? Would we be better if we could get a couple guys that defend? Aren't as dynamic as him, of course, but do we have a surplus of scoring guards? It's always nice to have them, but what are you giving up to have those guys?
Can you improve your net from that position? They? I
mean, look, they won with him, right? So you can win with him. There's no doubt about that. But they were? I think they were a little bit deeper that year. This year they weren't deep. Steve looked down on the bench. There just weren't a lot of dudes there. So, and with the whole mid-level exception thing, I don't know that they're going to be able to afford those type of guys. So to get those type of guys, you may have to give up something. I mean, would you think about trading him? I'm sure he would love to start somewhere.
Washington?
But what do you think about trade? Yeah.
I think of Washington, D.C., Jordan Poole.
Trading him for 2 guys, like 2 guys
I like that idea.
that could play and are 20 to 25 minute a night guys, not super dynamic but very, very solid.
7-8 off the bench guys.
Yes, guys you can count on.
6-7, something like that.
And then maybe Wiggins steps up and he scores a few more points, and then Clay and Steph do their thing, and maybe now instead of 7 deep, he could be back to like 9 deep somehow.
Well, we haven't even scratched the surface really of what the Warriors have to get into. We'll talk more about it because the draft is coming up next week. Mike Dunleavy, we'll talk about whether or not he'll be at the helm, and you mentioned something sort of interesting, the relationship between he and Steve Kerr in the front office and ownership. Like, there's a lot going on here that Dunleavy is going to inherit. The good thing is he's not new to the organization. This is something he's already been a part of. Tonight, Giants and Dodgers from Chavez Ravine for the first time this season. I already took my jab on Twitter, and some people took it way seriously, Tom. I said,
what was your jab?
I said, so Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in 1947. Yep. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers didn't erect a statue outside of Dodger Stadium for Jackie until 2017, which begs the question, what do the Dodgers have against Jackie Robinson? Go Giants. On the other side, Giants had their struggles against the Dodgers last year. I'm not feeling the same fear. I'm looking at a Dodger team that looks mortal right now. Giants a couple of games back, but still behind the Diamondbacks, who are in first place as well. How different is this Dodger team from the ones the Giants have seen in recent years, and can they take advantage starting tonight? We'll discuss next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
Look, the Dodgers are making the playoffs. The Dodgers have a good defense. They have a great offense, but their pitching isn't even close to what it was last year. Their team ERA is a run and a half higher than it was last year. That is an enormous difference. Their bullpen is not very good right now, and they have 3, if not 4, quality starting pitchers on the injured list, and there's no telling exactly what Walker Buehler is going to look like if he comes back this year. Dustin May, Julio Urias, they're all hurt. And this is not the same Dodger team. Again, they can bludgeon you with that offense, but there's an opening for the Giants here because the Dodgers are not as dominant as they've been anywhere close to as they were last year.
That can't happen.
Tim Kirchen on with Murph and Mac this morning talking about how much the Dodgers suck. That was kind of cool. That was fun listening to them and be like, yeah, they're not as good as they used to be. And they got a lot of question marks. Now, one thing that is not a question mark and virtually feels like a guarantee, with the money they have spent already on that roster and not spending last offseason to dip back below the luxury tax so that they can go throw $500 million at Shohei Ohtani, they will be buyers come deadline time. Teams buy their prospects. Teams believe in their system. And when you have that, sort of like Tampa, if you have that reputation and that level of consistency, people believe in the product that you're producing. And I think you can make maybe a prospect who's having a decent year go a little bit further. They've done it and got top guys year after year after year.
I can't even. Their pitching staff is unrecognizable.
It's not good.
I don't even know. I think they have, like I said, Ed Sheeran's going tonight. I think China Grove's going tomorrow night.
The Ghost of Nomo's on Sunday.
Yeah, they have a bullpen game coming up. The Kershaw's still hanging around. It's funny that like everybody else is hurt and the old man's still kicking ass out there. And
he did lose to the White Sox, I think, the other night.
Who's their fifth starter? Miller. Now that guy's good. Like if they were healthy, they would have their staff.
Bobby
would be
Miller,
yeah, their staff would be fearsome. Because then you'd have Kershaw, you'd have Miller, and you'd have the 3 guys that I mentioned, or 3 guys that Kirchen mentioned. You put that as a 5-man staff, now you're in business. But they don't. I mean, they have 2 guys that you look at it and go, okay, these guys can deal. This is going to be a tough night if you're a hitter. The other 3 games, you're like, okay, we can do some work tonight. We can get it done tonight.
Yeah.
And that's one of those nights tonight. Like tonight, I don't know. Well, let's wait. I didn't know who Bobby Miller was too, and I saw him pitch. I go, damn, they got another one of those.
They got another one of those.
Yeah, I don't think this is one of those guys. But I'll have to wait.
It looks good.
Have to wait and see.
Well,
have you seen him?
Yeah. Is he throwing this weekend? Is he throwing Sunday?
I think he's throwing tonight. Is
he the pitcher? You said Ed Sheeran was tonight. So
Ed Sheeran's tonight. Yeah.
I thought you were saying Miller was tonight.
Oh no! I've seen Miller.
That's what I was talking
good.
about. Right.
Yeah, Miller's good.
I said Miller's a future.
No, I was saying if they had Miller, Kershaw, and the other 3 guys that were out,
right? Then they would be
like.
Oh yeah.
That'd be a fearsome rotation to have to go through. But they're not. They got guys that like I've never seen Grove pitch. I don't know. What his story is. This guy tonight, they just took him off the board. I don't even have him as a starting pitcher anymore. It was like Brebbia and Sheehan. I think it was Sheehan. I just called him Ed Sheeran, but yeah, I don't see anybody anymore. Like on my app.
Emmett Sheehan to be called up from the. They're saying so they may be going opener or something. That could be it because he was called up. MLB.com reported that 5 hours ago for this outing, and that's what they do with a lot of guys now. When they make their big league debut, they'll open for them and then let them come in after that.
Yeah, Emmett Sheehan.
Which is just as exciting when you have a top pitching prospect to see him.
No idea.
Right after an opener.
Yeah, is he? Now is Sheehan a top pitching prospect?
I don't know where he ranks.
Okay, yeah. Well, guess what? We're all going to find out tonight. We'll all find out together.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Brebbia Sheehan, exactly what people getting ready for Dodgers-Giants thought. And get ready, Brebbia will be back tomorrow probably.
You said Bobby Miller's good. Tim in my ear said better than Brebbia.
Yeah.
Derek was
Can Bobby Miller start 2 games in a row?
I bet he can't.
No, he can't.
If he goes 1 and a third, he can.
No, I can't do it.
When you look at the division now, Giants 2 games back of the Dodgers. Arizona is sitting at the top of the division.
Yep.
As it stands right now. And then the Padres are still there. Like, the Padres' talent should still make you wary. Because the thing with divisions like this, when you're like 7 games from 1 to 4, or 8 games from 1 to 4, 2 hot weeks can change everything. Especially when there's a backloaded bunch of games like we were looking at for the Giants in division at the end of the season. And a lot of teams are going to be like that, playing a bunch of division games. I know that was a point of baseball, wanting there to be weight at the end of the season for these division races. And I think it's going to make for a lot of crazy stuff in the final month. But also, it can make for some epic fallouts if your team goes ice cold or you see some injuries. So who do you, if you were a betting man, Tom?
Yes, if I was.
Like, who do you have the most confidence in right now, based on what we've seen this year to win the division of those 4 teams? Or include the Rockies if you like. Arizona, who has 2 legitimate aces at the top of their staff.
Yeah.
They probably need bullpen help, but what makes them sort of scary to me is they don't need like a frontline starter. They could be like mid-tier buyers. Like, remember we talked to Farhan last week, and he said, I don't envision us being like in the market for a 6th inning reliever or starting depth. He said, I think we have that, which tells us they'd be all in for a game-changing piece. I don't think the Diamondbacks need that to be competitive.
I don't think so either. They would be my pick if I had to pick somebody to win the division. Just looking at their because I want to see who they have after Kelly and Gallen. Like, Gallen's like unbeatable at home. I think his ERA is it ERA or WHIP. I think his ERA is like .66 at home, which is like a joke. So he's good. 6'6". He's good everywhere, but Carroll, Gurriel Jr., who they got in the trade,
what a
Walker,
trade from Toronto.
Marte. I mean, they can hit too. So they can hit. They got Gallen, Kelly at the top. Okay, and then Nelson. Don't know much about him. I don't think I've seen him pitch a whole lot. He started 14 games. O. Henry has started 9 games.
Henry.
Yeah, and then they got a bunch of dudes. Oh, yeah, Zach Davies. So, yeah, I didn't think I wanted to make sure. I didn't think their staff was all that great after Kelly and Gallen.
It's not.
So,
they need another one.
They might go out and, like, there's going to be, because you were mentioning Rodriguez and what's his name from the Cubs? Yeah, Stroman, who pitched last night, and they won against the Pirates. There's going to be a lot of teams. Like, I think Arizona will look at it and go, man, if we had one more, we'd be good. Yeah, I was watching the Angels last night. I was like, oh man, if they had not one more, just another one outside of Ohtani, because they got a bunch of guys that are kind of 4.5s, maybe 3-4-5s.
Oh, well, we got to note Ohtani. You can't just blow by that. He's leading the league in home runs, and he's one. Yeah. One guy has more strikeouts than he does? Is that right?
Yeah. Dude, another one last night.
Yeah.
Like 440
or something.
4 bills, left side of center. The guy's just silly. It's so much fun watching him for the last 4 months in an Angel uniform, and then he'll be gone. But if they keep winning, who knows? You never know what could happen.
You bring up a good point, though, about how every year at the deadline, teams that are in it want pitching, right? It's just a matter of what level of pitching you need and what you're willing to give up to go get it. What's weird is there's 3 guys out there. Well, we're going Rodriguez and of the Tigers, who to me is a better target for the Giants. He has an opt-in that you could afford. It's similar to the Kevin Gausman contract, and you have him for a couple more years. He's having a great season where he didn't pitch much, if not at all, I think, in 2022. Scott Harris knows your system, and he's the GM there. He also, or the president there, he also did not hand that contract out to Eduardo Rodriguez, which maybe makes him more likely to feel like, hey, we don't need this guy here if we can get something for him, and he may opt out after this season anyway and go sign another big deal. The Cubs, to me, are going to cost more because that division is so terrible. And we talked about 2 good weeks. It might take like 8 good games for you go 5-3 in your division over 8 days and claim a spot atop the NL Central. So I don't see the Cubs as sellers, at least not early. That's not happening until deadline time.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't be shocked if they were buyers if they were within a couple of games.
What about Giolito or Cease? I don't know how old Cease is.
Giolito's a name that's been out there.
And Cease is 27. I don't know how long he's been. He had a great year last year. Hasn't been as good this year.
Didn't he start that game where the Giants hit 7 bombs? Wasn't he the one tipping pitches, or was that Kopech?
No, that was Kopech.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Kopech.
Crawford told us not on my bets, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I said, nobody told me.
I don't know. Do the A's have anybody that? I mean, they can't get rid of everybody. Well, yeah, they can. They're the A's. What am I talking about?
I don't know if they have a starter. They have the worst rotation in baseball. I don't think they have a starter that would net them anything. Like Laureano would be the guy.
They got this guy 18 games. Not a starter. 3.12 ERA. Pretty good. Sam Long. Maybe Giants go get him.
Sudden Sammy Long?
Slinging Sammy Long.
Slinging sudden Sammy Long.
The thing is, there's not a lot of because seven playoff spot in each league.
It's tight,
man. I mean, you want to be a seller this year because there are going to be a lot of teams that are looking for pitching, and they always are. And you're going to be able to. Now, I think. Like I don't know what Arizona's minor league system looks like. The Giants' minor league system looks a lot better than it looked last year, right? It's so funny how a year changes everything, and teams are probably more willing to look into that minor league system and go, okay, maybe. But then again, they might have something nobody else has, which is a pitcher that's ready to come up, who they feel can give them innings and give them quality innings. I don't know. I haven't looked at anybody else's minor league system, so I don't know what anybody else has. I don't know if they have a guy. Like, that gives you, I think, you don't have to feel like, God, we have to go out and we have somebody here. And look, if Wood gets healthy, I mein, you're good. You're good. You don't need a lot more than that. I mean, I don't mind going with I make fun of the whole Brevia opener game, but if you got to do that like once a roll through, and you probably can skip some of that
periodically,
yeah, you'll be able to skip it just because of off days, stuff like that. But you go Webb and Wood and Cobb and Harrison. That's fine. I mean, if you just want to throw Brevia and then you're kind of counting Manaea as a starter, you're getting. I just wondered what it would look like if you started like Junis and went 3 innings and then 4 innings with.
He was solid last year and for a while when Junis started. He was giving you 5.
I don't know, but I mean that'd be okay. Like I don't think they're desperate. I think they'd like one. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I don't think they feel like, hey, if we're healthy, we're going to be okay. We're going to be fine, and we don't even know what Harrison's going to look like when he gets up here. So, because I think you're going to have to pay a heavy fee to get a pitcher, just because there's going to be so many teams that are saying, God, go look at the staffs. I went and looked at the staffs last night. I was like, nobody really has a staff. Like, who's in good shape as far as a staff, but they're young, is Miami. Like, Miami's top end of their staff is nails. Like, they're like, we're good. We're good here as long as we stay healthy.
It's out there.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the young guys have a pitch limit. I don't know about that. But I started looking at every other team out there. You're like, oh man, they could use somebody. They could use some. No, some people are maybe going to be a little more desperate than others. Do you want to be a team if you're 8 games up? Just put the hammer down. Keep that person from somebody else and take him on yourself, so maybe you can go up 15 and just boom, we win going away. We don't got to worry about the wild card game. How desperate are teams going to be that are maybe a game out of the wild card and thinking, hey, what are we going to do? I don't love our chances to win, but we're kind of in this thing. And you don't want to tell your fan base, screw it. We're screwing off.
You have to make a decision now. Well, last year the Giants didn't. I mean, they just sat on Rodon and he ain't even pitching for the Yanks, really. I mean, I think really would have been happy to move Rodon last year, considering where they went right after the trade deadline. Something to pay attention to, because all 4 of these teams feel like they're in it. It's going to be easier to get into the playoffs than it has been in the past, just because there's an extra spot and you won't need quite as many wins. We will come back, talk more Giants baseball for sure a little bit later. We got JT Snow going to join us, as well as I'm forgetting who our other one was. We have I know we're talking to Marcus Thompson. Oh, Jeremy Affel. I was like, we have another regular on Friday. Marcus is coming on to talk hoop, and Jeremy Affel.
Spoken class.
You're singing a lot today. You are in a good mood.
I know, and I shouldn't, because I can't sing.
Have we got a ska, by the way?
I have one of the worst voices. I know. What happened there? I don't know what we did. I don't sing ska. Yeah, I don't do requests.
You said Pearl Jam next. Is Pearl Jam ska?
Yeah, no. I thought, what happened to ska? Like, Tim just, it's Tim.
Oh, because
Tim
Jeremy's on next. Yeah, probably.
Is he drinking already?
Probably.
That can't happen.
Probably.
He might be drinking already.
Jeremy Outfield at 3:50. JT Snow at 3:30. Marcus Thompson at 4:50. We'll get you back into some baseball. But big news today, Mike Dunleavy named the general manager. By the way, is this a linear move? He was vice president of basketball operations, now GM, but I guess there's no president, right? So he's the top man.
Basketball.
That's right. All right. Warriors fans will remember Mike Dunleavy more for his unsuccessful time as the number 3 overall pick, but ultimately got traded for what was a big trade to Indiana in what led to the We Believe Warriors and getting Dale Davis and, they sent Dale Davis. They got Stack Jack and Al Harrington to come on here, but we'll tell you why there should be no indictment on him as a general manager and the next guy to lead this Warrior team into the era beyond Bob Myers. That's coming up next. Holbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. The NBA suspended Ja Morant 25 games this morning for reckless conduct by flashing a gun during an Instagram live video. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the third pick in the 2002 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Mike Dunleavy from Duke University.
Is that David Stern? David Stern with the 2002 number 3 overall selection of Mike Dunleavy to the Golden State Warriors by then general manager Chris Mullin. How about the Mully era of Warrior basketball, man? Where he was I always forget he was GM in that run and made some big picks at the top of the draft there. Troy Murphy was him as well, right? That would have been right in that same era. Dunleavy didn't live up to expectations. He was a good player. Like I don't remember feeling like that was a horrible pick. I don't think it was a great draft, 2002, though, was it?
No.
I'll have to look that draft up to see who else was picked after him. But Warriors were in a spot where one guy like that, he was, a lot of guys come to the league and end up being great role players. And that's kind of what he was. He was a role player for a long time. Played in Indiana, made the playoffs with them. I think he went to Cleveland maybe at the end for a minute, did Dunleavy. Anyway, lost his starting role in 2005, then he kind of became just a journeyman player. I don't, like a lot of people I've seen this on social media too, people referencing his playing days in relation to him as a GM, and it means absolutely nothing to me. In fact, when it comes to being a coach, I'd almost rather have a guy who was not a great player, because I think elite 5-star blue chip talent players, like those guys have stuff that comes to them naturally that other guys that maybe they just couldn't explain. Like Barry Bonds is never going to be able to explain how it is that he did what he did. Well, I'm just saying.
He was with Miami.
What's that?
He was with Miami.
He was with Miami. Weird hire by them. My point
that was the weirdest. That was the weirdest look. Barry Bonds and the Miami Marlins, or Florida Marlins back then. It was just like
I think it was the M. I think it was after they made the switch. I think he was.
Was it?
I think he was at that weird park they have with like the big glass. It's
just weird.
It's odd. Ozzie Guillen was there for a minute. Remember that? He's Land Shark, Lone Depot Park, I think is what it is. It's weird.
But I think you're right. Yeah. When you know how to do stuff, that's what makes you great. You just know how to do those things. It comes naturally to you. And I think the greater you are, the harder it is to try and impart the wisdom you have. And I think they get frustrated with it, too, because they don't understand why people can't pick it up.
Michael Jordan?
It's like, bro, if I could, I'd be as good as you. We'd all be as good as you. You'd never lose. You'd have the greatest team of all time. But it doesn't work that way. And, I think, look right now, who widely considered, I think, the 3 best coaches in the NBA. Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich, and Spoelstra. Pop never played. He might have played like high school, or I think he might have played at the Air Force, actually. I don't know how much he played, but I think he played at the Air Force. I don't think Spoelstra ever played.
He played at Seattle
Division I level. Yeah,
dude, he was on the floor. He was on the floor when Hank Gathers passed.
Oh, was he?
He was there.
Oh, that's right. I did read that.
I think we've spoken about this too, because I think he made a bit. Remember when Chris Bosh had the heart issues with the Heat that ended his career? Ultimately, he had the enlarged heart. And I think there were times where he was going to want to push hitters, and I think Spoelstra was like, "Dude, I'm not letting you."
He was right.
He's like, "I'm not playing that game, man." So, I think he played D1 basketball, and I think it wasn't an elite program per se, but he played at a high level.
Yeah, and then Steve obviously has every ring known to mankind over the last 20 years, apparently in the NBA. But he was a role player. He was a role player, so he understands, like, he had to pay attention to detail. You got it. No worries. I'm right there with you. He had to pay attention to all the little details. He wasn't naturally gifted. So we're the great players. I don't know. I don't even know, looking back, like, who would be the best player out of all the NBA coaches right now? I think Monty Williams was pretty good. Monty was pretty good. Not great, but he was pretty good. Steve was good.
Is Jason Kidd coaching still?
Yes, in Dallas. There you go. Well, then, you win.
And Chauncey Billups is around. He's up there.
Yeah, we don't need to go any further than Jason Kidd, though. And I don't know, because he's okay, I guess. but he hasn't really done anything. You know, he wasn't very good with Milwaukee for a minute, Brooklyn for a minute, now Dallas. He's been okay. Nothing special. He hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't been, he hasn't really distinguished himself.
Yeah.
Neither has Chauncey Billups.
But we're talking one Hall of Fame coach, one Hall of Fame player as a coach.
Correct.
Right? He was a point guard. He was a unique player too. Like, he wasn't a take over the game 50-point a game guy.
Yeah.
He was a passer, he was a shooter, he was a defender, he was like a really, really smart, intelligent player. It's like if Draymond were to be a coach, you'd be like, yeah, that guy will be a good coach. Because he understands the game in a way that is not the natural ability it's a cerebral game, not a I'm physically better than you game.
Yeah.
Which they have.
Would Draymond be a good coach, though?
Not necessarily.
I think screaming and yelling at everybody when they did something stupid.
I think he could train. I think he'd be good at. I think he could be a good he'd probably work for some guys, like one-on-one stuff, or like how guys go see Bonds, like you were talking about. Ryan Howard used to go work with Barry, and a lot of big power lefties used to go work with Bonds because he was a brilliant hitting mind to talk to. Will Clark, same sort of thing, right? Some guys are really good and they can explain why. Will Clark, I think, is a prime example of that. I think Draymond, if in his later years when he's an analyst, it's like if somebody were to come to him and talk to him about stuff, I think he's a guy that could impart a lot of wisdom from different areas in the game.
Oh, he's super
taking care
smart.
of. He's changed his body. He's invested money. Yeah. He's punched his teammates. There's a lot of crazy things that happen with Draymond that make him who he is.
Yeah, his intellect. I don't know if there's anyone that could surpass it in the NBA. There may be guys that are on his level, but as far as just understanding the game, thinking the game, and thinking the game in real time, I don't know. I don't think anybody surpasses him in the game right now. And the question with him would be, how patient is he going to be? He's not the most patient guy. He does wear his emotions on his sleeve, which it'd be great. I'd love to see it. It'd make the game a lot more entertaining. But I don't know how that works. It may work great. He may be able to stifle that a little bit, although to me that's questionable because that's just who he is. I think he's always had that, and he probably always will. Probably will have that. But yeah, from a teaching standpoint, yeah, absolutely, I think he could do it. I don't think there's any question about that. That's why this guy's in the league. That is his number one tool. You think about all the assets the guy has and what makes him the player he is. His brain is his number one asset. That's his number one asset. Now he's got other things too. He's got really long arms. He's quick. He's tough as hell. But he understands the game and he thinks the game. He's ahead of everybody in that regard. And then, as you mentioned, he lost the weight. I always thought that was the key to him kind of unlocking who he was.
A lot of guys that happens to from young 20.
Look at Jokic.
Yeah, that's one.
He lost that weight and he became the best player in the world because it just allows you to do everything you're capable of doing.
Yep.
You're not tired like halfway through and all of a sudden it's like you can't do what you want to do because your body won't let you do it.
That's Lucas key. It's Lucas key too.
Yeah. Now your body's letting you do it. Now your body's like, go ahead, go do what you got to do, and then you can go out there and let it rip, and you're like, damn, it's fun. I don't have to. I don't have to bend over and grab my shorts every 90 seconds. I can get out there and play 30, 35 minutes and feel good about myself and feel good about the game, and my body feels great. So yeah, I think that's a huge, huge deal. But yeah, that's the one thing. I don't know there are many dumb, great players. There are guys that aren't as smart as others. Like you just look and go, that guy's so talented, it doesn't even really matter.
Natural ability,
But yeah, there are guys that are not only smart, they're able to be ahead of everybody. Like they see things happen before they happen, and they know what's going to happen. That's Draymond. That's who he is. That's what he brings to the table.
So in terms of like players who were maybe touted as big-time talent or were supposed to be talented athletes and then ended up as GMs or presidents across pro sports, do you remember Calvin Booth as a player?
Vaguely, but yeah, GM of the Nuggets, yeah.
GM of the NBA champions.
Yep.
Right now.
But he wasn't. I remember, I think he went to Penn State.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he was much as a player. It is okay. Okay. But not, He wouldn't resonate with anybody. Nobody's going to remember his career like 10 years down the line.
But that's sort of my point is, like, if you're a top pick and you're Dunleavy, you're number 3.
No.
Like, he didn't have the great career, but he had a long career. He had the Joey Bart career. You know what I mean? Like, he was on the path that Bart.
Joey Bart's hoping he has.
Joey Bart's hoping that he gets to Indiana and can get to an Eastern Conference semi or something like that, right? Because. Like, again, you draft a guy right there, you think, oh, big-time talent franchise. Sometimes it just doesn't happen that way. But he played for a long time. He was around the game, and he understands the front office element of it. He understands what it means to not live up to that franchise. I mean, I don't know how many fans thought he was going to be the face of the franchise, but he was viewed as a bust in terms of not being somebody who changed or overtook the offense for the Warriors and took him to the playoffs. In fact, they got rid of him and then went to the playoffs. So in terms of the personal stuff or the personnel stuff with him relating to players, I've got tons of confidence in that. The having played in the league and having been in the organization already is pretty big for me. Bob Myers had previously been an agent, so that's how he had those connections. It's not like Bob Myers was in the NBA and was killing it. You don't have to be a great player. As Derek said in my ear a minute ago, Michael Jordan is selling his team today. He's selling Charlotte. He was pretty good. How many playoff bursts does Charlotte have? Or like ever?
No, they've been in the playoffs.
With him?
I don't know.
Never got out of the first round.
Question.
They went with they were
maybe once or twice, maybe once. I would guess.
Was he the owner when it was Chris Paul and Tyson Chandler and Byron Scott was the coach?
Boy, I mean, he was a minority owner before he was the majority owner. I don't know because I couldn't answer that. I know they had the right, the runs with Baron Davis. I don't think he was there for those, but yeah, I mean, no, it goes to show you, and you could be the greatest player of all time and still not be successful in other areas.
I'm off, dude. That team was actually the team that became the Pelicans. He owned the Bobcats when that happened. Remember then the Bobcats?
Was the Bobcats?
They did that thing that the Ravens and the Browns did where like a new franchise sprouted up, but then they took the name from another franchise. Because what happened was the Charlotte Hornets moved to New Orleans and became the New Orleans Hornets. That's where Chris Paul was.
That's
then
right.
the Charlotte Bobcats became a team. Then the New Orleans Hornets were like, well, the state bird of Louisiana is the Pelican, so why wouldn't we go with it? So they go with the Pelican. Then the Hornets are like, we'll take that name back then. And then Jordan
How long were they the Bobcats?
How long was Emeka Okafor in the league?
That's a bad name, Bobcats.
Do you remember
I remember seeing a lot of Bobcats when I was back in Charlotte.
It was just white and like orange. It was like a really generic. It looked like
the orange pinstripes, and it was bad. It was bad.
Oh, that's tough. Like a create a player jersey. It just looks. Looked
Bobcats.
10 years they were around.
Were they really? God dang.
What year did they start? Like 2004? 04 was the first year. Yeah. 04 to 4.
Bobcats.
They were the Bobcats until 2014.
I know.
They have not even not been the Bobcats since they changed to the Hornets for as long as they were the Bobcats.
Yeah.
That's the impact. That's the impact. Wild. That's insane, man. Wild stuff. So anyway, Mike Dunleavy takes over. A couple other ones. How about Billy Beane? He was a highly touted prospect.
Yes, he was. I think a number 1 overall pick, wasn't he?
Was he number 1? He was pretty high.
I thought he was.
Yeah, for the Mets. That's right. There you go. Man, how about what if he'd have panned out? They had a number 1 pick there too. Like he was right in the heart of the 86 Mets run.
Yeah.
Strawberry, and they had some insane teams back then.
Gooden.
Man. That's a great 30 for 30, by the way.
Oh.
Just watch 86 Mets. Dude, we got like Bill Burr's in that one. You know what I mean? Like they've got some insane people from New York back then.
Although speaking of 30 for 30s, I watched the whole Walton thing.
I haven't seen the fourth part.
It was good. Yeah, it was good, but needed way more about his broadcasting career. Way more. I think the broadcasting career was like 15 minutes. That was it. 15, 20 minutes. They just kind of like
tie it up real quick at the end.
The speech stuff, and then he went here.
Yeah, and he talks and he talks and he talks, and that's
ESPN, and he worked for NBC, and they show him doing some clips. I was like, God, I really needed like 45 minutes of Bill. You did find out some kind of dark stuff that he went through that I knew he kind of went through. I didn't know the full extent of it, but I've never seen Bill like be as emotional as he was during that thing. But yeah, I could have used one more part and just had that dedicated to his broadcasting, and just give me some highlights, some clips of some of the stuff that he said, some of the goofy, crazy stuff that he said during his broadcast career. That I definitely could have used a lot more of that. But all in all, it was very enjoyable.
We hit on this briefly yesterday as we're getting ready for the Giants and the Dodgers tonight. We'll come back to talk some more Warrior basketball at 4:50 with Marcus Thompson, who joins us for his weekly conversation. We are going to catch up also at 3:30 with JT Snow and Jeremy Affeld at 3:50. So we got a bunch of baseball coming your way. Of the guys who have come up, are you getting the feeling, and again, we haven't seen enough of Matos yet. Casey Schmidt is in the bit of a rut, and we still got a ways to go. But it's starting to feel like maybe they have the makings of some guys that can be a part of a core to make this team long-term successful. Who was the biggest superstar? We talked about this on that World Series run. Probably Tim Lincecum. Do they have anybody here, and of this group that they're bringing up now, who has the best potential to be that superstar that we latch onto, a la the 2010, 12, 14 Giants? We'll talk a bit about that next. Get you ready for the Giants and the Dodgers. 6:10 first pitch, and JT Snow at 3:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Easy, Sean. Easy on the 3 World Championships. Second coming. Buster Posey became the greatest catcher in the history of the organization, a Hall of Fame talent. Brandon Crawford's the greatest shortstop in the history of the organization. Bumgarner, Kane Lincecum. I mean, these are lightning in a bottle talents. I mean, we say frequently with the Warriors, this will never happen again. I don't think the same about the Giants because it wasn't the same type of run. But to have that type of talent reach the big league, it's so much tougher in baseball. I don't want to say tougher. It's much different in baseball to have a crop of prospects like the way the Astros did it. Remember the Sports Illustrated thing where they tanked and tanked and tanked, and then when they win finally, 2017 was that their first one? 19?
Was it 17? God, that long ago? Gotta lose track of time.
They've had a hell of a run in the way the Dodgers have had a run. Not quite as long, but they've been real successful. And they had their whole cheating scandal and all that, but. They got all those guys to the big league level right around the same. George Springer and Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve and now Pena and Alvarez and Kyle Tucker. Like they've just been able to produce and keep all-star talent at the major league level for the better part of a decade now. That's what the Giants are looking to do. There's so few teams that do it wave after wave after wave. The one that comes to mind for me from my childhood is the Braves. They just kept churning out talent. The Dodgers for this generation have done that. The Rays, I guess, but maybe not to the same extent in a much different way. The A's never hold on to it, so it's tough to tell, though they produce talent. I mean, everybody produces talent. I guess what I'm looking at here is how many of these players that the Giants have brought up appear to be, and Patrick Bailey for me is the first, that looks like this guy can be here for a long time. Now, Casey Schmidt, I think too, but we've now seen him hit the rut, and I want to see him come back from the rut. I want to see him bounce back because you see guys do that a lot, and he wasn't a guy who was projected to get to this level this year this quickly. So for Bailey to do it and find success is wild. For Kyle Harrison, the expectations are big, and his draft position isn't indicative, I don't think, of the type of player the draft world maybe thought he was, because the Giants went and got him and made sure they were paying him that slot money because it was that truncated draft in 2020. He had his longest outing of the season yesterday. Went 5 innings. Previously, it had only gone a 4 1/3. So they're starting to stretch him out a bit. And Farhan did tell us yesterday, quote, Harrison will be in the mix.
Yep.
So there you go. In terms of guys who will be here, I don't know if this is their Diamondbacks 2022 or their Giants 2009. Where you're kind of coming for a minute, then you get guys there, and then you get one more push, and you're in the mix. Wouldn't surprise me if that was this team, or if they got in and maybe fell short because there's a learning curve here, but they're starting to put together enough to make me think, as long as this carries on through the summer, that they're percolating with something sustainable here.
Well, look, and it makes a difference when there's an extra playoff spot available. Then it also makes a difference when you look at the rest of the league. You're like, nah. Like there's a whole division that's . And then the teams that we thought were going to be good in the East haven't really shown up yet. Although Miami's one that we thought might be okay, but they're even better than that. Mets, no. Phillies, no. I mean, the Padres have underachieved. Arizona, I think we both thought would be good. I don't know if we thought they were going to be this good, but they're really good. So that you start adding teams, counting teams, you're like, God, are they the 8th best team in the NL? I think they're better than the 8th best team in the NL. I'm trying to find 7 teams.
Well, you'd be saying
better than them.
So you did this at the start of the year. You said, okay, so seven teams get in. Is that right?
7 teams get in, and I think like the ones I know I had some in there that because I don't think I included the Giants. I think I included the Padres. I think I probably included the Phillies and the Mets. The only thing I got right was there'll be 1 team coming out of the Central.
So that's it, though. You're talking 3 potentially out of the West, 3 potentially out of the East, and right now the way it's looking, I mean, unless something really turns around and somebody catches fire, like 20 in a row A's fire, like 30 of 40 or something, gets really, really hot. It's going to be tough for more than 1 team to come out of that division. 3 teams.
I can't imagine.
3 teams coming out of the West. I mean, it's in the cards.
Possibly 4.
The East.
Remember, they're not playing.
Can you imagine
19 times now? So you're not going to be able to beat up on yourself as much. You're going to have the opportunity to beat up on other teams in other divisions. So, I mean, why not 4 out of the West, 2 out of the East, and 1 out of the Central? I mean, right now, I don't see why not, because and I mean, look, we got a long way to go. We should say a long way to go. But the Mets don't look very good. Phillies don't look very good. Marlins haven't really proven anything yet, so you don't know if they're for real. But that pitching's pretty damn good, I'll tell you that. And I had a chance to watch them play a week or so ago when they played the Angels. And look, Arise at the top of the order is as good as it gets. Soler was on fire.
He got hurt, didn't he?
For what? Is he hurt?
He may be bad. He definitely cooled off. He was on a tear like a month ago.
Yeah, he might be. Their left fielder, is it De La Rosa? I can't remember his name. He's pretty good. Like, they got some players. They got some guys on that team, but really their pitching is just really, really good. So I don't know, but I don't know why that wouldn't shock me. I would have said not a chance in hell if they played each other 19 times. Like, if they played each other 19 times, I'd go, no, it's not going to work out. Mathematically, I don't even know if it could work out. But 12, I mean, right? So if you're the Giants, that's 21 fewer games. You're playing those other 3 teams that are probably going to be in contention for playoff berth. 21 games that you don't play them anymore. So that means a couple of those games might be against the Phillies. You beat them a couple of times, or the Mets, or a team in the Senate. You're going to have more of a say-so in who makes the playoffs in other divisions,
right,
than just your own.
Because the games carry more weight.
Exactly, because of the lack of times you're going to have to play those teams. So, yeah, like right now, it wouldn't be a favorite. I wouldn't make that the favorite. But if I look at the teams right now, I think all 4 of those teams in the West are better than the Phillies and the Mets right now. And who knows about the Marlins again? I mean, the Braves are given. They're going to make it. They're going to win the division. And then so you got 3, you got 4, you got basically 4 spots that are available. Central doesn't look like it at all. And again, East looks like a one bid, and if they're 1, then there's your 3. That'd be a wild playoff, though. If you had 3 teams or 4 teams from the West just playing each other. What are we doing here? We just making up games like you didn't get to play each other 19
just
times
to place
this year?
each other. Yeah.
What are you, sad? You're gonna play each other now in the playoffs? You get those games in too? That would be pretty crazy, though.
As it stands right now, Giants 36-32. They are the 3rd wild card spot. They are sitting in the 3rd wild card spot on June 16th. The Marlins are right above them at a game and a half up, and the Dodgers actually at 39-30. So they're 3 games. 2.5 over the Giants. So if the Giants sweep, they would be above the Dodgers. You'd like to win the series and get back in the win column against this team. Last year, 5-14. And don't forget, they lost the first 2 in L.A., then swept them here.
Yeah.
And then went 2-12 the rest of the way.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Well,
Yeah,
that was the
sprayed
thing when
Mookie
they
in the
went-
dugout. And, yeah.
Remember when they had 107 wins? They not only killed the Diamondbacks and the Rockies that year, they actually had a winning record against the Padres and the Dodgers that year.
The whole division.
Yeah, the whole division. They just dominated. And I mean, look, when you can have a winning record against the Dodgers and Padres, you're in business. I don't know if that'll be the case this year, but again, just like if you can play right around 500 against those teams, I think you're good to go. And again, who knows? This may be the year they may be able to pick up some of those wins too, just because that pitching staff is not what you expect to see when you play the Dodgers. I mean, they can drop an eight spot on you. Like, they can drop it right on your head, no problem whatsoever. They can also give up an 8 spot, no problem whatsoever. I watched some of those games they played the Reds in Cincinnati a week or so ago. I mean, they get out to like 5-0 leads. All of a sudden, it's 5-5. Boom, 5-5. Now they're losing 6-5. So, yeah, the pitching. It's going to be an interesting series tonight because the Dodgers are not what the Dodgers used to be on the hill because of all those injuries. Could be a lot of runs scored down there. I don't know what the weather's like in LA this weekend, but could be balls flying all over the place down at Chavez Ravine.
Well, we got a scouting report on their starting pitcher. Emmett Sheehan takes the ball tonight. He's the number 3 prospect in the Dodgers system. A hard fastball, and Tom, he throws a gyro slider.
Oh,
we will talk
love the gyro.
We'll talk about that and the gyro ball. How do you hit a gyro ball? Maybe JT Snow knows. He was out in Boston. Maybe he played with Daisuke. He might have been out there for Daisuke.
What is a gyro? How do you hit a gyro?
JT Snow. We'll tell you next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And off of first, down the line at third is Miller. Here's the pitch to Snow. High drive, right field. Mondesi back at the wall, out of here. JT Snow, a 3-run home run, 4-0.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Friday afternoon, June 27th, 1999. You heard Mondesi going back on it. That was a JT Snow home run against the Dodgers. Giants and the Dodgers from LA tonight, 6:10 first, pregame, 7:10 first pitch. And JT Snow joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, JT? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you? Can you guys play that again real quick so I can hear that again?
You want to hear it again?
Off of first, down the line at third is Miller. Here's the pitch to Snow. High drive, right field. Mondesi back at the wall, out of here. JT Snow, a 3-run home run, 4-0.
Dude, I mean, Dwayne Kuiper calling a home run for you. That's sweet, man.
You want it again?
Yeah, no, that's good.
You want Benitez? We can get Benitez if you want. You want that one?
And off of first.
I just wanted to hear Kai's voice. It sounds a little high pitched there. So
yeah,
we're good. No, it was all good. That had to be a candlestick because I hit like crap at Dodger Stadium because I grew up going to games there, and when I go play there, I had a little nervous energy and a big pass list. So I actually loved hitting candlestick. So. Anyway, thanks for having me on, guys.
It's always fun having you on, JT. Did Mondesi have the widest chest in the league at the time? That dude was, that guy looked like a linebacker.
He could touch his elbows behind his back almost. Yeah.
He was a ball, maybe like an H-back nowadays. I don't know if it's in football, but you know what's amazing about the Dodgers was their run of rookie of the years, right? Like,
yep.
Karros, Piazza, Mondesi, Hollinsworth. I mean, unbelievable. What a great farm system they had. And it was always fun to play them when I was with the Giants.
So what do you think when you look at this crop of youngsters coming up for the Giants? They seem to have infused the team with some energy. I like the team the way it's constituted right now because I like the vets. They got some professional hitters on there. The bullpen has been nails, but when you look at Bailey, Schmidt, now Matos comes up, Walker out of the bullpen. It just seems like they've kind of infused this team with some energy that maybe you don't get in the middle of a season.
Yeah, I think quietly the farm system is doing a pretty good job with some of these prospects, and we've heard about Schmidt. I really like him. He wears a great number, by the way. If you're going to give that number to somebody.
I was going there, man. I was going there.
You got to, so I have a funny story. When I got traded from the Angels to the Giants, Mike Murphy called me and said, "Hey, kid, what number do you want?" I said, "Well, I've always worn number 6, but I know Robbie Thompson wore it. If you don't want to give it to me, I totally understand. He's a legend." He said, "No, you got it." And so I said, "Thanks." And then every time I saw Robbie Thompson, he always said, "I'm the real number 6." And I said, "Of course you are." And then I don't know if many people know this, but Murph was so good because he's got his favorite numbers like Spire and Aurelia, and now Crawford were 35.
Yeah.
That's short. And he didn't give out his favorite numbers. He would give them out to guys that maybe thought might be up for a week or two and then never come back again. But he only gave those good numbers to guys he thought would stick around. So I love the way Casey Schmidt plays. He's a Southern California guy, San Diego State, very aggressive. The thing is with these young guys, you got to be patient because we all went through it. And the first time around the league, I remember getting called up with the Angels. My mentor, Chili Davis, said, first time around, they're going to throw you fastballs to see if you can handle it. And then he was spot on. And I was raking the fastball. And then next time through the league, and this is when the league was different. It was only American League versus American, National versus National. There was no interleague. And then the next time I went through the league, guess what? Curveballs, changeups, sliders, and I was back in AAA in like a month. And so my point is just be patient with these guys. he can hit. He's aggressive. Maybe needs to throttle back a little bit. Love the way Bailey catches. You know, when you have a good catcher that can call a game and handle a staff, anything you get offensively is a bonus. He does a great job catching. He steals strikes. Monto's great personality. Looks like, you know, he's going to be a good player. So they got some guys that, like you said, Tom, infuse energy in the clubhouse. And, I mean, they're right there, right? They've got the last wild card. And I know it's June, but they're playing great.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about Lamont Wade at first base, because I got to tell you, when you left, I thought, you know, I don't know what I thought of first base defense. I knew you were the best in the league. I thought you were getting hosed by Todd Helton year after year for more Gold Gloves. But I don't think I knew how great you were until we didn't have you, where defense can be an asset over at first base. Lamont Wade has made a huge jump. And Tom and I talked to him in FanFest, and he said this is the first offseason ever where he'd worked at first base, and he spent all offseason doing it because he was healthy. What have you seen from him? What's changed from him? What do you need to develop footwork-wise, positioning-wise? What has to happen for a good defensive first baseman?
Yeah, you know, I was lucky when I came up, you know, mid-'90s, late '90s. The first base position kind of evolved. It wasn't the big, fat, slow guy that hits the home runs.
Yeah.
It evolved. And so I grew up watching, I was an Angel fan and a Dodger fan growing up. So I watched Steve Garvey. I watched Wally Joyner. I watched Don Mattingly. I watched Will Clark, Mark Grace, Rafael Palmeiro, all these guys. And it kind of evolved into a position where my dad was very instrumental. He's like, hey, you know what? You can play a great defense, save some runs, hit a little bit, drive in some runs, hit some homers. You got a chance. And so that's kind of the time I came up in. And, you know, other than the pitcher and the catcher, the first baseman handles more balls and more plays during a game than anybody. And there's a lot going on over there with bunt plays and pickoffs and relays. And Lamont's done a good job. Like, I've watched him hard. I wish I would have got a chance to go down to spring training this year and work with him, but I didn't get that call. But he's got good hands, and I if you watch him, I love his. And like, I watch athletes, and I watch their body language and the way they react to things. And like Tom can tell you this, when he played in the NBA, like, he doesn't ever get stressed out. He doesn't ever seem to get going fast. You know, it's like Craw in the day when he was playing, you know, Gold Glove shortstop. It slows down, and he's really made Lamont Wade's really made a good improvement this year. He's got great hands. The thing I always watch for is infielders' feet, because I think every great infielder, if you have great hands, you have great feet, because your feet make your hands soft. And you see a guy that charges the ball too much or rushes in, their hands get stiff. So he's done a great job, and I'll tell you, I got a lot of free dinners and a lot of free cocktails from infielders after games, because saving them some errors, balls in the dirt, pitchers, you know, robbing a ball down the line or diving out, laying out, and taking away a double. A leadoff hitter hits a ball down the line, you take away a double. So it's a great position. It's fun to watch, and when you get a guy that's really good over there, it makes a difference.
JT Snow is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Yeah, I was going to ask if infielders treated you to dinner at the end of the year like an offensive line and a quarterback, like if they take you out and treat you. I mean, you save guys a lot of runs over there. I also wonder, did it piss you off or did it rankle you when they'd be like, yeah, this guy's getting old and he's slow. Just throw him over at first, man. It's all good. Like, dude, this guy was an asset at first.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like, I don't know. It's like I think you enjoy the beauty of a guy defensively. Like, we're seeing that with Crawford. I mean, I know this year hasn't gone the way he's wanted, but first base is not shortstop. Shortstop is the hardest position probably other than catcher to play on the infield or defense. And you go out there and stand at shortstop. There's so much ground to cover, and you got to make so many plays. So, you know, we should appreciate Brandon Crawford, and I know he's had some tough games this year, but at first base, like, it's weird because I never felt like, we always talk about athletes, and Tom knows this as well, like, the game slows down for you. And when I was always playing first base, even until I retired, it was always slower on defense for me because I anticipated and I expect every ball to be hit to me. When I went to the plate sometimes, the game speeds up tremendously. And then other times you get in the zone, it slows down. But the great hitters, it's always slow. But defensively, the game was always kind of slow for me on defense. And I told all my infielders, I got the biggest glove on the infield, just get the ball close, and I'll catch it.
How much did it help you, JT? And I think, because I think of Bailey and Schmidt, and I haven't seen enough of Matos, but those two guys who are really good defensively, how much did it help you, especially when you're young, that if you weren't hitting great, you could feel like, you know what, I'm making a contribution with my glove. I'm saving runs, whether it's you made some incredible plays in foul territory over your shoulder. Those were phenomenal. Saving runs, as you mentioned, taking away doubles and all those stuff. Can you get, like, when you're struggling at the plate, can you go into the locker room at the end of the game and say, you know what, I know I was 0 for 4 today or whatever, but I saved a couple runs, I made that contribution, and maybe not put as much pressure on yourself as other guys might when they're going through a slump?
Yeah, you can. I mean, every baseball player wants to perform offensively. That's number one and most important. But it helps when you pick a ball out of the dirt. Maybe a guy on second base and 2 outs in the ninth. Guy throws your ball in the dirt and you pick it. You win the game and your teammates are patting you on the back. And you outwardly you've got to be like excited, thanks, and then inwardly you're like, man, you always go back to your offense, but the defense. It always goes back to your offense, but your defense is like something, and not many people talk about it, but if you look at the teams year in and year out that get in the postseason, they're in the top of the categories always in pitching and defense. And the hitting, like I was taught, hitting's always going to go in waves, right? You got 9 guys in the lineup. If you got 3 guys hot, maybe 4, you're doing good. The other 5, but you need 9 guys hot on defense. And watching the Giants this year, the defense has been a little suspect, and I think they start catching the ball better and figure out a little bit of the pitching, that bullpen game thing. I'm not sure what's going on there, but the offense comes and goes. Like, you just have to live with it, and players know that, right? You're facing a different pitcher every night that throws different stuff, but the defense has got to be consistent. You can control your defense because I can control the ball being hit to me. I can control backing up on it, coming in, and you got to give that team 27 outs. You can't give them 30 outs, 31 outs. It's gonna hurt you in the long run.
Yeah.
What year did you stop switch hitting?
After 99, I tore the labrum in my shoulder, my right shoulder, and so that was my top hand hitting right-handed, and I couldn't get any extension. And so then one game I went up to Dusty and I said, hey, if we're in a blowout, because I was a natural left-handed hitter, and my splits, like, you're going to hit left-handed about 80% of the time, maybe right-handed 20%. And my splits, I was like a 280 from the left side and about 230 from the right. So I told Dusty, I go, if we get in a blowout, I go, there's a lefty, let me have a bat on him. And he's like, no problem. So I'll never forget this. We were facing the Pittsburgh Pirates in Candlestick, and Jason Christensen, a former Giant, was out there throwing. And he threw me a slider, like, first pitch. I took it for a strike. Next pitch, slider, and I hit it off the left center wall for a double. And I said, I'm done, switch hitting. Like, it
was just that quick.
Yeah, it was that quick. And that offseason, I worked really hard at it. And I talked to a lot of left-handed hitters in the league. I talked to Tony Gwynn. I talked to Wally Joyner. I talked to Mark Grace. And they all said the same thing. If you're a left-handed hitter that can take the ball the other way to left center, then you'll hit lefties. If you're a straight pull guy, that front shoulder flies, you pull off the ball, you'll probably struggle. And then, they were totally right. And they gave me great advice. Like, get up on the plate, they're not going to come in on you because they don't want to hit you. So take the outside part and, just try. And then, but we all got off days. I got off days against, Randy Johnson, Mike Hampton, some of the tough lefties. It's like, oh, you're getting a day off. It's like, okay, thanks. So, it was. I wish I would have done it earlier, but it's just what it is. And afterwards, my splits, I was like 290 against righties, and then my splits against lefties went up to like 250.
Wow. Well, that's a question I have for you because I didn't know that. You're a natural lefty, Why the hell were you even switch hitting in the first place? So you have to be one of the few lefties that wanted to be a switch hitter.
Yeah.
I'm guessing most switch hitters are right-handers naturally, but want to be in there against they want to switch around facing righties. I mean, why did you even switch hit being a natural lefty?
Well, Tom, I was such a phenomenal athlete that I could I'm just
well, there you go.
No. So this is a funny story. I was in Little League. We had this big lefty pitching. He drilled me right in the back. I'm hitting lefty. And I went down. I was crying. And my dad was at the game. After the game, my dad, former NFL player, tough guy.
Yep.
So he goes, why don't you switch hit? And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, well, just hit righty off the lefties, and then the curveball will be coming into you, or the fastball. So I did it, and I was a good enough athlete. I had good enough hands that I could do it, and I stayed with it through like high school, college, minor leagues. And then, but the workload, like you said, Tom, most switch hitters are right-handed because your workload, like I said earlier, is like 80-20. Yeah. So I had to really take a lot of extra swings right-handed to stay locked in, but I also knew that I was going to hit more left-handed. So when I worked with Chili Davis, when he was with the Angels, we hit in the cage. He goes, kid, we're showing up. We showed up at 8 a.m. and we hit 100 swings right-handed, and then we'd stay after in spring training, take another 100 swings. So, so
that's the interesting part, JT, is that you got to put a lot of effort into that right-handed swing, but you're not going to face a ton of lefties. So that's where it's kind of weird, is like you're putting a lot of work to be a competent right-handed hitter, where you're going to face mostly righties anyway, and you're going to be batting left-handed. So it was kind of interesting to me. Do you know anybody else that was a switch hitter that was a natural lefty?
I think there was one guy I played against. I think his name was Orlando Merced, played for the Pirates back in the day. But like I talked to a lot of switch hitters, and a lot of guys are fast, top of the lineup guys that they switch over. Yeah. Because I went to instructional league a couple years, slapped the ball from the left side and beat it out, and unfortunately I didn't have that foot speed. So, but it was like it's a lot of guys that and. I think Bailey's the same way. He's a natural righty that goes over lefty. Now you're getting all your work on the left side. And I'll tell you what, I think it's the hardest thing to do in any sport is to switch it and be locked in from both sides. Because you almost have to be, just your mind has to flip over, and there's reminders and checkpoints and but you're right. Most guys are righties that switch over to lefty because that's the bulk of your work.
Lance Berkman and Melky Cabrera are the two that come to mind for me.
True, yeah. Chili Davis was a great switch hitter. I mean, like, I watch all those guys. Eddie Murray, Mickey Mantle was probably the best switch hitter. Like, all those guys, Omar Vizquel switch hit, I think. Like, all those guys, it's a pretty cool, if you can do it, it's pretty cool.
Well, now you don't even see anybody hardly try anymore because they platoon everybody.
Patrick Bailey, how about that?
Yeah, well, he's one of the few, but there used to be a few guys on the. There's still a number of guys out there, but it used to be a lot more prevalent. But I think a lot of guys are probably like, why bother? You got to get up. You got to figure it's a platoon job anyway.
How about Willie McGee was a great switch hitter, right? Willie McGee, So, anyways,
so let me ask you this: what, as an old school ball player, what's the one thing that still kind of gets you when you watch baseball today? Because to me, the bullpen game's still kind of funky. I hate the fact that guys won't cut down their swing with 2 strikes. They're just going to go ahead and try to lift and launch. It's like, how about just put the bat on the ball? That bothers me a little bit. The fact they won't let starters go deep into games now, that bothers me. Look, I'm old. That's the way I used to watch. I used to watch baseball, and you did too a lot. Where guys cut down their swing, starters could go 9 innings, all those sort of things. Are there things that still kind of get you that you're still trying to reconcile? Like, what the hell are we doing out here? Why are we doing this?
I think a few years ago when they came out and said we value a strikeout and a fly ball the same as like putting it in play. I'm like, I don't think that's really smart. Like, and like we learned how to, put the ball in play. So there's a great article that was in the New York Times a couple weeks ago, and it was about how all the analytics stuff has made us come to all these rule changes now, because the analytics stuff was like strikeouts, fly balls, and now we got bigger bases, and now we got a pitch clock. The one that I don't understand and have a hard time with is the extra inning, putting a guy on second base. That brings me back to coaching my son in Little League All-Stars, and the sun's going down, and we need to get a winner. But I called a game for the Giants a few years ago, and it was in Anaheim, and so it was extra innings. The Giants had the bottom of their lineup coming up, 7, 8, 9, with the guy on. So they tried to bunt him over, and then they didn't score. And then the Angels had their 3, 4, 5 guys coming up the next inning. Guy in second. They didn't even think about bunting. They were just trying to drive him in. So I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Like the order, and like, I don't know. Like, I think the pitch clock is good. I would have given them maybe 20 seconds instead of 15, and
agree.
Maybe 30 with guys on. And now guys are getting around it with like throwing balls back and tying their shoe, and the batter gets a timeout. But and I think the shift. I don't think as a manager you could tell, like, baseball is a great game. Like, I don't think you can tell a manager like where to play your players, because back in the day, extra innings, they would pull that. You probably remember this. They'd pull the third outfielder in and put him on the infield, 5 infielders. And then now they started shifting, but now they're like, you got to play 2 on this side. I think it's a better game without the shift. But I don't know how you tell. It's like, Tom, it's like in the NBA. How do you tell, like, oh, you can't play this defense or you can't play that? Like, I don't know.
No,
There's
I
a lot
agree
of
with
rules.
you. I think there should be zones in. I think you should be able to play full on zone if you want in the NBA. You have to figure it out. And I'm with you, JT, that I didn't like the fact that they had to ban the shift. But the players, you're like, okay, make the players figure it out. Make the players figure it out. And it just became so apparent they weren't going to figure it out. They didn't care to figure it out. They're just going to try to hit the ball over the wall. And if they kept hitting it into the shift, whatever, they're not getting paid to hit the opposite way. So it bothers me too, because I've always said the manager should be able to do whatever he wants with his defenders, put them wherever he wants. But the players weren't learning. It was like, they're going to learn at some point. They're going to make an adjustment at some point, aren't they? Nope. They're not going to make an adjustment. So, baseball had to make the adjustment for them.
And the other thing is, in baseball, we all watch, like, the pitcher doesn't throw the ball where he wants every time. So you can put 3 guys on the left side against, Brandon Belt and play the shift. Doesn't mean the pitcher's going to throw it inside every time. He'll miss one, but the hitter in his mind is thinking, oh, he's coming inside. And even that outside pitch, guess what? He pulls it. And so it's like, it kind of defeats itself. It's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, and last year was like, when the league batting average is 243, it's kind of embarrassing, because nobody like put the ball in play with 2 strikes, and you take when we struck out, it was like, you were like kind of embarrassed. Like, I struck out looking. I struck out looking. I'm like, I'm embarrassed. And now it's like, oh, he struck out. He wasn't looking for that pitch. I'm like,
they're patting you on the back. And I was like, thank God he didn't hit into a double play. They say, I'm like, what? What?
And then they all go in the dugout and they get out the iPad and they're looking at the iPad. I'm like,
nice, good
watch
take.
The game.
Good take. It wasn't your pitch.
You know where the pitch was. Watch the game. Like, you can't strike out looking with guys on base or guy on second. Pull the ball, get a guy over. Like, so anyway.
No, hey, that's funny, because that's the one I forgot about. That bothers me, the iPad. I wish they'd just get on the rail and watch the game and learn a little bit from watching instead of the iPad. But so a couple years ago, you're talking about the ghost runner on second base. The first year it happened, I said, I wish I could wake my grandpa up. He's been dead for like 20 years. I wish I could wake him up out of his eternal slumber and say, Grandpa, in the top of the 10th, somebody just hit a leadoff 2-run homer. He'd look at me, what are you talking about, leadoff 2-run homer? Well, here's what happens, Grandpa. They're going to put a guy in second base with the guy, the last guy that made the last out. And let's do the pitcher. Then they can go back and get the other guy before him, and he'll go on second base. And you know what he would have done? He would have just said, leave me alone, I'm dead. Just like close the coffin up on me again.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that crap.
Like, baseball's a hard game. If it goes it goes 14 innings. It goes 14. Like, figure out a way to score a run. Like, get a walk on them. It's a hard game, and like I think some of that has been lost. We're trying to make it quick and easy. Like baseball, I love baseball. I love watching it and watching the pitchers and the hitters, the dynamic, going through the lineup a second, third, fourth time. It's a hard game, and like the manager needs to figure that out. And how are we gonna, work this out? And well, I played in an 18-inning game, and then we had a day game the next day, and you show up and you play, and it's just the way it is. That's why baseball is the best.
Because that's what you do. That's what you just figure it out.
I know which game he's talking about, too. It's that Vogelsong D-backs game.
Hey, man, it's always fun having you on. Let's do it again soon.
Yeah,
I need to start giving you a buzz more often. We'll get you on here more often and talk. It's always fun talking baseball with you.
You know what you need to do is call me during the basketball, the March Madness, and see if we can get the Wildcats through the first round. Jesus.
Oh, dude.
Wow. Yeah, I was having such a good day, too.
I'm just kidding.
God dang. I'm going to have to start drinking more. Jeez. Hey, he's not noogie. JT gets just as mad as I do. Trust me. He'll text me during the game and go, what the hell are we doing? Are you kidding me? Hey, come on. Somebody grab a rebound. Somebody score a bucket. Oh, yeah. It just.
Come on. We're the Wildcats. I like all props to Princeton, but let's go. We got to win that game.
Exactly. We know they're going to beat us in debate. They shouldn't beat us on the damn basketball court. It's embarrassing.
Right.
Have a good one, JT. We'll call you again soon, man. Get you on again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, JT. Appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta think about calling him more often because he's really good. He's fun to talk to, and he loves doing it. So yeah, we'll do it more often. Maybe because I would have loved. I felt bad we were running up against it, but I did want to ask him about his favorite Dodger Giant memory.
I had a bunch more for him. So I was like, when you started talking shift on Barry, I was like, dude, ask him about what Barry thought of the shift. He was like, I don't give a damn, dude. I'm just gonna hit it over that thing.
Yeah, because he hit it 500 feet.
He's like, they're shifting. I don't even look at the infield. I haven't looked at the infielders in years. What are you talking about?
It's like Ted Williams.
Exactly. Great stuff with JT Snow. If you missed any of that, all available on KNBR.com. On the other side, we'll do more baseball. Jeremy Affel going to join us to talk a little bit about this Giants-Dodger rivalry. Renewed tonight, 6:10 pregame, 7:10 first pitch. Affel next, and then Marcus Thompson at 4:50 on the Sports Leader. Eric Armstead joined Papa and Lund today to discuss the 49ers' defensive upgrades on the defensive line. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or if you're taking too much risk or if you're even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned when you finally get to retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you do just that in retirement, give your family and help your family out, give them a call. Greg and his team are awesome. They're a breeze to talk to. They're going to help you through it, answer your questions, and no cost or no obligation. All you got to do is give them a call, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC. We do it every week. Jeremy Affel joins us, courtesy of the Yuma guest line, either in a tub or on a horse or in his podcast studio. I'm not sure which. Jeremy, what's going on, dude?
Nothing much, man. What's going on?
I don't know if we were at the ballpark last Friday. We didn't have you on, I don't think. And then they posted a photo of us toasting beer together. Tom, you and I took that picture, and Jeremy commented on it. Cute beers.
Cute beers, exactly it. Cute. Yeah.
How you doing, man? How's the week been? It's been a couple of weeks.
It looked like a 3-2 beer, and I was like, man, you guys are getting lightweight.
Bro, come on. You know better than that.
It's a 4-hour show, man. You know?
Come on.
We don't do one podcast a week, you know? By the way, at a brewery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's what happens when you win when you have 3 rings.
That's right.
You can do that sort of thing. He's earned it.
I celebrate 365 now. It's fine.
Damn right.
Boom.
You should. You absolutely. By the way, before we get into it, what are you drinking tonight?
Mango Vice. It is a mango wheat beer. Yeah, it's really good.
Gone soft on us, huh?
Now that sounds like a 3-2 beer.
Yeah. What are you talking about, man? You can't say that. Mango wheat. We talking about it's like 6.3 on the freaking maybe.
Okay.
Fine.
It still sounds like a 3-2 beer.
Awfully defensive, right? Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. Obviously, he can dish it out. He doesn't want the boy. He doesn't want to walk back at him.
My feelings are hurt now. You know.
Since we're getting ready for Dodgers-Giants, favorite Giants-Dodger memory, or if you have a couple favorite Dodger-Giant memories, what are they?
Let's see here. One of them would be, I would say, in 2012 when we beat them, even though we had already clinched, we beat them at their place and hurt their feelings and not allowed them into the playoffs.
Nice.
That was one of them. And then one of the other ones would be, well, the other one is every time they win 100-plus games, they think they're awesome, and they never get to the World Series, never win. That's actually kind of cool,
nice.
too.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But then the other one would be probably I really enjoyed when one of my favorite, actually frictional moments. I was actually not even there. Obviously, I was retired. But then when Bum and Puig ran to first base, and Puig looked at Bum wrong, and then Bum looked at him wrong, and then they went at it, and Bum just threw his glove down. And it was like
a tantrum on the ground, yeah.
And it was really awesome because he threw his glove down and he threw his glove down and he said, "Let's go." And that's when you knew right away that Bum was not messing around. And then Puig's tough guy act was like, "Let's go." And he's like, "Oh, wait, seriously? Oh, no. I'm going to let the whole team get in front of me, and then I'm going to trash talk from the back and yell at you." And it was really cool. I was like, oh, that's such a good moment for me. Like, it was just so good where Bum had enough and was like, "No, we're really going to do this." And then Puig was like, "Oh, man, I was just kidding. I was just kidding."
We good?
Yeah, it's great.
I think were you on the team for the? I think it was 2009. I guess it could have been 2008. I think Moda was on the hill. That's the Bochy and then Wotus ejection game.
Were
you there for that?
No, it had to have been. I had to be on the team because Moda was on the Dodgers in 2008.
He was pitching for them, right? Or he was
for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was with Moda in 2009, so I was not on the team.
Okay, so that was before you got there. All right, so that just predated you then. We'll move on from that one.
I think one of my favorite memories wasn't even during a game. It was before a game when it was after the Brian Stowe incident, when you guys got onto the field, were talking to the fans. And I think, wasn't it Carroll?
Jamie Carroll, yeah.
You and Carroll,
before
before the game, and just basically the message was, look, we would get after it. We're going to get after it each other during the game, and we're going to go hard, and after the game, it's over. That's it. And that's the way it should be for you guys. You can boo, you can cheer, you can heckle, you can do what you want. After the game, that's it. That's it. Don't
the rivalry stays on the field, man. Rivalry stays on the field.
Don't take it personally.
Boach was so mad afterwards because he was like, man, he pulled me into the office after the game. He was like, "Hey." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Man, that was a really good speech. That's one of the best I've ever heard." I'm like, "Thanks." He's like, "But you did so good that we all sucked and we lost 1-0. We couldn't even play because everybody was so sad."
He blamed you.
I'm like, sorry.
He blamed you.
Oh, it's so good.
Sorry about that. He's like, "You sucked the sales completely out of our sales on that."
I was at that game, dude. I remember because I was feeling this. I mean, it was an emotional moment to have you guys do that. But what's funny is you spoke. I don't think I heard a word of Jamie Carroll. I was booing the whole time. I was with everybody else. I was like, "Yeah, screw Jamie Carroll." I was like, "I don't need to hear from this guy." I heard from Affeld. I'm not going to hit anybody.
You got the message.
I'm here for a ball game. I was like, screw Carroll. He's on the field right now. I don't need to hear this. I don't need to hear this nonsense. I heard from
Actually,
Affeld.
I was the most nervous because I was like, I know it's going to happen. I'm going to have to pitch this game, and I'm going to hit some dude in the neck, and then we're going to get into a brawl. It's going to be like, Affeld's an idiot. Yeah.
He was like, that Affeld guy's full of bleep, man. What is he talking about?
You're like, afterwards, you got to give a statement. We kept it on the field. We dusted it off there. It all ended when we stepped off.
Oh, man. So I've always wondered this.
You don't even know about this other moment. This is a behind-the-scenes moment. Okay, this is really good. Mm-hmm. So, and I'm going to tell this because I don't like Utley, so I can tell the story. So I hope he's listening because he lives in the Bay Area. And if he is, I still don't like you, Utley, so that's cool. But, so we're sitting there, and Utley was playing for the Dodgers, and he drives his, Ferrari or whatever car he's driving into the ballpark because I think he lives in Sausalito or something. And so he drives in, and Bum comes driving in, and Utley's in his parking spot in the garage. Like, his car's in his car. Like, he just pulled into our garage and parked in our spot. So Bum gets out of his truck, and he looks at the parking guy, and he's like, "Whose is that?" And he's like, "Who's what? Whose car is that?" "He's in my spot." And the guy's like, "Well, that's Utley." He's like, "Oh, huh, cool." So he comes walking in, and we're out there, and Utley's out there running or doing some eye wash workout that he does or something, and so we're out there, and Utley walks over to him, and he's like, "Here's the deal. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to go move your car out of my parking spot, or I'm going to call a crane, and I'm going to have it hanging above the field during the game." And Utley's like, "What?" He's like, "No, I'm going to have a crane come in, and I'm going to hook your car up, and I'm going to have it hanging in the air above the field during the game. You have 5 minutes." And he's like, "You're not serious." He's like, "I'm dead serious." Now you're down to 4.5 minutes. so go ahead and, might want to make an adjustment. And then, you see Utley running across the field. He couldn't move his car. I was like, that was awesome. I was actually hoping you wouldn't do it because I really want to see if Bum would actually do it, but he didn't. He moved his car. I was like, weird. And Bum, and actually Bum is Bum. Like, he wasn't even a jerk in that situation. He's like, thank you.
He did what I asked. So I'm good. Yeah.
So good.
I know you're a big fan of Utley going back to the Philly days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, he's awesome.
Big fan.
Salt of the earth.
I was actually hoping I would actually get to hit in a Phillies game, and I was going to get on first base, and I was going to steal just to have him block the bag, and then I was going to go cleats up on him. I was going to be a deal. I'm going to take you out. Here's the deal. You're going to block the bag because you play dirty. Hey, man. I'm gonna try it, but I never got a chance to do that.
Ruben Tejada him. Just get him at second base. I did. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh no, I was just going to ask him. So when it comes to the rivalry, we all get into rivalries, whether it is North Carolina, Duke in basketball, Ohio State, Michigan in football, Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox. I'm watching right now. But the reason it makes it a rivalry is both teams are competing for the same thing, the division, then get to the playoffs. So it's not just about geographically. How did you look at it? Like, were there years where you weren't nearly as good as the Dodgers or they weren't nearly as good as you, so it didn't really feel like a rivalry? Or when you played the Diamondbacks that year or the Rockies or the Padres, whoever, like that felt like more of a rivalry than it did against the Dodgers because there was more competition?
Man, well, the thing is the Dodgers, we were always kind of somewhat close. I mean, it wouldn't say great, but the Dodgers and the Giants rivalry was strictly a rivalry because the fans made it that, and that was the whole thing on the speech. Hey, man, we love the energy. Bring it, but it has to be done after the last out's made. It's over. Whoever's wearing a jersey, if the Dodgers won and you're wearing a Dodgers jersey, that's the bragging rights is that right there. We win, right? Yeah. So that's kind of how I looked at it. But it was that natural energy that always kept it a rivalry, and it was always, man, very rarely. I mean, you've seen it now, but when I was on the Giants, I don't remember a lot of times when we were ever blown out. I mean, if you beat them or they beat you, it was pretty close all the time. Like, it just was, right? You didn't ever have like a 12-2 blowout. I mean, that I can remember. There might have been one or two, but I never really remembered it that way. So you always kind of kept it competitive, but you did have those other situations where you had another rivalry going on because of it. I didn't really feel that as much in our division, as much as I saw it more in like St. Louis and we had a pretty good little thing going there. But before I played, so when I got traded to Colorado, there was the Dodger Giants, but then all of a sudden we had the Jose Mesa Vizquel issue.
Dude, that was wild.
That was wild. I didn't really know much about it until I got to the Rockies, and it was like the first time we played the Giants. Next thing I know, like Moto's warming up, and they're like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Dude, he hits them every time." I'm like, "What?" They're like, "From the book." I'm like, "From that book?" And he was like, "Yeah, he hits them every time." And so he went in and hit him, and I was like, "Just hit him." He's like, "Yeah, they're gonna hit him every time." And then Kane hit Holiday. And I'm like, what? What is going on? And then I was like, all right. So then the Giants started hitting us, and then Kane was on the mound. And then Kane, I think, faced Holiday again, and then Holiday hit one like literally 900 feet. Like, it hit off that big, huge scoreboard.
Yeah.
And I remember Holiday just walking around calling Kane names the whole time around the freaking bag. And then Rags comes out, and I didn't know any of the Giants players at the time, really. And I'm like, what is going on? And they're like, oh, man, that's all freaking Moto Vizquel. That's just going to happen. So there was that kind of friction then with non-Dodger friction. And I just didn't really feel much of that. I mean, you had it a little bit maybe with the Diamondbacks from time to time, but I didn't really see that as much. It was when I was there, it was pretty much Dodger Giants for the most part. Now you see a lot of the Dodger Padres stuff going on for obvious reasons, but you know, I didn't feel it as much in our division when I was there.
I got to just get you the quote real quick, just because it's one of my favorite baseball quotes ever. Mesa and Vizquel going back and forth from '97 after Mesa cost him. Well, Vizquel said he looked into his eyes on the mound and he saw there was nothing there. He said, I looked into his eyes, and there's nothing there. I don't know how you'd feel if Crawford wrote that about you. I felt, as a guy looked into his eyes in Game 7, there's nothing there. I'm surprised he got that double play.
I'm telling you, man, like, that's what Mota was so mad about. I was talking to Mota because I played catch with him.
Yeah.
That guy had the best arm I've ever seen. He was like 80 years old, and he was out throwing me. I was like, dude, how do you throw that far, right? So, but I was talking to him. He's like, no, man, like, that's not okay. And I could see, and especially, honestly, Latin culture saying that, like, that does not go over well.
So he
like,
said,
they chat, like, that's a big, like, mano-a-mano type. You just said that I have no competitive edge. Like, you kidding me? Like, so I can see the anger, but Mota carried it, man. I mean, he carried it. And I probably have told this story before, but I was sitting in the bullpen with Mota, and this Cleveland fan comes down, and they had a Cleveland jersey on, and they're, like, yelling, Mota, he won't look up. Mota, he won't look up. And I'm like, I look up, I'm like, hey, Mota, that person's calling your name. And he looks over at me, he's like, I know. I'm like, oh, I don't know if you could hear it. You're so old. And he kind of just looked at me, you know, because the person's just screaming. It's super annoying. And he's like, I hear him. And so I'm like, well, they got a Cleveland jersey on. He's like, I'm not looking up. And like, Mota, I just want to say thank you. I just want to say thank you. And then Mota goes, oh, he looks up and he waves. He goes, thank you for balling. And I was like, oh, God.
Oh, man.
You baited him. Oh, man.
Dude, I was laughing so hard. And Mota looked at me like he wanted to kill me. And I'm like, bro, at some point in time, you got to give props. That was actually kind of funny.
I mean,
he was like,
let it go.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Vizquel said, I don't think he's the guy who would accept an apology. And then Mota was quoted as saying, if he comes to apologize, I will punch him right in the face and I'll kill him. He says, if you are a writer and you want to write a good book, you don't write a story about somebody else. I sometimes you do. And then when Vizquel was told of that response, he said, see, I told you.
Yeah, no, seriously. Mota was not. I don't think to this day, he literally would not let it go. He will not let it go. I mean, I was actually like, man, he'll get over it. And they're like, bro, he wrote that book a long time ago. Hey, he's not. And I actually don't see grudges like that anymore still. I don't think there is that kind of stuff. I don't think players write books about other players anymore. But I just think that, you know, that would hurt. That would hurt, but I don't know if I'd carry it. I'd be like, whatever. Like, I might hit him once or twice and be like, you got the message. But even then, really, it's not going to change anything. It's already in print. Like, you can't go, oh, hey, man, I'm going to go ahead and erase that from all the how many thousands of books that are out there. Like, you can't change it. I guess you can get into a squabble over it, but I mean, I don't see what good it did, but it was there, man. That guy was mad. He did not care. In fact, the MLB was saying, you hit him again, we're gonna fine you. And I was like,
I don't care. Yeah.
I don't care.
I'm gonna hit right in the ribs. Like, that's all. He just kept doing it, man. Like, it didn't matter. So,
bro, if there was an Indians old timer game, I'm watching.
Oh, dude, come on!
I'm watching. If they're both there and he drilled him during an old timer game. It'd be incredible because you know he would. It would just.
Oh yeah, he'd hit him then too.
He would smash him right in the ribs. Oh, that'd be amazing. Busted 2 ribs. What happened? Old timers game. Mesa got me. Unbelievable. Guy won't let it go. I'll tell you what though, that's a pretty hard one to let go. Like if you want to say it, you could say it, but not in print. Not in print. That's just that's too much.
It is. It's a zinger in print. That's a tough thing that you cannot take it back.
That's forever. Yeah. That's forever.
I don't know if I get by that one. So what do we got going on any podcast news? Built for the Storm. You can find it where all your favorite podcasts are, and there's some really, really good stories. They're inspirational stories, stories that I think can help people, which is really good. May not be all the people you've heard of, but they all got really, really good stories, and Jeremy does a great job with the podcast. So what do we have coming up?
Yeah, I got some good ones. I actually just did one with a story on a guy that has a ranch up there in Eaton, California, I believe it is. Maybe I got that wrong. It's in Northern California. It's a great camp, and he basically a ranch. He takes guys. You know, they did do a women's. They have started doing stuff with women, but right now it's predominantly men that have they ran those storms and they just can't kick it, man. But they want to help, they want to change, and he puts them on his ranch and gives them job skills, takes them through some stuff, how to work as a team, and gets them back out there. And they have 3 camps. They have one in California, they have one in South Dakota, and one in Michigan. And it's just, and men volunteer. They fly out and they say, "Hey, man, I'm just needing help. I cannot get over the hunch." It's not you don't get to a judge and the judge doesn't send you there. It is voluntary, but they take them through just a process and becoming vulnerable and dealing with their problems and getting to know themselves. So it was really good. So I really appreciated his thoughts on that and the angle that he takes on having to encourage men that literally just can't get through it. And there are storms that happen like that, right? So it was a really cool deal. So I really appreciated it. And I got one for you though. For you. Okay. So I had a speaker at my men's night last night, and his name is Mike Sharrow, and he has this group called and it's really cool. It's called Buffalo Culture, right? Okay. And it's exactly what I talk about: the buffalo, the charge, and the storm. And he's talking to all these men at my brewery, and he says, "Here's the deal, though. There's 2 animals that charge storms in America." And he's like, "Jeremy, do you know the other animal?" I guess. I was like, "I don't know, elk." He's like, "Nope, the American donkey." And I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." So buffaloes charge storms, and they herd up, and they take on together, and they help each other out. Donkeys back kick. They're biting each other. They're kicking each other. They're whining. They're fussing. And he goes, in my business, I say, when you're whining, you're a victim. You need to pivot and become a buffalo. So when people are acting like donkeys, I say, you're a donkey right now. You're not a buffalo. I'm like, that makes sense. He's like, yeah, you know another name for a buffalo? Yeah, jackass. He's like, yeah. So you're one or the other. You're either a buffalo or you're a jackass and you're chasing storms on. But you might want to be a buffalo because no one likes the other guy. And I was like, is that a figurative thing or is that a true story? He's like, no, it's a true story. Donkeys will take on storms. They just fight the whole time. I'm like, this is great. Now I know why now I know. And my wife, she's actually there, and she's sitting on the other side, and I looked over at her, and she's like, hey. And I was like, my wife's looking at me laughing because we got in an argument the other day, and I know what she's thinking. She's like, you acted like she's like, you thought you were a buffalo, but you were a jackass the other day. Like, thanks, honey. That was great.
That's funny. Like, the donkeys go into the storm, but they're not thrilled with it.
That's right.
The bitch awesome. All the way into this thing. Oh man, that is good stuff. Well, awesome. Built for the Storm. That is the podcast. Like I said, wherever you find your podcast, go check them out. And I'm serious when I say these are stories you haven't heard of, but they can help you. They're very, very interesting. Some of them are, they can be hard to listen to because the stories aren't always, positive. It's getting through this stuff and how you find a way to get through this stuff. And if you feel like you could use these, trust me, very, very good podcast. Jeremy does a hell of a job, and they're good stories to listen to. There's no doubt about that. All right, man, go enjoy your Mango Vice, and we'll talk to you next week.
That's right. Go Giants.
Go Giants.
There you go. See you, Jeremy. Have a go, man.
Great stuff with Jeremy. I felt you missed any of that. Available on KNBR.com. Texter says the one we missed was Bochy outsmarting Mattingly. That was the one we missed. That was the one we forgot to get to. We do have a Giants lineup for tonight. 7:10 first pitch, 6:10 pregame coming your way. Marcus Thompson going to join us in about 25 minutes. We'll get you the Giants lineup and a positive update on Mitch Haniger. I'll tell you about that next right here on The Sports Leader. The Warriors announced that Mike Dunleavy Jr. will replace Bob Myers as the new general manager of the team. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
It's a Ska Friday. Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Friday afternoon. Giants and the Dodgers setting the stage. 6:10 pregame, 7:10 first pitch for you. We do have lineups for this game. I'll get those to you here in just a moment. We do know that John Brebbia is going to start for the Giants. He's going to be the opener today, and you're going to get a pitcher you haven't seen yet for the Dodgers. One of their top prospects, Emmett Sheehan, hard-throwing righty, 95 to 97 miles an hour, a tight slider, big changeup. He's supposed to be dangerous. A lot of people were tweeting in saying this is a guy to pay attention to. Oh, good. Oh, good. Another guy for the Dodgers to pay attention to in the rotation. So Giants sending John Brebbia to the hill tonight. They're going to have Lamont Wade Jr. leading off. He'll be at first base. Jock Peterson is going to bat second at DH. Tyro hitting third at second base tonight. Conforto's going to hit cleanup in left field. Wilmer Flores hits fifth at third base. Wilmer Flores, third base. More on that in just a second. Patrick Bailey is going to do the catching. He's hitting sixth. He's also hitting 329 on the season with 17 RBIs already and 3 homers. Yastrzemski hits seventh in right field. Matos is going to hit eighth tonight in center field. And Brandon Crawford is at short. He's up to 203, and he's batting ninth. Mookie leads off for the Dodgers. Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, J.D. Martinez, Peralta, Vargas, Taylor, DeLuca, and Rojas are your starters for the Dodgers tonight. Miguel Vargas you got to pay attention to, as well as Rojas tonight for the Dodgers. In terms of some updates for health, Mitch Haniger had a successful surgery yesterday. He's out for 10 weeks. That is a huge positive development. A 10-week return date is what they've set Mitch Haniger for. J.D. Davis out of the lineup tonight, hoping to return, hoping to avoid time on the IL. Doesn't expect to land on the injured list. On the other side, a little bit more on what's going on with Mike Dunleavy. Not a little bit. He's got a whole plate of tasks to get to this offseason. How confident are you in him? And what does he need to tackle first? Sign Draymond, decide on Klay Thompson's future, or make decisions on Kuminga or Poole? What does he do first? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everything changing so fast nowadays. Seems like you get something and it's out of date, out of style a week or two later. The one thing you can't lag, is your Wi-Fi. No lagging allowed, all right? Can't have it. Summertime, kids are home, they're gaming, or maybe just even watching movies, could be streaming. No, they ain't working, but somebody may be working. Somebody may even be going to school. The fact of the matter is, summer brings more people to the house. Your Wi-Fi better be able to handle it. And with Xfinity 10G, not only can it handle it, it can handle a party 10 times that many people. Everyone's taken care of. Loser party, I mean, that's a given, right? If everybody's on their devices during your party, but everyone's taken care of. So you know your Wi-Fi can handle it. Your Wi-Fi is going to be able to handle the kids. Your Wi-Fi is going to handle who's working, who's going to school. Why? Because it's 10G. That's why. And right now you can take advantage of this limited time offer. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit internet on next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you will get equipment included. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love having ridiculously fast Wi-Fi. You love having the reliability and the power and 10G. You will love Xfinity.
sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm not going to comment on the roster because very much because the truth is we have a lot of work to do, obviously, and we have time. We have until the draft and free agency, which is a month away or so. So we're going to win no matter what. I don't care what the rules are. We are going to figure out a way to do it. That's what good organizations do. They figure out a way to win the game. And our game is to win games and to win championships.
Joe Lacob, Golden State Warriors with a new man in charge, at least in terms of player personnel. Mike Dunleavy Jr. has been named the new general manager after many years in the organization as both a player, a scout. He was then the vice president of basketball operations under Bob Myers, which should give you some confidence as to his merit and his acumen to be the general manager. There's a checklist for the Warriors this offseason. And I don't know if Steve Kerr's contract lands on it now. I don't know if that falls, and this is an interesting conversation. I don't know if that falls, like whoever hands that contract out, it's obviously, it comes from ownership. That doesn't fall under the cap or anything for the general manager. But Bob Myers was that relationship from the front office to Steve Kerr. I mean, I think a lot of coaches across all sports have that guy where they're not, unless you're Jerry Jones, right? Unless you're George Steinbrenner, where you're in charge of personnel and you're the owner of the team. I think, Parag Barate is dealing with cap stuff and Al Guido is dealing with organizational stuff. He's not necessarily in, making draft decisions, right? So you've got different guys in different roles. I've got him as sign back Draymond, decide where you go and what happens with Klay Thompson's contract beyond this year. And then what happens with Kuminga and or Poole, if anything. What's your so the expectation, and Mark Spears reported this a while back, is that Draymond would opt out. What's your level of need? Is it Draymond 1 first and foremost? You figure that thing out before you go anywhere else?
Yeah, I think so. I think he wants to stay. He wants to get paid, maybe for 3 more years. So you opt out, you come back, and maybe you don't even make a raise. Maybe even take a pay cut. You could have made, I think, 27 if you opted in. Maybe take a pay cut. You go like 3 years
more
for
over,
75.
More years.
Like 25 a year or something like that. I really hope they're able to work something out with Klay. I hope Klay comes up his stance that he's going to be looking for max money, because it's just not going to be there.
It's not realistic.
It's not going to be there. He's not going to get, like, if he thinks they're going to offer him like 5 years for $250, $200, it's just not going to happen. Like he got a massive contract, the last one, and he deserved that massive contract. He's not that player anymore, and I know it's probably tough to have to swallow and say, God, I got to accept this now, but that's new reality. It's not like he's going to be a pauper. He's going to get paid a lot of money. Like, to me, he's probably still like going to get 30 or close to it. Maybe for shorter term, maybe not 5 years, but I really would like to see, those guys, if they want to finish their career. I don't want to see like money be the reason they're not finishing their career there. If they want to go somewhere else, fine. If they get traded somewhere else, it happens, but not. We just couldn't come to a deal. We didn't want to pay him. They didn't want to be here. There were hurt feelings. You hate to think that would be the reason that they're not here. They've meant so much to this organization. And yes, Steph's the face of the franchise, and Steph's the one that got that building built. But they all did. I mean, Steph alone wasn't getting that building built. They needed Klay. They needed Draymond. They needed all those guys. They were huge assets. And we were talking about 3 Hall of Famers. So they all have their. It's not Steph level. I mean, Steph's like the elite of the elite. But these guys are incredible. They're incredible. So I just hope they're able to be here. I would love to see them finish their careers here. Will it happen? I don't know. If Klay decides he wants to get the most dollars available, then he may go somewhere else. I don't know. But yeah, that's probably, I wouldn't say priority number 2 because he has another year left on his contract.
I would say Klay is 3. I think Poole Kuminga's 2.
Yeah, I think Dre's 1. and then figuring out the composition of your team this year. Like, where are we going?
Because that's where they come into play. Are they on this roster helping, or are you trying to, like you were saying, what if you could trade Poole and get two 25-minute, 20-minute a night guys?
Like, what's the next step? Do we want to run it back? Do we think that's good enough? Or are we good enough to run this thing back? Along with a draft pick at 19 and maybe some free agent, because they're probably going to lose DiVincenzo, so you're not going to have him. Do you feel like Moody can fill that void? Like, he can come in and fill that void a little bit, and you could have a starting lineup like you had last year, and then come off the bench with Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and who knows what Baldwin Jr. is going to look like. Don't know what he's going to look like this year. Then the 19th pick, and then Gary Payton. Is that like good enough? I don't know. I don't know if you feel like that's good enough to compete to try and win a championship. I think they'd be in the mix again. I do. Even with that group, like if they ran it back, I believe they would be in the mix. Now they got some defensive issues they got to take care of. They got to have some guys compete harder on defense, and they cannot foul as much. If they're going to do that again, then no, it's not good enough. They will get beat in the playoffs once again. So, do you feel like this group can get better in that category, or do we need to say let's go out and get some guys that are better in that category, that we don't got to say, okay, we got to relearn this, rewire the mind a little bit. So that's number 2. And then, yes, number 3 is Clay. Like, because Clay's got another year. You'll figure that out when that comes around. So I just don't think Draymond plays so well with Steph. Like, they just play off each other so well. He's not a guy that wants to shoot the ball. We've seen it. Which is, a little interesting because back 7-8 years ago, he shot the ball, and he was shooting 38% from 3, and he gets you 13 a game, 12 a game. That's not him, but he's always looking for Steph. He's always looking to get Steph open. He's always looking for ways to get him the ball all the time. I mean, he works with him beautifully. And then he anchors the defense, one of the great defenders of all time. So, yeah, that's the one. And I wouldn't have thought that was going to be the case. I wouldn't have thought it at the beginning of the year. I would have thought he would have opted in because he wouldn't have had options, because his reputation would have been tarnished. He maybe wouldn't play as good. He would opt in, and then the Warriors have to figure out what the hell we're going to do with this guy. We don't want this guy anymore. I mean, he punched Jordan Poole in the face. I mean, the whole season went to hell, but it didn't. And I think he regained some trust in that locker room, regained his voice, had to earn that back, and did. And now it's like, God, this guy's still a valuable part of this team. Like, he's really, really good. So I wouldn't have, at the beginning of the year, you asked me, we talked about it, I would have never thought this was going to be the way it would work out. Like, he'd opt out and he would come back.
Yeah.
But I
thought the opt-out would be strictly to do, like, he might be opting out to be like, let me see what I can do for you guys.
Yeah, like a sign and trade. Like, opt out, sign and trade, get moved.
Send me elsewhere, get me paid.
Go. And look, I guess there's still that option that he goes somewhere else. That, like,
it seems like the less likely scenario.
Gets more, but yeah, I think he is made it known. He loves it here. These are his guys. He wants to finish here. And I can't imagine after the year he put up, they wouldn't want him here. So that's priority number 1, but I think that'll get taken care of. It's just, okay, now priority 2 to me is even bigger, because I don't know which way they're going to go. I think Draymond's coming back, but I don't know number 2. I don't have any clue which way they want to go on this one. And this is going to be Dunleavy too. Like, Dunleavy will be a big voice. Like,
where do you want to go? Right.
He's going to have to figure, like, what's his vision of this team? What does he see going forward?
And what does he differ from Bob Myers on, right? Like,
where are you going to go?
Where would he have said, hey, if I were in jail, thank you. That's so
yeah, we don't know. We don't know. We haven't seen it.
Like, if he's sitting there and Bob's like, yeah, I'm taking Kuminga here. This is what we'd like. He goes, yeah, I like Kuminga, but I might have gone this direction, or I might have made this move here, or gone, done X, Y, and Z. We just don't know, and we don't know what to me, that's the unknown. What are the player relationships like? We give Bob so much credit for that, because that's something that is, like, quantifiable almost, that we know he's got that relationship with these guys. Like, does Mike Dunleavy, who came back to the organization in 2018, have the same affection for Klay Thompson, who's aging and declining, as Bob Myers, who was here when they decided we're not getting rid of this guy. He's going to be a cornerstone piece. There may be a sense of pride there with Bob that isn't there with Mike Dunleavy. They're going to have to make some tough calls and probably have some tough conversations that are going to decide where the future of this franchise goes. We'll talk about a lot of this with Marcus Thompson, who's going to join us next. Draft is next week. Is Mike Dunleavy running the draft? I mean, Bob Myers is still around. He's still here. Is he giving input? Is he helping on this? What's going to change? What's the relationship like? And how much looks different with Mike Dunleavy at the helm? I'd imagine that Joe Lacob is hoping very little. We'll talk about that with Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader. The NBA suspended Ja Morant 25 games this morning for reckless conduct by flashing a gun during an Instagram live video. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletic's Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett and White, trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit truettandwhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
What? I'm just sorry. I'm grooving right now. A little reggae going?
Your eyes closed?
Man, that's what I'm talking about right now. I'm sitting on a beach somewhere, smoking a fat joint. Which would be my fourth and fifth puff on a joint in my lifetime. Which makes me an anomaly in the NBA, by the way, just so you know.
Tom didn't inhale, though, Marcus. He didn't inhale.
I tried it. No, I tried to inhale, and I go, this is crap. I keep coughing every time. So, Marcus Thompson, Athletic. What's going on, Marcus?
What's up, dude?
Nobody ever believes me when I say I don't smoke. Is it because I cover the NBA? You think that's what it is?
I think that's it, yeah. Because they don't, I don't know that they, I guess they kind of believe me because they just know I like beer. But I never talk about it. Like, I've never talked about smoking because I've never smoked. I can't say that I haven't tried it. I did. And then I coughed for like 5 straight minutes, and I go, well, that just sucked.
That's how you get the good stuff, Tom. That's how you know you got it. Yeah.
I got no benefit from it either. So I was like, well, that blows. Let me just go back to beer. I like that better. So that was pretty much the end of it. But yeah, if you're associated with the NBA, Marcus, by proxy, you are associated with weed. Period.
Period, right? You know, it's crazy. I never smoked before, but some of my favorite hip-hop songs are all about weed.
Yeah.
It's like I can listen to songs about weed all day long. They're the best. It's like I'm not high, but I understand why that song is so good. Like,
Marcus, you don't understand, but you get it. Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah,
like,
you don't understand. Yeah, but you get it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I wrote so many essays in college to outcast crumbling herb, and I've never crumbled herb.
Yeah, I never was told to get off the back of a bus, but I listen to Rosa Parks too. I like that track also. Marcus Thompson on the Yuma guest line, dude. Sort of a. I mean, this is the move I think most of us were hoping was going to happen. Kirk Lacob or Mike Dunleavy. I was asking Tom, like, why Dunleavy over Lacob? And sort of on the surface, I just think maybe Kirk Lacob was like, Dad, I don't want to follow Bob Myers. I don't want to be number 2 there. But I think it's a seamless transition to a guy who knows the organization, has been here since 2018. You may know more about his relationship with some of the guys than we do. That's kind of my only wonder and concern.
I mean, first off, Kirk, it's too small time for Kirk. Can you imagine Kirk after a draft coming and explain to us, hey, man, sit down here, Kirk, and answer our questions about what you just did? Like, Kirk would be like, man, get out of here.
Own the team.